Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your decoder, Simon. I'm still one of my writers, in this case, Danny. Thank you, Danny's written me. This script was so requested. Every comment section, I swear to God, someone was like, Simon.
Denver International Airport. When are you covering Denver International Airport and the Illuminati who live underneath it?
When? There's something about tunnels. I literally know nothing about this other than people are like, there's loads of tunnels under there and that's where the demons be. Okay, Danny, go for it. Write it up. Let's see what happens. I've never read this before. That's the format of the show. You and I, dear audience, we're going to explore it together thanks to Danny. Let's go. I already thought I'd seen hell on earth, and that place was Manila Airport. I cannot well repeat how there I entered, so full was I of slumber at the moment. Good Lord, last year I went to Crete on holiday for a week, and I came back. There's two airports there, I can't remember which one I took, but it was horrible. I'm like, this is a European... Like, if I was in Manila, no offence Manila, but I'd expect your airport to be, like, hot and busy and just... I don't know, like, airports are in Southeast Asia. They're just busy and hot and not very well organised. It's like, if you go to, like... I don't know, I'm trying to... Switzerland. It's going to be very organised. And even like Prague airport, super organised. Like you're in and out. You know exactly where to go. Everything happens very quickly. Well, whereas if I was in Manila airport, I'd be like, oh God. Whereas I was in Crete and I was like, well, you know, I'm not that far from home. How bad can this airport be? It was insane. It was like 30 something degrees inside because I don't know why, but they don't have air conditioning. And then no one knows where to go. There's people around and be like, hey, do you know where this is? And they'll be like,
I don't know.
And it's like, well, you're wearing a bright yellow vest. Is it so insane that I would ask you? Like, they'd said it like,
I don't know.
It's like, the fuck, man? Come on. And then, I felt like such a Karen. But I was at, like, we were waiting for the gate, and it was just, there were an insane number of people. And my kids are going nuts. But there's a kids corner, you know, where you can play. The kids can just, like, go and play. And I go in there, and there's, like, 15 people on laptops, just sitting on little kids' chairs, and all over the place. And I'm like, okay, well, kids, go in and play. And if you scream, just go for it. Just go nuts. You know, I'm always telling you to use your inside voice. Here, feel free to just go mental. You go as mental as you want. And all these people on laptops are like, they're not looking at me because, like, you know, like normally, if you're in a coffee shop or something and you're not making an effort to, like, rein your kids in, people will be like,
steady on. Like, what's up? Come on. Do a good job.
Because they know they're in the kids' corner. What a disaster of an airport. Midway upon the journey of my life, I found myself within a terminal dark, for the straightforward path had been lost. There didn't appear to be an entrance nor an exit. It was more a case of just joining the throng of shuffling crowd and praying that fate would guide us all through the 9 circles of the screening process. Oh my God, not to like bang on about like airports. I went to Israel last year as well. And I got flagged as like some sort of terrorist because I looked it up online. Like when you go to Israel, they stick a little sticker on the back of your passport when you go through like pre-screening. And they were like, hello. And so I did it happen before I left? I think it happened before I left. Like they have this weird like El Al, the airline, they have this like weird little screening section at the airports before you get on the planes because they're worried about terrorism and stuff. And so they stick a sticker on my passport and it has a number on it. And I looked this number up online and it's like I got graded a 5 out of 6 in terms of like risk.
Potential terrorist is a terrorist.
And so I get to the other side and it was all very easy. But then I leave and I am waiting. I'm like, I joined this really big queue and I asked the guy,
like, am I in the right queue?
And I show him my ticket. And he looks at my passport and he's like,
yeah, you're in the right queue.
Oh, for God's sake. And it took forever. And I don't know how to say this. Oh, I know I do know how to say this. Let's just say that the Israeli airport security are absolutely racially profiling the shit out of everyone. Because it was me, about 3 other white dudes. How was it? In the whole throng of crowds. It's like, come on, guys. Oh, I think I looked up the reason I got shoved in there is because I'm like a non-Israeli single male traveller. And the other people all got in there because they ain't white. It was like, it's pretty wild, dude. Like, I was like...
This is okay? You guys are okay with this?
What's going on? Jesus Christ, that was an experience. And then I got to the security place, and they're like, alright, carry on then. I'm like, wait, so
why'd I have to wait in the huge queue? You didn't even, search in my butt or anything!
Jesus Christ. It was a place of lost souls and lost luggage and lost hope. I felt at one point that I was doomed to repeat the same checkpoints over and over again whilst missing out on some of the more important ones that were to guide me to the next levels of limbo. When I wasn't being asked to take my shoes off, yet again, or getting frisked by an angry man with a gun, I was being harassed by a grumpy staff member who told me that I hadn't filled in the necessary documentation, which they should have given me to a checkpoint that I had yet to visit. It came as great relief when I was finally guided into the hidden road and returned to the bright world. From thence I came forth to re-behold the stars. Jesus Christ, Danny, what is this? I feel like I'm reading the Bible, Danny. I also had a bad experience in my local branch of the Lucky Chicken House, but that's another story. But it would seem that whilst the hell on earth is indeed an airport, it's not the one in Manila. There are even more sinister forces bubbling beneath the surface of Denver International Airport in Colorado. I've been to Denver. Isn't that their mile-high city? I went there, it was really rainy and really cold. The whole time I was there for I think 2 days. And I was just like, I'm just going to stay inside the hotel for the rest of this trip. This is just cold and miserable. The largest airport in the West and the second largest airport on Earth after King Fahd International Airport in Saudi Arabia. Really? Denver? What the f***'s going on in Denver? I assumed it would be I don't know, somewhere in China, or Heathrow, or JFK. Denver! It sits on 54 square miles of land and played host to over 69 million passengers in 2022. So it seems a strangely busy and conspicuous place to choose as the location for the secret headquarters of the New World Order. Yeah, it's very convenient though, because, if you're coming in for your secret New World Order meeting, there's nothing more convenient than having the meeting in the airport, is there? It'd be we'll just meet in the lounge. Be oh, perfect. Good. I don't even have to do I even have to go through customs? Cool. That'd be very convenient. To people are there meeting rooms in airports where you can go without actually having to enter the country? That would be, because then you wouldn't have to queue, you wouldn't have to get a visa, and you could have that face-to-face meeting that some people need. Does that exist? Can you fly? I don't know. I've had to fly somewhere to sign a contract or something. I don't know. I've never had to do anything like this, but I assume it exists in business, that people have to meet for whatever reason, even though it's 2023. That seems like a good idea. Someone should get on that.
How'd you get so smart?
And it seems like an odd place to hide an underground labyrinth of mysterious tunnels which serve as both a prison camp run by our reptilian overlords and a nuclear bunker reserved for the world's elite following the planned mass extermination of the peasants. You know, the kind of people I'm talking about when I refer to the world's elite. Hillary Clinton, Bill Gates, Celine Dion, David Hasselhoff. But I doubt there's a ticket reserved for me or you in the ninth circle of hell. What are you talking about, Danny? I've already got mine locked in. I got my Denver pass. You might scoff at the very idea that the New World Order would plant their biggest secrets within one of the most hectic places in the world. But there's a whole raft of compelling evidence which suggests that the conspiracy theorists might be right about this one. Well, let's see, Danny. I'm going to need a lot of convincing for this one, to be honest. It's there for anyone to see with their own eyes, and I'm not even talking about Photoshop trickery or fabricated anecdotes. Here are just some of the sights a passenger may have genuinely glimpsed over the last few years during their visit to an airport, which is often referred to as Area 52, a demonic sculpture which took inspiration from Frankenstein's monster by killing its own creator, heartwarming murals depicting dead children, soldiers in gas masks, and an imminent apocalypse. Well, also, if you're creating a secret bunker for the New World Order, you're not gonna leave clues around the place. You don't be yeah, maybe we'll just...
Should we put up an image of dead children there so people know? So they have suspicions.
No! Peter, let's just not make it suspicious. Let's just try and make it as low-key as possible. What the f***, man? Who would think... What? How did you get into our club, Peter?
There's a runway layout shaped in the design of a swastika, a humanoid with a lizard's head patrolling the secret underground tunnels, and a talking gargoyle, which may have let the cat out of the bag when it proclaimed to startled passers-by,
"Welcome to Illuminati headquarters."
Come on, people. This is far from normal. You don't get any of this sort of nonsense in Newquay Airport in Cornwall, and they're shooting satellites into space and losing them. So what's really going on at Denver International Airport? And will we ever find out the truth before the dawn of the apocalypse? Build me up, Buttercup. Denver International Airport has been the subject of conspiracy theories ever since the 1960s, which is a bit odd, as they didn't even start building it until 1989.
You do the math.
No thanks, we're on vacation. You do the math.
Conspiracy theories can't help themselves, can they? When the idea was first proposed, the main point of opposition seemed to be that Denver was already serviced by Stapleton International Airport, which had been running mighty fine since 1929. That's a good catchphrase for them.
Stapleton Airport, running fine since 1929.
See? I could do that. Stapleton, give me a ring. Just 60 miles away from the site on which the replacement airport was destined to be built. Not only that, the Stapleton Airport had 6 runways, whereas the proposed replacement would only have 5. Why on earth would you tear down a perfectly good airport and then spend billions of dollars on building an inferior version with fewer runways and reduced capacity? It just didn't make sense from the start, unless, of course, there's a devious ulterior motive behind the construction of this unnecessary monstrosity. Well, there was nothing particularly devious about the need to knock down Stapleton Airport and start breaking new ground. The old airport had been gradually expanding since 1929 to the point where it was now bursting at the seams with zero scope for the vital further growth required to allow access for new airlines. There wasn't much further for the airport to stretch to, as they were largely boxed in by nearby communities who had a habit of filing lawsuits against the airport for noise pollution. Yeah, I mean, fair play, but you also do If you bought the house before there was an airport there, or planned to be an airport there, I'm really sorry about that. If you bought the house afterwards, well, of course there's going to be noise. You're living next to a f***ing airport. What did you expect? Anyone who lives next to an airport complains about it. It's just left. And never going to come back. They're going to unsubscribe for all my channels. I'm just joking. Of course I've got sympathy for you. Not much, because you bought the bloody house, didn't you? We're going in circles. Let's carry on. The only realistic option left on the table was a potential extension into the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. That was dropped following legal threats from the Adams County. As for those impressive 6 runways, they were configured in 2 sets of 3 parallel runways, which each crossed each other, so 3 could only ever be used at the same time. And the poorly designed runways were so close together that it made safe landings impossible during slightly inclement weather, leading to frequent long delays for frustrated passengers milling around a cramped airport, and a chain reaction which disrupted travel on a national scale. I don't mind a delayed flight if I'm pottering around the airport. What I mind is when they get you all onto the f***ing plane, and then they're like, okay, we're just going to sit on the tarmac for now. Can I have a Coke?
No, we don't serve drinks until we're up in the air.
We've been here an hour.
Yeah, sorry, sir.
Please! Please! I'm so thirsty! You could begin to see why someone eventually figured out that the only way forward was to build a new, more efficient airport with proper runways and plenty of room for future expansion, far from any urban developments populated by annoyed residents eager to file their next lawsuit. But it took a while for the new airport to get off the ground. The idea was first put forward by Denver Mayor Bill McNichols in the late 1960s, but it wasn't until Frederico Peña was elected mayor in 1983 that the plans finally began to gather pace. After several years of wrangling, he struck a deal with Adams County leaders to back a proposal to annex 54 square miles of land on the remote northeast town of Denver, miles away from even the most sensitive of urban ears. But the construction encountered a few unexpected bouts of turbulence along the way. It was originally announced that the Denver International Airport would be open for business in 1993, but it was delayed for 16 months. Well, that's not too bad, is it? I mean, I know it's a long time, but it's not that bad. I'm just renovating a house. Tell this story all the time. It's almost done. Bought it 2 years ago. And I'm just renovating a house. They're building an international airport. And when it finally opened to the public in February 1995, it was revealed that the total cost for the project had racked up to $4.8 billion. That's almost $2 billion over the original budget. Almost as much as I spent on my house. There were all kinds of excuses for the heavy delay and mushrooming budget. A cutting-edge underground automated baggage handling system had proved trickier to get working than first thought. More on that disaster in a moment. or perhaps 10. It was also reported that progress had been hampered by bad weather, last-minute design changes, financial problems, and frequent contractual disputes, which led to a constantly changing crew of contractors working on the project. And of course, those secret underground headquarters and prison camps and survival bunkers were never going to be particularly cheap, although at least the lizard guards were happy to accept payment in mealworm slugs and alfalfa sprouts. Do people really think that because this airport overran on the time that it took to make, they were using that extra time to build secret tunnels and shit? Yo, check out my channel Mega Projects, because all that shit always takes way longer than anyone says, unless it's China, in which case it happens much faster, because China's insane. Not that the budget would be much of a problem anyway if the bill was being footed by the New World Order. One of the biggest conspiracy theories relating to Denver Airport is that it was all paid for by the New World Order and constructed to their strict specifications. And they've probably got a bob or two to spare. The New World Order is supposedly made up of an elite group of movers and shakers who one day plan to take over the world and create a single totalitarian global government, but the slightly concerning element of their grand scheme is that they first plan to commit mass extermination by reducing the population to just 2 billion people on the grounds that a vastly reduced population would be a bit easier to control. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, is it? I could get behind this. Let's just do it. Slight variations on this theory suggest that Denver Airport was funded by the Illuminati. Isn't that the same thing as the New World Order? I'm going to learn something new today, aren't I? Originally a genuine secret society founded in 1776 in Bavaria to put an end to the machinations of the purveyors of injustice, to control them without dominating them. Control and domination sound like very similar things, though, don't they? Isn't that a bit oxymoronic? Religious leaders allege that the society was entirely responsible for the French Revolution, but while the real group lasted just a few years before they were hounded out of existence, some believe that the Illuminati are still quietly going strong today, planting secret agents in governments and mighty corporations and lemonade stands in order to influence global events. Or it could be the Freemasons who work behind. Oh my god. The only one we're missing are the Jews.
First of all, I'm not white, I'm Jewish, and I have walked a very difficult road.
So the Freemasons are all behind Denver Airport. Dating back to the 13th century, the Guild of Stonemasons has long attracted its own share of conspiracy theories relating to plots to take over the world. The fraternal organisation, made up entirely of independent grand lodges, certainly seems to be a bit weirder to the outsider with their private rituals and ceremonies and secret handshakes. I think my granddad was a Freemason. I never met him, he died before I was born, but I think my grandma or my dad told me, after he died, they went through all his shit and found these, Freemasonry clothing or whatever. And I was like, okay, cool. Some groups still impose a strict no-women policy, oh, that's nice, on the lodge door, whilst their male members are required to profess belief in a supreme being or Masonic god. Oh, that's a shame. I mean, I'm down for, not letting the women in. Get out. But you have to believe in God. I just can't get down with that. It does make you wonder why stonemasons can't just hold regular office parties or have bingo night or something. It does, doesn't it? Back when I was a postman, I don't recall having to perform secret rituals in the sorting office or being required to worship at the temple of the mailbox lord, occasionally offering up a postal sacrifice of some non-believer's benefits check. I suppose there's no reason why the real entity behind the construction of the airport couldn't be a committee made up of various members of the New World Order, the Illuminati, Freemasons, and maybe a few reptilian overlords thrown into the mix for a good measure. Yeah, and the Nazis and the Jews, come on. It's a committee which theoretically could include the likes of Barack Obama, Beyonce, Colin the Concrete Guy, and son of Godzilla. But it's also a committee which has made a few indiscreet slip-ups or even purposefully planted a few clues as to the true purpose of Denver International Airport. So it's time we had a good nosy around the place to see for ourselves what exactly is ringing so many alarm bells. So please remove your shoes, belts, watches and pacemakers as we dive in for a deeper look at what Denver International Airport is hiding in plain sight. What the fuck? They're taking off all your shit. The shoes. Shoes are the worst because sometimes it's like you just be wandering along and you take off your shoes and it's good to go on it.
Hey, put your shoes back on. You don't need to take your shoes off.
And then you're in the airport 2 weeks later and they're like,
why haven't you taken your shoes off yet?
Airports, get your shit together. Highway to hell. It has to be said that the very first thing that welcomes you to the airport as you make your way along Peña Boulevard is that it's pretty damn freaky. I'm not really sure what kind of sculpture I'd expect to see loitering outside the entrance of an airport. Maybe some kind of reassuring scene of a happy family in flip-flops and shades, gazing upwards in wonder at the prospect of the thrilling yet perfectly safe journey ahead. Or a smiling pilot looking calm and relaxed in the cockpit as he flicks through a newspaper and takes another hearty swig from his hip flask. I'll tell you what I wouldn't expect to see, though. A sculpture of a massive demonic rearing blue horse with surprisingly detailed private parts and satanic glowing red eyes that look as if they're about to shoot firebolts at hell from you. Oh shit, this terrifying 32-foot sculpture is made from fiberglass and weighs in at over 9,000 pounds. Although its official name is Blue Mustang, it's more commonly known by locals as Blucifer, or Satan's Steed. I like Blucifer, that's a good name. And depending on your viewpoint, it's either a strangely sinister mascot for Denver International Airport, or it's a cursed beast guarding the gateway to hell. It's tricky to pick out the weirdest thing about this rearing Mustang. Should it really be blue? Why was so much attention paid to the generous genitals and prominent anus? And why do the neon red eyes of the horse light up at night to bathe passers-by in an eerie red glow? Actually, all these questions pale into insignificance when you hear Blucifer's darkest confession.
It's alive!
He killed his own creator before he was even finished. Although Blue Mustang wasn't installed until 2008, it was originally commissioned back in 1992. Luis Jimenez was an American sculptor of Mexican descent who had grown up working in his father's neon sign shop. When first approached by the city of Denver to create an art installation for the new airport, he had originally proposed a structure of a buffalo stampede, but later settled on a rearing Mustang as a tribute to an earlier form of long-distance travel harking back to the days of the Wild West. Early design sketches reveal that Luis had been tinkering with the idea of sculpting a pink Mustang before settling on blue, possibly inspired by his own blue Rowan Appaloosa, which, what the f*** is that? Is that some sort of horse? Which went by the name of Blackjack. But Luis didn't half take his time in delivering the goods. After a long chain of missed deadlines, the city gave up hope of ever having completed it and sued him for $165,000. Oh no, is the reason it's so creepy because he's like,
You, here's your shitty horse.
and he's like,
Contract complete. Give me my money, stop suing me, and enjoy your demon horse.
yeah, I'm petty, I'll do that as well. Actually, I'll just meet the deadline because that's what I do. I just like work. I'll just get it done and get paid and be like, cool, 165 grand in the 90s? Yes, please. However, the continuing delays were to take a tragic turn when Blue Mustang turned on his creator. By 2006, Luis was 65 years old and been working on the sculpture for around 14 years. But that work came to an abrupt halt when a big section of the 9,000-pound sculpture fell on him and pinned him against a steel support beam, severing an artery on his leg. By the time he arrived in hospital, Luis Jimenez had already died from blood loss. Blucifer had claimed his first victim. Actually, Blucifer had claimed his only victim today, but that sounded quite dramatic, didn't it? Yeah, I was like, wait, he's killed more people? How many people has this horse sculpture killed? None. One. Just one. And it was an accident. Blucifer didn't mean it. The sculpture was swiftly finished off in less than a couple of years by his sons, other family members and friends. Maybe Louis should have roped them in from the start. He may have got it finished 10 years earlier. The decision to complete the statue after the tragedy may have been inspired by a desire to honor the legacy of Luis Jimenez, or it may have been inspired by a desire to avoid the city of Denver asking for their money back after the artist's failure to deliver on a contract. It was only during these latter stages of development that the Mustang was given those eerie red glowing eyes, and this was just meant to be a tribute to the neon sign shops in Mexico where Luis had first learned his craft when he was a kid. But Blucifer certainly attracted controversy after it was first installed in 2008, with some claiming that the sculpture was cursed. Others believe that Blucifer is intended to be the mode of transport used by the fourth horseman of the Apocalypse from the Book of Revelation, and that the sculpture is a stark warning from Denver that the end of the world is nigh. It's just a sculpture. It's not like you found it buried in the desert and it's, demonic or something. A dude literally made it not that long ago. There have even been high-profile campaigns for the disturbing statue to be removed immediately, although some locals have threatened to chain themselves to Blue Mustang if that ever happens. I mean, I'm not against that, though. It does seem very creepy and inappropriate to have in an airport just a giant, blue horse with an impressive cock. Why? Why is it so realistic? I have my doubts over whether Blue Mustang is likely to be straddled by the fourth horseman of the Apocalypse at any point in the near future. But even so, it's an unusual choice of sculpture to be leading the charge into Denver International Airport, and I'm not convinced that any nervous passengers will have their fears allayed by the less than welcoming sight of a blue horse with giant balls fiercely gazing down at them with eyes of electric flame. Still, it could have been worse. They could have gone with an art installation featuring various bits of aircraft hanging in the trees of the Amazon rainforest. I think what would be worse would just be those up black boxes. The bright, they're bright orange and yellow and stuff that they rescue from plane crashes. Just to have a collection of those would be worse. because they're really messed up after the crash. They're all scratched and shit, and that's the one thing that has to survive. So then it leaves just the what happened to the rest of the plane entirely to your imagination. Perhaps things perk up a bit when you actually get inside the airport, although that might depend on how much you like gargoyles. I don't mean of the talking variety, we'll come to those later. Wasn't thinking of the talking variety. But I mean the silent bronze variety, which are poking their grotesque heads out of bronze suitcases positioned above the east and west baggage claim areas. Some passengers have admitted to feeling a little perturbed about having such monstrous creatures looming over them menacingly as they're trying to sort out their baggage. Alright, chill out, snowflakes. It's just a sculpture. Just get your baggage and leave. What, are you going to hang out in the airport for extra time and, complain? Who's complaining about this? Shut the up, you Karens. Could these agents be the devil of another blatant clue that unseen darker forces are lurking somewhere beneath Denver International Airport? I'll tell you what, Danny, the answer to that question's no! Largely inspired by the breathtaking gargoyles on duty at Notre Dame in Paris, the sculptures were created by artist Terry Allen, who named his new artwork Notre Denver. Although the faces of the gargoyles may look a little disturbing, the horned demons were traditionally always on our side, and they were placed in churches and monasteries to ward off the baddie evil spirits. The idea behind the installation in the airport is to serve as friendly guardians over the passengers and ensure the safe arrival of their baggage. They're just there to be playful and fun. And at least you can't see their genitals or anus, which is nice. That's a nice relief. Otherwise you'd be like, oh god, so much cock and arse in this Denver International Airport. Thought we just had enough with Bluesy. Not Bluesy. What's his name? Blucifer. I think we had enough. We saw Blucifer's cock. Do we have to look at the gargoyles as well? And they're like, no, you don't. And you're like, great, thank you.
Under this horse's big blue nuts!
However, it's a little more difficult to find quite so much fun in the nearby murals. Two giant 28-feet murals are sprawled across the east and west side of the baggage claims area, both of which were created by artist Leo Tanguma. And they have quite jolly names too. One of them is called In Peace and Harmony with Nature, whilst the other is called Children of the World, Dream in Peace. I get the feeling that these are terrifying, right? I think Danny told me that they were terrifying. Both murals are kind of split into two halves by access doors, and at least half of each mural is quite uplifting. For example, one half of In Peace and Harmony with Nature depicts young, happy children dancing around a sunny landscape with frolicking animals of all breeds in what appears to be a joyous celebration of all things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small, all things wise and wonderful. This is a hymn. Danny, you're getting carried away. But it's the second half of the same mural that punctures the mood just a little bit. This half depicts a scorched earth scattered with dead bodies and dead animals. In one panel, a weeping boy holds a dying squirrel in his hands while looking down at a young girl, maybe his sister, who is lying dead in a glass coffin. What the Denver Airport? Why? I know it's got nothing to do with the Illuminati and shit, but why? Why would you have this? The gargoyles is like, okay, it's just gargoyles, fine. But the dead children in the paintings? What the That's weird. Anyone still breathing in the mural is fleeing for their lives from the swelling flames of a planet finally boiling over with rage. It's all a bit grim. It's as if a TV production company decided to make a reboot of The Animals of Farthingwood, but decided that it needed to go a bit darker than the original. And it seems to suggest to some observers that the mural is depicting an inevitable future of global destruction and mass extinction. I mean, and here you are in an airport about to do a very, very carbon dioxide heavy thing. You're just thinking, oh, maybe I should leave. Maybe I should have taken the bus. Still, the other half of the mural, Children of the World, Dream in Peace, might cheer you up a bit as you're waiting to see how much of your baggage has gone missing. Here, we can see children of many different cultures coming together to lay down the weapons of their ancestors and celebrate a new era of mutual understanding under a glorious rainbow of peace. Hooray for the future of humanity! But the other half of this mural, well, it's not so chirpy. Here we can see a soldier in a gas mask whose uniform bears a resemblance to that worn by the Nazis. He's brandishing both a machine gun and a sword, busy boy, the latter of which he uses to slice up a dove of peace as terrified children cower helplessly beneath his feet. This half also recites a genuine bleak poem written by the Czech poet Hannes Hakenberg, who was murdered at the age of 14 in the Auschwitz concentration camp in 1943. What? Denver? Why? Throw in an image of what may be an American child clutching a teddy bear and working under instructions from a Nazi soldier, and this has led some theorists to speculate that this nightmarish mural represents an imminent genocide architected by the New World Order, during which America will have no choice but to submit to the rising of a new Nazi world power. Again, if you are the New World Order and you're like burying your secret base under the airport, you're not like, and your goal is like genocide, you're like, should we paint a picture of that genocide and put it right above where we're having our secret base? So people think we have a secret base here. No, you wouldn't, would you? But perhaps it might help if we weren't looking at the whole thing backwards. The murals are meant to be absorbed in the order that a passenger would typically pass them, from right to left. So in the first mural, In Peace and Harmony with Nature, we're supposed to be looking at children expressing despair over the current pollution of the planet and extinction of life. But it ends on a high note as humanity comes together to solve the problem and rehabilitate the Earth. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? New World Order looking out for us. Meanwhile, Children of the World Dream of Peace is meant to show a progression from a historic world that was gripped by brutal war to a future world that has discovered how to live in harmony. I mean, this is one thing I find really, really depressing. Like, I think about this too much. I mean, it enters my mind more often than it should, which is that we're all like, oh yeah, look, definitely the world's so much more peaceful than it was before. And it's like, no, we've been here before. We just have huge wars. And then we have a period of peace where everyone's all chill and we're like, okay, let's not kill like 70 million of us again. It wasn't a good time. And the bigger the thing, the longer the period of like chill afterward. And I just get the feeling that, you know, hopefully I won't live through it. But then it's like, now I've got kids. What if they live through it? What if their kids live through it? What if my grandkids are living in it? And it's possible, you know, that there'll just be some other massive war again and everything will get destroyed. And that's, I don't know, I find that really a lot. It's all right there in Leo Tanguma's statement, inscribed on a plaque beneath the piece, which reads that the mural is an expression of the artist's desire to abolish violence in society. Unless, of course, Leo Tanguma was paid off by the New World Order to say that. I think old Leo is in the New World Order. I can't help feeling that even when you've heard this more rational explanation for the mural designs, it does seem a bit macabre. Is this really the kind of thing that you want to be observing in an airport of all places? We've only been wandering for about 10 minutes, and so far we've seen a demonic horse from hell, a few leering gargoyles, and some pretty murals depicting Nazi soldiers with machine guns, the world on fire, and young dead girls in glass coffins. It is a bit weird, Denver. Like, this is all real. And, I mean, even if there's not the word New World Order beneath your airport, which there isn't, this is all still very weird. Who in their right minds would commission quite so many sinister installations to bombard the weary traveller as soon as they dare step foot in the airport of Dame? Well, the capstone of a time capsule inside the airport may reveal a few clues as to exactly which organisations were really piloting this enterprise, time after time. When I hear of time capsules, I immediately think of the fiascos that were the Blue Peter time capsules. Oh, I don't remember this. Blue Peter. I loved Blue Peter as a kid. I had a Blue Peter badge. I had 2 Blue Peter badges as a kid because I'm such a legend. Blue Peter is a very British television show for children, and they have a dog. I don't remember much else about Blue Peter. I guess we're going to learn a little bit more. Back in 1971, the jolly presenters of the long-running children's TV show Blue Peter buried a time capsule just outside BBC TV Centre with the intention of digging it up again on the very same show nearly 30 years later to honour the millennium. A 30-year wait might seem a tad ambitious considering the lifespan of typical children's TV show, but Blue Peter had been showing us things to make since 1958 and is still knocking around on the TV schedules today. Although it's not as big a deal today, and the glory days are long gone. Holy shit, they're still making Blue Peter? And what the sort of name is Blue Peter? Now, I'm obviously far too young and tender to have been around when the time capsules were originally planted, but I was still very much aware of it, and it seemed like quite an exciting televisual moment when those 3 presenters from 1971 reunited in the year 2000 to dig up the capsule. I'm not sure why they were all so excited, really. This supposedly historic cache of goods chosen to represent 1971 amounted to little more than a selection of photographs of the presenters, a copy of the 1971 Blue Peter Annual, and a few decimal coins which had been introduced that year, and some of which were still in circulation in the year 2000. The good news is that none of the presenters had died in the interim, so it was a happy reunion. Yeah, it's 30 years. You're like, someone's going to pop their clogs. You'll be buried there, Cassius.
I wonder which one of us dies. Like, statistically, probably one of us is going to die, like car accident. cancer, heart disease, one of those little
The bad news is that it was a massive anticlimax, as most of the stuff inside was dripping wet and filthy. The presenters tried their best to mask the obvious crushing disappointment as they pulled out strangely brown items whilst wrinkling their noses in disgust and trying valiantly not to puke from the rancid smell, which was not entirely unlike rotting cheese. Wait, did they not put it in some sort of like airtight capsule? Like, what the Blue Peter? Where's your brains? Blue Peter didn't fare any better with the other time capsules that they planted over the years. A later capsule planted in 1981 was finally unearthed in 2021 after 40 years under the soil, but it was a similar story when it was discovered, as the metal lining in the capsule had completely corroded and everything in the capsule was ruined. How about when you're using these things, don't they make like non-corroding metals? There are metals that don't corrode, right? Like steel. Does steel rust? Stainless steel? Does stainless steel rust? The stuff that doesn't rust, right? Why not bury it in that shit? Or plastic. Perhaps Denver International Airport will have more luck with their own times capsule, which is on display near the south entrance, but is intended to remain sealed until the year 2094, a whole century after it was first put there. Dedicated to the people of Colorado, the capsule is said to contain such historic examples of 90s culture, such as a credit card, a baseball from the first Colorado Rockies game, a fistful of tokens from the Black Hawk Casino, and a viewer's guide to Beavis and Butthead. You need a viewer's guide to Beavis and Butthead?
Oh yeah.
There are also said to be a few other little surprises tucked away in there for the benefit of any of us who might still be clinging on to life in 2094, assuming that we haven't all perished into the apocalypse by then. If you're watching this, what's the youngest person that could be watching this, like realistically, and remember it? 10? You shouldn't be, but if you're 10, could you live until 2094? Yeah, you reasonably could. Well, makes me feel old. I'll be dead. I mean, I could live to 107. Come on, that's not too bad. But it's not so much the time capsule which has fueled further conspiracy theories, but rather the dedication marker which has been laid on top of it. The capstone contains intriguing inscriptions which reveal little more detail on the identities of the mysterious figures behind the airport project. The bottom of the capstone makes reference to the New World Airport Commission, an entity which does not actually exist, while further up the marker is an engraving of a Freemason symbol accompanied by the description of the self-proclaimed most worshipful Grand Lodges which were responsible for laying the stone. If you were making something that was designed to fuel conspiracy theories, this would be it, wouldn't it? We now have compelling proof that the concrete god-worshipping Freemasons were making secret handshakes with the forces behind the airport since before the very first check-in. Not only that, but the date inscribed on the capstone, 19th of March 1994, reveals another connection to the madcap rituals of the Freemasons. Conspiracy theorists have noted that if you add up the numbers that make up the date, 1 plus 9, 1 plus 9, and 9 plus 4, you end up with the number 33. Stop this. This numerology bullshit drives me potty. It's just a coincidence. It's like that number 28 or whatever. The Jim Carrey movie. And he's like, I see 28 everywhere. And it's like, alright, Jim, chill out. It's just a number, Jim. It's just a number. It's not real, Jim. Except it was in the movie, right? Because it's a movie. But movies aren't real life. It's not real. In movies there are ghosts and shit. This could be a reference to the 33rd degree, a supreme honour bestowed only on those who have demonstrated outstanding service to the Brotherhood, and it's pretty much the pinnacle of Freemason perfection. Meanwhile, it seems a bit baffling that an entity which does not officially exist, the New World Airport Commission, seems to be trying to take some of the credit for building the airport. Could this fictional organisation be a not particularly subtle nod to the New World Order, who are really pulling the strings alongside their wacky mates from the most worshipful Grand Lodges? The New World Airport Commission is actually quite challenging to explain with a definitive rational answer, so I've suggested that it's supposed to be a reference to the New World Symphony, an 1893 piece from Czech composer Antonin Dvorak, which later made it all the way to the moon thanks to its inclusion on Neil Armstrong's funky mixtape. There's a lot of Czechs in today's episode, isn't there? There's the guy who wrote the poem, there's Dvorak, like, okay. But it's hard to see any real logic in that. It's more likely that it was just a very temporary name cobbled together to describe the various businesses and local politicians who put their hands in their pockets for the construction. Rather than describing an entity known as the New World Airport Commission, the name was probably meant to describe a group of people who were behind the newest world airport. Still, A bit strange to put such a vague and now meaningless name on top of a time capsule which was destined to hang around for 100 years. The Freemason angle is a lot easier to explain. For starters, the whole date thing is clearly just a load of most worshipful bollocks. It just happens to be the date on which the time capsule was installed, and there are a whole bunch of different ways to add up the numbers and get different results which don't tie in with the 33rd degree. The sum we described earlier doesn't even take into account the month of the year. And as for the involvement of the Freemasons, while some have speculated that the capstone is proof of the guild's secretive role behind the scenes, there's one point which seems to have been forgotten by many. The capstone was crafted by the Freemasons because this is exactly what stonemasons are supposed to be doing when they're not busy worshipping supreme beings. Oh yeah. I did put that together. Okay, there we go. Done. Easy. Boom. Rational explanation. To the surprise of nobody. The airport has never denied that the capstone was created by the Freemasons, but they point out that it's not so extraordinary for masons to do a bit of masoning from time to time. Which I suppose is fair enough, isn't it? Incidentally, one further theory about the time capsule relates to a small braille tablet positioned just above the dedication marker which features the same Masonic symbol engraved on the capstone. Legend has it that if you move your fingers across the raised dots in a very specific sequence, you either open up a secret entrance to the mysterious tunnels below, or you release a toxic gas from the time capsule which kills everyone in the airport. And those things are definitely real things that will definitely happen. I'm not entirely convinced by that one myself. No, Danny, me neither. But according to one former employee of the airport, visiting members of the Freemasons have been known to discreetly take out their Masonic membership cards and swipe them across the braille tablet just to see if anything interesting happens. They're just curious. They'll be like, did someone do this to this? It's like, boop. No, nothing. It's just a braille thing for blind people. Easy, done. Bit of a dangerous thing to experiment with if you're half expecting the release of toxic gas, but those Freemasons have a reputation for spicing up a party. And speaking of toxic stuff floating around in the air, a tiny mural, which probably gets missed by most passengers, is thought to be, by some, a stark warning of the imminent release of a deadly strain of hepatitis across the globe. Isn't hepatitis that thing in your lips? Is that hepatitis? Wait, there's also... Wait, no, hepatitis. Is that the one with, like, types? Like hepatitis A, B, and C. And hepatitis C is, like, that kills you. So it's like you go to the doctor, they're like...
You've got hepatitis.
Wait, do I have the lip thing or the liver thing, Doc?
You've got the liver thing.
Ah, for God's sake!
Is that... Oh, no, I read that wrong. It's the lip thing. A-okay. Oh, no, that's herpes. I knew it wasn't hepatitis. It's herpes. People are screaming that at the bloody headphones at home, aren't they? Simon, you're thinking of herpes. It's herpes, Simon, you dum-dum.
You didn't even have herpes, and I said that you did.
Oh, I'm surprisingly sweaty right now. It's very hot today, and I just got a delivery of some large studio equipment. Like, you didn't see it, but there was a break in this video when the UPS man came, and I had to go upstairs and then lug all of this stuff down. And now I'm quite shiny and sweaty. It's quite unpleasant. I'll try and get through it. You have to look hard to find it. The mural can be seen in a single small tile on the floor right next to Leo Tenguma's mammoth tribute to the genocide and dead squirrels. The simple design depicts a mining cart alongside the letters AUAG. Isn't that gold and lead? Golden lead? AU? AU? No, lead is PB. AU? AG? It's like... One of them's gold, isn't it? Isn't gold like AG? And AU silver and gold, maybe? It's an abbreviation for Australian antigen, a strain of hepatitis which could potentially be used as a biological weapon in the wrong hands. Oh yeah, my bad, it's actually that. That's what I meant. The mural is clearly prophesizing the use of Australian antigen as the latest stage in biological warfare overseen by the New World Order to trim down the population a bit. They'll even probably release the strain from the airport itself, those cheeky scoundrels. But here's a further little coincidence to chew over. Australian antigen was first isolated by the American Nobel Prize winner Barack S. Bloomberg, who is also widely rumoured to have been a major investor in the construction of the airport. Could Barack be dishing up a tantalising clue as to how he plans to exterminate us all? No, because Nobel Prize winners are smart enough not to leave clues. They just are. It's like that every spy movie or whatever, they're like, well, now that I've got you on the table, Mr. Bond, I might as well tell you my entire plan. I was like, no, real bad guys don't do that. They just kill you because they're like, well, what if you escape? Then you'll know the plan. And then look what happens. Mr. Bond escapes. Well, very probably not. For starters, although some people abbreviate Australian antigens at AUAG, it's more commonly known by its scientific abbreviation of HBsAg, and it would be a pretty lame choice for the New World Order to unleash as a deadly biological weapon, as an effective vaccine for the strain was developed as far back as the early 1980s. Maybe the mining cart in the mural presents a clue as to what the rural really represents. The tile is just one segment of a wider floor mural presented in traditional Native American designs which depict the four rivers of Colorado's Great Divide. But this tile, particularly, is a nod to the rich mining history of Colorado, and the letters AUAG are the atomic symbols for silver and gold. Boom! I haven't thought about that since I must have been like 13, and I can't believe I actually remembered those. It took us a little while, but I remembered them eventually. And also PB being lead. They're just the atomic symbols for the silver and gold that have been mined there since the 19th century. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? Indeed it would. The conspiracy theory might have made sense if the letters had been accompanied by a picture of a dead kangaroo or something, but I think the mining cart really gave the game away on this one. We don't need this fascist groove thing. Some of these conspiracy theories may have been bordering on the ever-so-slightly tenuous. Oh, really, Danny? They were they? But here's something that is staring even the most hard-nosed cynic in the face. When viewed from above, the layout of the airport's runway resembles a giant Nazi swastika. Well, it's not an absolutely perfect resemblance, I'll grant you that. It's a bit lumpy and misshapen and appears to have an extra leg. Some have suggested that it resembles more of a pinwheel shape, whilst one sharp-eye observer notes that it looks like someone has tried to create a picture of a swastika on an Etch-a-Sketch after a few too many disco biscuits. But there's no denying that it still looks like a swastika from aerial views, and that surely must have been intentional. I doubt it. No one's intentionally making swastika symbols. I mean, unless they're a Nazi, and I don't think this was made by Nazis, was it? And if it was, they'd be like, well, let's not make it obvious that it was made by Nazis. Okay. It's yet another subtle indicator of the rise of a new Nazi world power, the seeds of which are being planted right now in this secret hub of operations masquerading as a fancy airport. This kind of thing can't just be a mirthsome accident. Am I right? Well, as we discussed near the beginning, a big part of the reasoning for replacing the old Stapleton Airport in the first place is because the poorly designed parallel runways limited the number of aircraft that could take off at the same time, and everything ground to a crushing halt at the first sign of a spot of rain. In contrast, the new runways at Denver are more cleverly spread out across perpendicular planes, which ensures that flights can take off simultaneously without risk of getting in each other's way, even during Denver's notoriously high winds, and also allowing for the addition of new runways in the future. Oh, is Denver called the Windy City? I feel like that's right. So where the f***'s the Mile High City? Is that Denver as well? The downside to this is that the layout does look a bit like a swastika from above, but it was a design built on the concept of maximum efficiency and scope for future expansion. Funnily enough, also shit the Nazis liked, rather than a deliberate attempt to create an aerial view of a hate symbol for shits and giggles. Calling occupants of an interplanetary craft. The biggest mystery of all, lurking deep beneath the surface of Denver International Airport, is hiding in that secret network of tunnels which are strictly off-limits to the prying public. Some of you may have already guessed that these have got something to do with the failed automated underground baggage system that we mentioned, but it would appear that this doesn't adequately explain the whole mystery. Like some secret underground base for all the rich people to go and hide in after the end of the world. It's going to have to be a lot bigger than some random baggage carousel. We'll return to the tunnels in a moment, but I just wanted to very quickly rattle through a couple of other outstanding conspiracy theories that we haven't covered yet. We've not talked much about aliens, which is surprising, as alien language is scattered all across the floor. Well, maybe not the entirety of the floor. It appears in a single mosaic, and the phrase, "Dies it dit guy." Now, it might not necessarily be the words of an alien language pointing to the presence of an alien based beneath the airport. It could just be words from a secret language cooked up by the New World Order, who have now taken to communicating with each other via the medium of floor mosaic. Then again, a little more digging reveals that "Zit did guy" are actually words from the Navajo language spoken by the largest federally recognized tribe in the United States, and they roughly translate as "the mountain that is white," rather than anything more sinister like "resistance is useless human scum." Okay then, but what about the alien connections of Close Encounters of the Third Kind? In Steven Spielberg's classic 1977 movie, the aliens communicate a set of coordinates to the humans. W104 4430, N40 3610. These are coordinates, but I don't know how to read them. It's west and then north, 40 degrees, 36 minutes, 10 seconds. Is that how you read that? which correspond to where their craft will be touching down for a selfie opportunity in Devil's Tower near Moorcroft, Wyoming. It's a little puzzling as why Spielberg didn't use the genuine coordinates for Devil's Tower, but it's believed that the coordinates referenced in the movie actually correspond to the exact location of Denver International Airport. It's believed they do. Well, tell you what, that's something you can immediately look up. Just punch them into Google and it'll tell you. Well, hang on, let me get my spinning head around this one. What this clearly means is that in 1977, Steven Spielberg, who's, let's face it, probably is a member of the New World Order, I mean, look at that beard, damn right, became aware of the coordinates of the past or future landing spot of visiting extraterrestrials, and these just happened to match the remote location on which it was decided to build Denver International Airport. In order to not arouse much suspicion, Spielberg changed the venue to Devil's Tower in the movie while still keeping the real coordinates in there for anyone to check at their leisure. As far as Close Encounters go, this one is pretty wide of the mark. To be precise, it's about 51 miles wide of the mark, which might not seem that big in the grand scheme of things, but it's a long walk for UFO spotters who pitched up on the wrong site with their binoculars and flasks of weak lemon drink. In real life, those coordinates point to neither Devil's Tower nor Denver International Airport. They actually just point to a largely empty field about 51 miles northwest of the airport. Still, a largely empty field makes a perfect spot for a discreet flying saucer landing. Alright, so those theories were bordering on the bizarre and perhaps slightly lunatical. Lunatic? Slightly Danny's written lunatic, perhaps slightly lunatic. I would say perhaps slightly loony? Lunatical? But before we hit the tunnels, let's look at a slightly more rational one that doesn't involve the aliens too much. Did you know that in 2007 the windscreens of no less than 14 different aircraft at Denver all shattered simultaneously? It's absolutely true, and it does sound a bit freaky to me. This led to speculation that the aircraft were caught up in some kind of military or alien experiment, and that the windscreens were shattered by mysterious electromagnetic pulses from above or below. The slightly less interesting reality all boils down to that volatile Colorado weather again. On that day, Denver was hit by particularly strong winds, which hurled rocks and stones all over the place, simultaneously damaging 14 of the windscreens of the unfortunate planes that had either just landed or just tried to take off or had been waiting at the gate. I mean, much more, it's like they're taking off and oh no, it's so windy in here, go pilots! Land, I can't see, it's too windy! That'd be terrifying. Apparently, cracked windscreens on cars are a regular hazard in the Denver area whenever a strong wind starts breathing around the arid, rocky landscape, and not many aggrieved drivers immediately start suspecting that it must have something to do with electromagnetic pulses. Besides, electromagnetic pulses aren't even capable of shattering glass, which kind of blows that theory right out of the water. Yeah, I mean, I'm like thinking electromagnetics, it's going to have to be metal in there somewhere, and there's not. It's glass, isn't it? Hi-ho! So, it's finally come time to venture down into those tunnels to see exactly what the New World Order are hiding down there. But, but if only we were allowed to access this secret underground lair. They're more than happy for you to enjoy the taunting carnival of nightmares on show above ground, but taking a trip downstairs is harder than bagging the 33rd degree from the Supreme Council of Freemasons. Freemasonry's weird, isn't it? Well, like, why is it the 33rd degree? It sounds a bit Scientology-ish, doesn't it? The airport freely admits that there are several subterranean levels lurking beneath the surface, although we don't know for sure how deep they run. Details of the length and width are also a bit vague, although it's often reported that the labyrinth of tunnels stretch for at least 470,000 square feet. Jesus Christ. That's an enormous space. I'm just like calculating that in square meters. It's what, 50,000 square meters? God damn! And if that's true, it's a staggeringly huge area to excavate. I mean, it's always handy for architectural plans, leave a bit of space for a boiler room, but how big a boiler room are you really going to need? The sheer immense scope of this vast underground project must have raised a few quizzical snorts from the ever-rotating construction workers, but it's argued that the very reason they were rotated is to avoid one of them ever seeing the full picture. One group of workers may have assumed that they were developing an unusually secure lunchtime ping-pong room for lucky airline employees, while several layers beneath and miles in the other direction, another group of workers believed they were building the exact same thing. So why would an airport need such a large wine cellar, and what breed of creature can be found down there today? I think it's just like service tunnels. It's like, of course, if you go to the airport, I don't know if it's the majority, but a lot of it is just behind the scenes. It's just like back rooms and stuff. Like, I'm always, like, when you work in like a store or something, or in like a supermarket, it's like the storefront, even though it seems big, it's like the warehouse out back is big, and then there's offices, and there's a break room, and there's a toilet, and there's a huge space back there that no one sees. And I think, like, in a huge airport, what, the second biggest airport in the world or whatever, of course there's going to be, like lots of service tunnels and shit. One theory is that these tunnels are home to the shape-shifting lizard people who plan to take over the world, although if they were good at shape-shifting, you would wonder why they didn't just take on the form of humans and lounge about in the cafes above ground. Well, maybe being in human form is stressful for them, Danny. Did you think about that, Danny? At least one such lizard person has indeed been spotted and photographed sneaking around in the tunnels, but we'll return to him in a moment. A far more popular theory is that tunnels lead to a doomsday bunker, or a Noah's Ark, if you will, in which the elite of the world's population, including politicians, the elite, business leaders, and KFC employees, now we're talking, will safely retreat following either a global catastrophe or a planned population cull carried out by the agents of the New World Order. Some suggest that the bunker is located directly underneath the airport, whilst others have speculated that the tunnels are merely a gateway to North American Aerospace Defense Command, where genuine survival bunkers are known to exist underneath the Cheyenne Mountain Complex. The latter theory sounds like a bit of a stretch, as the airport and the Cheyenne Mountain Complex are separated by around 120 miles. That is an enormous underground tunnel if you're thinking of connecting those. I mean, there could be a whole underground railway thing going on, but you'd think it'd be easier for the chosen ones to just meet up for registration outside the mountain complex rather than setting up the initial assembly point 120 miles away underground a bustling airport. Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Just be like, show up at Cheyenne Mountain. It's not exactly a secret. What goes on inside, I'm sure, is a big secret. Maybe the Stargate program, something like that. But, like, it's not... What? 120-mile tunnel is really big, is what I'm trying to say. It's very expensive to dig that. If the tunnels are linked in any way to a top-secret doomsday bunker, it would seem more logical for such a bunker to be hidden away underneath the airport, rather than those tunnels just forging a very long-winded path to a bunker in the far distance that we already know about. Maybe that's why President Obama decided to go and hide in Denver International Airport when he thought the world was going to end. Yes, according to some admittedly woefully misinformed conspiracy theorists... So, yes, according to some people who don't know what they're talking about, Obama was concerned that Comet Elenin was going to crash into the Earth on the 16th of October 2011, sparking a giant catastrophe that would culminate with the planet Nibiru emerging from the celestial heavens to herald the dawn of Armageddon. What the How much crack did you smoke before coming up with this? It's a wonder that Obama chose to be in Denver on that day, supposedly on official business, but more likely just to bag a good spot in the underground bunker and check if the vending machines are going to get him and his crony through the next few years of post-apocalyptic oblivion. There's not much theory to cling on to here, though. Quite aside from the fact that the planet Nibiru doesn't exist, Elenin was a largely insignificant little cloud comet which missed the Earth by, wait for it, 22 million miles, and quickly broke up into chunks of ice and dust. Oh, and just a little bit of digging reveals that Obama wasn't even in Denver on that day. He was in Washington, D.C., attending a dedication ceremony for Martin Luther King Jr. There's a bigger fuzzy dust cloud surrounding the idea of the legendary 5 buried buildings. According to the widely circulated claims of a whistleblower who supposedly worked on the construction, a total of 5 massive multi-story buildings were built very early on in the process, but then someone high up in the chain suddenly decided that they weren't quite right and needed to go. Instead of demolishing the failed buildings, as you might reasonably expect, the order was given just to bury them under the airport, leading to suspicions that the buildings were always intended to be sealed underground to serve as shopping malls and private gyms and waffle houses for the chosen survivors. Oh my god, this just sounds like someone's fallen way too deep into, like, conspiracy Reddit. Not being a construction worker myself, I'm not sure he'd go about burying 5 massive buildings. An interesting point is that Denver International Airport doesn't even appear to have officially denied their existence. Yeah, when you deny something's existence, you acknowledge that it's there. It's like, most of the time, it's just better to just shut the up. Just be like, no, I'm not even going to address this because it's stupid. And then eventually people shut up, or they don't, or they just go into the depths of Reddit to talk to each other about nonsense, and no one cares. Except for me, apparently. It makes an entire, hour-long episode about this stuff, but what am I doing with my life?
Oh, shit, buddy, I gotta dig a little deeper.
But the testimony from the whistleblower, who also claims to have witnessed the construction of bunker entrances, is a little dubious, as he or she never appears to have given their name, and it's never been proven if they were ever involved in the construction at all. So it could potentially be on about the same level as credibility as all the other stories dished up from anonymous Reddit users claiming to be former employees who lost their jobs after taking a wrong turn downstairs and accidentally stumbling into a magical underground kingdom populated by little green men riding around on hoverboards. Another point that the airport never seems to have bothered to deny or debunk relates to the size of the 6 fuel tanks that are scattered around the outskirts of the main site. The airport actually seems quite proud of their mighty fueling system, noting that it's capable of pumping 1,000 gallons of jet fuel per minute through a 28-mile network of pipes. Each of the 6 fuel farms holds 65,000 barrels, that's 2.73 million gallons of jet fuel. Okay, I'm going to just take a wild guess here. Like, why would all that jet fuel be hanging out around an airport? I wonder why. Maybe it's because it's a f***ing airport. That's all fine and dandy, but why would you need quite so much? I don't know. Jets, they burn a lot of fuel, Danny. The tanks hold at least 40% more fuel than any other airport, including King Fahd International Airport in Saudi Arabia, the biggest airport in the world. Well, maybe because they have to take jet fuel a bit further to Denver than they have to take it to Saudi Arabia. Some might say that the tanks are holding a frankly absurd amount of fuel for the needs of any commercial airport, unless, of course, the tanks are doubling as a power source for the underground bunkers to ensure that the Armageddon disco hall doesn't get plunged into darkness on opening night. If you're building a giant underground bunker system for everyone to run away to, you might want to bury your fuel as well, because if you just leave it on the surface, it's all going to get destroyed. Did you not think of this? I would hazard a guess that in line with pretty much everything else at Denver International Airport, the idea was just to go for the supersize option so that it could serve as an effectively greatly expanded airport in the distant future. Or maybe they just took advantage of an unmissable buy 4 fuel tanks, get 2 free deal. To try and make sense of what we do know for sure about the partial purpose of the underground network of tunnels, we need to look back at the disaster that was the automated baggage system. This was supposed to be the dog's bollocks. In a plot to improve efficiency and eradicate any scope for errors from foolish humans, the plan had been to construct an entirely computerized baggage handling system which silently ran like clockwork in the bowels of the airport. That actually sounds amazing. From the moment your baggage was checked in, it would be placed onto an underground voyage of carts and conveyor belts, where it would be moved along miles and miles of twisting underground track, rolling smoothly from check-in counters and from plane to plane until it was ready to cruise to its final destination at the baggage claim area. This was all natural. I'm just realizing, is this not automated? I know there's the people who grab the bags from the planes, right? They take them off in those big carrying things. I have to say, I assumed that those carrying things went into some big machine, and then that would go through some other machine to arrive in the baggage collection area. You're telling me people are carrying this shit? On trolleys and stuff? I assumed as soon as they got off the plane and got into the airport, it was all automated. Is it not? This was naturally going to cost a fortune to implement, but it was going to be worth it in the long haul when the revolutionary system was up and running. Unfortunately, it ran into several teething problems which were destined to play a huge part in the airport's ever-ballooning budget and the continual delays to the opening date. By 1994, the airport was finally confident enough in the new state-of-the-art system to provide an exciting demonstration to the media of how baggage would be handled in the thrilling airport of tomorrow. However, tomorrow looked a bit more shambolic than you might have expected. The press reporters sat back and chuckled as they watched a comedy demonstration of technology gone bad. As the carts whizzed merrily along the conveyor belts, they continually spat out their loads onto the floor, collided into each other, or came careening off the tracks, resulting in a chaotic scene of empty carts, flying luggage and discarded underwear strewn across the underbelly of Denver. Did you not test it before you invited the press? If I was inviting the press to look at my glorious new invention, I'd make sure that invention worked quickly and perfectly and every time. I mean, even EasyJet does a better job of taking care of your luggage than this. The public embarrassment led to another frustrating, expensive pushback on the opening day. And whilst a smaller and simplified version of the automatic baggage system did eventually swing into operation, this light at the end of the tunnel was continually dimmed by maintenance issues until the plug had been pulled on the whole thing by 2005. But that still doesn't resolve the entire mystery of the underground labyrinth. The failed baggage system of the future still only really accounts for a relatively small amount of the space that is reported to have been excavated and is unlikely to have dragged across every inch of every subterranean level. The airport's official stance is that baggage is still very much at the heart of what's going on beneath the surface, but instead of relying on rogue technology, the humans have wrestled back control to deal with the baggage in a slightly more traditional manner. They claim that over 1,000 employees work in the underground spaces, which only extend to the perimeter of the airport rather than all the way to Cheyenne Mountain. Be like,
Bob, where's that tunnel go?
Oh, about 100 miles. Cheyenne Mountain.
No. Can those little electronic, those carts that whisk you around an airport, can they even go 100 miles? There's no f***ing shot. The majority of these workers are manually ferrying luggage through the tunnels, although there are other things going on down there. So really, people do this. It's actually people down there, not robots. Okay. Apparently some of the tunnels are used for workshop areas, printing facilities and storage space. You're also likely to see miles and miles of plumbing and electrical cabling, which would have looked a bit messy upstairs. I've not heard anyone mention a private employee's bar down there yet, but I would have voted for that. After a hard day's moving luggage, it might have been nice for the employees to celebrate the end of another dark shift by popping into the World's End for a refreshing lounge lizard cocktail. From 2016, the airport has even attempted to prove that there's nothing too shady going on down there by holding occasional guided tours for reporters and curious members of the public. That would be fun. I'd love to do that. Going behind the scenes at an airport. I find that shit fascinating. I went behind the scenes at the underground here in Prague, and it was amazing. You got to see where all the trains go once they reach the end of the line, and like these secret platforms and stuff. It was great. It was during one such special tour that a humanoid with a lizard's head was spotted scuttling across the tunnels, and subsequent undoctored photos were enough to send conspiracy theorists into nuclear meltdown. However, it turned out to be a very human employee in a lizard mask who was just larking about. It apparently isn't that uncommon for more mischievous workers to pull pranks like this on unsuspecting visitors or new employees who are still learning the ropes and finding their webbed feet. Putting aside these comedy stunts, the relative small number of people who have been lucky enough to get a guided tour have usually reported back that there was no sign of suspicious activity in the tunnels. All the plumbing and electrical installations appeared to come to a natural stop at the lowest level that they were supposed to see, indicating that it's highly unlikely that there were deeper levels. But they still weren't allowed to see every single nook and cranny. Media relations chief Heath Montgomery explained to Thrillist, "Even when we take reporters or TV crews into the secured parts of the building, you can't take people everywhere. It's either not safe or there's a security reason. So no matter what, there's always something you can't show somebody, and that doesn't help the case." That does kind of make the whole guided tour thing seem a little bit pointless if the secret passageways to the underground bunkers and alien prison camps are deemed off limits for security reasons. Perhaps what we really want to see are the architect's blueprints for the entire airport. Yeah, that'd be cool. Why can't we see those? I guess maybe because of terrorism and something? But that'd be cool. It's rumoured that these are stashed away in the time capsule that will remain sealed until the year 2094. Let's hope they don't go the way of Blue Peter. In the meantime, I suppose we can't definitely disprove the idea that Denver International Airport is sitting on a big secret. Just like I can't disprove the idea that I'm operating a lucrative gold mine beneath my house which is staffed by mutated laboratory experiments. Yeah, that's the problem with trying to prove a negative, isn't it? I can show you around my house and point you in the direction of the cellar, but unless you're given the freedom to smash everything to bits with a sledgehammer, you're probably still going to suspect that I'm hiding something. Governments around the world have been known to hide secret military installations underground, and it's not entirely out of the question that the US may have decided that all that space underneath the airport would be a handy spot to hide something useful. It might even be the case that the whole automated underground baggage system was a giant red herring which was never designed to work. It was only meant to serve as a smokescreen to deflect attention away from the true purpose of the network of tunnels. Yeah, that's vaguely possible. I find it extremely unlikely, but it's not lizard people. It's not the secret bunker for the end of the world. But if the military wanted to hide something down there, yeah, maybe. Vanishingly unlikely, but more likely than lizards. Lizard people, I mean, there's probably lizards down there. I'm not saying that this is a likely scenario. I'm not saying the military would necessarily be hiding anything particularly sinister or apocalyptic. I'm just saying that such an idea might not be so massively outlandish or unthinkable, although I still think there must be far less conspicuous places to bury a secret than underneath the biggest airport in the world. Second biggest airport in the world. Sorry, I forgot about that Fayed one or whatever. But I'm pretty sure we can conclusively rule out any suggestion that the airport is serving as a secret headquarters for either the New World Order, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, or the Jaffa Cake Fan Club. Very niche British reference there, Danny. I do like Jaffa Cakes. They're these weird, orange cakey biscuits with chocolate on top. Very good. Most of the dubious theories seem to just be clumsily stitching together a series of almost comical misunderstandings of artworks, abbreviations, symbols, and language. I'll admit that some of the art installations are weirdly dark in tone for an airport, but it's a massive leap to assume that a few unusual art choices are clearly heralding the imminent rise of a new Nazi world power. And while a runway layout that resembles a wonky swastika from above might be considered a tad unfortunate, I would not have thought that the pressing priority during the design phase was to create highly efficient runways, rather than just trying to shape them into a swastika and keeping all fingers crossed that the planes didn't constantly crash into each other every day. And why would the New World Order dish up such a big clue anyway? Exactly, they don't give clues! If they've got some secret base somewhere, you don't know where it is, because they're the New World Order. Big brains. If I've just spent billions of dollars hiding a doomsday bunker in a location which must be kept secret at all costs, the last thing I'd want to do is scatter a trail of fun clues across the entire airport to see how many people could figure out what I'm up to. If that's really how the New World Order goes about trying to keep a secret, then they're all as doomed as the rest of humanity, and I'd cancel my subscription. Epilogue. The last laugh. Now, Although we might associate Denver International Airport with a gruesome gallery of grim imagery, more recent years have also revealed a fiendish sense of humour running through the rudders. And we're not just talking about naughty employees sneaking around in lizard masks. No. We're talking about playful chuckling that can be traced all the way to the head office. Now, you might remember near the top of this video that we mentioned a talking gargoyle who appeared to be welcoming passengers to Illuminati headquarters. Has someone gone and put a speaker in there just to mess with people? That's kind of funny. But this wasn't just a slip of the forked tongue. Oh no! It was one of the many little stunts orchestrated by Senior Vice President of Communications Stacey Stegman. When Stacey first joined the crew in 2012, she decided that Denver International Airport would stop fighting against the rumours and conspiracy theories with such lame tools as truth and logic. Instead of getting all stuffy about it, why not just embrace the strangeness and have a little bit of fun? You could initially see traces of the humour peeking through the official website, which went to great lengths to debunk some of the wilder conspiracy theorists before cheerfully admitting our underground tunnels lead to the secret meeting facilities for the world's elite. Yield to the aliens. That really went on their website. That is so cool. I like it when corporations around like this in like a non-cringy way. It's a fine line, isn't it? But this is definitely not cringy, and I like it. During relatively recent construction work, signs were positioned around the airport which invited passengers to guess the reason why some parts of the airport had been temporarily closed. You were given multiple choice answers. What are we doing here? One of the signs asked. A. Adding amazing new restaurants and bars. B. Building an Illuminati headquarters. Or C. Remodeling the lizard people's lair. But Stacey Stegman really ramped up the weird in 2018 when she oversaw a marketing campaign which was rooted entirely in the myths and legends of Denver Airport. The ads joked about building breeding grounds for gargoyles and meeting halls for Freemasons, whilst one in particular depicted red laser beams shooting from the eyes of Lucifer while pondering, are we creating the world's greatest airport or preparing for the end of the world? Despite the fact that there was barely any mention of what a passenger might typically expect to experience during their visit to the airport, the campaign was reported to have pulled in millions of dollars worth of revenue. Do airports need to advertise? I'm not going to an airport because they advertise. I'm going to an airport because that's where my flight connects. It's like, oh yeah, well, okay. That's the airport I'm going to because that's the time the flight is. I mean, there's airports I won't go to because they're too far away. But it's not like, oh yeah, no, I saw that advertising campaign and I do want to drive the extra hour to go to that airport instead, which is much less convenient. No. Why do airports need to advertise? What's going on? The following year, Denver International Airport solemnly declared that it had become supernatural sisters airports with none other than Roswell International Air Center. The official agreement. Dear listeners, this episode has been interrupted 6 times by various phone calls, which you don't really get to see because those get edited out. But my dentist just phones me. It's like,
Hi, Mr. Whistler.
And I'm like, hello? And they're like,
well, we're just calling from the dental office, confirming that you've got an appointment at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
I'm like, yeah, I know. And they're like,
so you will come to the appointment tomorrow?
And it's like, yes.
Okay, thank you, goodbye.
It's like, bro, why do you need to call me to remind me? It's not necessary. I know I have a dental appointment. Let's see if we can get through the last page without being interrupted. Not all of Stacey's schemes came to fruition, though. The proposal to decorate the whole of the airport exterior in crop circles sounded good on paper, but was ultimately deemed to be far too expensive. And whilst the installation of a talking animatronic gargoyle in 2019 proved to be a big hit with some passengers, it didn't go down with everyone. Down well with everyone, especially the Karens. The creaky gargoyle named Greg, short for Gregoridon, would randomly spring to life every now and then and heartily welcome everyone to the Illuminati headquarters. From time to time, he would also make cheeky comments on the passengers wandering by or deliver an occasional golden nugget of gargoyle philosophy. But some people found it a little too creepy, while others complained that it felt satanic and was scaring the children. I suspect the children were actually enjoying it far more than some of the spoilsport adults, but the decision was eventually taken to replace Greg with a much more subdued gargoyle who wasn't so keen on striking up a friendly chat. Sadly, the airport seems to have dialed back on the kooky marketing over the last couple of years, partly over fears that some of these New World Order and lizard people conspiracy theories are now judged by some to be anti-Semitic. Okay, harking back to earlier theories that Jewish people were secretly controlling the world's banks and media. Guys, it's just a joke. Relax. But it was fun while it lasted, and it was refreshing to see a mighty corporation actually lean into silliness, rather than getting all poo-faced about it. Or is that just what they want us to believe? We might have been looking at this all wrong. You have to admit that it would be a pretty clever move to rip the credibility out of a real conspiracy at risk of being exposed by constantly just banging on about it, planting a trail of red herrings all over the place, which are easily debugged, and then ridiculing anyone who's silly enough to actually take it seriously. Or maybe that's not quite clever enough. Perhaps the real conspiracy here was the fabrication and fueling of all of those New World Order theories by the City and Council of Denver, itself in a bid to deflect attention away from the fact that the project went billions of dollars over budget. If everyone is getting busy gassing on about lizard people and nuclear bunkers and cursed demonic horses, then you won't have to field too many awkward questions as to why so much money was pissed away on things that never worked. I'm not sure that cooking up so many bizarre theories would have been worth all the effort for the City and the Council of Denver, though. I mean, ambitious construction projects go way over budget all the time. It's expected. Most rational people would just accept it and move on. It's not like it's the end of the world. I did it without any more calls coming in. We finished the video. It's so hot. I need to go and, not be in front of these lights. Cooking. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed the episode. If you did, leave a review. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. We finally did it, guys. We did Denver International Airport. Done. Lockdown. It's not real. It's decoded. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Decoding the Unknown. This one, the Clinton body counts. Isn't this that, obviously, I'm going to start this one off by assuming this isn't real. Because if it was look at all these people who died around Bill and Hillary Clinton so they could get where they are, it'd be well, if there was really evidence for that, they'd be in prison, wouldn't they? People are probably screaming at me now, saying, aren't you aware of the high-level corruption? There's a pizza place with children in the basement, or something like this. And it's look, the guy who was president is being indicted for all sorts of fraud and stuff. It's they're totally happy to go after the people in charge, sometimes. And it might sound like something you've got a way too positive view of this, and I'm sure other people are screaming it's because he's a Republican! Hillary Clinton's a Democrat! It's if she had killed people, they'd be doing something about it! So with that out of the way, I've just put off, 90% of the audience with my various anti-conspiracy rantings, but it is what it is. This one's written by Matt. Thank you, Matt. First one, Matt Markham, who's written for Casual Criminalist previously, but he's left me a note here saying this is my first script for Decoding the Unknown, so let me know how it goes. Okay, I will. Matt, honestly though, your writing is usually, it's really good. So I think you're probably going to be able to handle this rather well. It's a well-accepted theory. Oh, if you're new to the show... There's a lot of rambling here, and I've never read this before. That's the format. We're going to read it together. We're going to have a good time. Let's go. I get the feeling I am going to have a good time with this one. This feels like one of those ones that's going to be a good laugh. It's a well-accepted fact that any American politician who has served multiple terms in Congress likely has more than a few skeletons hiding in their closet. After all, one does not make it to Washington, D.C. and remain there long-term without cutting a few deals and greasing a few palms. Yeah, it's I've heard that said about businesses. You don't become a billionaire without breaking a few legs or something. It's anyone who is that successful has done some shady. I feel the more successful you get, the more shady you do. I haven't got to the point where it's let's do some shady but I hope to get there at some point. I hope to be in that leg-breaking Bill Clinton crowd. Not that Bill Clinton's broken any legs, that's allegedly, it's just a joke.
I'm joking, that's just a joke. We like to have fun here.
As far as I'm aware. I read Bill Clinton's autobiography. I went through a stage of reading loads of political autobiographies. I read prime ministers, I read presidents, all the way back to Bush Senior. Maybe I haven't read Reagan's. I read a lot of presidential biographies at one point and political biographies because it was super interesting. Anyway, you either play by the unwritten rules, you find a few corporate donors to keep your campaigns funded and avoid making waves, or you're destined to be an outcast among DC's upper echelon. While I'm aware that this may sound like a pessimistic view of the American government, sounds like a realistic view. That's because it is. Simon likes to say things may have gotten better over time, and while I generally agree, I would also argue that politics is the exception to that rule. Even with cameras pointed at our leaders every day, corporate bribes, insider trading and embezzlement, they're all expected perks of the job at this point. Is that... I gotta say, yeah, I guess. Wasn't there that, insider trading thing recently where it's and isn't there some rule in America where it's you can't get in trouble for that if you're in some position or something, and then they were using this to their advantage to essentially do insider trading, which is a free money cheat code in a video game. It's what the how is that allowed? Especially when someone who's not a politician. I always think about Martha Stewart and how it's her broker calls her up at 3 a.m. and is Martha, we gotta sell. Look, I might be getting this wrong. It's a half remembered thing. And it's so the broker phones her up and is Martha, we've got to sell this. And she's like, okay, look, you're the money dude, just do it. Like, honestly, like, I have people, and then phone me up and be like, Simon, we need to do this. And I'll be like, all right. Yeah, I'm assuming you're not going to do anything illegal because, why would you? Why would you? And then I'll be like, yeah, sure, sell. And then the next thing, FBI! And it's like, what have I done?
What? What did I do wrong?
And they're like, you insider trode. And I'm like, I insider what? Mother Stewart is so unfortunate. She went to like prison, right? Jesus. But at least she's got some good stories from prison, I bet. Everybody in Washington knows about it, but nobody wants to be the person to put the brakes on the party bus. However, while joining on the corruption may keep you in the good graces of those within your own political party, eventually some scandal is bound to rock your world. It's an obstacle that cannot be avoided, and deciding how to best address the problem at hand is hugely important. Every scandal has the potential to be the end of your political career. 1 minute you're sitting pretty, and the next you're on a plane back to your home state as the entire country shares leaked screenshots of text messages between you and your mistress. This happens all the time. It's like at least once a year there's some mega juicy story, isn't there? So with everything in Washington being as cutthroat as it is, how do some people manage to remain electable for decades? Well, if you're Bill and Hillary Clinton, then you don't need to worry about it because everyone with dirt on you has a nasty habit of dying prematurely in inexplicable ways. Yes, although the Clintons are no stranger to controversy and scandal themselves, it's like, wait, they've got loads of stuff. How come when I think of scandalous politicians, literally Bill Clinton is the first person who comes to mind. Because it's like, I did not have an affair with that woman. It's like, but Bill, you did. It's like, define affair. It's like, Bill. And then Hillary Clinton, I didn't understand the whole email thing. It was like, well, she was sending emails from her. I don't know why I'm doing Bill Clinton's voice still. I like my impression of Bill Clinton's voice, which is just generic Arkansas. Not even that. Just generic Southern. I don't understand Hillary Clinton and her emails. It was like, wait. So she just sent some work emails from her personal email address. And I'm like, wait, I'm not supposed to be doing that? I mean, I assume it's a government thing because my Gmails are just combined into one. And sometimes I'll email someone from this, sometimes I'll email someone from that. Wait, am I admitting to crimes here? Because I'm pretty sure that's fine. The worst is I was like, yo, why'd that go into my spam? Simon, why did you send this from your personal Gmail? I mean, I don't know. I don't care. Any minute now. FBI! But I assume it's because, if I was a politician or, dealing with classified information or something, they'd probably be like, yeah, you got to stop that. You got to use the, secure login and you can't have a home server. And I'm like, what the f***'s a home server? I just use Gmail. What the f*** are you talking about? What's going on? Why is life so complicated?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know.
Yes, although the Clintons are no controversy to strangers themselves, what I'm saying is, why didn't someone knock off the person who leaked Hillary Clinton's emails or Bill Clinton's affair? How come Monica Lewinsky is still alive? It is believed that some have avoided the worst consequences of their actions by causing dozens of deaths, if not hundreds. This is what's known as the Clinton body count conspiracy, and how exactly they caused these deaths is irrelevant. Perhaps they used their money and power to have someone do the killing for them, or perhaps Bill himself was the one hopping the White House fence in the night with a heart attack gun hidden inside his saxophone case. That's it. Bill Clinton, secret assassin. That sounds like a good book. Bill Clinton wrote that book, The President is Missing, that I read. He wrote it with, I don't know, John Grisham or someone, one of these super popular, writers. It's not John Grisham. Is it Kevin Patterson? No, that's not his name. James Peterson? Kevin Peterson? Jordan Peterson? He wrote this book, and it was, mildly entertaining, but it just mostly seemed like a way for Bill Clinton to say all the things that he wished he could have said as president. It was very cringe. Either way, this is a conspiracy theory that has roots stretching as far back as the early 90s, and yet even today it continues to be one of the most well-known and widely believed political conspiracies in America, often reappearing alongside other modern conspiracies such as QAnon and Jeffrey Epstein. I know that, clear conspiracy, load of nonsense, bunk 'em. Jeffrey Epstein, holy is that suspicious? That's like the Kennedy thing. I'm like... yeah, no, I might be on the conspiracy theorist side with this one. I was looking at a conspiracy theorist Reddit or something today for ideas, and it's like, oh boy, there are some crazy ones out there. It's a forum for conspiracy people who believe conspiracies, not just making fun of them or whatever. And these people go deep. It's like, whoa, bro, really, bro? Yes, it is a conspiracy theory that has proven it has staying power needed to remain relevant, but is there any evidence whatsoever to support it? Conspiracy origins. To tackle this very lengthy topic, the script isn't massively long. Okay, so settle in, but not too bad. I think we'll be here an hour. I'm going to break down the major deaths related to the conspiracy one by one and try not to overwhelm you with information because there is a lot to cover. Some deaths will be discussed in great detail while others will only receive a single paragraph or may be skipped entirely for the sake of time. The ones focused on in this episode will be the most notable and or most suspicious. I'm not going to spend much time introducing Bill or Hillary Clinton because they're so well known and accomplished. Good. I was trying to think of a joke there, but it's like, nah, they are. It's Bill and Hillary Clinton. They're like the most famous politicians ever, right? They're like up there in like modern times. Because like Bill Clinton was president, Hillary Clinton was like almost president, and then Secretary of State or something like that. Because she's gonna get elected. Because she's a woman. Just joking. But maybe. People are sexist. I'll only be providing a brief description of who they are, and any other necessary information about their lives and career will be discussed in depth in later sections once it becomes relevant to the particular death that we are discussing. I once pronounced Arkansas, where Bill Clinton's from, as Arkansas, and everyone was like, Arkansas? Arkansas? It's because it's spelt Arkansas. And with that being said, all you need to know about Bill and Hillary is they're considered by many to be the ultimate power couple in American politics, both having occupied powerful positions in state and federal government at different times throughout the past 40 years. Bill is a licensed attorney, the former governor of Arkansas, and most notably, the 42nd President of the United States. Hillary is also a licensed attorney, a former U.S. Senator for New York State, a former Secretary of State for the United States, and Donald Trump's main political rival in the 2016 presidential election. Both Bill and Hillary are lifelong Democrats, have raised a daughter together, and have been involved in numerous scandals involving alleged financial improprieties and various abuses of office. Bill has also famously been involved in multiple scandals surrounding sexual misconduct, including one that it resulted in his impeachment in 1998 while serving his second term as president. Wait, does impeachment mean, impeachment to be successfully impeached doesn't mean impeachment? Like, the bringing of proceedings is impeachment, right? Because that always confused me. I'm like, wait, you got impeached? Like, that means he got kicked out. And it's like, no, that's like successful impeachment or something. Together, they're often referred to as the Clintons, and they continue to be two of the most divisive people in American politics. So where did the idea that they're cold-blooded killers originate? According to most sources, an essay titled The Clinton Body Count, Confidence, or The Kiss of Death was the first written document to be distributed that implied Bill Clinton may be involved in the deaths of some of his friends, acquaintances, and business associates, although it wouldn't take long for Hillary's involvement in the deaths to be assumed as well. Bill Clinton is one of these people, apparently. Like, I've heard this on the press, and then I met someone, or I know someone who met Bill Clinton, and he was like, yeah. Or she was like, the person who met him was like, yeah, he just has this thing. Like, you just want to like him. You meet him and you're like, oh my God, we're going to be friends. It's Bill.
I just want to say I like you.
Because he's like so charismatic. It's kind of amazing. I wish I had that. Just that thing where it's like, everyone likes you for no reason. It's like, yes. I guess I don't have it because I'm... although it wouldn't take long for Hillary's involvement in the deaths to be assumed as well. This essay was written in 1993 by Linda Thompson, an attorney from Indianapolis, Indiana, and it lists 34 deceased people by name. However, it did not outright accuse the Clintons of murder for legal reasons. Yeah, it said she's an attorney. Yeah, an attorney. She's not going to be like, they did it. She's going to be like, allegedly. Some people might say that they think this. The document begins, this administration seems to be plagued with an inordinate number of suicides, plane crashes, one-person fatal accidents, and unexplained deaths. The following is a summary of the deaths of people who have died, none of them from natural causes, who are connected to Bill Clinton. The list goes on to name many of the people we will be speaking about in greater detail later in today's episode, as well as a brief description of their relation to the Clintons, a quick overview of the circumstances surrounding their deaths, and anything else Linda found noteworthy enough to include. It does not, however, provide any verifiable evidence that the Clintons were involved in the deaths. Essentially, this document simply says, look at all these deaths. Pretty weird, huh? Somebody should look into this. And that's it. Linda herself even admitted as much and said that she didn't believe the Clintons had killed anybody personally. The deaths on her list were likely caused by someone trying to control the president from the shadows. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm like, I don't think Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton killing anybody. But someone who wants them in power, just like knocking off people who are in their way and then being just like, well, that's convenient, isn't it? Like, imagine if someone was just killing your enemies just without you knowing, and you'd be like, wow, my enemies keep on dying. You'd be like, brilliant. I'm not killing them, so it's fine. I'm hands clean. But like, wow. super convenient. Someone just killing off all those other conspiracy channel people? All those other educational YouTubers? Like, oh no! I mean, that would be sad, because they're not my enemies. But you get what I mean. Oh god. I'm not wishing death on anybody, it's just a joke. It's a stupid joke. Some of these people are my friends. Her main goal, she stated in interviews, was to start a conversation, and in that, she certainly succeeded. Shortly after the list's release, California Congressman William Dannemeyer latched onto the idea of Bill Clinton being a murderer, trimmed the list of 34 names down to 24, and then submitted this new list to the United States Congress to be reviewed. By this point, the conspiracy was already gaining traction, and news outlets, particularly those opposed to Clinton's presidency, were quick to report on the story while not directly saying that Bill or Hillary had orchestrated anyone's death. No. Otherwise, that would have been the settlement before the more recent one for Fox News. Wasn't that 700-something million? Accusing Bill Clinton, the president, of murder is going to get you in some legal hot water. Like Lyndon Thompson, they were just pointing out how suspicious all these deaths were. The tabloids, on the other hand, did not hold back and began running headlines insinuating that Bill himself had blood on his presidential cufflinks. I wasn't joking in the intro when I said that some people legitimately believe that Bill Clinton was sneaking out of the White House to commit murder. No! People this powerful don't kill people themselves. They have people who kill people for them. Like, that's how they do it. After this, the conspiracy took on a life of its own and spread quickly throughout the United States with the help of political commentators like Rush Limbaugh and religious figures like Pat Robinson. I've no idea who these people are. Why would religious figures be talking about this? Many took the unsubstantiated claims as fact, and during the 30 years since the release of Lyndon Thompson's essay, many more names have been added to her list. Vincent Foster. In 1994, an article titled, "Whatever It Is, Bill Clinton Likely Did It," was published in the US News & World Report by authors Greg Ferguson and David Bowermaster. Within it, they say, the starting place for all Clinton murder theorists seems to be Vincent Foster. This turned out to be right on the money, as his death was the most notable mentioned within Lyndon Thompson's paper, and it continues to raise many eyebrows to this day, but is there any evidence? As many people alive at the time remember, Vincent Foster was one of Bill Clinton's personal White House advisors and a former legal aide at their firm prior to Bill's presidency. I mean, I was alive during Bill Clinton's presidency, but my political awareness only, I remember when George Bush got elected. So what was that? 2000? I was 12. So that's kind of I remember my aunt was visiting from America. She's American. And George Bush had just been elected. And I was like, how do you feel about that? Because, it was just after Bill Clinton and his enormous scandals and all of this. And it's Bill Clinton, to my 12-year-old mind, was a terrible, person. Oh my God, what's he up to? He's the president. He's doing all this crazy stuff. I did not have an affair. And I didn't understand politics at all. And my aunt was like, well, I'm not very happy. Because he's, George Bush doesn't represent my political interests. And I was like, oh, I just didn't get it. I was like, isn't it good that Bill Clinton's gone? She's like, no. Foster's death occurred during Clinton's first term in office and was a major point of speculation for conspiracy theorists because it coincided with a Clinton-era scandal known as Travelgate. This will be the first of many scandals that we'll be discussing as we move forward. The Travelgate scandal began in May of 1993 when then-President Bill Clinton ordered the termination of 7 executive-level federal employees who each worked in highly coveted positions at the White House Travel and Telegraph Office. Essentially, these employees were in charge of overseeing the travel arrangements of the White House press corps, and their firing was noteworthy because several of the men terminated had held their positions since before Bill Clinton himself had entered politics. For several decades, they had served at the pleasure of both Republican and Democratic presidents without issue, and their work had never been called into question. Officially, the White House's declared justification for this decision was a multi-year, multi-presidential investigation by the FBI that had revealed financial fraud had taken place within the office during past administrations. Well, fine. If that's true, yeah, people deserve to get fired. If they've been committing fraud for a long-ass time, you're gonna lose your job. At least. Legally, since all 7 men served at the pleasure of the sitting president, Bill Clinton was well within his right to fire them. However, the press uncovered evidence that there was another reason for Clinton's decision. After the men were fired, Clinton appointed his own friends and campaign donors to those newly vacant, highly coveted positions. Again, these are 2 separate things. You really need to view them as separate things. I'm not trying to defend Bill Clinton. I'm not American. I don't give a shit about your politics. But if it's true that these people got fired for financial fraud, then those positions are open. And obviously, Bill Clinton, being the person to appoint them, he's going to appoint the people that he wants to appoint there. If it turns out that you've really got to prove The onus is on whoever's making these accusations. You've got to prove that the FBI investigation was a sham. To this day, both Bill and Hillary claim that the entire scandal was fabricated by the media, but nevertheless, Clinton was forced to fire his friends and reinstate the original 7 employees due to the backlash. You've got to be me. Even though the FBI were like, yo, they've done fraud. And Bill Clinton's like, yeah, but look at the optics. And the FBI are like, what the fuck, Bill? How long did we do this investigation, Bill? Multiple presidencies. How long have you been in office? 6 weeks, Bill? You.
Calm down, calm down.
In truth, my explanation of Travelgate does not include many of the important smaller details of the controversy because it's just a single part of a much larger scandal that we'll talk about in a later section. The ethics investigation that resulted from this larger scandal outlived Clinton's presidency and stretched well into George W. Bush's first term. Some at the time thought it had the potential to be the next Watergate. Whether that was just hyperbole... Sorry. Whether that was just hyperbole is the weirdest written word ever, isn't it? Why is it written hyperbole? It was up to who you asked and where they fell on the political spectrum. However, getting back to what this video is about, the reason Travelgate is important to us is because Vincent Foster died during the media fallout from this scandal. On July the 20th, 1993, Foster's body was discovered in Fort Macy Park near George Washington Parkway in Virginia. He had been killed by a single round from a .38 caliber handgun that had been fired into the roof of his mouth. The handgun was found in his hand at the scene. Well, it sounds like a suicide, but I'm going to guess that it's not. They're going to be like, well, we know it's not a suicide. Someone made it look like a suicide, because otherwise it would just be simple suicide. If this is just simple suicide, I'm going to be very disappointed. They'll be like, nah, the ME was like, yeah, it looks exactly like suicide, gunpowder residue on his hand, it didn't fly away from him like people say they do. It's just like, it's a bang-up suicide, that's it. Straightforward. Easy. During the investigation that was conducted by local authorities, police learned that Foster had been seeking help for his mental health the day before his death, and he also told his friends and colleagues that he couldn't handle the personal and professional humiliation that the investigation into Travelgate had caused him. He knew he would likely have to testify before Congress and was considering resigning from his post to escape the national spotlight. However, he was conflicted because he knew he would be never be happy if he returned to his home state a miserable failure. Learning this, it didn't take long for the police to rule Foster's death a suicide. Days later, their theory was further confirmed when a draft of a handwritten suicide note/resignation letter, which had been ripped into 28 separate pieces, was discovered inside Foster's briefcase inside his office. This letter was found by one of Foster's colleagues, a man named Steve Neuwirth, and it was then immediately turned over to another of Clinton's advisors, Bernard Nussbaum, who then turned it over to federal authorities the following day. So, where does the conspiracy theory come into play? Yeah, it just seems like a straightforward suicide so far, doesn't it? Well, part of it started when Police Major Robert Hines, a police officer present at the park when Foster's body was first discovered, stated publicly to the media that he had not seen an exit wound on the back of Foster's head. Seeing as one would expect a .38 caliber round to easily create an exit wound when fired from such a close range, this statement made the entire investigation appear shady because it ran counter to the police's official statement. Okay, so he just didn't see it. That's all. That doesn't mean it wasn't there. Have a look at the autopsy report. Following this, the ripped-up resignation letter was analysed by 3 independent handwriting experts who each concluded that it was undoubtedly a forgery. Oh my. In interviews given to the media in 1995, these experts claimed the letter had been written by someone with a moderate knowledge of forgery and at first glance could pass as real. Under increased scrutiny, however, several key indicators of forgery could be detected. They also provided a detailed breakdown of these indicators so that laymen like us could easily follow along. First, there was an unusual amount of hesitation dots found throughout the document where the writer had placed the pen to paper and held it there for a moment before writing. Well, yes, because he's not writing a grocery list, he's writing a suicide note. Of course he's going to pause for thought. This wouldn't have been considered strange if these marks had been in expected places, such as at the start of a sentence, but some words showed multiple hesitation marks within a single word, sometimes in a single letter. In one instance, there was the letter N that had been written using only 3 strokes, but showed 4 hesitation marks. Okay, I see. Okay, there's a little picture of it here. I see those hesitation marks. Additionally, when observing the number of strokes used to create individual words and letters, experts noted several major deviations between Foster's typical writing style and the writing style seen in the resignation letter. Normally, Foster used one long, confident stroke, but there was one particular B present in the letter that had been written using 4 separate sloppy strokes. This indicated to them that someone had likely been trying very hard to copy Foster's style without much practice or experience. In total, the experts were able to point out 12 separate indicators within the letter that they asserted were only present in cases of forgery. Further adding to the speculation, the letter had not been signed and no clear fingerprints or handprints from Foster were found anywhere on the paper, despite it being a lengthy document that would have taken him a considerable time to write. That's mad suspicious. Why? That is really strange. There was one smudged handprint found on the paper, however it was later determined to belong to Bernard Nussbaum, Clinton's other advisor, who had turned the letter into the authorities 3 days after Foster's death. Following these revelations, the conspiracy theorists were off to the races, and several articles were written that alleged Bill Clinton had ordered Foster's death in order to cover up information relating to Travelgate and bury other sensitive information about his life and crimes that, as his lawyer, Foster was privy to. So, 2 things going on here. One is, did he really commit suicide? And then the second one is, did Bill Clinton order the suicide? I'm very skeptical about the suicide thing. That note, and I assume handwriting analysis is a real thing, unlike, what's that? The bloody polygraph machine. Or didn't someone say recently, blood spatters no longer a proper police technique or something? And I was like, I thought that was a real thing. But yeah, the suicide seems suspicious, but there's no reason to link Bill Clinton to this yet, other than it benefits him, maybe. Maybe, not even definitively. There were also reports of blonde hair and red carpet fibers on Foster's suit jacket and semen in his underwear, which several outlets suggest was significant. They theorized that Foster had been murdered by a secret mistress with blonde hair wrapped in a carpet and then dropped off at the park where his body would eventually be discovered. According to them, the gun found at the scene was Foster's gun and it had been used to end his life, but Foster had not been the one to pull the trigger. They also argued that the entire police investigation had been rushed in order to prevent any media outlets from delving into speculation. So, what damaging information did Foster have that could have placed a target on his back? Well, according to some outlets, Foster was in possession of incriminating documents related to another Clinton-era scandal known as the Whitewater controversy. For now, all you need to know about Whitewater is around the same time as the Travelgate scandal, Bill Clinton was under investigation for his past business dealing with a man named James McDougal. McDougal and Whitewater will both be discussed at length in another section because, spoiler alert, McDougal also turned up dead under mysterious circumstances. Anyway, according to the conspiracy, shortly after his death, Foster's office was raided by another of Bill Clinton's personal attorneys, and those incriminating documents were removed under the cover of night and hidden from the authorities. Altogether, these claims made for a very convincing narrative, a narrative that has never fully faded from public consciousness. However, I must be the bearer of bad news. Almost everything presented so far can be explained away rather simply, and the information needed to dispel this theory was uncovered just years after Foster's death. In 1997, while trying to prove Foster's death was not a suicide, a right-wing publishing group known as Regnery Publishing House reached out to true crime author Dan Moldea to research and write a book for them on the subject. Before receiving this offer, Moldea had researched and written several other books about sensitive topics at the time, including the killing of Robert F. Kennedy, an investigation of motive, means, and opportunity, and Evidence Dismissed, the inside story of the police investigation of O.J. Simpson. Impressed with his works, the higher-ups at Regnery hoped that Moldea's research and subsequent book would confirm their beliefs. However, when the book they had financed was submitted, it was titled A Washington Tragedy: How the Death of Vincent Foster Ignited a Political Firestorm, and if you're going to guess from the title, it concluded the exact opposite. Good for you, what's your name, Dan Moldea. You probably know about this publishing house beside you and their political leanings, and you're probably like, you know what they want in their book, and you're just like, no, that's not what the evidence shows. I like you. That's very cool. The publishing house then fought against the book's release, but Moldea fought harder and won. According to him, the very first thing that sparked this conspiracy was the statement given to the media by Police Major Robert Hines, in which he claimed there had been no exit wound on the back of Foster's head. However, Hines' claim turned out to be untrue. There was an exit wound, and as Moldea stated in interviews, Hines had simply been flustered at the time of the interview and had said the wrong thing. To quote, "I don't think there was anything nefarious here. He was being approached by reporters, and he wanted to say something." As for the incriminating documents that were removed from Foster's office, Moldea concluded something that like this did happen, but it wasn't as shady as the media made it seem. In a statement released by White House Communications Director Mark Guerin states, "Following the death of Vincent Foster and following the examination of the files in his office on July the 22nd, 1993 by White House counsel Nussbaum in the presence of representatives of various law enforcement agencies, Mr. Foster's files were distributed as follows. 1. Those files pertaining to his White House duties remained in the council's offices. 2. Those files that were personal to Mr. Foster and his family were sent to his family's attorney, Jim Hamilton. And 3. Those files that pertained to the personal legal affairs of the President and Mrs. Clinton, including documents relating to their personal tax returns, the filing of Whitewater Development Corp tax returns, and the disposition of their interest in Whitewater, all of which were preserved, were sent to the Clintons' personal attorney, Robert Barnett, and later David E. Kendall, both of Williams and Connolly. As for the blonde hair, red carpet, and semen found on Foster's body, these can easily be explained away in a number of different ways, none of which involved the Clintons. Maybe Foster was having an affair with a blonde woman, maybe he wasn't. It is irrelevant. Maybe he took his jacket off and laid it on the carpet to have sex with her. It does not prove anything. Everything related to the hair, carpet, and semen is circumstantial, and the only reason that we're discussing them is because of the 90s speculation of tabloid journalists. So, with these claims out of the way, what's left? Well, we still haven't addressed the forged suicide note / resignation letter. Yeah, that's the really suspicious thing. The other stuff's like, okay, that's fine, but that is, like, weird. As stated earlier, 3 handwriting experts each asserted that the note was unequivocally a forgery. However, the FBI quickly stepped in and released their own assessment, concluding that it was genuine. Other independent handwriting experts came to the same conclusion. Oh, okay. Handwriting, it's just not that reliable then, is it? So what's going on here? Were the 3 handwriting experts lying? Were they themselves conspiracy theorists? Well, as explained by investigators, the document the original experts had each examined was a photocopy of the letter and not the original letter itself. This copy did not reveal the finer details of Foster's penmanship, and what first appeared suspicious was just the result of poor image quality. As for the deviations in Foster's writing style, they pointed out that the letter had been penned by a shaky hand guided by a man on the verge of suicide, and that's really all there is to it. After an extensive investigation into Foster's death was conducted, it was concluded that, in sum, based on all the available evidence, which is considerable, the OIC, Office of Independent Counsel, agrees with the conclusion reached by every official entity that has examined the issue. Mr. Foster committed suicide by gunshot in Fort Macy Park on July the 20th, 1993. What about the fingerprints? Is that just because did they actually have... It was just a photocopy, like an actual photocopy of the letter? Otherwise, how do we explain the fingerprints? No fingerprints on it or anything like that. I guess it must have been the photocopy. Otherwise, like, what's the possible... Like, that's weird. Don Henry and Kevin Ives. So, Vince Foster's death may have been a nothing burger, but now we need to go back in time to the 1980s and talk about 2 deaths, and I'm personally convinced are related to some sort of cover-up. On August the 23rd, 1987, at around 4 a.m., a Union Pacific locomotive pulling over 6,000 tons of goods was on its way to Little Rock, Arkansas, when something strange happened. As it passed through the town of Alexander, the train's engineer noticed 2 teenage boys lying on the tracks approximately 300 feet ahead of him. Immediately, the engineer engaged the brake and desperately began blowing on the horn, but it was too late. I am Is this? What? I am literally making another video about this right now. For Casual Criminalist, another show. What are the odds? A new writer and I are going through his first script, and this is his first script. What are the chances of that? I'd never heard of this before, and I was literally doing this morning.
Wow!
Immediately, the engineer engaged the brakes and began desperately blowing the horn, but it was too late. Because the train was moving at over 50 miles per hour and carrying so much weight, it was simply unable to stop, and the boys never even tried to move. 40 minutes later, officers were on the scene, and the teens were identified as 16-year-old Don Henry and 17-year-old Kevin Ives. Near the tracks, police found a hunting rifle and a flashlight, which indicated they'd likely left home earlier in the night to go spotlight hunting. Spotlight hunting involves shining a bright light into the dark forest to illuminate the eyes of nearby animals. The following day, an autopsy was performed by Dr. Fahmi Malak, a state medical examiner, and he found extremely high levels of THC in both teens' bodies. Extremely high levels. So, essentially, they were mega high. And when I say high, I'm talking about the equivalent of over 20 marijuana cigarettes each. I remember a friend of a friend's, like, God, I haven't thought about this in decades, but I remember going around to a mate's house, and another mate of his was there. And we were just all hanging out, and we were talking about, like, weed or something, and she's like, oh yes, marijuana cigarettes. And I'm like, who the fuck calls these marijuana cigarettes other than your mum? According to Malak, this would have been more than enough to leave them incapacitated and unable to hear or feel as the train approached. Holy shit. I don't think I've ever been that high. As such, the police determined that while high, the teens had likely laid across the tracks to try and look up at the stars and been hit without ever waking up. Bruh. It's like, bro, I got a great idea, man. Let's have a lie down on the tracks and watch the stars. Like, why are we lying on the tracks? There's perfectly good grass nearby. Tracks are comfortable. Their deaths were ruled a tragic accident and touted as yet another reason to avoid the devil's lettuce. But here's where things get interesting. The following year, in March 1988, the parents of both Don and Kevin requested that the teens' bodies be exhumed so a second autopsy could be performed. The request was granted, and two other independent examiners from out of state, James Gary from Texas and Joseph Burton from Georgia, were brought in to verify Dr. Malek's findings. They both disputed Malek's claim that 20 marijuana cigarettes worth of THC was present in the teens' bloodstream, and stated it was significantly less, likely closer to 1 or 2 cigarettes worth. Additionally, although Malek's original autopsy had made no mention of it, there were other notable wounds on both teens' bodies that had not resulted from the train accident. Kevin's skull had been crushed prior to being run over. That ain't something you should be missing in the autopsy. I mean, I guess the being hit by a train probably is like, oof, bro, why is this fractured because he was hit by a train? But okay, so they found out this happened later. Kevin's skull had been crushed prior to being run over, and Don had been stabbed in the back with a knife. Following these new autopsies, both deaths were now reclassified as homicide. Like Vince Foster's death, some conspiracy theorists latched onto the idea that Bill Clinton had ordered a cover-up of the teen's death because they had witnessed something in the woods that night that they shouldn't have. Come on. As a reminder, Bill Clinton was serving as Arkansas's governor when this occurred because he had not yet been elected to the White House. According to this theory, the teens had witnessed a drug drop occurring at an airfield that was nearby the section of tracks on which their bodies were discovered. This isn't actually a wild assumption because there were well-documented cartel activities happening in the area in those years that many people in town were aware of at the time. Yeah, that seems entirely likely, and the crushed skull getting stabbed in the back feels a bit cartel-y, doesn't it? But you know who's not involved? Bill Clinton. Because he's not a drug cartel guy, he's a politician. People assumed that the teens must have stumbled upon one of these drops, been spotted, killed, and then placed on the tracks to make their deaths appear like an accident. No legitimate evidence to support this theory was ever presented, and the assumption that Bill Clinton was involved basically stems from another conspiracy that he was a secret drug user, drug dealer, drug trafficker while serving as the state's governor. Chill, he might be a drug user. That's fine, but why you wouldn't? If you're the state governor, you're not going to be into drug dealing and drug trafficking, are you? He's also a lawyer. He makes enough money. This is yet another conspiracy that we'll be speaking about in a later section. However, as it pertains to the deaths of Don Henry and Kevin Ives, there were a few notable occurrences that indicate that there may have been something rotten in the state of Arkansas. After the teens' deaths were reclassified, the prosecuting attorney in charge of their case, Dan Harmon, was discovered to be a drug dealer himself. Okay, never mind. I was like, lawyers don't need to be drug dealers. They make enough money. And here we have Dan Harmon. I take it all back. And possibly one of the people involved in the teens' deaths. After his arrest, several people came forward claiming to have information about Dan Harmon, but each died under mysterious circumstances before being able to testify against him. Wait, what the was Dan Harmon like a mob lawyer but also drug dealing on the side? Why would your mob lawyer also be dealing your drugs? Not mob, cartel lawyer. Why would he also be dealing drugs? He should just be doing your lawyer. He should have, relatively clean hands, no? Also, around the same time, another person believed to be involved in the case, Keith McCaskey, died after being stabbed in the back by an unknown assailant who was never identified. This is all very convenient for prosecutor-turned-drug lord Dan Harmon, but the biggest mind-blower, in my opinion, is the fact that all the autopsies performed on the people mentioned in this section were performed by Dr. Fahmy Malek, the examiner who ostensibly lied about his findings on the teen's original autopsy report. Can you say conflict of interest? Jesus! Could this be a cover-up of a cover-up of a cover-up? Look, obviously when drug cartels are involved, just about anything is possible. And like I said at the beginning of this section, I believe there is something going on here. I also believe that some official agency should reopen this case. However, there is no evidence that the Clintons were involved. Fully agree, this is mad suspicious. Get that case cracked wide open. But Bill Clinton is not involved, in my opinion. Multiple aviation accidents. Next up is C. Victor Reiser II, his son, and 4 other unrelated people who just happened to be collateral damage on one of Bill Clinton's murderous rampages. At least that's how it's pushed by some outlets. On July the 30th, 1992, the 6 aforementioned individuals were riding in a privately chartered single-engine aircraft near Dillingham, Alaska, when tragedy struck. Yeah, single-engine aircraft. I feel like, I don't know, they're like helicopters. They're a little bit dangerous. The plane had taken off from Bristol Bay Lodges, a fishing lodge ranked 4th best in the world, and was headed 50 miles southwest to a lodge-owned camp near the Dogyag River. This is where the 6 passengers, all of whom were guests of the resort, planned to fish that day. According to flight records, the route the pilots had charted was over a mountainous region with peaks approximately 4,000 feet high, and before taking off he had been assured by the local flight operator that the weather was clear along the entire route. However, that day, the weather was proving unpredictable. Shortly after takeoff, the pilot saw that the pass he intended to fly through was closed off by low clouds, and with less than a mile of visibility around him, he was forced to reverse course. While doing this, the plane failed to maintain airspeed, stalled, and then plummeted into the mountains below. The pilot was the only survivor. Now, when this crash first occurred, it made headlines, but not for the reasons that we're about to discuss. C. Victor Reiser II was an important man, and so his death was noteworthy on its own. But it wasn't until Linda Thompson's list was released that people began to look closer at his relationship with the Clintons. As it turns out, he was a former National Finance co-chairman under Clinton, and it was alleged that he was killed because he knew too much. Theories of what really caused the crash soon surfaced, which included mechanical sabotage, a bomb hidden inside the engine compartment, and even an assertion that the pilot was a hired professional hitman and the crash had been staged. Professional hitmen usually like to get paid and not killed. It's like, okay, we've got a hit job for you. What you have to do is you have to hijack this plane and crash it into a mountain. And you'll be like, okay, you got an exit plan? Like, what am I doing, parachuting in the race? Like, no, you just go down with it. You're like, I'm going to pass on this job, mate. Thank you, though.
Bye.
And then Bill Clinton's like, no problem. Not really. Thank you, Alex Jones, for that last one. Allegedly, really. It's so boneheaded. The fact that the pilot was the only survivor. Oh, what? He was the... Okay, never mind. Again, Matt, you keep doing it. I take it all back. He survived a plane crash? Wow. But this wasn't the only suspicious plane crash that occurred around that time. 15 months later, on September the 10th, 1993. Also, he probably didn't, parachute out, did he? He probably just survived with horrific injuries. So it probably wasn't, the best plan. Still, I stand by it. 15 months later, on the 10th of September 1993, Dr. Stanley Hurd, a chairman of the National Chiropractic Healthcare Advisory Committee and doctor for several members of the Clinton family, died when the plane he was riding in caught fire. Wait, he's actually a doctor? Wait, is this like an American doctor where you're like, anyone can call themselves a doctor? Because National Chiropractic. So is he their chiropractor or is he their doctor? Because there's a big difference. Because one of those people actually does something and the other one does something that you think's going on in your head. I'm not saying which one because I wouldn't want to get in trouble with the big chiro, or big medicine or whatever. But let's just say I got my opinions on which one it is, and I hope yours are the same. He died when the plane he was riding in caught fire. There were no survivors during this crash, and Hurd's attorney, Steve Dixon, was on board with him. What was notable about this accident, other than the fact that both Hurd and Dixon both knew the Clintons, was the fact that Hurd had just come from a meeting at the White House where he had discussed the Clinton administration's healthcare plan. This meeting had supposedly not gone well. Had Bill snuck on board and planted a device rigged to explode? Well, probably not. The plane Hurd and Dixon were flying had been badly maintained and was not even the plane they normally flew. Their normal plane had developed a mechanical issue while en route to DC, and they had rented another to avoid staying overnight while waiting for repairs. They cheaped out and paid the price. No. No, that's not how it should work with aviation. It's not like, oh yeah, I'm taking the cheaper planes, I've got more chance of death. It's not like flying Ryanair is more dangerous. There are basic standards that have to be kept up. Although, apparently, they weren't or something. Or is that just what the government wants you to believe? Jerry Parks. As a career private investigator, Jerry Parks acted as the head of security for Bill Clinton's campaign headquarters during his first campaign for president in 1992. On September the 26th, 1993, he was murdered while exiting a Mexican restaurant in Little Rock, Arkansas by a man in a car wielding a 9mm pistol. Well, he's also a private investigator. He's probably made a few enemies, hasn't he? I always thought being a private investigator would be an awesome job. I imagine in real life it's extremely boring and you're just mostly watching someone's house for when someone leaves and has an affair with someone. But I always imagined it more like, Sherlock Holmes, but it's not. And also you'd have to be really good at it. Parks was shot 10 times and he died at the scene. No suspect was ever located and his murder remains unsolved to this day. Shortly after this occurred, a straight-to-VHS film titled Bill and Hillary's Circle of Power was released, and it made some truly incredible claims. Without providing much evidence, it stated that Bill, Hillary and their inner circle had committed insider trading, racketeering and murder, while also participating in various other illegal activities to help obfuscate said crimes. It's like... Insider trading. I don't even know what racketeering is. Racketeering and murder. It's like, you're like, insider trading, okay. Racketeering, I assume it's some sort of like white collar crime. Yeah, sure, okay, maybe. Murder? Really? I mean, like, it goes from like, yeah, possibly, to conspiracy theory. What is racketeering? I gotta know what racketeering is. Look up. Racketeering is a type of organized crime which persons set up coercive, fraudulent, extortion, and other illegal coordinated scheme or operation to collect a profit. Okay, so it's just like, give me money, or I'm gonna, destroy your store.
You gonna give me my money?
Or protection rackets, right? Is that right? Ah, look, racketeering, protection racket. Boom, there we go, I figured it out. While also participating in various other illegal activities to help obfuscate said crimes, such as arson and witness intimidation. It also leaned into the aforementioned drug-dealing governor conspiracy, which stated that, as governor of Arkansas, Bill Clinton had facilitated the importation and sale of hard drugs in his state by working alongside South American cartels and ordering the state's drug enforcement task force to allow these cartels to operate within the state with relative impunity. As evidence, the film primarily uses the testimony of people who either knew or had known the Clintons at one point, and one of the people featured was Jerry Parks' own son, Gary Parks. Gary claimed that at the time of his father's death, Jerry was in possession of a substantial amount of evidence linking the Clintons to these crimes, as well as other evidence showing that Bill himself had misappropriated Arkansas state funds to purchase sexual favors from five separate women at an Arkansas hotel that he visited frequently. According to Gary, his father had acquired this information while working for the Clinton campaign and was actively trying to blackmail the Clinton presidential administration when he was gunned down. The information was supposedly kept in a file Gary believes was stolen and destroyed by someone working for the Clintons around the time of his father's death. Neither Gary nor anyone else associated with the film has ever been able to prove that a file existed in the first place. This is the most suspicious one so far to me. I'd say this is fairly suspicious, but again, there's no proof. I don't really believe it. It's just the most likely one so far. Nevertheless, once these allegations were made, Jerry Parks' name was added to the list of the Clintons' alleged victims. As a side note, the film also featured the story of Don Henry and Kevin Ives. Kevin Ives' mother appeared in the film, and to summarize, stated that she was convinced Bill Clinton was responsible for her son's death. Others interviewed in the film later stated that they would not have agreed to give statements to the film's producers if they knew how unhinged the claims against the Clintons would be. Yeah, be very careful. Like, I don't know, I'm always like, with the media, I'm always like super careful, like, you can't quote me on this. You can't quote me on that. Don't say that. I don't agree to this. Like, I just never do this. I'm just like, no. You twist it all around. Don't do it. I'd never agree to be in this. They'd be like, do you want to be interviewed in this? I'd be like, fuck no. I don't even know what you're up to, but I don't want to be involved. James McDougal. Now, do you remember the Whitewater scandal that I mentioned while speaking about Vince Foster? Well, it's finally time to return to that discussion and talk about another related death, that of James McDougal, one of Bill Clinton's former investment partners who died in prison shortly before his scheduled release. Let me back up and provide some much-needed context. According to official records, Bill and Hillary Clinton entered a real estate investment partnership with husband and wife James and Susan McDougal in 1977. The plan was to construct a community of vacation homes along the White River in Flippin, Arkansas. Really? To cater to wealthy individuals and primarily based in nearby Chicago and Detroit. In pursuit of this plan, the four of them founded the Whitewater Development Corporation, of which Bill, Hillary, James, and Susan each received an equal share of ownership. They then purchased 230 acres of land. Jesus Christ, that's a big plot. For $203,000. What? That's insanely cheap. 230 acres? I have a house that's on like less than half an acre. It's like a quarter of an acre. And it's so expensive. Like, what the I guess it's because I live in a city and this is like the middle of Arkansas or something, but still. But before construction could begin, the economy went belly up and interest in the area dried up. Initially, all four fully intended to hold out and wait for an economic upturn to begin construction. They even built a show home to draw prospective buyers to the area. But after several years, the project was scrapped, the partnership was dissolved, and all joint assets were liquidated. In total, Bill and Hillary lost an estimated $69,000, whilst James and Susan lost significantly more. Why did they lose more? I thought they were all equal in on this. Following this failure, both the Clintons and the McDougals suffered even harder times. In 1980, Bill lost his re-election bid for Arkansas governor, although he would win again 2 years later, and Jim lost his job working under Bill as one of the governor's economic aides. In the years that followed, Bill would recover well financially during his decade-long journey toward the White House. However, James and Susan would continue to struggle. In 1982, the McDougals acquired two banks, renaming them Madison Bank and Trust and the Madison Guarantee Saving and Loan. They're not doing that bad, though, are they? It's like they had hard financial times, and then they bought 2 banks. Is this like rich people hard times where it's like, oh no, oh god, oh no, I'm gonna have to fly commercial? Are you kidding? They then invested in another real estate project near Little Rock, Arkansas called Castle Grande using funds borrowed from one of their own banks. However, like Whitewater, this venture failed, which also caused Madison Guaranty Bank to fail as well several years later. This was a very big deal because when a bank fails, the US government must step in and clean up the mess, a task that cost taxpayers an estimated $73 million in 1990s money. They bought a bank that could fail to the extent of $73 million. I'm sorry, but they weren't doing badly, surely. Like, that's an insane amount of money. This was unfortunate for the McDougalls, who found themselves in the middle of a large federal investigation, but they were safe because they hadn't done anything illegal, right? I get the feeling, like, if I was in their situation and I was like, cool, I'm gonna like finance this like development, whatever it was, and I'll be like, I'm gonna get a loan from my own bank, I would first ring my lawyer and my accountant and be like, guys, can I borrow money from my own bank? Because that's the thing that I'd find like weird here. That's what I find weird, and I'll definitely check in. And they'd either be like, yes, of course, it's your bank. And I'll be like, grand, thank you, have a good day. Or I'll be like, or they'd be like, no, you kidding me? Do you want to go to prison? And then I'll be like, okay, let's not do that. Done. No, as it turns out, financing a personal venture using your own bank is a risky business, which is why the law states that a person can borrow a maximum of $600,000 from a bank they own and not a penny more. Bingo. Yes. I'm glad I would have checked that with my lawyer. James had borrowed almost $2 million, but he had attempted to hide this fact by funneling that money through other shell companies and intermediaries. Oh no, and he knows doing wrong. I'd be like, I didn't know. And they'd be like, yeah, but you hid it through like 7 other companies. They're like, oh, The investigation caused quite a stir in both Arkansas and DC. However, nothing serious would come of it for the Clintons until March of 1992. What's this got to do with the Clintons? They were just involved with these people previously, and then they went on to do something completely different. When, during the Democratic Party's primary election season, the New York Times published an article that highlighted the Clintons and the McDougalls' previous business relationship. That's bizarre. Like, what's that got to do with them? That'd be like, oh yes, Simon, a mate of yours went to prison for murder, and they'd be like, well, we better look into you, and I'll be like, fuck, I didn't murder anybody! Just because I once knew a dude? As far as I know, none of my friends have been sent to prison for murder. So far. The link caused both Bill and Hillary to recommend to the FBI as witnesses in the ongoing investigation into Madison Guaranty Bank's failure. Having their names attached to such an investigation was obviously not ideal for a potential president. Yeah, because even though it's completely reasonable and you can obviously explain it, people are going to be like, oh, corrupt Bill. What's it good? Corrupt Clinton. Shady Bill. In 1993, after Bill won the election anyway, things got even worse for him and Hillary when a loan officer named David Hale claimed that Bill had illegally pressured him into approving a $300,000 loan for Susan McDougal as part of the Castle Grande venture. After this, it was also learned that one of the law firms that provided counsel to Madison Guaranty Bank during their time in business was Rose Law Firm, the firm where Hillary Clinton was employed. Then, in case that wasn't enough, an allegation that Bill had misappropriated campaign finance funds during his prior gubernatorial... That's another glorious word, isn't it? Gubernatorial... What the f*** is that word? What does that even mean? Gubernatorial.
Oh my god, what is that?
Goober. Look up. A governor in an administration leader as ranking under... Oh, it's for governor. It's the governor's campaign. Gubernatorial. Soon resurfaced... That's a great word. Gubernatorial. Soon resurfaced that further tied them to claims of corruption and financial fraud. So essentially, although they themselves were not investors in the Castle Grande scheme, the Clintons' names were all over the deal, and although they claimed to have done nothing illegal, a separate and much larger investigation into the Clintons was launched that became known as the Whitewater investigation. If you recall, Vince Foster was allegedly in possession of incriminating information related to this investigation at the time of his suicide. However, while the committee in charge of this investigation was initially created to focus solely on Whitewater, the hearings grew to include many more allegations, including those surrounding Monica Lewinsky, and ultimately resulted in Clinton being recommended for impeachment based on 11 separate offences, including perjury, obstruction of justice, witness tampering, and abuse of power. However, none of these were the result of the Whitewater or Castle Grande investigations. They all came from the Monica Lewinsky investigation. Okay. I mean, if he really pressured that person to give the bank person or whatever to give the loan, that is really not on. That's the dodgiest thing that I can see here. But if they're killed or whatever, it's like, no. And they're only like tangentially involved. And killing them is just going to bring way more eyes on things. In the end, most people know how the story ends for Clinton. He was impeached by the House of Representatives, acquitted by the Senate, and remained in office until his second term was finished in 2001. He never received any real consequences for his actions while president, but James and Susan McDougal did, as did 13 others involved in Madison Guarantee Bank scheme, many of whom were Clinton's own former associates. James McDougal alone was sentenced to 81 years in prison for his role. Are you... What?
What?
He borrowed some money from his own bank that was 3 times the legal amount? What the That should say 81 months or 81 days, 81 years? Bro, you gotta be like, Clinton, get elected, get elected, get elected. Come on, Clinton. He's probably like Trump right now. Get elected, get elected, get elected. Because that's the only way you're getting out of prison. Allegedly. But this is where things get truly interesting. James was found guilty early on in relation to Clinton's other investigations, and to have his sentence reduced, agreed to help investigators by providing information on a wide range of matters, including matters previously unknown to the prosecution. This is likely how the other 13 defendants were able to be convicted, and James's sentence was reduced to only 3.5 years. Yes, now that seems a lot more reasonable, doesn't it? What did I say? 81 months? That's even longer than that. That's perfect. 3.5 years. Even that seems a bit stiff, doesn't it? Jesus. After the other sentences were handed out, Bill Clinton pardoned several of his former associates, including Stephen Smith, one of his former aides, who was found guilty of conspiracy to misapply Clinton's own campaign funds. He also pardoned Chris Wade, a banker found guilty of loan fraud, Robert Palmer, an appraiser found guilty of fraud, and Susan McDougal herself, who was convicted on multiple counts of fraud. Clinton did not, however, pardon James McDougal. It is theorized, although not confirmed because his testimony is sealed, that James's cooperation may have aided in Clinton's impeachment. Following this, James served the majority of his sentence with good behaviour and was on the fast track to early release. However, at age 57, he suffered a massive cardiac incident just a few months before the parole hearing was expected to grant his release. Well, he is 57. You are in heart attack territory, aren't you? Before this, conspiracy theorists were already buzzing around the entire Clinton investigation like flies as they continued to push dozens of interconnected conspiracies. But when James McDougal dropped dead just before his release after being snubbed for a pardon, they shifted all of their focus to him. What had really caused McDougal's death? A heart attack didn't make sense to most people because James was relatively young and did nice 57's heart attack territory and did not suffer from any major health problems. Stress from being in prison could have caused it, but he had already served over 2 years without incident, which made this theory unlikely. Had McDougal been killed as revenge for his cooperation with the prosecution? Had he been killed because Clinton feared he would reveal other damaging information after his impending release? Well, there's no evidence that I have seen, yet the conspiracy lives on. Again, it's like, yeah, okay, it benefits Clinton. Maybe. Did he do it? No, there's no evidence for that. Many more deaths. Now, in this section, I'd like to pick up the pace of it and name off several more often cited people, some of whom were on Linda's original list and some of whom were not, and provide a few basic details about their relationship to the Clintons, their officially recognized cause of death, and any other relevant details about their lives. Unless specified otherwise, assume the motive for each alleged murder was the deceased had information that could either harm the Clintons or the larger Democratic Party. In February of 1993, during the siege in Waco, Texas, 3 of the 4 ATF agents killed in the famous 2.5-hour gunfight were former bodyguards of Clinton during his run for president. Their names were Todd McKeon and Conway LeBleu of New Orleans, Louisiana, Steve Willis of Houston, Texas, and Robert Williams of Little Rock, Arkansas, Bill Clinton's hometown. They were assumed to have been reassigned and killed after witnessing Clinton engage in shady dealings. That's ridiculous. In May of that same year, 4 Marines, all of whom were members of Clinton's personal helicopter squadron, were killed when the Black Hawk they were flying suddenly fell out of the sky near Quantico, Virginia. Clinton himself had ridden inside this helicopter prior to the accident, and what some people found most suspicious was the fact that only one man who died that day had been part of the helicopter's regular crew. The other 3 had been reassigned to it last minute. Also, while shifting through the wreckage, all media personnel and cameras had been banned from the scene, which only increased speculation. The following month, in June of 1993, Paul Wiltshire, an investigator looking into the deaths of the aforementioned ATF agents, Clinton's alleged link to the Arkansas drug problem and the Whitewater scandal, was discovered dead inside his home after submitting a 99-page report to Attorney General Janet Reno 3 weeks prior. He was found sitting on his toilet, but his exact cause of death was not determined. 3 years later, in 1996, Ron Brown, the former Secretary of Commerce who worked under Bill Clinton during his first term as president, died in 1996 Boeing CT-43A plane crash alongside 33 others. At the time of his death, he was a material witness in the lawsuit filed against Clinton's Commerce Department. 3 years later, in 1999, John F. Kennedy Jr. was also killed in a plane crash while running against Hillary during the 2000 U.S. Senate election in New York. According to polling, Kennedy was the favourite to win. However, after his death, Hillary won instead. Again, all of these, I'm not really commenting on them much, is because it's just, yeah, people close to them died. They're also super powerful, interconnected people. They're gonna know an incredible number of people and work with an incredible number of people, and some of them are gonna die. Like, I don't know that many people, I don't work with that many people, but some of them die. It's just how it is. And now we've mentioned a death supposedly committed in furtherance of Hillary's political career instead of Bill's, let's keep that train rolling by skipping ahead to the 2016 presidential election. That year, a man named Seth Rich, a Democratic staff member working for Hillary's campaign, was murdered. Officially, police announced that he had been killed in a robbery gone wrong while jogging. However, none of his valuables, his wallet, cell phone or watch, had been stolen. As for motivation, it was speculated that Rich was the person responsible for the 2016 DNC email leak that was picked up and spread by WikiLeaks that year. This theory was only strengthened when WikiLeaks' official Twitter account offered a $20,000 reward for information related to Rich's death. However, the US's official position was that the leak had been perpetrated by a Russian hijacking group known as Guccifer 2. Fox News and other news outlets issued a retraction after this, but many remain unconvinced that it was a random robbery. In June of that same year, Christopher Sine, a reporter who uncovered evidence of a secret meeting that had occurred between Bill Clinton and former Attorney General Loretta Lynch, was found dead in his Alabama home. His death was ruled a suicide. However, theorists claim that his death did not result from an effort to cover up any information. It was done to warn reporters to keep their mouths shut. In 2021, former Haitian President Jovenel Moïse was assassinated by several gunmen while in his home during a period of nationwide civil unrest caused by a number of different controversies. Haiti is in so much trouble. I've made a few geographics videos. I've made a few warographics videos about this, and it's like Haiti is just... It's a big, big problem. If you haven't seen what's going on there, it's so sad. It's so f***ed up. During this time, rioters had been calling for his resignation, but theorists were quick to tie his death to the Clintons due to a past statement by Moïse where he had condemned the Clinton Foundation for building unsafe structures in Haiti following an earthquake. These structures were reportedly shoddily built using toxic materials laced with formaldehyde that were causing people to become ill. As the theory goes, this was a bad look for the Clintons and their non-profit group, so they orchestrated his deposition. Violently, QAnon followers played a pivotal part in spreading this theory, just as they had done several years prior with the death that we'll be talking about next. Jeffrey Epstein. If there was ever a person more likely to be killed by Bill Clinton than Jeffrey Epstein, I cannot imagine who it would be. However, this channel has already done a wonderful video on this conspiracy, so I'm going to keep this section very brief and only mention the facts necessary to discuss Epstein's relationship to the Clintons, specifically Bill Clinton. For more information on Epstein himself, go watch that episode. It's fantastic. I did enjoy that one. The Epstein stuff is so suspicious. Holy shit.
That's suspicious.
Keeping things short, Epstein's body was found in his jail cell on August the 10th, 2019, after his supposed suicide. At the time of his death, he was facing charges of sex trafficking after years of allegedly grooming and engaging in sex acts with girls as young as 11 on his private island, Little St. James, aka P-word Islands. Epstein... Can you imagine? I wonder who owns that now. Like, I'm sure it's like a beautiful island or whatever, but it's like, purchase beautiful Little St. James, also known as P-word Islands. And you'd just be like chilling out there as like a billionaire on your private islands and being like, oh man, there's some horrible that went down here, didn't it? I don't like it. I want another island. Epstein was also very well connected, having been friends with many wealthy and powerful men from all over the world, and according to his accusers, some of those men and women could also participate in the abuse. Epstein kept the contact information of many of his friends, some of who some people claimed were also his clients, in a little black book that was discovered after his death. The names of Donald Trump, Bill Cosby, Prince Andrew, Woody Allen, and many more were all listed in that book. Oh, and let's not forget Bill Clinton's name. Keep in mind that most of these allegations have never been proven in court due to Epstein's untimely death, but like I said, go and watch the other video. Now, I'm not even going to touch the whole Epstein didn't kill himself debate with a 10-foot pole, but there are people who believe he was murdered to help obfuscate the sex crimes of the world's powerful elites. Of the people who believe this, many also believe that Bill Clinton is the person most likely responsible. So, is that what I'm saying? No, absolutely not, because there's no tangible evidence to support this claim. Here are the only facts we know about Bill Clinton's relationship with Epstein. Bill has denied being close friends with Epstein. However, he was an infrequent visitor of Little St. James, and Epstein Epstein kept multiple photographs of Bill inside his home. Bill claims that these trips were taken as part of his work for the Clinton Foundation. However, there are also photos available online of Bill receiving a neck massage from one of Epstein's accusers after flying on Epstein's plane, the Lolita Express, in 2002. Much speculation has resulted from this photograph, but the accuser in the picture has stated on record that Bill Clinton was a perfect gentleman during their brief interaction. Okay, I mean, if the accuser, one of the accusers, like, no, Bill's one of the good ones, and, like, came forward with all this other horrible then I'll be like, oh, I'm quite inclined to believe them. Why would they die? Beyond the Clintons. So now we've touched on every death that I see as relevant. Where does that leave us? Well, before I sat down to write this episode, I was only somewhat familiar with this conspiracy and curious about what, if any, real evidence there was out there to support it. And now I've spent several weeks reading every credible source that I get my hands on, as well as a few shady ones from the dark parts of the internet. This is what I've concluded. Are the Clintons corrupt? In my opinion, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Are they more corrupt than other politicians in Washington? Perhaps, or maybe it seems so because of the amount of scrutiny they were placed under during the 90s. Are they murderers? No, I don't believe so. There is simply no credible evidence that links any of the events mentioned throughout this episode to the Clintons, and the only death that remains even remotely suspicious besides Epstein's is that of Don Henry and Kevin Ives, which was only included in Linda Thompson's original list because Bill Clinton was governor of the state at the time of the murders. Bill Clinton. Likewise, the most convincing feature of this conspiracy is the sheer number of supposed victims, and that still proves nothing because most of the cases are tangentially related to the Clintons at best. Yes, totally agree. I agree with everything here. So that is my answer. However, because I was only able to go in depth on a few of the deaths for the sake of time, I know most believers in this conspiracy won't be satisfied with my answer. Honestly, Matt, though, even if you did go into all of them, people are still not going to be satisfied because people who believe in conspiracy theories really believe in conspiracy theories.
I believe.
The point to some obscure piece of evidence or death that I didn't mention accuse me of being part of the conspiracy. However, if you'll allow me one last opportunity, I'd like to take a different approach, a broader approach, to explain the reason this conspiracy is so convincing to some people. And that's that it was designed to be. Throughout the rest of the script, with the help of information obtained from Snopes.com, I'm going to explain the way body count lists are crafted. I can do this because, if you're not aware, the Clinton body count is not unique. Throughout history, there have been dozens, if not hundreds, of documented body count lists, and creating one is quite rudimentary because there are a number of tricks that conspiracy theorists use, sometimes subconsciously, but oftentimes on purpose, to make their claims seem more believable. And to make this more interesting, I'm going to present this information as a step-by-step how-to guide so that the audience can craft your own body count conspiracy. All you need is a little information and a complete disregard for ethics. Good news, I've got information and no ethics. Let's go! Hashtag not legal advice. The first trick is to make a very, very long list of victims. This is what Linda Thompson did, and it works because in some people's minds, a larger number translates to a higher likelihood. After all, 1 or 2 questionable deaths can easily be dismissed as coincidence, but 34? Surely not. Plus, a larger number is much more difficult to disprove because researching 1 or 2 cases is not difficult for the average reader, but researching several dozen cases is another story entirely. By the time someone has reached the end of your magnum list, they will be far too exhausted to question anything you said, especially the finer details that may be somewhat dubious. And speaking of those finer details, let's talk about what you should and shouldn't present to your readers, because compiling a big list won't do you any good if you are disproving your own claims in the next sentence. Remember, we're not trying to be objective here, we're trying to get people to buy into our conspiracy and possibly buy our upcoming book in hardback. Yep, it's always money. There's always money. In essence, if a piece of evidence supports your claims, focus on it heavily. If it doesn't, just disregard it. To see this in action, let's look at the case of Vince Foster. The fact that his friends, family, and colleagues all knew he was suffering from mental health problems before his suicide was completely ignored by most theorists because it didn't fit the narrative they were pushing. Some even claimed his family were in on the conspiracy, which is beyond wild, or maybe it's genius. Also, nobody pushing the conspiracy ever asked questions like, if the Clintons were killing people to protect their image, why did Bill Clinton get impeached? Why wasn't Monica Lewinsky killed? Why were the people exposing this very body count list allowed to live? These are the types of questions that can be detrimental to a good conspiracy, which is exactly why you are not going to bring them up or acknowledge them. If someone else brings them up, simply ignore that person and accuse them of being a member of the deep state. Easy. The next trick revolves around how you present your evidence to your reader. You should play word games with them by presenting every fact as a claim and every claim as potentially dubious. This is what I've been doing throughout this entire episode. Instead of saying all of the evidence uncovered corroborates the police's theory of suicide, say, according to the official narrative, the police claim they were not able to uncover any evidence of homicide, but they have refused to release all their findings to the public, and they will not return my many calls. And make no mention that the findings you are requesting is a collection of close-up graphic photographs of Vince Foster's gunshot wound. Yes, people did actually request those very disturbing photos to be released to the public and then complained when the request was denied. Likewise, you should also seek to overwhelm your reader with a tremendous amount of useless information while making that information seem both mysterious and incriminating. Most people lack the ability to think critically, and you can use this to your advantage. If a man dies from a fall during a rock climbing expedition and the police discover 3 protein bars in his backpack, don't assume that he was simply a hungry man in need of extra calories. Assume there must have been 2 other people with him, Bill and Hillary Clinton perhaps, and they must have been the ones to push him off the cliff. Keep people focused on those protein bars, and don't let a lack of evidence stop you from jumping to some truly incredible conclusions. And just like that, your body count conspiracy is fully crafted and ready for release. But don't get comfortable, because your work is just beginning. The final trick is to remain flexible and never stop defending your conspiracy. Keep feeding it for as long as possible, and if you can add more names over time, do it. People oh god, this is just like terrible advice. But hopefully it does point out how stupid these things are.
You are made of stupid.
People tend to believe that older claims are more credible, which is basically how all religions maintain any semblance of credibility in the modern day. This is how the Clinton body count conspiracy was started and perpetuated for over 3 decades. And the fact that so many anti-Clinton Republicans latched onto this theory in an attempt to have Bill Clinton removed from office in the 90s was a major reason it has remained relevant. Remember, it wasn't just Alex Jones pushing this theory. The original list was delivered to Congress by an elected congressman, an act that in and of itself provides some level of credibility. Plus, years after Clinton's 2 terms were over, the conspiracy found new life among politicians like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert. However, if you're still unsatisfied with this vague explanation, let me offer a more specific reason as to why so many people involved with the Clintons have died. And that's that the Clintons have been involved in politics for 4 decades, and they've been in business themselves for even longer. In that time, they have met with, shaken hands with, partnered with, taken pictures with, gone to dinner with, and attended events with more individuals than most regular people will pass on the street in their entire lives. They've made friends and enemies, business partners and political rivals, and everything in between. Simply put, when you're rich and powerful, you are going to associate yourself with other rich and powerful people, and some of those people are going to die. Not by your hands or the hands of the Clintons, but in any number of ways that normal people die. And if someone is determined enough, they are going to make those deaths fit their own sinister narrative. Maybe the Clintons did do it. Who knows? If Simon or I die in the immediate future, then just go ahead and add our names to that list as well. Yeah. But know that it's not Bill Clinton. Oh my god, Bill, no! Thanks for being here. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown with me, your host Simon. Wyman's here, one of my writers, in this case Danny's written me a script. Pop Goes the Beatle. Did Paul McCartney really die in 1966? Isn't Paul McCartney still alive? He definitely is, right? There's 2 dead Beatles. And there's 2 alive ones. John Lennon's dead. The other one's dead. And then Ringo Starr and Paul McCartney are still alive. Who's the other one? Is it George Harrison? Is he dead? He's dead. He died a while back. But no, Paul McCartney's still alive. Thank you for watching.
Bye.
Just kidding. We've got 31 pages to get through as we explore how some people think that Paul McCartney died, and then it wasn't there like, oh, they sent us a secret message on an album cover, and it's like, no, they don't. Let's just carry on. On Saturday the 25th of May 2022, an 80-year-old man managed to make his way onto the main pyramid stage of the Glastonbury Festival to face approximately 100,000 people patiently waiting for the headline act to start making their entrance. It sounds like the sort of incident that usually ends with a stage intruder getting dragged away by security. Yes, it does. Also, I always wonder, how do you get there in the first place? Don't they have like people backstage being like, yo, you're supposed to be here? Because there's very like if you're headlining Glastonbury, you're a fairly large musician. Like I've heard of it. I've never been to a music festival. I've no desire to go to a music festival. But I know that if you're headlining Glastonbury, you're probably quite famous, and people shouldn't just be allowed to randomly get to where you're supposed to be. But it wasn't going to pan out like that today. The man in question was Paul McCartney, and he was the headlining act. Oh, I see. Danny's starting with a joke. Very clever, Danny. Held almost every year since 1970 on Worthy Farm in Pilton, Somerset, the Glastonbury Festival is a contradictory beast today. The most famous and iconic annual festival in British culture still tries to evoke the hippie spirit of a counterculture free-for-all gathering while simultaneously charging about £400 for a ticket and about £20 for a vegetarian hot dog. It's like, yes, welcome to the place where it's all peace and love, and £400. Thank you very much. In 2022, the legendary Paul McCartney was one of around 3,000 acts performing over 5 glorious summer days. The former Beatle was rubbing shoulders on the Pyramid stage with the likes of Billie Eilish, Kendrick Lamar and Diana Ross, while many of the other stages scattered around the farm played host to lesser-known names, including the Funkingham Palace Footmen, Liquido, Lord of the Lobsters, and Beans on Toast. Never heard of any of those bands. I guess that's the point, right? I mean, look, you're still playing Glastonbury. You can say you played Glastonbury. That's pretty cool. It's like people who say, oh yeah, no, I was in Forbes. When really you just paid to have them write an article about you. Didn't you? But it was Paul McCartney who delivered the most memorable performance of Glastonbury 2022 by far. It's fair to say that his voice had gone a bit and he was struggling to hit the high notes. But give the man a break. The 80-year-old rattled through a blistering 3-hour set, which included contributions from the like of Bruce Springsteen and Dave Grohl. Holy... who is it? Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones. I don't know how he does it, but it's all those years of clean living or something, because he still sounds amazing. Thanks to a bit of clever technical jiggery-pokery provided by director Peter Jackson, he was even given an opportunity to perform a virtual duet with his former bandmate, the late John Lennon. I'll be impressed with myself at 80 years old if I can still reach for the TV remote and open a bag of crisps without assistance. There was just one niggling doubt, though. Was this really the same Paul McCartney who founded the Beatles in 1960, arguably the greatest band of all time, who went on to change the world of music forever over the course of the following decade? Rumour has it that the original Paul McCartney came to an unfortunately sticky end in 1966, and his character has been played by a doppelganger ever since. And this wasn't on the same wavelength as some trivial, short-lived internet gossip. The Paul is dead legend is now recognised as one of the biggest and most enduring conspiracy theories of all time, which sparked major press headlines and TV news coverage in the United States. The clues were all there to be found if you looked hard enough, and it didn't help matters that McCartney himself appeared to have vanished off the face of the earth at the time. But could there possibly be any substance at all to such a seemingly outlandish theory? Isn't there a similar theory about Avril Lavigne, that she got replaced by, like, a bodyguard or a backup dancer or something because she now looks different? And it's like, well, that's what happens when people get older. They look different. If someone looked at me 10 years ago at the start of my YouTube career and was like, wait, when did Simon get replaced? Because we get older. I also lost my hair, grew a beard, had to start wearing glasses, got my teeth fixed. I look different now.
Things are just not how it used to be.
How did the rumour ever get off the ground and gather momentum so quickly? Were the Beatles themselves involved in fanning the flames? If I was I'd be kind of tempted. Like, if I was, like, the Beatles, let's say I'm John Lennon or whatever. No, let me be Ringo Starr, because he didn't get shot. I'll be like, there's this rumour going around that Paul McCartney he died and he's been replaced, and I'll be like, that's an interesting theory, isn't it? It'd be interesting if there was some truth to that, wouldn't it? Wink, wink, nod, nod. And then people would go insane. And I'd be like, no, it's just them. Like Robert Pattinson, one of the greatest legends of all time. I've told this story before, and I'll tell it again, because it's absolutely one of my favourite things that has ever happened. Ever. Like, you know, think about moon landing and stuff. No, forget that. It's the time Robert Pattinson was being interviewed on a morning show in America. And they were asking him some question about a movie he was doing, like Water with Clowns or something. No, Water with Elephants. Water for Elephants? It doesn't matter. It's a movie that he was in. And they asked him some benign question. I don't even remember what it was. But he just starts telling this story about how when he was a kid, he doesn't like clowns anymore, because when he was a kid, he went to the circus and he saw a clown car come out, and the clown car caught on fire, and the clown inside it died. And he tells this story like so serious, and the people are like, oh my god, Robert, that's terrible. And he's like, yeah, it was. And then weeks later, he's being interviewed again. He's like, no, I just made that up. Just for no reason, he just makes up this story, and it's just like, mwah, because I don't know, you're famous. You've been on like 700 morning shows and you're just bored off your ass. You're like, okay, I'm just going to make something up because it'll be funny. If I was in this Paul is dead situation, I'd be like, yeah, it'd be funny if that was real, wouldn't it? It's definitely not real, isn't it? Hey. Eventually I'd stop getting invited to do interviews because I'd just be making up all the time. Possibly be that the whole thing was accidentally ignited by an entirely different but entirely genuine Beatles conspiracy to cover up a secret truth. Well, let's see if we can work it out. Do you want to know a secret? The way the story usually gets reported is that it all began with a telephone call to a DJ from Detroit during a live broadcast on the underground radio station WKNR-FM in 1969. That's not true, as the real origins of the theory actually stretch back a little further than that. But the radio broadcast was certainly a significant event in the timeline of the growth of the Paul is dead theory, and as most people seem to think that this was the source of the whole thing, it makes a good jumping in point for now before we hit the rewind button much later in the video. DJ Russ Gibb was hosting a radio broadcast on the 12th of October 1969 when he took a mysterious call from a young guy who gave his name as Tom Zarsky. Tom asked DJ Russ if it heard the rumors that were supposedly circulating around the United States that Paul McCartney had died a few years earlier and had been replaced with a lookalike. DJ Russ was initially dismissive of such a preposterous notion, but Tom insisted that the remaining Beatles had planted several clues within the lyrics of the tracks on their most recent albums. Of particular note during the initial broadcast was a clue hidden on the track from the Beatles' eponymous album released the previous year, now widely known as the White Album. Clocking in at over 8 minutes, Revolution 9 is not only the longest track to have ever been released by the Beatles, it's also the weirdest, and that is certainly saying something when you take into account all the stuff about living under the sea in an octopus's garden in the shade. Yeah, the Beatles music is like slightly batty, isn't it? Like, what are you talking about? We all live in a yellow submarine? What do you mean? What yellow submarine? Have you been taking acid again, John? Tucked away near the end of the eclectic, sprawling double album, Revolution 9 is the track that most sensible listeners tend to skip. Said to be inspired by the works of Yoko Ono. Oh my god. Yoko Ono. I hate Yoko Ono. But hate's a strong word. I just don't think she has any talent. Maybe that tells you enough. It's an avant-garde sounding collage of loops of speech and distortion and sound effects pushed drearily along by the voice of the sound engineer who intones the words number 9, number 9, over and over for no discernible reason. The opinions of the critics back in the day ranged from an anti-masterpiece to noisy, boring, and meaningless to a pretentious piece of old codswallop and a piece of idiot immaturity. I noticed that Paul McCartney elected not bother playing it during his Glastonbury 2022 set. That'd be amazing. He's like, guys, I need to take a break. Yo, sound man, it's your time to shine. The sound man's like, what? Get on stage, sound engineer. Revolution 9. I don't know the words. Easy. Number 9. But hidden amongst this self-indulgent 8-minute racket, caller Tom Zarsky had noticed something odd. He urged DJ Russ to play the first few minutes of the track backwards, and the DJ eventually obliged after a little persuasion. Russ and his army of loyal listeners were all pretty taken aback by the results. The words number 9, number 9 now sounded uncannily like the words turn me on, dead man, turn me on, dead man. DJ Russ Gibb recalls, I should have brushed the kid off. When I spun it backwards, I freaked, and the whole thing just exploded. The phones were ringing off the hook. People were calling with their own clues. It was non-stop. It was really a phenomenon. For a while, it seemed like it really might be true. What the thing about this is, did he feed him this information? Did he say, yo, play it backwards, and you'll hear it says, turn me on, dead man? And if yes, then it doesn't mean anything, because you've been fed that and you're going to hear what you want to hear. There's this amazing website where they do this. They'll take stuff, they'll play it backwards, you'll hear nothing, and they'll tell you, now try and listen for this word, and you'll hear it. But until you're told what word it is, you'll never hear it, because you hear what you want to hear.
Smart.
Perhaps this could explain why the track was ever recorded and released in the first place. The whole purpose of Revolution 9 was to serve as a tip-off. It's admittedly quite difficult to come up with any other rational reason for its existence. Well, maybe the Beatles were just being, self-indulgent douchebags. Reminds me of the artist that they based that track on, allegedly. But it was shortly after this broadcast that other radio stations began to jump on the Paul is dead bandwagon, and suddenly it seemed as if every student in every university campus in the United States was pouring through the extensive back catalogue of the Beatles to try and pick up on other secret signs buried deep, or even not so deep, within the vinyl and packaging. We'll return to some of the highlights of that staggeringly long list of clues in just a moment, but first, let's just take a look at what exactly was supposed to have happened to poor old Paul. Well, poor young Paul, really. He would have only been 24 years old when the tragedy struck. Drive my car. Now, the theory goes that the original Paul McCartney met his fate at around 5 a.m. on the morning of Wednesday the 9th of November 1966. Paul McCartney had spent the night in what would later become known as the Abbey Road recording studio, working on the upcoming Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album with fellow Beatles John Lennon, George Harrison and Ringo Starr, alongside producer George Martin. Sadly, the session had ended in yet another bust-up for the incredibly argumentative Fab Four, and McCartney ended up storming out of the studio in a huff, hopping into his Aston Martin sports car. One version of the tale makes out that he was entirely alone, but another version suggests that he generously stopped to pick up a stray young hitchhiker by the name of Rita. Whether a grumpy Paul was distracted by the ferocity of the argument with his bandmates, or he was distracted by the amorous attentions of Rita the hitchhiker, who was taking the opportunity to try and cop off with one of the most famous men on the planet, the outcome was the same. He didn't notice that the traffic lights had changed to red. Paul McCartney ploughed straight through, and his sports car was hit by another vehicle, causing the Aston Martin to crash straight into a lamppost. It's got to be cool to be 24 years old. You're one of the most famous people in the world, just cruising around in an Aston Martin sports car. That's a good life, isn't it? Although he's probably like, I just like to be left alone. But it sounds fun, doesn't it, when you're not living it? Oh, it's probably fun to live it anyway, isn't it? If Rita, the hitchhiker, was indeed present, she was instantly killed by the impact. McCartney, meanwhile, was decapitated. So surprisingly enough, there was not an awful lot that the medics could do when his head and the rest of his body were wheeled into the local hospital in London. Do they really take you to hospital? It's like, he's been decapitated. Take him straight to the funeral parlour. I like how Daddy also says she was killed instantly. And Paul McCartney was decapitated, so also killed instantly? Naturally, this left the shocked surviving members of the Beatles with a bit of a problem to mull over. They were just approaching the peak of their career and were on the verge of finishing Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, a piece of work that was destined to become a defining moment in pop culture and is still widely regarded by people who know what they're talking about as the greatest album ever released. Comes back. Everyone always hates me in the comments when I say, like, I like the Beatles. I like the Beatles. Do I think they've made the greatest music to ever exist? No, I don't think that. They're good. They're great. They're not the greatest band to have ever existed. That's what Fleetwood Mac is for. But what were they supposed to do now? Split up and abandon the album? Find a new replacement for Paul, preferably one whose head was still very much attached? I know that plenty of bands go through inevitable lineup changes, but it's truly difficult to imagine a version of the Beatles without all four members. Wait, didn't they get rid of someone? Wasn't there some original drummer that Ringo Starr replaced? Feel like there was someone in the Beatles who got replaced, right? I mean, I suppose at a push you could replace Ringo with a nice sloppy Labrador and just about get away with it. And it's worth remembering that the original five-piece lineup of the Beatles featured two other members, Stuart Sutcliffe and Pete Best. Pete Best is who I'm thinking of, who weren't destined to hang around long enough to reap the rewards. Oh man, can you imagine? I don't think this is going anywhere. And it's like, yeah, okay. That's an unfortunate decision. Like a year later, oh no. Is that, oh no.
Oh no.
But even so, by 1966, the idea of the Beatles without Lennon, McCartney, or Harrison seemed as absurd as the idea of fish and chips without a carton of curry sauce. Ugh. I don't think I've ever had fish and chips with a carton of curry sauce, Danny. Fixing a hole of this size would be inconceivable. It was apparently John Lennon who first came up with the idea of keeping McCartney's death a secret and replacing him with an imposter to keep up the pretense that he was still alive. It was an idea which Harrison and Ringo, sorry, we can't just call him Starr, can we, initially found repulsive and in very poor taste, but they were eventually persuaded to go along with the charade. It's like, no, that's a terrible idea. And then he's like, have you considered how much money we are going to make? And they'll be like, I love it. Bring in the replacement.
Let's go find him. Go.
An alternative take on the tale suggests that it was actually the UK's security service, MI5, who insisted that the band find a lookalike replacement over fears that Paul McCartney's death could potentially lead to mass hysteria and trigger a wave of suicides among young fans. Wait, when did John Lennon die? It wasn't that much long after, right? There was a wave of suicide. No, he's just a famous guy who died. That's that. Rip to the goat. That would have been quite a thoughtful gesture on their part. When the Spice Girls split up in 2001, I could have done with the intervention of MI5 to spare me from the grief. They could easily have rustled up a bunch of lookalikes to carry on as if nothing had happened, although I reckon I would have spotted a fake Jerry Halliwell. I'm not so sure I'd have spotted a fake Jerry Halliwell, because I watched that Drive to Survive program, and what's his face? The guy who runs the Red Bull team. Stephen Horner? Someone Horner, is married to Jerry Halliwell. I was watching that show being like, oh, I just thought they were talking about it's just his wife, and then I'm like, oh, that's actually Jerry Halliwell, as in the Spice Girl Jerry Halliwell. It took me like a good season to put that together. But regardless of who came up with the fiendish plot, a secret funeral service was held for the real Paul McCartney, whilst his replacement was eventually found in the form of a young guy who had grown up as an orphan and now found himself facing a pretty extensive identity crisis. Some say he was from Edinburgh, while others say that he hailed from Canada. Either way, he was going to have a hard time in nailing that Liverpudlian accent. His real name was William Shears Campbell, although he liked to perform under the name Billy Shears before assuming the identity of Paul McCartney. And he was apparently found after the record label launched a Paul McCartney lookalike competition, the results of which were never revealed. Exactly how much he resembled McCartney is up for debate. While some versions of the saga suggest that he was already an almost perfect doppelganger, other versions suggest that Billy Shears underwent extensive plastic surgery before he was finally revealed to a completely unsuspecting public. Look, plastic surgery today doesn't really... I've seen those shows where it's like, the weird plastic surgery or whatever, and it's like, I want to look like this person. And they never quite end up looking like that person. It's like they have some exaggerated features of that person. But you can't have plastic surgery to make you look like someone else exactly, can you? I don't think it's how it works. And that's today. This was the 1960s. Of course, if all of this is true, a bit of a stretch, I know, this changes pretty much everything we thought we knew about Paul McCartney. It would mean that whilst the original Paul McCartney was responsible for helping the band hit the dizzying heights of fame with a clutch of cheerful pop songs, it was actually a completely different person who contributed to the groundbreaking work from the band's later years. A completely different person who went on to form Wings, marry Linda McCartney, and perform a seminal collaboration with the Frog Chorus, and a completely different 80-year-old person who was wowing the audience at Glastonbury Festival 2022 with renditions from a discography stretching back about 50 years, the vast majority of which had nothing whatsoever to do with the original Paul. Wait, is Linda McCartney the woman who talks all that about, I don't know, like the misinformation woman? Linda McCartney. Am I just imagining that? Because I don't want to say. She also makes like vegetarian stuff, right? Oh, well, it's definitely not Linda McCartney, because apparently she died ages ago. I'm definitely thinking of someone else then. Sorry, Linda McCartney's memory. My bad.
My bad.
In a way, the replacement Paul McCartney has far more Paul McCartney about him than the real Paul McCartney. Nowhere, man. If the Beatles were supposed to be keeping this a secret, they weren't doing a very good job of it. When Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band was finally released in 1967, they practically announced the arrival of the new member within the opening title track of the album. Check out the lyrics at the close of this opening song, which segues into the next track. The singer's gonna sing along, and he wants you all to sing along. So let me introduce to you the one and only Billy Shears and Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Just to drive the point home, the opening words of the next track were simply a celebratory repetition of the name Billy Shears. Surely people are just like, surely that's not what the actual words were. However, this is possibly a misunderstanding of the original premise of what is often considered to be the world's first concept album. McCartney had originally envisioned that the Beatles should take on the mantle of an entirely fictional Edwardian-era military band in order to free up their experimental creativity. Holy shit, McCartney, how much have you smoked? You were hitting the bong hard that morning. The band was, of course, the Lonely Hearts Club Band, compared by Sgt. Pepper, with each Beatle taking on the role of an alter ego. It's a concept which has largely fizzled out by the time the album was released. Oh, okay, sorry, I understand. Billy Shears, the only reason that name is a name is because it's in this song, right? There was no actual Billy Shears, was there? We still don't really know which Beatle was supposed to be Sgt. Pepper, or in fact which Beatle was supposed to be playing which fictional character. Aside from Sgt. Pepper himself, Billy Shears is the only member of the fictional band to get a name check anywhere on the record. But if Billy Shears is any Beatle at all, it would make more sense for him to be Ringo Starr. As the title track segues into the next track with the introduction of Billy Shears, it's Ringo's voice we hear on the lead vocals for With a Little Help from My Friends. Paul McCartney later stated that he just randomly came up with the name Billy Shears because it sounded like a nice atmospheric name which rhymed with all these years and served as an introduction to the next song. Never want to accuse the Beatles of like lazy songwriting, but if you've got years and you're like, oh, I need to rhyme it with something, and you can't rhyme it with something, you just make up a name. And you're like, yeah, okay, what word? Desk. I was sitting at a desk, and then a man called Mr. Manesque came in, and it's like, okay. Well done. But then the lookalike Billy Shears is bound to say something like that, isn't he? Another character connected to the tragedy pops up later on in the album in the form of the track Lovely Rita Meter Maid. Jolly Song appears on the surface to be about Paul falling for the charms of a meter maid. We tend to refer to them as traffic wardens here in the UK, after she hands him a parking ticket. It's a romantic concept, which I'm sure plays out every day on the busy, heart-shaped streets of Britain. Paul ends up taking Rita out for dinner, but then we hear the curious line, took her home and nearly made it. Could that be the Beatles actually talking about the hitchhiker Rita, who may or may not have contributed to the fact that Paul didn't quite make it home that night? No, that's not what he's referring to. I don't think that's what he means. Maybe, although it could also be interpreted as Paul not quite managing to make out with Rita when he invited her into her house, as her two sisters were sitting on the sofa with them. Yes. Maybe it was a more innocent time. But is that what Paul McCartney, one of the most famous people in the world, is thinking about doing? He's like, I just really like to give her a little kiss. Slightly more airy clues can be found in Sgt. Pepper's epic closing track, Day in the Life, which features what sounds like a car crash and an explosion. It also kicks off with an opening verse about a man, possibly a politician, who meets an unfortunate end in a car accident. As the song delicately puts it, he blew his mind out in a car. He didn't notice that the lights had changed. Another reference to McCartney's accident. John Lennon claimed that the verse was inspired by the death of young Irish socialite Tara Brown, the heir to the Guinness fortune, who tragically died at the age of 21 in a car accident in 1966. I understand, cars are still dangerous, but, back in the day. I remember my dad once saying, back in the day, everyone knew someone who died in a car accident. And now, it's I don't know a single person who's died in a car accident. And I definitely know people, but that is far removed from directly knowing someone who's died in a car accident. But back in the day, cars they had little lap belts, no airbags. Crumple zones were why would you want something to crumple? But weirdly, co-writer McCartney can't seem to make up his mind about whether this is true or not. He once claimed that he wasn't thinking at all about Tara Brown when he was working on the song, and that he envisioned the verse to be about a politician who crashed his car after he blew his mind out on drugs. However, as recently as 2021, McCartney gave the contradictory account that he was friends with Tara Brown and that the verse was very much about him. Oh, okay, Tara Brown is socialite. Tara Brown. Is it a man or a woman? Sorry, Tara. Or what's he trying to hide? As Judge Judy might say, you don't need to have a good memory when you tell the truth. She might also say, you're so full of baloney, and don't peel my leg and tell me it's raining. Maybe we'll find further clues in the actual packaging of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. The front cover, for example. I must have seen this iconic image featuring a cast of colourful cutout characters thousands of times, and yet I've never spent much time pondering over the fact that it could easily be interpreted as a funeral gathering. You even get the name of the band displayed in a wreath at the bottom, possibly in tribute to either McCartney or the most infamous incarnation of the band. Not only that, but there's also a little wreath of yellow hyacinths on the ground which take the shape of a left-handed bass. Paul McCartney played the bass, and he was the only left-handed member of the Beatles. Oh, wow. What a coincidence. It's been argued that the bass wreath may actually be a tribute to the band's original Scottish bassist Stuart Sutcliffe, who died from a brain hemorrhage at the age of 21. Oh my lord, that's People who die, I don't imagine it's like heart attacks. It's not something I think I'd have to particularly worry about for at least another 10 years. Brain hemorrhages? I thought that's just something that happened to my, grandma. 21! But that doesn't entirely make sense, as Sutcliffe was right-handed. I suppose it could be some sort of in-joke referring to the fact that Sutcliffe left the band and he gifted his right-handed bass to Paul McCartney, who had to play it upside down until he could afford to buy a left-handed one. Maybe this was Stuart Sutcliffe's bass turned upside down to represent the passing of the instrument from Sutcliffe to McCartney. Or maybe we're looking way too deeply into this. Yes, as soon as you said that, I'm like, no, it's just some element. Someone set it up and no one thought about it that much. If you think some of these cover clues are a bit batty, indeed I do, Danny, well, wait until you hear this one. The words Lonely Hearts appear in big letters on the front of a bass drum, but if you take out a flat mirror and hold it perpendicular to the letters, they now appear to spell out I1IX he die, with a little diamond shape in the middle. This is absurd. This is apparently a reference to the date of McCartney's death on November the 9th, so the wording is basically saying 11/9 he died, with the diamond in the middle pointing directly at McCartney. This is absurd. It's so silly. This might have made a little more sense if he'd adopted the British method of dating, which sensibly puts the day before the month, but only a little bit more sense. Elsewhere on the front cover, we can see an Aston Martin toy sports car, which is an accurate recreation of the full-size version of the car, which McCartney blew his mind out in, and a small statue of the Hindu god Shiva the Destroyer, who seems to be pointing to the doomed Beetle. Guys, you are really stretching things here. Flipping open the gorgeous gatefold sleeve reveals another image of the Beatles in which McCartney is wearing an arm patch which bears the abbreviation OPD. We all know what OPD stands for. That's right, it's clearly an abbreviation for officially pronounced dead. Although that's not what the imposter Billy Shears would have you believe. He reckons that he picked up the arm patch in Canada and that it's a police badge, which stands for Ontario Police Department. A likely tale, Billy. You liar. You intruder, Billy.
Stop lying.
Finally, we turn to the back cover, where we see another image of the band, but for some reason, whilst the surviving members of the Beatles are facing the camera as you might reasonably expect, Paul McCartney has his back turned. It's certainly an odd pose to strike for a group photo, but then the Beatles always had a reputation for embracing the unconventional. Some conspiracy theorists have suggested, however, that turning your back is a symbolic gesture associated with death in some countries, whilst others have suggested this is a sign of Billy Shears attempting to conceal his real identity. People, you are so deep in a hole if you really believe this. You really need to have your brain fixed because it's just silly. You'll also find the lyrics to every song on the back cover, which was a pretty unusual move back in the days when most listeners just hummed along with their own comically inaccurate words. But George Harrison seems to be pointing to one line in particular, the opening line from She's Leaving Home. It says, Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock as the day begins. This is, of course, the day and exact time at which Paul McCartney supposedly crashed his car and lost his head. And it seems the Beatles did have something of a fascination with Tuesdays and Wednesdays. In the later 1967 song, I Am the Walrus, a contender for the most nonsensical song ever recorded by the band, which, as we'll discover in a while, has its own role to play in the saga. Lennon sings about Stupid Bloody Tuesday, which could be a reference to the previous evening's bust-up in the recording studio that led to McCartney storming out in a huff. And in the later 1968 track, Lady Madonna, we hear the lyric, Wednesday morning, papers didn't come. Could this be alluding to the press blackout that followed the secret demise of McCartney? No! No, it doesn't!
No. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. 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 No.
How is the 20... We're a third of the way through. Is it just going to all be this insane? There better be something other than like, oh yeah, I mean, I looked in a mirror at something and it vaguely looked like it read something, which means this. It's like, oh, for sake. Like, I feel like you need to apply your creativity elsewhere because it is wasted on this. Or just a general complaint about the sloppy work ethic of the local paper boys and paper girls. Now let's move on to what is probably my favourite collection of Beatles songs, even if it's not really a proper album as such. Magical Mystery Tour was originally released as a double EP in late 1967 and served as a soundtrack to the TV movie of the same name before it was later padded out to album length with a handful of the band's recent singles. But although it might sound a bit cobbled together, it's still an incredibly oddball collection of 60s psychedelia, which includes Lennon's nostalgic reflections on his childhood years in Strawberry Fields Forever. Lennon apparently makes a surprising admission toward the end of this track. It appears as if the words were never intended to make it to the final cut. They were just accidentally picked up by the microphone on Ringo's drum kit, which is where Lennon just happened to be loitering at the time. But if you listen very closely, you could just about hear Lennon saying something which sounds very similar to I Buried Paul. Well, that's what some people reckon. It seems a very strange thing to just blurt out when you're standing next to Ringo. Others have suggested that it was actually him saying, I'm very bored, which sounds much more likely. That's the sort of thing that I'd mutter, like, walking away to turn off the camera after, like, a script that I found particularly interesting. It's like, oh my god, so bored. Just muttering to myself, and if that was left in, I'd be embarrassed. It wouldn't be entirely out of character for Lennon to make an unplanned lyrical contribution during the recording of a track. Less than 3 minutes into the track, Hey Jude, you could just about hear Lennon muttering hell after realizing that the volume in his headphones had been set too loud. That's what we were led to believe for over 40 years anyway. In 2021, McCartney claimed that the expletive actually came from his own mouth after he missed a piano chord. But in this case, Lennon was saying neither I Buried Paul nor I'm very bored, as we finally got to hear much more clearly in a remastered version of the track released in 1996. What he's actually saying is cranberry sauce. What? Why he would randomly say this might remain forever a mystery. Perhaps Ringo is asking him what he wanted putting on his turkey sandwiches during his lunch break. Bearing in mind that we're talking about a man who wrote such lyrics as yellow matter custard dripping from a dead dog's eye, crab-a-locker fishwife, pornographic priestess, boy, you've been a naughty girl, you let your knickers down. Maybe we shouldn't try to overanalyze everything that came out of Lennon's mouth. Yeah, it's like some music you really enjoy. And then I was like, it was some Coldplay song. And someone was like, I either read it or saw a video about it. And then someone like criticizes that line where he's like, you cut me down a tree and brought it back to me. And he's like, what the f*** are you talking about? Who's cutting down trees? You know, it doesn't really make any sense, does it? It's just music. What further clues are coming out of the packaging of Magical Mystery Tour? Well, the back cover features stills lifted from the accompanying TV movie, which all depict the Beatles dressed up in white suits and red carnations, except McCartney, who gets a white suit but is wearing a black carnation more commonly associated with a funeral. McCartney later gave a rather mundane explanation for it when he revealed, I was wearing a black flower because they ran out of red ones. Meanwhile, the front cover features the band's name spelled out in giant stars, but if you turn the sleeve upside down and get out that same mirror that you've hopefully kept when you were mucking about with the Sgt. Pepper's cover, the reflection reveals what looks like a telephone number. It was rumoured that the telephone number belonged to a local mortuary in London, although others have claimed that they phoned the number and heard a recorded message which simply stated you're getting closer. And let me guess, no one has any proof about this. I would have thought that this would have been relatively easy to prove one way or the other during the height of the Paul is Dead mania. It's also a bit fishy that not everyone can even agree on what the digits the telephone number are supposed to be. But even though this is most likely not true, I prefer the theory that the telephone number belonged to an unwitting industrial correspondent working for the Guardian newspaper who spent the next few months fielding inquiries from concerned America fans over the true fate of Paul McCartney. I once got a recycled number and people would it would happen very rarely, but someone would phone up and be like, hi, yeah, is this JVC Security or whatever? And I'll be like, no. And they'll be like, well, I found this number about JVC Security, so I was hoping that we could talk to you about some security stuff. And I'm like, well, I'm not JVC Security. And they're like, well, why do you have this number listed? I'm like, I don't know! What do you want me to say?
Calm down, calm down.
Yes, sure, I'll be happy to provide some security meetings. Let's meet next week. It's surprised that people are so entitled and it's like, no, it's a wrong number. And they're like, well, I'm looking at the number right now and it's like, cool. Okay, great. We can skip over the Yellow Submarine now, partly because this soundtrack to the animated movie is surprisingly crap. Oh, is that why it's called Yellow Submarine? There's an animated movie about it. Okay, the more you know. The Beatles weren't even remotely involved in the second half of the album, made up of orchestral scores provided by producer George Martin, whilst even their own half is notably lackluster. But there also just aren't that many clues lurking beneath this sea of green. There aren't that many clues in the band's next significant release either, the aforementioned eponymous double album, commonly known as the White Album. The packaging of which was an unusually minimalistic design. Well, it was largely just white. I wonder where I got the name The White Album. Didn't Weezer have a White Album? There's the whole Revolution 9 rubbish, of course, which helped the theory take off in the first place, that was broadcast with DJ Russ Gibb. There's also another bizarre lyric in Ringo's song Don't Pass Me By, which observes, I'm sorry that I doubted you. I was so unfair. You were in a car crash and you lost your hair. Again, don't want to criticize the Beatles, because they are the Beatles, one of the greatest bands of all time, but there's some genius lyrics there. If that was a poem that I submitted in an English class when I was 12, I'd get a C. Might this again be a reference to the bust-up in the recording studio and the subsequent accident in which McCartney lost both his hair and his head? No. No, it's not. There's also another backwards lyric theory, similar in vein to Revolution 9, based around another random contribution from Lennon. Towards the end of the track, I'm So Tired, a song notable for branding Sir Walter Raleigh a stupid git, I guess, for introducing tobacco to Britain, Lennon can be heard mumbling words which on first listen may sound completely incomprehensible. Yo, if Sir Walter Raleigh didn't introduce tobacco, someone's gonna, because eventually someone's gonna be like, holy smoking's awesome, and it's not even bad for you. And then they're like, oh no, it's terribly bad for you. It's actually killing everybody. But they didn't know that at the time, so someone else would just be like, this is sick. The theory goes that if you play the track backwards, as you do, the words suddenly become a lot clearer. Paul is dead, miss him, miss him. Again, this is definitely going to be one of those cases where you hear it played, and if you don't know what you're looking for, you don't hear anything, and then someone's like, oh, do you hear it? Do you hear it? And you're like, oh my god, I hear it! It's just your brain hearing what it wants to hear. A more likely explanation is that Lennon's mumbled words weren't nonsensical at all. He's actually saying, Monsieur, 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 how about another one? And these words weren't meant to be played backwards. I mean, why would you even decide to play a song backwards? To be fair, the Beatles were pioneers of the technique known as backmasking, in which a chunk of sound is deliberately recorded backwards onto a track. In fact, they're widely regarded as the first band to use the technique in a pop song. But this was never designed to be a technique for planting subliminal messages. It was purely to create intriguing new sounds and textures. The fear of subliminal messages on records had reached hysterical proportions by the 1980s, as several Christian groups became so convinced that heavy metal bands were hiding backwards satanic messages in their songs that they're taken to burning these records in the streets. A religion, everybody. Of course, a few musical pranksters did subsequently plant backwards messages in their songs from time to time. My favourite example of which is from the 1996 Weird Al Yankovic track, I Remember Larry, which when spun backwards reveals the words, wow, you must have an awful lot of free time on your hands. Yeah, there's also in that Tenacious D, one of their albums, at the end, something like, I remember, and it's, if you play it backwards, it says donkey crap. And you're like,
Nice.
However, the vast majority of allegations of backmasking made against the likes of Led Zeppelin and AC/DC were completely unfounded. Yet Judas Priest still found themselves facing a bizarre trial. Holy shit. Someone took this to court in 1990, in which they were accused of being responsible for the deaths of two young fans who committed suicide shortly after listening to a Judas Priest album and then becoming heavily intoxicated. The latter part may have something to do with the outcome. Yes, look, I'm sorry, but it's art. Like, no one's gonna be like, oh, well, there's this, novel that talks about suicide and someone read it and then afterwards they killed themselves. No one's gonna say that. And whether you like it or not, and I'm not a giant Judas Priest fan, it is still art, and that doesn't kill anybody. It was alleged that the band themselves had hidden the backward message, let's be dead, do it, in their cover version of Better By You, Better Than Me. As the band's manager later noted, killing off your audience is not the smartest commercial trick in the book. He said, if we were going to do that, I'd be saying, buy 7 copies, not telling a couple of screwed up kids to kill themselves. Although the case I love how savage that is. He's just like, yeah, of course, I love money! Although the case dragged on for a month, it was thankfully dismissed after the band were able to demonstrate in court that any supposed messages were just the coincidental result of distinctive guitar sounds and the way that singer Rob Halford exhaled between lyrics. They were also able to demonstrate that people will find supposed backwards lyrics in the most innocent tracks if they try hard enough. As guitarist Glenn Tipton put, it's a fact that if you play speech backwards, some of it will seem to make sense, especially if you front load it. Especially if you're like, yo, it says this. That would have been a great move by the lawyer. And maybe they did this in court, to play Mary Had a Little Lamb backwards, and be like, and not tell them what it is, and be like, do you hear this? From this, satanic band. And then you play it forward for the jury, and it's like, Mary had a little lamb. And it's like, you see, can we go now? Do we have to be here? Let's dismiss this. Let's go. Although I guess it got dismissed by a judge before it got to jury, right? This was in America, right? Where they have juries on civil trials. And I think this is an important point to bear in mind when we're discussing any of the supposed hidden messages in Beatles tracks. Whether we're talking about backwards messages relating to dead men or lyrics which reference meter maids and Wednesday mornings, it's easy to come across something which could be interpreted in a million different ways, but then decide that can only be interpreted in the way that fits what your brain wants to hear. Exactly. Thank you, Danny. Seriously, though, stop playing records backwards. It's bad for the ears and it's bad for the head. Still, perhaps the Beatles saved their biggest clue of all for last with the release of the Abbey Road album in 1969. Even I've heard this one. Isn't Paul McCartney walking the other way or something, or he's doing something different? There's always been a bit of confusion over as to what should be regarded as the Beatles' finest album. The last regular collection of new material to be released was in the form of Let It Be, which didn't hit the shops until 1970, but had been sitting on a shelf for a little while. I lean towards the idea that Abbey Road from 1969 is the real final album, as even though it was released before Let It Be, it was actually the last collection of songs to be recorded by the band. And it's on Abbey Road that we find the final batch of clues. Now, I'm not going to harp on any further about suggestions in the lyrics, although apparently it's been noted that if you play the track Here Comes the Sun backwards at 78 RPM, you can hear George Harrison cheerfully singing Woe is Paul. So not only are you spinning it backwards, you're also adjusting the rotations per minute on the track. Oh, stop it, people. After you finish playing the track backwards at 78 RPM, maybe you can consider smearing the record in Marmite and popping it in the microwave to see if anything interesting pops up. But no, this final batch of pointers can all all be found on the cover, in which the 4 members of the band are famously navigating the pedestrian crossing on Abbey Road in single file. While this may at first glance just appear to be a photograph of 4 guys crossing the road, it's often been remarked that each member of the band is meant to represent a character in a funeral procession. John Lennon, dressed in all white, is the holy figure. Ringo Starr, clad entirely in black, is meant to be the Undertaker. Scruffy old George Harrison in his denim jacket is clearly the gravedigger. And as for Paul McCartney, well, he's unfortunately the corpse. The reasoning behind this is that Paul's eyes are closed, he's out of step with the others, and he's walking barefoot across the pedestrian crossing, a possible reference to how corpses in some countries are buried without their shoes. Are you joking? Please stop. I can't believe we're only halfway through. This is entirely ridiculous so far. I might just have been a bit more convinced if they'd dressed Paul McCartney up as a maggot-spewing zombie with various missing limbs and maybe chopped off his head. But oh wait, there is more lurking underneath this cover. The left-handed McCartney is holding a cigarette in his right hand, a sign that the imposter, Billy Shears, must have had the same looks and the same voice, but he didn't share the same dominant hand. Or he's just holding a cigarette in his left hand. Like, that is not particularly unusual. And then there's the registration plate. The cover depicts a Volkswagen Beetle bearing the registration LMW28IF. The first 3 letters are said to be an abbreviation of Linda McCartney, widow. Please, this is so silly. Or Linda McCartney weeps. This is deeply, deeply stupid. Whilst the final digits are said to represent the age of the real Paul McCartney if he had still been alive for the Abbey Road shortcut. Oh, IF, because if is like on the... Come on, this is so daft. Cynics point out that the real Paul McCartney would have actually been 27 at the time, but they're forgetting that in some Far Eastern countries, the time spent in the womb counts towards the age of a person. And the Beatles had certainly spent time dabbling in Eastern mysticism in recent years. Oh, for God's sake, stop it.
I've had enough of this shit!
All these doubting Thomases don't seem so clever now, do they? Oh no, we seem perfectly clever, because all of this is just insane. And if you believe this, I really think there's something wrong with your brain. Well, just about all these final theories can be debunked with reasonably straightforward explanations. Or we could just say, it's a coincidence. Because it is. It's a bit of a stretch to assume that just because, say, Lennon decided to wear white on that day whilst Ringo decided to wear black, this means that the stroll across the pedestrian crossing is meant to represent a funeral procession. It's debatable whether McCartney's eyes are really closed at all, and whilst he may seem out of step with the others, there are several alternative shots in which he isn't. The band just went with the best shot, in which all 4 of them were mid-stride, as they felt it looked the most effective. It's not that uncommon for a smoker to use their non-dominant hand to hold a cigarette. I often do this myself without thinking, although, of course, I never light the cigarette or anything, as I've been warned that this can be quite dangerous. Sure, Daddy, sure. And the registration plate doesn't really make sense, regardless of whether we're counting McCartney's time in the womb or not. If we're to believe the real McCartney died on the 9th of November 1966, Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock as the day begins, then he wouldn't have even met the young Linda Eastman yet. So, Linda would actually have met and married Billy Shears and could hardly be considered the weeping widow of a person that she had never known. It's so insane. It's insane. It's insane before you know this, and then it just becomes plain ridiculous. As for his bare feet, McCartney himself later explained why he wasn't wearing shoes on that day. People start looking at it and they say, why hasn't he got shoes on? He's never done that before. Okay, so you've never seen me do it before, but in actual fact, it's just me with my shoes off. So what? Barefoot. Nice warm day. I didn't feel like wearing shoes. Turns out to be some old mafia sign of death or something. It sometimes feels as if that wretched Billy Shears has an answer for everything. Here, there, everywhere. You might be thinking that not all these clues are entirely compelling. Who would be thinking that, Danny? Sheeple, Danny. A more cynical viewer might conclude that each and every one of them is clearly just absolute bollocks. But that didn't stop the Paul is dead thing from going supernova in the US over the course of several weeks, even if it didn't bother the UK or the rest of the world that much too. We're really not talking about something on the same sort of scale as the silly internet rumour that the real Avril Lavigne died in 2003 and has been played by a replacement clone ever since. Not true, by the way, fact fans. This was something else entirely. There was nothing else quite like it. The theory was dominating the radio stations and newspapers as top DJs flew out to London to conduct their own investigations. The story, you'd be like, yeah, it sounds like, yeah, no, I believe that. I believe that. Where? Can you go to London for the week? Let's go!
Let's go!
This is something else entirely. There was nothing. The story made it onto news reports from ABC and NBC, whilst other television networks were putting together their own live discussions and TV specials. McCartney's younger brother Mike found himself to be an unwitting participant in such a TV segment. Mike McCartney, back then known as Mike McGear, also had musical bones, fronting a comedy trio called The Scaffold through the 1960s and 70s. No matter how successful The Scaffold was, you've always got to be like, oh yeah, no, my brother, Paul. Yeah, no, he's one of the Beatles. You'd be like, ah. It's like, if he was a lawyer or something, then it'd be like, well, no, I'm a better lawyer than Paul. But you're doing the same thing as him, and he's Paul McCartney, isn't he? It's gotta be weird. The Scaffold might not have been quite as successful as the Beatles, but they did score a few novelty top 10 hits more than once, and even topped the charts with Lily the Pink in 1968, which for any other band would be incredible. But you're still like, bloody Paul. During a tour of the US at the height of the Paul is Dead mania, Mike had been invited to appear on American TV under the pretense that the Scaffold would be given the opportunity to perform their latest single. Instead, poor old Mike forced to sit in the same TV studio as a group of conspiracy theorists and listen to them bang on for ages about how his older brother was dead. A visibly annoyed Mike responded on the broadcast with, I don't really want to rip you to shreds because that would be stupid, but I find all of this very embarrassing. You have no factual backing up, nothing at all to base it on. It's a fantastically contrived piece of press material. It's terrifying how you get away with it. It's a hoax. It's a con. That is incredibly level-headed. Mad respect for old Mike there. To just be like, no, this is insane. What are you talking about? Essentially, like, I'm not even going to engage with this. This is clearly nonsense. When am I going to sing? Mike seemed to lighten up towards the end of the segment when the host, still clearly unconvinced that Paul McCartney might still be alive, challenged Mike to remember the last time he saw his brother. Mike immediately came back with, it was his funeral, I think. Legends.
No, I got all respect for you.
That's that Robert Pattinson shit right there. His band still didn't get to perform though. But there were a few other things going on back in their day that didn't really help to quash the rumours. For starters, the Beatles had completely given up touring in November 1966, coincidentally the very same month in which the original McCartney was killed. Dun dun dun! It was perhaps quite surprising for the biggest band in the world to suddenly announce that they were no longer going to tour ever again. The official reason was that the screaming fans was drowning the band's performances out to the point where it felt like being on tour 8 days a week had become an utterly pointless exercise. And it was a decision that paved the way for an astonishing new creativity in the albums to follow, as the Beatles were no longer restricted to writing and recording songs that they could easily replicate in a live performance. But could there be another reason? Perhaps Billy Shears would have looked quite as convincing when wheeled out in the flesh for all to see, or perhaps he couldn't even have played an instrument, at least not to the same standard as the original McCartney. It was a bit of a problem that Paul McCartney appeared to have gone devilishly quiet at the height of the Paul is Dead mania. I mean, it might have helped considerably if he'd just appeared on live television, held his thumbs aloft and announced to the world that he was alive and well, but he was nowhere to be found. I don't blame him. If there was this conspiracy, he'd be like, I don't give a you can believe what you want. I'm alive, why do I care? Like, why do I care? Honestly, all publicity is good publicity. I'm not getting hurt by this at all. Sure, believe what you want. Call me Billy. During this suspicious lack of public activity from the same man who had spent most of the last few years having a camera pointed at his face, the fans had instead resorted to comparing the most recent photographs of McCartney with earlier photographs. It was concluded by many that his jawline, ears, nose, and teeth looked so different in the intervening years that they couldn't possibly belong to the same person. Again, look at a picture of yourself from 10 years ago. Look at a picture of me from 10 years ago. It looks very different. It's certainly true that McCartney's appearance had changed considerably since the early years of the Beatles, as had the appearance of the other three members. That noticeably came a lot hairier for a start. You only have to compare the cover of the early Red compilation album with the recreated cover shot for the later Blue compilation album to see how much they'd all changed in the space of about 4 years, although it's interesting to see that McCartney has probably changed the least in between these two shots. Of course, people do tend to look a bit different over the course of the cruel passage of time, and I'm not convinced McCartney's profile had radically changed during the 1960s. One of his teeth does look quite a bit different, but it was only because he required surgery after a moped crash in 1965, a real accident in which, no, he didn't die. You can actually see his damaged teeth and scarred lip in the promotional video for Paperback Writer and Rain, which were recorded shortly after the accident. Yet even McCartney conceded that he could see why some people felt they were looking at photographs of two different people. He later said, coincidentally around that time, I was playing down a lot of the old Beatle image and getting a bit more to what I felt was me, letting my beard grow and not being so hung up on keeping fresh and clean. I looked different, more laid back, and so I had people coming up and saying, you're not him. And I was beginning to think, I am, but I know what you mean. I don't look like him. Despite all the suspicion, McCartney still seemed reluctant to pop his head over the parapet at the time and confirm that he was still alive. So, where was he hiding? Or what was he hiding? After the Beatles had given up touring, all 4 members had chosen to spend a lot less time in the spotlight after being hauled through the publicity mill during a pretty exhaustive 4 years. But it's true to say that a secret of sorts was indeed being whispered down the corridors of the Abbey Road recording studios. The most famous band in the world were very much on the brink of splitting up. They certainly had plenty of arguments in the past, and just about every member had briefly quit the band at some point, only to be lured back the next day. But this time, it felt different. Tensions had been rising higher than ever before in the recording studio, partly fueled by John Lennon's insistence that his partner Yoko Ono should sit in on all the sessions. Oh, John Lennon. The poor McCartney. Oh, for sake, John. Yoko! You guys must have seen that famous clip of her John Lennon and Chuck Berry performing together, and then Yoko Ono's just like, and the sound engineer cuts her mic. And Chuck Berry's face is like this. He just goes wide-eyed when she starts to scream. Oh God, Yoko Ono, you're the worst. I remember I was Yoko Ono even harder than I'm Yoko Ono today, and someone was like, oh well, Simon, she survived, like, did she survive the Holocaust? Or I don't know, something like that. And I'm like, well, so did what's his face, the guy who wrote Man's Search for Meaning. Viktor Frankl? What was that guy's name? It doesn't matter. But look, he wrote an amazing book. Yoko Ono makes terrible music. Come on. This meant that every time Lennon had a musical disagreement with one of the others, Yoko would immediately leap to her partner's defense as if she were a legitimate member of the Beatles with an equal say in what was going on. McCartney had also recently lost a significant argument with the other 3 over who should be the band's business manager. McCartney felt that his own father-in-law, Lee Easton, was the right man for the job, and felt aggrieved by the other 3 when they voted for Alan Klein. Well, look, they vote. And also, can't you see that they might be like, well, not your father-in-law. We should have, like, someone who's... It shouldn't be what's it called? It should be a meritocracy rather than oh, God damn it, it's a super common word where you, like, give jobs to your mates. Cronyism. Kleptocracy? Is that it? Oh, I don't know. I don't know my big words. I'm really sorry. People are screaming in their heads now. That's not what it means, Simon. Doesn't matter. All kinds of other shit was going to go down behind the scenes, but the final nail was hammered into the coffin on the 20th of September 1969 when John Lennon solemnly announced during a private meeting that he was quitting the Beatles. He said this before, but it now seemed he was deadly serious. Lennon felt that over the 10 years they'd been working together, the band had achieved everything they could possibly achieve as a collective, and it was time for them to go their separate ways and embark upon 4 exciting new solo careers. Well, 3 exciting new solo careers and a voiceover job for Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends. Wait, I only found out very recently that Ringo Starr was the voice of Thomas the Tank Engine. Who was he in Friends? Was he just on Friends as a... What? Oh, I'm sorry. I get it. Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends is the name of the Thomas the Tank Engine show. That shouldn't have confused me. I was like, Ringo Starr was on Friends? Like with Jennifer Aniston and crew? It would be a while until the big news was made public, but in the meantime, McCartney decided to get away from it all. He retreated to his remote Scottish farm near Campbelltown and bolted down the hatches with his new wife Linda, their 2-month-old baby Mary, and 6-year-old Heather from Linda's first marriage. However, whilst McCartney was lying low on the farm and enjoying a new life of blissful sheep petting far away from the prying eyes of the media, the band's press manager, Derek Taylor, was getting a bit edgy. He was becoming inundated with calls from DJs and TV broadcasters and fans in the US who all wanted to know if McCartney was dead or alive. Derek Taylor's patience was wearing thin, and he was keen for McCartney to provide an official statement confirming that his head was still very much attached to his neck. He called up McCartney on the private farm landline and explained that everyone's work was severely being disrupted by thousands of queries that they were receiving about his health. After hearing for the first time that he was supposed to be dead, McCartney's initial response to Derek was, "Oh, I don't agree with that." In fact, Derek made multiple calls to McCartney, practically begging him to do something, but the soon-to-be former Beatle was having none of it. He was busy on the farm and didn't have time for any of this nonsense. He's kind of right, because even if he's like, no, I'm still alive, they're going to be like, no, you're not, Billy! And they're still going to call and they're still going to hassle. It's not going to change anything, because people who believe in conspiracy theories don't like logic. As far as he was concerned, it was better to just let it be. The other Beatles didn't have too much to say about the Paul is dead theory either. George Harrison later stated, "The rumours are too stupid to bother denying," which of course just served as ammunition for the conspiracy theorists. He noted that Harrison refused to deny anything. Oh god, that's not what he means. Meanwhile, John Lennon gave a brief interview to a guy who worked for the very same WNKR-FM radio station that had first discussed the backwards lyrics on air. He seemed largely bemused by the whole thing, saying, "What did we do? Stuff him and shave him? How could we do it? I don't understand what it's all about." John Lennon would take a slightly less jovial view on the matter in the years to follow. I don't want to spoil the party. Paul McCartney eventually bowed to the pressure being piled on him by the press manager, Derek Taylor, who by now was tearing his hair out in frustration. In late October 1969, McCartney gave a few brief statements to the BBC and the press, which attempted to quash the rumours once and for all. Using the often misquoted line from writer Mark Twain, who once found himself reading his own obituary in the press, McCartney responded with, "Rumours of my death have been greatly exaggerated." The actual quote from Mark Twain is, "The report of my death was an exaggeration, but let's not split hairs, it is close enough." McCartney later expanded on this a little bit by saying, "If the conclusion you reach is that I'm dead, then you're wrong, because I am alive and living in Scotland." Let me guess. The next line is, nobody cared, and all the conspiracy theorists just kept on conspiring. It didn't make a difference, and he was right all along. But these statements weren't cutting it with the conspiracy theorists. After all, most press statements are unlikely to have really been written by the person to which they're attributed. These words could have been just put together by Derek Taylor in a bid to cut down on the number of reporters and fans hounding him every day. What we really needed was to see photographic evidence of Paul and Linda down on the farm, along with maybe a major in-depth interview. Or at least that's the conclusion reached by Life magazine when they dispatched reporter Dorothy Bacon and photographer Terence Spencer to sneak onto the farm unannounced and do just that. This wasn't going to be easy though. The only way of gaining access to the wildly remote McCartney farm was through a neighbouring farm belonging to a guy called Ian McDougall. But Farmer McDougall was very much on Team McCartney, and he had been asked to ward off any nosy reporters. Dorothy Bacon and Terence Spencer were to discover this for themselves when they arrived at McDougall's farm and were gruffly told to piss right off. Figuring that Farmer McDougall might also be likely to join this holy throng, they returned to his farm the following morning to find that nobody was around, allowing them to tiptoe to the McCartney farm. But now they had another problem to deal with. When Paul McCartney first caught sight of the duo arriving on his property, with Terence Spencer already snapping away with his camera, he was far from happy, as he'd reasonably expect. In fact, he charged at Terence Spencer with flailing fists, and followed this up by throwing a bucket of kitchen slop all over the photographer. Good for you. Taking these subtle hints, Dorothy Bacon and Terence Spencer made a hasty exit from the farm, but then McCartney had an unexpected change of heart, albeit one inspired by not entirely selfless reasons. He reasoned that he realised that Terence Spencer now had photographs of the Beatle attacking the photographer and throwing a bucket of kitchen slop all over him, which wasn't exactly the kind of image that McCartney was attempting to cultivate. I don't know, it makes you seem like a bit of a legend. I was just chilling out on my farm, some paparazzi showed up and started taking pictures, and I threw a bucket of, kitchen crap all over him. Who's not going to be, legend? So he jumped into his Land Rover and caught up with the duo to strike a deal. McCartney would provide Life magazine with a major cover story, a proper interview, and a whole collection of more appealing new photographs of life down the farm, but only if Spencer surrendered his less appealing photographs and involving fists and kitchen slop. A deal was struck, and even though it may have been achieved via very dubious means, Spencer and Bacon just had secured a major scoop for Life magazine. I bet Farmer McDougall was bloody livid. The front cover of the November the 9th issue of Life magazine featured a scruffy and unshaven Paul McCartney who looked like he'd just been dragged out of bed, posing on the farm with his wife Linda and children Heather and Mary. Alongside the headline, "The Case of the Missing Beatle, Paul is still with us." The most fascinating thing about the accompanying story is that during the course of the interview, McCartney dropped a major bombshell which wasn't followed up on at all by Bacon, Spencer, or Life magazine. Oh, I think I've heard of this. Is this where he announces that the Beatles is not together anymore? At one point, McCartney reveals the Beatles thing is over, which served as shocking confirmation that the biggest band in the world was splitting up. Yet it was left to other publications to delve further into the breakup of the Beatles. Life magazine just completely ignored this major news development because they were far too busy asking Paul whether he was sure if he wasn't dead. McCartney's response to this was that he felt the rumours had only started because he hadn't been in the press much recently and he was seeking a quieter life with his new family. He also quipped, "Do I look dead? I'm fit as a fiddle, but if I were dead, I would be the last to know." Following the publication of the article in Life magazine, the rumours of McCartney's death were finally laid to rest. in the mainstream media at least. But there were still plenty of people who were unwilling to let go of the idea. Surprise, surprise. Even today, online forums are still furiously debating the size and shape of Paul McCartney's ears. One group of researchers are keeping themselves busy by conducting stylometric analyses on just about every interview ever conducted by McCartney in a bid to determine whether his speech patterns changed following the death of the original and the arrival of the replacement Billy Shears. So far, they've concluded that certain expressions and fillers used regularly in early McCartney interviews, such as "you know what I mean," seem to have dramatically fallen off the scale by the latter half of the 1960s. That's because people also learn more. And maybe someone was like, "Paul, you say, do you know what I mean all the time?" And he stopped saying it because it's just filler. It's like if someone's used to do all ums and ers, and then they learn not to do it anymore, then there's not going to be so many ums and ers, are there? Maybe they just pause more. But this could just be a sign of growing confidence and maturity in McCartney's language. In it. Exactly! Despite these pockets of people who still cling to the idea, I'm pretty sure the most rational observers now are of the firm opinion that Paul McCartney did not die in 1966, largely because there is not a scrap of compelling evidence to suggest that he did. But how on earth could such a blatantly ridiculous hoax have ever taken flight in the first place? And could the Beatles just have been trolling us along? Yeah, even if all of these things, which I don't think are evidence, like the stupid, his eyes are closed, he's barefoot, blah blah blah, it would all just be far more likely that it's just the Beatles having a laugh, like Robert Patterson and his clown story. Who was the walrus? John Lennon appeared to get quite annoyed when he was still repeatedly getting asked about the Paul is dead theory over the next year or two, famously dismissing the whole thing as made-up bullshit. There were probably a few good reasons why Lennon was feeling a bit grumpy in the immediate aftermath of the split of the Beatles. Lennon was the catalyst for the disbanding of the group, yet it was McCartney who had stolen his thunder by making the first announcement of the split to Life magazine. Not that Life magazine cared. Even though the magazine itself had completely ignored this major revelation at the time, this still led to a long-held belief that it was McCartney's decision to split up the Beatles. The four former members of the band were now hoping to shift media attention to their upcoming solo albums, but every time Lennon agreed to a press interview in which he hoped to promote his work, he just kept getting asked about why his ex-bandmate wasn't wearing any shoes on the Abbey Road cover. Lennon also wearily dismissed the idea of any coded messages within the lyrics as he grumbled, "I don't know what Beatles records sound like backwards. I never play them backwards." That's not entirely accurate, as we already know the Beatles had been one of the first groups to experiment with backmasking, a move which was apparently inspired by the time Lennon came home drunk from a party and accidentally played a Beatles track backwards. But what about the idea of deliberately planting coded messages within lyrics played in the right direction? All four members of the band have consistently denied doing any such thing, but there is a set of connected lyrics scattered across two songs which are separated by a year, which even some of the more cynical listeners have concluded must surely be a direct reference to the Paul is dead theory. And it's a story which begins with a walrus. Perhaps it's a mistake to even try and make any sense from the lyrics to the 1967 classic I Am the Walrus, a song notable for its insightful chorus, "I am the Eggman, they are the Eggman, I am the Walrus, goo goog job." Apparently written by Lennon during several LSD trips, the song was partially inspired by the Lewis Carroll poem The Walrus and the Carpenter, although Lennon later lamented that he hadn't realized the walrus was the villain of the piece. He later noted, "I thought, oh shit, I picked the wrong guy. I should have said I am the carpenter, but that wouldn't have been the same, would it?" The purposefully nonsense lyrics about sitting on cornflakes and elementary penguins singing Hare Krishna were believed to be Lennon's attempt to utterly confound the kind of people who were trying to find deep meanings buried within Beatles lyrics. He was just taking the piss. Yeah, it's amazing. All the people who believe this, the Beatles, who most of them are dead, are still trolling you today. It's the greatest troll of all time. But the walrus may be important, and one question still remains. Who was the walrus? Conspiracy theorists have observed that the walrus was considered to be a symbol of death in certain countries, so could it be that Paul McCartney was meant to be the walrus and the whole song was pointing to his recent death? Well, you wouldn't really think so. John Lennon wrote the song, so it's John Lennon who proudly sings I Am the Walrus. And it's even John Lennon dressed up as a walrus on the cover of the Magical Mystery Tour soundtrack on which the song is listed. However, if you glance at the sleeve notes, it seems as if the rarely used full title for the track is I Am the Walrus, Oh No You're Not, said Little Nicola. So what did this little Nicola know about the walrus that nobody else did? Well, it was Lennon who appeared to give a direct answer for once, a year later on the Beatles track Glass Onion. The song includes the intriguing verse, "I told you about the walrus and me. Man, you know that we're as close as can be. Man, well, here's another clue for you all. The walrus was Paul." Now, some might say this is actually quite interesting. Not only does Lennon confirm that the animal associated with death represented Paul McCartney, he's also serving up an explicit clue which can't be put down to fans misinterpreting vague lyrics. He comes right out and says it. "Here's another clue for you all. The walrus was Paul." Wait, at this point, was the Paul is dead thing out of the bag? Like everyone was saying about blah 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 and it's all this? He's making fun of you. Even some of the harder to convince fans have pondered over whether this could count as the only genuine explicit reference to the Paul is dead theory being found in a Beatles lyric. And this has led to speculation that the Beatles may have not only been playfully fanning the flames of the hoax, but may have even been entirely responsible for it in the first place. Could all of this have just been a clever marketing ploy to generate press coverage and shift more Beatles records? I definitely think it could just be them trolling. I don't think it's a clever marketing ploy. They're the Beatles. They didn't need to shift more records. They were shifting all the records. They were the Beatles. There are several points to consider here which suggest that this was probably not the case. To begin with, the track Glass Onion was a strangely self-referential track which included nods to a whole raft of earlier Beatles songs including Strawberry Fields Forever, The Fool on the Hill, and Fixing a Hole. In a similar vein to I'm a Walrus, the track is another attempt by Lennon to bewilder the fans who were seeking answers to the meaning of life within Beatles songs. But this wasn't necessarily anything to do with the Paul is Dead hoax. Fans have been searching for any kind of hidden clues and messages long before then. As Lennon himself later revealed, "I threw the line in. Walrus was Paul just to confuse everybody a bit more. It could have been the fox terrier as Paul. I mean, it's just a bit of poetry. I was having a laugh because there'd been so much gobbledygook about Sgt. Pepper. Play it backwards and stand on your head and all that." It's also worth noting that Glass Onion was recorded and released before the Paul is Dead mania took hold in the United States. Okay, so that's important. But I think it's just them having a laugh. It's just them trolling. Oh, one more thing. To the best of my knowledge, the walrus is not considered to be a symbol of death in any country. While some fans insist the walrus is the Greek word for corpse, or the animal is the Viking symbol of death, or that it represents death in Scandinavian countries, it just seems to be complete poppycock on about the same level as the lyrics to a John Lennon song after he'd taken too many disco biscuits. I mean, what kind of country would associate death with a walrus anyway? You might go for a raven, or a black cat, or a spider or something. Nobody is going for a walrus. John Lennon did make an indisputable reference to the hoax a few years later in 1971 on his solo track How Do You Sleep, which comes across as a pretty vitriolic attack against his former bandmate McCartney. Oh shit, is that Beatles tea? Relations between the two ex-Beatles certainly seem to have deteriorated a little since the split. Throughout this track, Lennon ponders over how McCartney sleeps at night, suggests that he only ever wrote one good song, compares the rest of his stuff to bland music, and predicts that his pretty face won't let him get much further now. Perhaps it was decent of McCartney to rise above it, rather than respond with a track called At Least I Look Like I Take a Bath Now and Then. Yeah. McCartney, even now, he's an old-ass man. McCartney's quite good looking, right? Having said that, Lennon's track was supposed itself to be a retaliation to what he perceived to be earlier personal digs at himself and Yoko on McCartney's solo stuff. But here's... Yes, I like Paul McCartney. But here's one of the most intriguing lyrics near the beginning of Lennon's How Do You Sleep track. "Those freaks was right when they said you were dead. The one mistake you made was in your head." Putting Lennon's dodgy grammar aside for now, this is a clear reference to the Paul is Dead hoax, but it's interesting to note that Lennon condemns all the fans who subscribe to the theory as freaks. Yep. Again, rather like Paul McCartney. Or should I say Billy? What was his name? Billy Shivers? Billy Shearers? Billy Shearing? I don't even remember. You know what? I don't even care. Admittedly, it sounds like he was in a foul mood when he was composing the song, but even so, it just doesn't seem likely that the bands themselves were involved in creating or fueling the hoax. Between the four of them, the Beatles just seemed to find the whole thing either amusing, baffling, inconsequential, or mildly irritating. And it's not like they ever needed to cook up a fiendish ploy to flog more records. They were the Beatles. Danny and I, same page. Yet you don't need a marketing stunt. You're the Beatles. Whether the band planted hidden messages of any other kind within their songs is up for debate. Plenty of other artists do it. I only recently discovered that the deeply enchanting 1982 hit Land of Make Believe by frothy UK punk band Bucks Fizz is actually a heavily veiled attack on the policies of the then UK Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and her government. It's never sounded quite the same since. Wow. Is that because you're a huge fan of Margaret Thatcher, Danny? Also, I've never heard of Land of Make-Believe. Anyway, let's move on. Or Bucks Fizz. I mean, I've heard of Bucks Fizz the drink. Is that an American thing as well? It's where you mix champagne with orange juice. It's quite delicious.
Yum.
But even if the Beatles were deliberately planting cryptic messages for listeners to solve, they would have been unlikely to admit it after the Charles Manson family murders of 1971. 9 murders were committed by the cult between 1969 and 1971, and their white supremacist leader, Charles Manson, claimed to have been influenced by lyrics on, wait for it, the White Album, which is cringe. Not the album, Charles Manson, and him being like, oh yeah, the Beatles, oh yeah. Manson felt that the Beatles were 4 angels that were mentioned in the Book of Revelation, and that the band were speaking directly to him in coded lyrics, which served as a warning of an impending race war. Well, I mean, it's Charles Manson. Who gives a shit? He's loopy. It's easy to see why the Beatles may have been keen to distance themselves from the topic of potential hidden meanings in their lyrics at any point after this, but it's still pretty safe to bet that the actual members of the band had nothing whatsoever to do with the Paul is Dead hoax. So, then where exactly did the hoax originate, and could it have been something to do with the band's management possibly attempting to cover up a very real and very dodgy incident involving Paul McCartney's car? Okay, let's go. Is there okay, now I'm curious, did something actually happen that's somewhat scandalous? Well, let's find out, shall we? The long and winding road. Well over 2 years before the Detroit DJ Russ Gibb first started playing Beatles records backwards, live on air in response to a mysterious caller, we can see the real roots of this story take shape in February 1967. The Beatles Book Monthly was a relatively modest publication delivered exclusively to members of the official Beatles fan club, and the 43rd edition included a short and largely unremarkable news story which noted the following. Stories about the Beatles are always flying about Fleet Street. 7th of January was very icy, with dangerous conditions on the M1 motorway linking London with the Midlands. Towards the end of the day, a rumour swept London that Paul McCartney had been killed in a car crash off the M1. But of course there was absolutely no truth to it at all, as the Beatles press officer found out when he telephoned Paul's St John's Wood home and was answered by Paul himself, who had been home all day with his black Mini Cooper safely locked up in the garage. That's all well and good, but it may not have been entirely true. In fact, it might have been a bit of a porky. According to a 2012 book, The Man Who Killed Paul McCartney, by award-winning rock writer Jim Yoakum, Paul McCartney's black Mini Cooper was certainly not locked up safely in his garage. It had been completely wrecked in a genuine accident on the M1 motorway on the 7th of January 1967, just as the supposed rumours had suggested. However, McCartney himself hadn't been behind the wheel. It had all apparently started with a small gathering at St Paul's St John's Wood home. Gathering which included no less than 3 members of the Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, Keith Richards and the late Brian Jones, along with trendy antiques dealer Robert Fraser and his loyal Moroccan personal assistant Mohammed Khataibi, who tended to cop for all the jobs such as, say, moving any potential stashes of drugs around from party to party. Well, the reason he's copping for all the jobs is because he's the dude's assistant. He's not there as a guest. He's the dude's assistant. Of course he's doing that. At some point it was decided to move this particular party along to Mick Jagger's place in Hertfordshire, before it then moved on again to Keith Richards' swanky mansion in Sussex. Even though there were now plenty of cars on McCartney's drive, most of the party animals decided it'd be a laugh if they all tried to squeeze together into Mick Jagger's Mini Cooper. These guys are just having a good time, aren't they? All except Mohammed Khataibi, of course. He gets asked if he wouldn't mind following them in McCartney's black Mini Cooper. Yeah, because he's the assistant. He's not a rock star or an antique stealer. He's the antique dealer's assistant. Not just any old black Mini Cooper, mind. He's getting handed the keys to a car which is instantly recognisable as Paul McCartney's, complete with oversized tyres, interior armchairs, a wet bar, and most likely a player of fluffy vegetarian sausages hanging from the rearview mirror. Did Paul McCartney really have a bar in his little Mini Cooper? That is sick. Now, I'm not suggesting that Mohammed definitely was carrying a massive stash of drugs with him, as this has never been proven, and we only have respected author Jim Yoakum's words that any of this ever really happened. But if there was such a massive stash of drugs floating around the place, it would clearly be problematic if it were found in a car containing 3 members of the Rolling Stones and a Beatle. Would it though? Like, when you hear loads of drugs found in Rockstar's car, you're like, oh my god, what? A rock star? No! They would never! probably better to just leave it all with the Moroccan personal assistant. That's not likely to attract too many headlines. If this was indeed the plan, then it went a bit pear-shaped when Mohammed Chatabi lost sight of Mick Jagger's Mini Cooper when he was supposed to be following, and then lost control of Paul McCartney's Mini Cooper when he ended up smashing into a pylon. The car was written off, and Mohammed spent time in hospital with severe injuries. Some sources have alleged that Mohammed heroically dragged himself from the wreckage and dumped the drugs before returning to the wreckage and waiting for the emergency services to arrive. And this still wasn't enough to appease McCartney, who just seemed quite annoyed that his beloved car had been wrecked. That's not cool. You should be like, are you alright, mate?
You okay, bro?
In the immediate aftermath of the accident, a crowd of people stood and stared for a while as whispers began to swirl that this distinctively pimped-out vehicle belonged to Paul McCartney, and coincidentally, Mohammed Chatabi even looked a little bit like him too. The Beatles' press office may have felt concerned that someone who looked a bit like Paul McCartney had smashed up McCartney's car while possibly, or possibly not, carrying a massive stash of illegal drugs. So, they fed the fan club publication with fake news, which attempted to bury the whole story by suggesting that McCartney had been home all day, most likely sipping tea and munching on frosted buns, while his car was locked up safely in the garage and most definitely not wrapped around a pylon. Then, all went largely quiet until September the 17th, 1969, when 19-year-old student Tim Harper wrote a piece for the Times-Delphic, a campus newspaper published by Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa. Under the headline, "Is Paul McCartney Dead?" The short article began, "Lately on campus, there has been much conjecture on the present state of Beatle Paul McCartney. An amazing series of photos and lyrics on the group's album point to distinct possibility that McCartney may indeed be insane, freaked out, or even dead." Tim Harper admitted to never even owning a Beatles record himself, so he clearly wasn't much of a fan. He later reckoned that he'd just largely been talking about one student in particular, who later claimed that he'd heard the rumour from some anonymous local musician. Harper was just writing a conjecture piece which was supposed to entertain his fellow students and nothing more. You gotta be careful though. It's like, you're not writing entertainment, you're writing news. But it was within this small campus newspaper that we first see in print the theories relating to the backwards lyrics on the Revolution 9 track. McCartney walking barefoot across Abbey Road pedestrian crossing, and the supposed telephone number hiding in the reflection of the cover of Magical Mystery Tour. It was also this small article which inspired Tom Zarsky, possibly a student at the same university, to phone up Detroit DJ Russ Gibb and encourage him to play Revolution 9 backwards on air. And just 2 days later, it was this radio broadcast which encouraged a guy called Fred LeBour to write an article for the Michigan Daily Paper, which is where things got really wild. Fred LeBour is better known these days, apparently, as the award-winning Grammy frontman for the comedy western group Riders in the Sky, in which he performs under the stage name of Too Slim. Never heard of any of this. But back in 1969, Too Slim was more interested in putting together words for the Michigan Daily, and after enjoying the infamous radio broadcast with DJ Russ Gibb, he decided to write a satirical review of the recent Beatles album, Abbey Road, alongside the dramatic headline, "Paul McCartney Dead, New Evidence Brought to Light." It's just people having a laugh, and then some people take it much too seriously. The key word here is satirical. Fred LeBour was just arsing around, and this is kind of obvious when you read the whole article, which concludes with the words, "The Beatles are building a mighty church, and when you emerge from it, you'll be laughing, for Paul is the son of God." Wow. And people didn't realise it was satire? It's like when people, share an Onion article being like, "Oh my God!" And it's like, bro, it's the Onion. Come on now. While borrowing some of the ideas from the earlier Drake University student newspaper, Fred LeBour also makes up a lot of his own theories. The story of what may have happened with Mohammed Chatabi's car hadn't been revealed yet, so LeBour was quite possibly inspired by the rumours of McCartney's car crash printed in the official fan club magazine when he came up with the idea of the Beatle getting killed in his Aston Martin. Wait, so he just straight up made that up? That's where it originated? Just a guy in a satirical review? This whole conspiracy theory basically started from The Onion. LeBour respectfully observed that the top of his head was sheared off. He was deader than a doornail. So respectful. It was also LeBour's wacky imagination that first dreamed up the theories relating to the walrus being a symbol associated with death, the OPD armband, and most significantly of all, the idea that McCartney was replaced by a Scottish orphan called Billy Shears Campbell, who was, of course, entirely fictional. Oh my God, it's this one dude. 30 pages, Danny, and it's this one dude who just made up a satirical news piece, and that's where it came from, and people believe this because they're dumb.
What a stupid idiot.
The edition of the Michigan Daily sparked major media attention and TV news coverage after the paper sold out several print runs. But it was always meant to be satire. Very shortly afterwards, Fred LeBour repeatedly tried to make it clear that it just made everything about the car crash and Billy Shears up, but not everybody was listening. In fact, LeBour was invited to appear on a US TV special just a couple of weeks later, in which celebrity lawyer F. Lee Bailey investigated the evidence of the theory whilst cross-examining so-called experts and witnesses. Just before cameras started rolling, a confused Fred LeBour tried to tell the lawyer that the whole thing was just meant to be a joke, but F. Lee Bailey responded with, "Well, we have an hour of television to fill. You're going to have to go along with this. Or not." I just, if I'm in that situation, it's like, well, it sounds like you've made the mistake. It sounds like you've got an hour of television to fill. I am just, that's not why I'm here. I'm not going to lie. This is going to be funny. You're so screwed. This seems to be the attitude adopted by US TV networks and newspapers over the next few weeks as students continue to rifle through their collections of Beatles records to try and find out what happens when you played Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds backwards whilst draping a dish towel over your head and snorting a bucket of popping candy. Of course, the whole theory was fundamentally preposterous on about 64 different levels. Here's the thing about the Beatles, and why I'd go along with the opinion that they were easily the greatest band in the world, quite simply some distance above Kajagoogoo in second place. They were staggeringly prolific, releasing an incredible catalogue of world-changing material during the decade that they were together, a far cry from the bigger bands of the day who tend to take several years vacation in between albums to rest their achy heads. Yes, this is the one thing that impresses me most of all about the Beatles. They wrote an incredible number of absolute banging hits in a ridiculously short amount of time.
That's amazing.
And then there's what I like to call the George Harrison factor. George Harrison is one of the greatest songwriters of all time, and is probably my favourite Beatle. But it's quite astonishing to think that one of the greatest songwriters who ever lived spent a decade fighting hard just to get one or two of his songs included on an album because he just happened to be in the same band as John Lennon and Paul McCartney. The Beatles were no ordinary band, and Paul McCartney was no ordinary musician. The idea that you could just replace McCartney with somebody who looked exactly like him, apart from the years obviously, talked like him, sang like him, and shared exactly the same monumental musical and songwriting talents as the original is just clearly absurd. It's almost as ridiculous as saying that you could just replace Justin Bieber with a ham and pickle sandwich and nobody would ever notice. And how would so many people in the know realistically have been able to cover up the death of a Beatle? Would the police, medics, family members, friends, business acquaintances, and hundreds of others all have quite happily agreed to participate in the scandal and remain tight-lipped for 50 years on the grounds that the truth might have affected the sales of the next Beatles album? No, exactly. Like, maybe for a week. 50 years? No shot. Maybe MI5 threatened them all into silence, but I'm pretty sure that MI5 had more important things to deal with than deviously replacing a dead member of a pop band with the winner of a Paul McCartney lookalike competition just in case the fans got upset. Even if the surviving members of the Beatles had somehow helped to pull off this frankly impossible deception, why would they then decide to leave such a long list of clues peppered throughout their subsequent albums? It's a very good question, Danny. Proponents of the theory have always suggested it's because they felt a bit guilty afterwards, but in that case you could surely reach a decision about whether to come clean or not. I mean, how would that conversation even pan out? George Harrison: I'm wrapped up with guilt over our nefarious and unprincipled deception. I suggest that we furnish our fans with the complete truth forthwith. John Lennon: nah, I got a better idea. Let's just make it so that if you play one of our songs backwards at 78 RPM, you hear vague words which will be interpreted a million different ways. Peace and love, bro. George Harrison: okay, let's do that if you prefer. Ringo Starr: somebody put mustard on this bacon sandwich. What am I supposed to do with that? Ringo, shut the up! There's also the small matter of the day that Paul McCartney was supposed to have been killed in a car crash after storming out of the Abbey Hill Road studio. 9th of November 1966. Well, the Beatle was known to be out of the country enjoying a holiday in Kenya with his then partner Jane Asher. And then there's the much bigger matter that many of the finer details first emerged from a satirical article written by Fred LeBour, who freely admits to just making the whole thing up for a bit of a laugh. A satirical article which may have been inspired by a chain of events, including a news story in the Beatles Fan Club magazine, which potentially covered up a real incident involving McCartney's car, a piece in a campus student newspaper written for entertainment value with zero credible sources, and a radio broadcast in which the DJ got a bit overexcited when he started playing records backwards. A satirical article which was taken way too seriously at the time by segments of the US youth who had grown suspicious of pretty much everything during the ongoing controversial Vietnam War, alongside the conspiracy rumors emerging around the assassination of JFK and Martin Luther King Jr. This was a perfectly disenchanted and distrustful environment in which even the craziest of conspiracy theories could still gather steam as some Beatles fans became determined to twist and bend innocent imagery and lyrical flourishes into a shape that would fit their own helter-skelter narrative. And it was a theory which was allowed to escalate even further when McCartney effectively went incommunicado to quietly reflect on the genuine secret that the Beatles were no more. Golden slumber. As I watched an 80-year-old genius play a triumphant set at Glastonbury 2022, I got the impression that he's not too bothered anymore about being falsely reported as dead in the 1960s. He later admitted that it did bother him for a while, and he even began to feel a bit paranoid when every fan who ever greeted him was clearly checking out the size of his ears or the shape of his jawline. He now puts it all down to fans taking far too many drugs and searching for answers in the wrong places. But it's clear that he made his piped peace with the theory a very long time ago. During his 1993 world tour, he released an accompanying live album cheekily entitled Paul is Life, which featured a recreation of the original Abbey Road cover, now starring an older McCartney getting dragged across the very same pedestrian crossing by his sheepdog. In this new version, McCartney is wearing shoes. He's changed his step by putting his left foot forward, and he's replaced the cigarette with the dog leash, which he's holding in his dominant left hand. The registration plate of the original Volkswagen Beetle is now updated to read 51 is, and which is a reference to McCartney's living status and age at the time in 1993, although I don't think he's counting the time in the womb. It's a relief that McCartney is still making the effort to keep reassuring us that he never died and that he's still very much alive today. But of course the problem here is that the guy is most likely not immortal, and you may be watching this video after, sadly, the inevitable has taken place. That seems quite unlikely. He's 81 now. I mean, he could live a few more years. What are the odds he's going to die in the next couple of months? Like, Simon, you cursed him, he's dead. Don't die, Paul. You seem like a bit of a legend after reading all of this, to be honest. In which case, I'd like to pay tribute to yesterday's amazing catalogue of material that we were fortunate enough to enjoy from Paul McCartney and Billy Shears. Turn us on, dead men. And that's the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. What a ridiculous conspiracy theory. And I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case Katie. Thank you, Katie. Has written me a script, The Dybbuk Box, investigating the cursed object that inspired the horror movie The Possession. Well, guess what everybody? Starting from a strong place because I've never heard of The Dybbuk Box. Or the horror movie. I feel like I've heard of The Possession. I've definitely never seen it. Horror movies are too scary for me. Like, I don't like seeing a horror movie in the cinema because it's never scary enough. Because it's the day, there's other people around, you're in a public space. You're like, yeah, I'm not going to get haunted right now. And I don't even believe in hauntings. But then again, I'm never going to watch a horror movie by myself alone at home because then it's way too scary. Like, I saw The Ring when I was a kid. And after that, I was like, no, a horror movie's too scary for me. Not into it.
Baby, I'm scared.
And I'm like, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in any of this stuff. And I'm still like, they're coming for me. Like, I saw The Sixth Sense. And as a kid, I must have been like 13 or 14. And I kept going into rooms and expecting to see like dead people hanging from the ceiling. I was like, oh, why? Do you know? Anyway, let's just jump into it. Do you know what the most haunted object in the world is? We've heard of haunted houses by the dozen, but specific haunted objects, not so much. What do you think it should be? A murder weapon such as a knife? A creepy doll with an equally creepy story attached? Some sort of book containing arcane knowledge and bound in human skin? Yes! Definitely. I went to dinner with some friends the other day, and I arrived like 5 minutes late because my bloody tram, like, they were it's not important why I was late. Generally, I'm always on time, so I like to make an excuse of why I was actually like 5 minutes late. Anyway, I arrive. And my mate's like, yeah, and that's why the Horcruxes couldn't be destroyed. And I'm like, and he's like, yeah, I'm just explaining Harry Potter to my other mate. And I'm like, do you care about this? And he's like, no, I don't know why he's explaining it to me. And I was like, I knew you didn't care. I don't care. No one cares. Except for the other dude who was explaining the Horcruxes. Well, it's not as horrible as that. In this episode, we're going to be taking a look at the Dybbuk Box, allegedly the world's most haunted object, and trace its journey from the ashes of the Holocaust to becoming the jewel in the crown of a Las Vegas museum via a blockbuster horror movie. While it might have entered the mainstream, its power still has a hold on whoever owns it. So whatever you do, don't open the box. I'd open the out of that box. I'd go to that Las Vegas museum and they'd be like, dare anybody open the box. I'd be like, I'll do it. What do I get? Give me some, like, coupons for slot machines. I'll do it. Because curses and haunted things are not real. The last time I thought they were real, I must have been like 11. I remember someone at school was like, oh, well, yeah, I'll put a curse on you. And I'm like, oh my God, wait, a curse is real? I should look this up. Because that's what you think when you're 11. And you're like, because someone says it with just such conviction. And it's like, oh no, that's not real. It's like, oh, okay, good. The Dybbuk. First things first, let's catch up on the history of the Dybbuk. This malevolent spirit springs from Jewish mythology and can be traced back as far as the 16th century. I feel like I'm so can't curse me at home right now being like, I curse you, Simon, damn you to eternal hell. I'd be like, yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. I remember like years ago, someone sent me an email. It was just like, I get a lot of like, a lot of fan mail. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very occasionally people are like, you piece of shit, I'm gonna eat your eyes. And I'll be like, okay. And someone was like, look, I know you don't believe in this stuff, but I genuinely see that your life is going to take a turn for the worst and all of this. And I was reading that being like, please. And that was several years ago. And my life has gone awesome. Thank you very much. Because none of it's real. It likes to attach itself to living people and can be compared with demonic possession. Similarly, the Dybbuk can be exorcised out of a person, or it can just leave of its own accord after finishing its evil deeds. The word Dybbuk derives from a Hebrew word meaning to cling or to adhere, i.e. the Dybbuk clings to its host and is not easily removed. It has also been said that Dybbuks are displaced souls of evil people who have not repented for their sins and want to finish whatever malicious deeds they had started prior to death. There have been a lot of references to Dybbuks in plays, films, books, and there seems to be a sexual spin-off lore where male Dybbuks enter their brides-to-be on their wedding nights. That's where they enter through. What the I ain't their nostrils, I'll tell you that much. No, it's not. We all know where it is. It's the eyes. Luckily, the story that we have here today doesn't go into that territory, so let's find out more about this object, the Dybbuk box. Sound familiar? As I mentioned, Katie, it does not. But let's carry on. The Possession sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard of that movie, for sure. I've never seen it. That's definitely a fact. This is a real item. You can go see it for yourself if you really want. It's on display at the Haunted Museum run by Zach Baggins in Las Vegas. More on him later. From the outside, it doesn't look too scary, but this wooden box has garnered a pretty troubling reputation. It's a small wine cabinet, i.e. a cabinet made to hold a few bottles of wine with two doors in front and a pull-out drawer below them. That sounds rather nice. That sounds nice. I'm decorating a house currently, just getting furniture and and I'm like, that sounds good. I'd have a Dybbuk box. Like, just to store some wine in. And in that little drawer underneath, you can put like a bottle opener, a few of those little sealing corks. Yeah, that'd be great. What's wrong with that? It has an inscription in Hebrew on the back, and it's supposed to be haunted by a Dybbuk. If that sounds like classic horror movie fare, it's because this particular Dybbuk box comes with a rich history that even inspired its fictionalized blockbuster. The 2012 supernatural horror film The Possession uses the Dybbuk box as a main plot device, with a woman attempting to destroy it with a hammer at the beginning before looking like she suffers a stroke and is attacked by unseen forces. Later, the evil spirit latches on to a young girl and causes trouble and death to those around her before she's saved via an exorcism. She causes trouble and death. It's like, oh, what are you doing? Causing a bit of trouble and killing? The box in the movie doesn't look the same as the actual Dybbuk box. It's rectangular and more aesthetically pleasing than a small wine cabinet. However, multiple cast and crew, including the director Ol Borndale and co-producer Sam Raimi of Evil Dead fame, make references to the actual real-life Dybbuk box as inspiration for the film. Borndale also mentioned some bad luck that followed the film around, such as all the sets' unlit neon lights exploding and all the props being lost to a mysterious fire shortly after the film was finished. Honestly, though, that just sounds like marketing, doesn't it? It's like, yeah, I made this horror film. Turns out, it's like if you were filming the Blair Witch Project, be like, no, it's all real. It's like, but I know it's all real. You know, it's just nonsense. You can immediately discount that because, you know, there's a motivation here. Money. There's no doubt everyone was wary of ever seeing the real-life object, and when the owner at the time, Jason Haxton, offered to send it on, they all politely declined. I'll be like, no, Jace, you can send it. Let me have a look at that. I want to open that wine cabinet. I'm going to have a little wine cabinet in my trailer on set. So what's going on, eh? Why do we keep referring to this thing as an actual and real Dybbuk box? Is it? I'm going to pull Zach Bagans to center stage now, but he doesn't mind. I think Zach loves it. Zach has been immersed in the world of the paranormal for many years, and as well as his museum of haunted stuff in Vegas, he has hosted or at least produced TV shows such as Ghost Adventures, Destination Fear, Paranormal Challenge. Really? This is cringe. Help! My house is haunted! That's a real name of a TV show only in America. Although I think I could have workshopped a better title there. Yes, literally anything. Although, I'm poking fun at America, right? But we have some truly awful TV shows in the UK as well. Like, there's literally a show about people who go to an island and I think they're not allowed to have sex with each other or they lose the game, called Love Island. It's like, well done, create. Wait, do you have that in America as well? I get the feeling that did cross the pond, right? There was another one when I was a kid called Neighbours from Hell. And it was literally just about people being neighbours. It's like, what the Who watches this drivel? How can you watch that when you've got so much quality content to consume on YouTube like this? He likes this ghosty stuff. He also had a show called Deadly Possessions where people bring him creepy stuff and he decides whether or not to buy it for his museum. The Dybbuk box is the first item on the show. So it's kind of like porn stars, but for haunted and PAWN, not porn stars like PORN, YouTube algorithm, just to make that clear. You smart enough to figure this out? Former owner Jason Axton tells Bagans that the box had been kept buried in a military-grade container deep in the woods on his Missouri land for the last 5 years. I remember someone left a comment on one of the videos years ago, about military-grade, and they were like, yeah, military-grade just means made by the lowest-cost contractor that the government could find, so it doesn't mean quality. So, yeah, it's always stuck with me. So it had been kept in a lowest cost container deep in the woods on his Missouri land for the last 5 years. Haxton has been plagued with illness, weird pains, and bleeding since he first took ownership of the box. Another previous owner, Kevin Mannis, also brought onto the show. He seems to be the first person to own the box after the original owner, a Holocaust survivor, passed away. We'll get into this in more detail later. He said to give it to his mother as a gift, but she opened it, felt what she described as a rush of pure evil blow through her, and consequently had a major stroke, losing her speech and most of her vision. Bagans invites Mannis to reconnect with the box in his isolated basement room. Mannis walks in, opens the doors of the box like it's nothing. Then he starts acting all weird, lurking in the shadows of the basement and reciting a long and creepy sounding poem in a deep voice with references to a shadow man. I hate all of this stuff. It's like the ghost hunters or whatever. It's like, or paranormal, whatever. And they're like, oh, we're going into this house. Oh, what was that sound? It's nothing. It's nothing. How can they spin so much content out of nothing? Bagans is going pretty bananas watching this, and lights everywhere in the museum are also starting to flick on and flick off. Eventually, they get Mannis to leave the room and a rabbi starts explaining about the box, but the more he attempts to rationalize the whole thing, the more Mannis suddenly starts coughing uncontrollably. Eventually, Bagans concludes that Mannis and Haxton are probably overly attached to the box. I watched the whole segment and didn't see anywhere that Bagans actually took the box, but it's in his museum now, so I guess he did. Let's get further into the backstory of this famous object, though, shall we? The real history of the Dybbuk box. Here's what it says on the Haunted Museum website. Shortly following its arrival, mysterious protruding holes began to appear in the walls around the artifact as if someone was trying to break out from within the exhibit. A Las Vegas marketing executive and Bagans both witnessed a black cloaked figure pass through the exhibit's closed door during a private tour. This has also been seen by multiple guests and staff at the museum. So far, so spooky, right? Bagans has also done a lot of research into the history of the Dybbuk box, which has been handily made into the last episode of Season 1 of The Haunted Museum. This episode has been rated a 7.2 on IMDb, which makes me want to reconsider my entire personal rating thresholds, but there you go. Yeah, 7.2, it should be good. But I guess it's because people who watch this are super into it, like it's a self-selecting crowd. No one's watching The Haunted Museum who isn't into haunted shit, are they? It's not like I'm going to watch The Haunted Museum and be like, this is garbage and give it a 4. I'm never watching Haunted Museum in the first place. It's not like a major blockbuster that everyone's going to go and see and then rate. It's super self-selective. Want to find out the history of this haunted box? Well, there are a few major changes from the established narrative, but that's showbiz for you. Otherwise, this version seems very close to others that you can find, and I'll add some more details at the end. For now, though, let's go through it Bagans style. It starts in the wee hours of October the 3rd, 2001, with an old lady on the floor in some sort of medical establishment in a pool of blood. A nurse, absorbed in whatever in her clipboard, fails to notice the only thing in an extremely long and otherwise totally empty corridor until she almost trips over her. Rewind 3 hours, and we see the old lady in bed. Obvious religious paraphernalia is around her. A large crucifix is on the wall, as is a picture of a nun. As the Dybbuk box is related to Jewish folklore, I'm not sure what any of this is doing there, but never mind. Yeah, I'm immediately like, wait, wasn't this a Holocaust survivor? statistically likely to be a Jew. So, a crucifix? Did they just, in this TV show, they just got some random props? Yeah, I need like generic religious props. Okay, well here's a crucifix. This is a Buddha. And that's, the elephant dude from Hinduism. Just throw them around the place. We'll be fine. The woman suddenly sees the doors of the Dybbuk box open, and after she turns on and off a lamp a few times, a dark shape tries to jump scare us from under the bed and from the shadow of an armchair until the woman presses her nurse call button. The figure vanishes and calm is momentarily restored, although the woman lies there getting increasingly terrified until there's a sudden jump cut to her smashing her face into a mirror. Luckily, I'd finished eating my chili dog by this point. I guess that explains how she then appeared dead in the corridor, as the show then jumps to a house party scene 3 years later, in 2004. Question. How do we know the backstory of the old woman's encounter if no one else was there? Did the Dybbuk box fill the nurse in on the story so she could later relay it to Zach Bagans? I'm getting the feeling some creative license with the truth may have been taken here. Yes. What would make you think that? Oh, what nonsense. Carrying on, the creepy box is now just on the shelf at some young person's house, and in the aftermath of a party, one guy, Brad, wakes up to find his housemate, Derek, urinating in the corner of his room.
What do you mean?
Oh, classic Derek. Nice. I actually get really uncomfortable with the portrayal of men peeing on film. I have no idea why. I think it's just the sound. I always find it satisfying, because I'm like, yes, relieving oneself. What a joy. Anyway, when Brad flings his covers off, Derek has somehow disappeared, but there's a puddle of liquid in the corner. He goes to confront him, not noticing a shadowy figure in the hallway as he passes. Derek claims innocence of the whole affair and then asks what's happening to Brad's eyes. Guess what's happening to them? They're bleeding everywhere. So glad my chili dog was already gone. But the bath is then full of cockroaches, and that's the end of that bit. It's kind of weird. How did this get a 7.2? Even people are into this just be like, what? This doesn't make any sense. How did this with this? And it's like, but then again, I guess people who watch The Haunted Mansion or whatever the it's called don't give a about stuff making sense, because they like stuff that doesn't make sense, like ghosts. Oh no, then it says Part 1, The Professor. This thing has multiple parts. Please send help. A youngish lecturer who we learn is called Jason, presumably based on Jason Haxton, is telling a tiny class about strange superstitions from ancient times. He holds up some form of stone amulet and says that the ancient Egyptians would wear this for days at a time as they believed it helped with digestion. Honestly though, I'm making fun of all of this, but that does sound like a video that I'd make on my channel side projects, like weird ancient superstitions, weird amulets the Egyptians used to wear, this kind of stuff. It always does banger views. Then he says, can you imagine wearing something like this today? For those reasons, you would be ridiculed. Dude, have you never heard of what are those armbands that people wear for balance or magical healing crystals? And it's people aren't ridiculed enough, not even close to enough. Not at all. They should be ridiculed all day. The dude has obviously never seen anyone wearing a crystal. Exactly. He dismisses the class, and a figure who had been skulking at the brag brings the Dybbuk box for him to look at. Oh, it's Bleeding Eyes Brad from the last scene, so I guess we're still in 2004, and his eyes look okay though now. He tells the backstory of the box, says he bought it online despite the seller's warning that it was haunted as he thought it was a joke. Where's he going? Going onto eBay and searching for haunted box. When it arrived, everything changed. The professor looks inquisitively at him and asks, what changed? Hello? He just said everything. What, do you want him to be specific? My eyes started bleeding everywhere. The cockroaches in my bath. This professor, who was it'd be ridiculous to wear crystals. Why are you bringing it to him? He's obviously a skeptic. And be like, mate, take your stupid box and get out of here. Come on now.
You need to go. Get out.
Elaborating, the student says, terrible, terrible things. One of our roommates got really sick. My eyes were bleeding. Well, we saw that bit. It didn't seem so bad. He washed it all off, and that was that. The cockroaches were a far bigger problem, if you ask me, but he didn't mention those. Maybe they just live in a particularly roachy area. It's it shows a shot of the bath, overrun with cockroaches, and he's like, nah, it's got nothing to do with the box. That's just the bath. There's always been cockroaches in this house. He then tried destroying the box, but something powerful kept holding him back. Oh, finally, something actually bad happened. The housemates all took part in a dare to sleep with it one night in their own room, and corner B Derek was found dead in the basement the next day, lying on top of the box. The official cause of death was given a heart attack, but Brad doesn't believe this. Derek was only 19. He offloads the box on Professor Jason, who, after asking if he's on drugs, sagely advises the student to speak to a counsellor. I like you, Professor Jason. Is mate, 1, are you on any psychoactive substances? 2, Do you have a carbon monoxide detector in your home? Because I've got a bag full of them here and you should take one. The professor takes it home to study, and the camera pans behind it so he can see the Hebrew inscription on the back for the first time. His wife comes in, then immediately leaves again for a spin class. I would have just gone straight there. Also, I used to think spin classes involved literally spinning around, or maybe spinning hoops around your arms and waist as some sort of fat-trimming exercise. It's cycling, right? It's, you do it on some sort of bicycle. When I found out what it really was, I was horrified. Wait, what is spinning? What is... Oh god, is this some... Why are you horrified at this? Spin class. Maybe I've got it wrong. High-intensity bicycle stuff. Well, okay. Is that so horrifying?
What? I do not understand.
The prof pulls up a generic movie search engine and looks for information on Derek's death. Oh, generic movie search engine. Like, yeah, it's Google, but it can't be Google because they didn't get brand clearance on it or whatever. So it's like, Finder. He actually types in mysterious death of Eric Thornhill, and hilariously, so the suggestion comes up as he types it. The professor sees a creepy figure against the curtains, or is his mind just playing tricks? Suddenly a cockroach runs over his hands. That's gross. He hears footsteps and weird sounds upstairs, so he goes to investigate, but it's pitch black up there and he doesn't appear to have a light switch anywhere in his house. Oh no, he does have one, and he eventually uses it to go upstairs but finds nothing. He then turns the light off as he comes back down. It's so dark up there, mate, no one would blame you for wanting to keep the light on. Oh no, the Dybbuk box is standing open on his table. There looks to be a small silver candlestick or maybe a goblet in there, plus a ripped bit of Hebrew on some white paper stuck to the back. He closes the box and looks around everywhere except the direction of where a white, veiny hand is reaching out toward him. As soon as he touches it, however, it disappears. Oh my god, this all sounds so real. Cut to his wife coming home from spin class, presumably. The professor is staring at the TV, which is playing The Night of the Living Dead, in a clip that's talking about murder. His wife just plops down on the opposite end of the sofa and starts watching too. No hello or anything. The camera angles start to infer that the professor may be about to attack her, but the scene ends again. Is Jason possessed by the Dybbuk? Rereading this, after having watched the whole thing, there seems to be no need for this scene at all. There seems to be no need for this whole TV show, Katie. Why does it exist? We're now back in the professor's lecture hall where his wife calls him and asks him to come home, so I guess he didn't bludgeon her to death in front of one of the seminal horror films of the 1960s. When he gets back, she's acting really sick and her nose starts bleeding. I'll be like, does anyone have a Geiger counter? We should check this box, because people seem to be just bleeding out of orifices. And then maybe there's some invisible rays, so it's like, oh no, it's really radioactive. It turns out there was that carbon-60 or whatever it is, tungsten. So what's that super radioactive stuff that was just like, that just destroys people? This is a pretty tired trope of something not being quite right, but it's just a minor bleed not coming from her eyes or anything. The professor looks at the Dybbuk box suspiciously, but it's sitting there all innocent on the table again. Yeah, those things in movies where it's like, you know something bad's happening. Like, in real life, you get a bloody nose, you're like, oh no, why have I got a nosebleed? In movies, it's always like, brain tumour. Or like something terrible's happening to his brain, there's aliens in his brain or something. Like, it's always like when it's just like blah blah blah, and then that trickle of blood runs down the what's this bit called? Where the moustache goes. Not the cleft, but like the bits that, look, that part of it just drips down the nose. And then it's like the guy's like, oh it's like, oh no. The professor looks at the Dybbuk box suspiciously, but it's sitting there all innocent and on the table again. She doesn't want to call the doctor, she just wants her husband to be home with her. Bit demanding. She's fully dressed in a long-sleeve blouse and work trousers and even wearing shiny shoes. This is getting less believable by the second. What sick person wears tight shoes inside the house? Anyway, back to the small wooden box that houses a demon. That night, Professor Jason wakes up and starts exploring the house again, saying, hello, into the darkness, as if a Dybbuk would respond with a cheery, hiya, back. Cue shadows zipping past and scary music. Finally, the Dybbuk reveals itself as a long-haired, bleeding-eyed, waxy-skinned ghoul. The professor's eyes start bleeding too, and as the Dybbuk reaches out, he screams and wakes up. Oh, I hate dream sequences. They're such a waste of time so far. This has had two of my least favourite things in it. Dream sequences and peeing men. Back in class, the professor questions Brad about where he actually got the box from, as he now believes it has supernatural powers. Just like that, I had a bad dream and my wife got bleedy eyes. He's not like, maybe we should send this in for some sort of testing of some kind. Like maybe there's a biological factor or the radiation, like I already mentioned. He's like, nope, haunted. Definitely haunted. I'm convinced. We now head into part 2, the antique dealer, and I'm hanging on by a thread. We're zooming back in time 3 years, so it's 2001, and the presumed antique dealer is wandering around checking out goods that have been put out in front of someone's house, seemingly as some kind of estate sale, as all the pieces look quite old and made of wood. This antique dealer is based on our friend Kevin Mannis. He buys a stack of wooden boxes and chairs as a job lot, and he doesn't notice what we now know of as the Dybbuk box as part of it. The woman running the sale notices, though fails to mention he's just cheerily bought a malevolent spirit that might ruin his life and the lives of those around him. Back at his shop, he finds it and puzzles over it for a minute before taking it to his mother as a birthday gift. Guess who his mother is? Yes, it's the old lady from the start of the story. Wow, it's all coming together. What brilliant storytelling! His mother describes the box as beautiful, even though it's got scratches on it and basically is a wooden cabinet with 2 metal bunches of grapes stuck on the front. What's she going to do with that? I'd probably be hard-pressed to sound enthusiastic over receiving that bulky piece of tat from my own grown-up antique dealer's son, but I guess she's acting the part of a better mother than me. It'd be like, oh, it's lovely, dear. What a piece of what, you got no taste. Then there is a quick reminder of what happened to her, face bashing into a mirror, etc. And then we join Kevin rushing back to the hospital as soon as he hears the news. Hang on, I take back my snarky comment from the start, as she isn't actually dead. She's just had a stroke and is lying in bed without being able to speak. Kevin asks how she could have been in the hallway, as she hadn't been able to walk in over a year. His mum is able to write, so scrawls out, "It was in the room with me." When asked what it was, she scribbled, "Evil." Kevin is still sitting there like a fool, so he writes, "No gift," and underlines it many times, finally turning her eyes towards the Dybbuk box. She could have just pointed at it, if you ask me. Did she mean, "That's no gift, it's a curse," or "Your sister didn't get me a gift, can you believe it?" She could have been a bit clearer, as her writing was totally fine. Kevin hastens back to the house that he bought the box from and the woman from the sale, but she's like, no takey backsies. But in a much more serious, frightened way, with her eyes showing that she obviously knows all about it and has many things to hide. In a twist, she actually ends up running after him to tell him her experience with the box. When she was younger, we know she was younger as it's the same actress, but now her hair is in 2 plaits. She opened the door into a room where her grandma was sitting alone, but our girl was sure that she heard voices and saw someone as she opened the door. Her grandma poo-poos her crazy notions and asks for another cup of tea, including her cup, indicating her cup, which is inconveniently far away from her on a little desk, along with some photographs. And guess what? The Dybbuk box. The girl starts to ask a question about it, but her grandma yells at her not to touch it, go near it, and definitely to never open it. Why did she put her cup right by it then? Back in the present, the girl tells Kevin that her grandmother was a Polish Holocaust survivor, but back before the Nazis had taken over, her grandmother and friends had started trying rituals to evoke spirits to help them against the rise of the Nazi tide. That sounds useful. At some point, they accidentally succeeded in calling one that was pure evil. Eventually, the group took all of their knowledge and managed to trap the demon into 10 separate boxes, which they scattered all over the world. The first box was the most powerful one, which is the one poor old Kevin bought without realizing. Apparently, the grandmother was the custodian of the box and wanted to be buried with it. This has got to all be made up, right? Some dude who's got a museum. He's like, cool, I found this random-ass wine box. I'm going to make a TV show about it that purports it to be real. Then I'll put it in my museum and we'll double dip on that money because people will buy the TV show and then they'll come and see it in my museum. It's brilliant. Well done, whatever your name was. Apparently the grandmother was the custodian of the box and wanted to be buried with it. Why would you not fulfill an old lady's dying wish? Now do you see all the trouble it's caused? This is not in line with Jewish burial customs though, so maybe I'll cut them a break. The professor, Jason, finally meets up with the antique dealer Kevin, who presumably tells him the backstory and finishes by saying that Jason needs to get the box out of his house. The professor goes back home where his wife is having the world's worst migraine, her hair is coming out and she finally vomits all over the floor. They see a doctor who is almost no help whatsoever, saying the wife is as healthy as can be, after looking in her throat, taking her blood pressure and feeling her neck. Done. Medical checkup complete. There's nothing wrong with you, doctor. My hair's falling out here. Must be stress. Back at home, she goes to bed while the professor heads outside with the Dybbuk box in one hand and an axe in the other. Oh yes, he's finally going to go medieval on that thing, but guess what? He's grunting, he's straining, but that axe just ain't swinging. It's like some sort of invisible power is holding him back. Eventually, the axe falls behind him with an anticlimactic plop into the grass. He falls to his hands and knees, but when the camera pans around to the box, it's lying open on the ground. has the Dybbuk done a runner? The next scene is of the professor taking the box to a local synagogue. Oh no, now it's part 3, the rabbi. Oh my god, Katie, God bless you for watching this garbage. Strap in everyone, what's going to happen now? In case we hadn't realised that this was a Jewish house of worship, the camera lingers on things like the Star of David, so we really know where we are. Yeah, I guess they just forgot about that when seen in the hospital with the generic Christian imagery. The professor begs a rabbi inside to take a look at the box, but the guy's quite rude and tells him that he can't help him as prayers are about to start. The professor asks as if he at least heard of the Dybbuk box. Cue an old bearded rabbi with his head draped in prayer shawl, basically saying, "A Dybbuk, you say? Come this way." The older rabbi then starts reading the inscription on the back of the box, with the younger rabbi translating as, "Hear, O Israel, Hashem is our Lord, Hashem is the One. Blessed be the name of his glorious kingdom forever and ever." I was wondering if Hashem was some sort of demonic thing, but apparently it's commonly used by Jews to refer to God and translates as the name. Oops-a-daisy. So, this particular inscription is just part of a normal prayer recitation and not evil or supernatural in any way. The old rabbi then just opens up the box as casual as he like and takes a load of stuff that we've never seen before, such as old coins, small coils of cut hair, and quite a large ornamental stone thing with more Hebrew carved into it. I guess the Dybbuk had exited the box at the professor's house then. It is confirmed by the rabbi that the spirit that has attached itself to the box is pure evil and called a Dybbuk. Tell us something we don't know, Grandpa. Jason then asked for more information on what a Dybbuk actually is, like he couldn't have put that into a weirdly worded search engine request from the start. And here's what the rabbi says. When a person commits a great crime, such as murder, but dies before they get a chance to repent for their sin, their evil spirit is displaced and remains on earth. These spirits that are destined to hang in limbo are known as a Dybbuk. It takes someone who is only an expert in Jewish mysticism or the Kabbalah to be able to trap one of these spirits in an item such as this. A Dybbuk is a devouring parasite. They have one purpose and one only, to cause pain. Anyone who comes into contact with a box containing one of these spirits falls victim to the evil within it. No one is spared, not even us. There is no destroying it. The professor is then advised to look to the Holy Book of Exodus. He's then supposed to, number 1, wrap the box in gold leaf. Is this the whole box we're talking about? That's not going to be cheap. It will actually. It won't be that expensive. Gold leaf, surprisingly cheap because it's so incredibly thin. Number 2, encase it in acacia wood. By this point, I think I'd have just resigned myself to a lifetime of pain. Number 3, bury it deep in the ground. This will then free everyone who has come into contact with its influence. Honestly, that sounds quite easy. Obviously taking it out to the garden and smashing it in with an axe is hard, but just pop onto Amazon, get some gold leaf, get some acacia wood, boom, you can be done in an afternoon. Bury it in the ground. Deep, easy. Just go outside and dig a hole for an afternoon. So another question comes up. Why didn't the Jewish grandmother do this ages ago? If she was so into mysticism that she managed to summon a spirit in the first place, surely she would have known how to get rid of it too. Now it's up to this poor schmo and his low-paid teaching job to do all of the hard work. The rabbis then say the box made its way to the professor for a reason, and that he needs to be the one to free everyone from it, and he has to do it now. I'd argue that the box has now made its way to the rabbis, who clearly have far greater knowledge of this thing than the professor, but I guess they just want to get shot of it as fast as possible. Does anyone know where you can purchase large amounts of gold leaf and some acacia wood? Yes, Katie, Amazon! You can buy anything on Amazon. The professor races to his lecture room and starts trashing his desk, maybe trying to find that pile of gold leaf that he hid there after the last work due, or maybe his desk drawers are made of acacia wood, so he's breaking them down into easily workable pieces. Hey, I might have been right, as he gathers up some wooden boards and heads for home. Meanwhile, he and his wife have been unsuccessfully trying to get in touch with each other, and she's lying in bed with ominous music playing around her as what looks like a closet door creaks open in the background. The professor reaches home and puts the Dybbuk box on the floor with the stack of wood, and then climbs the stairs, warily calling out his wife's name. She's still just chilling out in bed, looking pretty ropey, but not particularly worse than she has been. The professor then grabs a giant ornamental fan they have on the wall, and guess what? It's covered in what he hopes is real gold leaf. Well, how's he going to get that gold leaf off? Like, gold leaf, you have to apply it, and then it kind of stays on there. You can't just go into, some church and start peeling the gold leaf off. That's going to be a disaster. Wow, he had what I thought were rare items at his fingertips this whole time. What are the chances? He wraps the box in the material from the fan and nails the plank from his acacia wood desk to it. I hope the spirit is actually in residence at this time, or else this is all totally pointless. Before he nails the final plank in place, he starts getting a weird feeling, and we hear creaking on the stairs. Oh my god, he's then flung across the room by an unforeseen force, and the hammer clatters to the floor. Something invisible seems to be holding his legs as he tries to pull himself toward the hammer, but he makes it. Just before hammering the last plank in, he sees the dark figure of the Dybbuk in front of him. He switches out the hammer for a flashlight and that happens to be lying on the ground, and we are treated to a proper, if brief, look at the Dybbuk. It looks like a woman with long dark hair, completely white eyes, and waxy white skin covered in black cracks. It seems frozen in the torchlight, but as the professor valiantly drives the final nail home, it screams and rushes towards him. He flings his hands up to protect himself, but she's disappeared, presumably trapped inside the box, although I don't know how she could have got back in, what with it all being wrapped up and all. In the next scene, his wife seems to be fully recovered, and they both look at the box that he has standing on a table. Hurry up and bury it, Professor. Bury it. In a postscript it says, for years the Professor refused to tell anyone where he buried the Dybbuk box. In 2016 it was dug up and brought to Zach's museum, where it is now on display. This is just all made up, isn't it? It then shows the box on full display in a glass case, not wrapped in gold leaf or anything. Zach, what are you doing? At the start of the episode, Zach Baggins said he felt compelled to touch it one night, and a dark power surged through his body, and, quote, a dark power surged through my body, and it was quite simply one of the most terrifying moments of my life. Wow, touching wood gave Zach Baggins the creeps. Anyway, this sums up the history of the Dybbuk box, the maladies and the pain that befell its owners, and also introduces Jason Haxton and Kevin Mannis into the story. These two seem quite the characters, so let's take a further look into their histories with the box. Kevin Mannis seems to have introduced the box to the wider world, having bought it from the creator, so let's start with his story. I wonder how much of this is actually it's just so loosely based on facts, right? So incredibly loosely. Kevin bought the box in an estate sale and put it on eBay after trying and failing to return it to its previous household. On the listing, he detailed the origin of the Dybbuk box, saying it had come from a Holocaust survivor who had then bought the wine cabinet in Spain after escaping a concentration camp before later migrating to the United States. The woman's granddaughter had told him there was supposedly a Dybbuk in the box and she had never been allowed or wanted to open it. Mannis tried returning the box on the spot, but she was having none of it. As soon as she took ownership of it, bad things started to happen to Mannis. His store was trashed, with all the light bulbs in the basement exploding. His mother, who had been in fine health, had a stroke 5 minutes after looking at the box in his store. After regaining slight motor control, she managed to spell out "no gift" and "hate gift" until Mannis finally got the picture and took the box back to his house. That same day, the lease to his store was terminated with no notice. He and his girlfriend were plagued with nightmares, and he and visitors to his house kept seeing shadowy figures at the edges of their vision. Again, gotta check that smoke detector, Mannis. Carbon monoxide detector. In his eBay listing, Mannis said that he would have destroyed the box, but didn't know the force that he was messing with and didn't want to make a bad situation worse. He sold it with all the original contents, which he listed as, quote, 1 1928 US wheat penny, 1 1925 US wheat penny, 1 small lock of blonde hair bound with string, 1 small lock of black-brown hair bound with string, 1 small granite statue engraved and gilded with Hebrew letters. I've been told that the letters spell out the word shalom. 1 dried rosebud, 1 golden wine cup, and 1 very strange black cast iron candlestick holder with octopus legs. What a weird collection of trinkets. The listing gathered quite a lot of attention, but people were dubious about actually owning the Dybbuk box, and a college student named Asif Nitsky ended up being the highest bidder at $140, which is $230 today. Not long after Nitsky bought the box, however, it ended up on eBay again under the heading Dybbuk Haunted Jewish Wine Cabinet Box. It's the most eBay title ever, isn't it? In this listing, which ties into Brad's story in the TV show, the temporary new owner said that while they were skeptical about the box being haunted, and they did not believe in paranormal things, weird stuff had definitely happened since they bought the box. He lived with 6 other people, and they all took turns to have the box in their rooms. Subsequently, the other students started complaining of burning eyes or feeling listless and sick. Electronic devices started dying every day, and the house saw an increase in rodents and bugs. The seller pointedly states that he didn't want to talk about the things that had happened between a certain time frame, but is now selling the box for even more reasons, such as having trouble sleeping, seeing vertical blurs in his peripheral vision, having light bulbs constantly burn out, smelling strange smells, and losing his hair in large amounts. He ends by saying, that he has received so much correspondence about the box since originally buying it, he thought someone else might want it. In February 2004, it sold to Jason Haxton for $280, which is about $450 today. Haxton seems to be the main force in pushing this Dybbuk box story, selling or donating it to Baggins, and also writing a book on the story called Guess What? The Dybbuk Box. It was published in 2011, a year before the Possession movie came out. I haven't read it, but apparently it does not come right out and say whether Haxton thinks this is real or is a hoax, ending up with an annoying what do you think type of conclusion. Oh, and don't worry, we won't be having a what do you think conclusion on today's video. The answer is no, it's not haunted, and if you think it is, you're a bit silly. Haxton also launched a website called DybbukBox.com, which sets out the story as per Kevin Manus's original eBay post, and also under the research tab shows a team making an exact replica of the Dybbuk box. What? Has Haxton diddled Baggins and kept the actual box for himself? Kenny Biddle of the Skeptical Inquirer has the same question after discovering that at least one copy of the box existed, but by examining the one on display at the Haunted Museum, he was satisfied that while a copy was used for filming the handover episode, it was the original box on display in Las Vegas. So, I suppose now it's time to get to the crux of the matter. Is the Dybbuk box actually a haunted item? Despite all the many examples of bad luck that have befallen owners of the box and its comprehensive backstory, there are many who remain skeptical that the wine cabinet does indeed house a trapped spirit. I wonder why that would be, Katie. Maybe because someone just made up this entire story so that they have something in a museum, allegedly, in my opinion. As it's now trapped behind glass and Zach Bagans never opens it, we can't do any real tests to see what might be in there. Some people have scoffed at the fact that there's actually a Dybbuk inside, as these demons attach themselves to people, not wooden boxes. I'm skeptical because Dybbuks aren't real. Demons aren't real. I refute this, however, as the backstory clearly explains that this cabinet was used to trap a part of a much larger evil spirit, so it is a prison the Dybbuk is tied to rather than being a chosen host. But there is one much more substantive piece of evidence that we've been dancing around for however long that is. Kevin Manus has admitted to creating the entire story himself. Oh, he has he? I mean, I guess it should be shocking, because mostly people like to keep these stories spinning because, as I always say, money.
Oh, is it hot in here?
The first admission found came from a 2015 post on a Facebook page in response to a piece that a paranormal investigative show called Haunt Me had done about a Dybbuk box found at a high school. Manus wrote, quote, I have to call bullshit on the episode Haunt Me did at Mexico High School with a supposed Dybbuk box. The setup and definition of a Dybbuk box is entirely false and erroneous, and the claim that the box had so-called 5th level demon inside was also a bunch of hogwash. I am uniquely qualified to make these claims, as I am the original creator of the story of the Dybbuk box, which appeared as on one of my eBay posts back in 2003. The idea that Dybbuk boxes have some kind of history prior to my story, and the idea that the Dybbuk box could contain anything other than a Dybbuk, along with any deviation to the type of contents I created to be found inside a Dybbuk box, is laughable at best. How about this? If you or anyone else can find any reference to a Dybbuk box anywhere in history prior to my eBay post, I'll pay you $100,000 and tattoo your name on my forehead. Bottom line, I applaud your reference to my work, but use your own creativity to come up with something for your show and leave my practice of Kabbalah and my intellectual property alone. That's hilarious. Ouch. Scathing blow there from Manus. And who knew that the Dybbuk box was trademarked him? I doubt it could be seen as intellectual property if subsequent people such as Kevin Haxton used it to make money on boots, etc. and weren't sued by Manus unless he was also getting a cut. Both Manus and Haxton are listed as production consultants in the crew of the Possession, even though Manus had sold the box many years earlier and there had been at least one other owner in between, unless Arsif Nitsky was a Manus alter ego, which I wouldn't put past him. Wow, so it was all just at the beginning. It was just a joke by a guy selling on eBay. People are so stupid.
Stupid.
It does seem that while he's more than happy to have his original creation out there permeating the public consciousness for 20 years now, he doesn't like it when other people scab off his work. The confession, it'd be like, Simon, I'm very angry that you made this whole episode about it. I'd be like, okay. You can be very angry all you want. It's like, it's my idea. I should have made videos. And it's like, okay, make a video. I don't care, bro. Just chill. No, God, it's so ridiculous. The confession was made in October 2015 and the Deadly Possessions episode where he appears with Haxton aired in 2016, so it's possible that it had already been filmed before he made the admission. Remember the weird voice and poem he recited in the basement during that show? I'd googled some of the lines I could make out, which is how I found Kenny Biddle's article in the first place. He had also been interested in what Manus had been sprouting and eventually found his page on broadjam.com, where people can upload songs and vocal performances. And guess what? In 2012, Manus had uploaded a file tagged as a spoken word/poetry called The Shadow Man Part 1, which is exactly what he'd been reciting in the Deadly Possessions episode. He was not possessed by a mysterious demon from Jewish folklore. He was advertising his own work. It's still on the Broadjam site under Kevin Manus's name, and you can download it for 99 cents if you're so inclined. In his bio it states, he is best known as the original author and creator of the iconic Dybbuk box. So yes, the cat is well and truly out of the bag now. Manus officially came clean to a much wider audience with an interview for Input in July 2021. When Charles Moss spoke with him, Manus confirmed that the Dybbuk box wasn't something that ever really existed in Jewish folklore. He'd just made it up. He bought the wine cabinet at an estate sale, but it didn't come from a Holocaust survivor's family, but just that of a run-of-the-mill attorney. His aim with creating the Dybbuk box narrative, he told Moss, was for it to become an interactive horror story in real time. So this guy's like, it's just an OG creepypasta, basically. He carved the prayer onto the box and got hair from friends to put inside. While he made up most of the rest of the backstory too, Manus did confirm that his mother had a stroke after receiving the box on Halloween. This, while sad, was just a coincidence. He also refuted being partners of crime with Jason Haxton and seemed rather aggrieved in general that Haxton had managed to get a book out of his creation when all he had really had was a long, creepy eBay post. He made another appearance on a Zach Bagans show, Ghost Adventures Quarantine, but I'd watched enough about this by then, and Manus's aim was to keep the story going by reminding people about the remaining Dybbuk boxes still left in the world. If you recall, the original evil spirit was split into 10 pieces. He also mentioned the Shadow Man recital he gave in Deadly Possessions in the Input article, saying he was just practicing it as he'd been down in the basement and hadn't heard from any of the crew for a while, so he didn't know if they were filming or not. He was giving a spoken word performance in the next few days, so he started reciting his piece while he waited. Moss contacted Bagans after Manus confessed to him, but Bagans would not commit to conceding that it was all a hoax. He emailed Moss to say, quote, "Since owning the Dybbuk box, there have been countless documented experience people have had with it, not just from myself, but my museum staff, my fellow crew members, visitors, and most notably, Post Malone. I think there is much more to the Dybbuk box, and regardless of its origins, it is very much cursed and evil. I'm not surprised that more controversy and conflict keep arising from it. The Dybbuk box has always raised questions and intrigue, and this adds to its narrative. There is more to this powerful cursed item. Its story is still being told." Wow, Bagans is one powerful spin doctor. Yes, well, of course. He's like, yeah, no, well, of course there's stuff to it, because he's already paid for it. He's got like a whole museum. People are coming to see this thing, even though some guy literally admitted that it's just a creepypasta that he made up on the internet. Crazy times. If you're wondering about that reference to Post Malone, the rapper accompanied Bagans to see the Dybbuk box, and Bagans touched it with Post Malone, merely touching Bagans' arm at the same time. This was apparently enough to curse the rapper. However, with his plane making an emergency landing, gun-wielding robbers breaking into his house, and he was then in a car crash within a couple of weeks of visiting the supposedly haunted item, well, that's really just some bad luck. Yeah, I mean, it's also like, how bad's Post Malone's luck? Literally in there, it's got the word, his plane. Poor Post Malone. Oh no, your plane had to make an emergency landing. You know how many times my plane's made an emergency landing? None, because I don't have my own plane. Yet.
What on earth are you doing? I'm manifesting.
It isn't haunted though, it's just made up. It's just a made up box with a made up story. It isn't even a wine cabinet. Kenny Biddle of the Skeptical Inquirer started looking for similar items and found the exact one. A liquor bar cabinet structure by a company called Robert B. Cariff of New York. Hilariously, Biddle writes, "Despite what various owners would have us think, the infamous Dybbuk box is not a Jewish wine cabinet from Spain, but instead it's a minibar from New York." Biddle treated himself to his own box and stocked it up with the appropriate glassware and bottles. In a caption showing in front of his minibar, he writes, "My Dybbuk box actually has spirits in it. I call them rum and vodka. If anyone has one of these, I'll buy it off you." Send me a message. I want a Dybbuk box. I want my own. I will call your attention to the Decoding the Unknown episode on James Dean's cursed car. I can't believe I've done an entire script on this now, as in that episode, the Haunted Museum came up and I made a brief reference to what Bangans was calling the most haunted object in the world. I then said, don't request an episode on this though, because I looked at it and guess what? Someone just made it up. And hey, if you want to pay $48 to look at a fake haunted wine cabinet, then that's up to you. I totally don't remember that at all. I was just like, the Dybbuk box. Like, I don't know where I found this. Probably just like asking ChatGPT about what to cover. It's like the Dybbuk box. Turns out it's just nonsense. Much like what ChatGPT will sometimes spout at me. Seems like I summed it up pretty well in one sentence, but hey, it was in the list of what Simon wants, and what Simon wants, Simon gets. You're damn right. Also update, that was from an episode written in November 2022. General admission to the Haunted Museum is now a whopping $54. Who the fuck is paying $54 to go and see this? So, there we go. I guess Manus started it, Haxton ran with it, and now Bagans is stuck with whatever everyone knows. There's an old minibar filled with useless junk. But I doubt he'll stop making shows about it. At $54 a bob to enter his haunted museum to view a fake haunted wine cabinet, he's the one who really became the master of the Dybbuk box. Yes, he did. Respect. That's some business savvy right there, and he knows it's nonsense. You know he knows it's nonsense. He's a businessman. He's just like, let's make some money! Thanks for watching. Oh, if you like this show, leave a review on Spotify, Apple, wherever you get your podcasts. Oh, if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. See you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown with me, Simon, your host, here on the show, joined by, I mean, not literally, but like joined through words together. Katie is here, she's written this script, I'm going to read it. It's all about the Toynbee tiles, decoding the cryptic messages on streets across America. Okay, never heard of this, let's just jump in, shall we? Oh, the forward of the show, if you're new here, never read this before, we're going to explore it together, dear audience. We're going to see what this secret message is. Have you ever been wandering around somewhere new, or even somewhere you've walked through a million times and suddenly noticed something a bit out of the ordinary? The cartoonish sticker on a road sign, a flash of spray paint on a wall, or as residents of the USA, but mostly Philadelphia, have been finding over the past few decades, lettered tiles adhered to the roads with a cryptic message touting outer space and the promise of eternal life. Uh-oh. You discovered these tiles, have you? Sounds like you've taken the first step to joining a cult. Is it street art or a conspiracy theory? What do these messages mean? How have so many been laid without any witnesses? How are they stuck to the street? Who is behind them? This is a rare Decoding the Unknown, where we'll answer all of the questions. Oh my god, we decoded something.
It's about time.
Hundreds of episodes. Finally, we've solved a mystery. What is a Toynbee tile? Let's start with the description of what we're talking about, what are known as the Toynbee idea tiles. The Toynbee plaques, or just the Toynbee tiles, are rectangular pieces of one or more layers of different color linoleum with lettering cut out to form a similar message each time. Hundreds of these tiles have been found embedded in asphalt all across the eastern United States, from Boston, Massachusetts to Kansas City, Missouri. If someone asked me to highlight where Missouri was on a map, I'd be like, I have no idea. Also, why is Kansas City not in Kansas? There is a state called Kansas, right? Dorothy's from there. It's not a city, right? No, Kansas. The state of Kansas. That exists. Alabama. Kansas. No, Alabama's also a state. Oh, I don't know. Look. Couldn't tell you where it was on a map. Tiles have been in pedestrian crosswalks outside the Empire State Building, in the middle of busy highways, and in Times Square. One was even seen at the entrance to the Holland Tunnel, a tunnel under the Houston River connecting New Jersey's Jersey City to New York's Lower Manhattan. They have also been documented in Argentina, Chile, and Brazil, always trying to spread the same message. But sometimes the wording is in Spanish. While the sizes vary, they're usually quite small around... Someone's made a mistake if they put Spanish tiles in Brazil, being that they speak Portuguese there. While the sizes vary, they're usually quite small, around 30 by 15 centimeters or 12 by 6 inches. Whoa, I assume they were much smaller. I assume they were like this big. What? How is that? 5 centimeters? 2 and a bit inches? Like this. Okay, these are larger than I thought. These are quite big. So what is the message on these tiles? While it may vary slightly across different tiles, the base message is usually the same, and it is as follows. Toynbee idea. In Kubrick's 2001, resurrect dead on planet Jupiter. It feels very culty, doesn't it? Sometimes the word Kubrick is replaced with the word movie, but the main message is basically the same on each tile. So you might be thinking now, okay, well, what does all of this mean? Most tiles have smaller additional text either squashed into the main body of the tile itself or just added on below, which add an even stranger flow to the whole thing. These extra messages include things such as please make and glue tiles as the American media is working with the Soviet Union and its thousands of fronts in the USA. And under Freedom of Information Act, NBC journalists funneled FBI information on me to Soviets. Also, and if this idea survives after all, make those hellions pay for what they've done, I'm begging you. And make and glue tile, you. Only by destruction of media can this movement survive. And creepily, murder every journalist, I beg you. This is sounding less like joining a cult now, and it's sounding more like someone who has a case of schizophrenia. What can we make of these seemingly insane, or at least paranoid ramblings? Yeah, paranoid schizophrenia, that's the one I meant. Has Banksy gone off his meds? While seeing a tile or two in a lifetime might not make many people that interested in the whole thing, seeing or hearing reports of hundreds spread across a wide area over many years will make some people desperate to get to the bottom of the mystery. Justin Durr is one such person. I mean, I get it. I guess because I do a podcast about this stuff, or a YouTube show if you're watching, hello. I get it. Like, this actually sounds like quite a fun hobby would be to work out the mystery behind these things. So some people are like, Justin, you got way too much time on your hands. I'm like, Justin sounds like he has a good hobby. After noticing his first tile embedded into a crosswalk he was using in South Street, Philadelphia in 1994, he went on a very long and ultimately successful mission to find out all he could about the Toynbee Tiler. This was all recorded in a documentary, Resurrect Dead, The Mystery of the Toynbee Tiles, which was filmed in 2006 and took a further 5 years for the director John Foy to release. It was basically a labour of love for all concerned, and it ended up winning the Directing Award for Documentaries at the 2011 Sundance Film Festival, as well as being nominated for the Grand Jury Prize for Documentaries. That's quite impressive, right? Sundance, I've heard of that one. And the Grand Jury Prize for Documentaries sounds important, as does the award for directing. It's currently a 7.2 on IMDb, and I watched it free on YouTube, though I probably shouldn't have. If it's on YouTube, fair game. If you're like downloading it from like Pirate Bay or whatever, is Pirate Bay still around? Like, if you're downloading it, then it's a bit like, okay. But if you Google it and you find it on YouTube, fine. Most of the information you can find out about the Toynbee Tile has come from the documentary or references it, and the film is as much about Justin Durr as it is about the Toynbee Tiler, so who better to lead us through this strange story? Lead on, good sir. Resurrect Dead. As previously mentioned, Justin noticed his first tile in 1994 and couldn't stop thinking about it. He was around 18 at the time and had embraced Philadelphia's underground punk scene and was living in a squat with many other people. Sometimes you do get these mysteries, and you're like, why is it like that? There is. It's the biggest and most fascinating mystery in my life. There is a car on a street outside on my way to work that I walk past every day. Every other car that I've ever seen has this format of license plate. There's a number, then there's a letter, then there's a letter or a number, and then there are 4 numbers. And this one has, instead of 4 numbers at the end, it has a letter and then 3 numbers. I've never seen this before. Now I'm looking at thousands of cars' license plates it's like some sort of OCD thing. I'm just watching all the cars go past, just looking at that, trying to find someone else who has a license plate with a letter on it. And there are none. And I want to see this person come to their car someday and they're going to be like, why is there a B there? And they'll be like, what? And they'll be like, why is there a B on your license plate? I'll be like, what are you talking about? It's a license plate. And I'll be like, that should be a number. And he'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's just what they issued me. But it's very strange. And I tried Googling it. I went onto a website called licenseplatemania.com. I delved into this deep. I could find no reference to why there is a letter there. It's not a special number plate. It's not like for, construction vehicles or cleaning vehicles or diplomatic vehicles. It's just a regular ass number plate that has a letter in the wrong place. And I don't know why. And it's driving me mad. I should make a documentary about finding this out. It should be a very short documentary. Excuse me, sir. Hello, yes, over here. If anyone knows the answer to that, check license plates. let me know. Solve this mystery for me, please. After getting a job as a courier, he spotted more and more tiles all over the city and became somewhat obsessed in finding out what all the words on them meant. Who or what was Toynbee? What did it have to do with the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey? Did the tiler actually mean that dead people could be resurrected on the planet Jupiter? Eventually, his local library got internet access, and Justin was so excited to be able to go and check into all of this stuff that he took a day off work to investigate. I mean, the early days of the internet was like, it was very... I remember getting home from school and being like, yes, let's go on the internet! Here's a cool fact. Toynbee idea was the first thing he ever typed into a search engine. How many people can remember the first thing they ever searched for online? I can. GTA cheats. Actually, when we got our first massive PC that came with Encarta, my sister and I were looking for pictures of Harrison Ford for my mum and Linda Lasardi for my dad, so that was probably what we were typing in. Unfortunately for Justin, the strange combination of words he had imagined in his brain brought back 0 results, which he thought was kind of creepy. Yeah, it's not Google in 2023, it's a search engine from when, like 1990 something or other? You could type in like something fairly obscure and it's like, no results, no one's talked about this on the internet yet, it's too new. It's really not that strange though, given that he was a super early adopter of investigating these tiles online and didn't have the luxury of almost everything in the world being available to search back then. A few months later, he tried again and boom, other people had also been taking note and websites had started popping up about the mysterious tiles. Through his online research and talking with other people, Justin managed to find out the following. The Toynbee reference was more than likely historian and philosopher Arnold J. Toynbee. Movie 2001, or Kubrick's 2001, was clearly referencing 2001: A Space Odyssey, directed by Stanley Kubrick and released in 1968. Resurrect dead on planet Jupiter was a literal theory that dead people could be brought back to life on Jupiter. Whose theory is that? That's like the mental asylum theory. It sounds absolutely insane, and it is.
Why are you crazy?
Because nothing lives on Jupiter. It's a gas giant with enormous gravity that will crush you to a pulp. So yes, it doesn't really make much sense when put together. Let's explore the Toynbee part a little further. As well as many other publications, Arnold Joseph Toynbee published the seminal 12-volume A Study of History between 1934 and 1961. According to historian Michael Lang, during the 20th century, quote, Toynbee was perhaps the world's most read, translated, and discussed living scholar. His output was enormous, hundreds of books, pamphlets, and articles. Due to the popularity of his work and more accessible abridgments being regularly found in even non-academic households, it's clear that his books and ideas were easily accessible to the average person. The Toynbee idea that crops up on every tile seems to be in reference to the 1969 book Experiences, where Toynbee posits that if you believe a soul can exist without a body, then it might be scientifically possible to resurrect it in some way. There are only a few sentences about this, though, and the idea doesn't seem to be a big part of the book at all. The Tyler linked this to the movie 2001 because this contains an expedition to Jupiter and has scenes that seem to hint at rebirth being possible in outer space. If this seems a tad tenuous, the link seems a tad the link seems a little bit tenuous, but the idea seems, well, just a little bit. There is another link, maybe by way of 2001's co-screenplay writer Arthur C. Clarke. Oh, I didn't know Arthur C. Clarke had something to do with 2000. Oh, wait, did he write the original book? Was he the original author of the book? I've read some Arthur C. Clarke, like back in the day. I really enjoyed it, but it's been a very long time. Did he write Space Odyssey? Oh, he did. It was a novel first. Oh, it was developed concurrently with a film? That's amazing. Whoa! He had previously written a story called Jupiter 5, in which an advanced alien race leaves messages for humans on a satellite of the planet Jupiter. These aliens correctly believe humans will eventually achieve long-distance space travel. This bears some similarities with Kubrick's 2001, and guess what the spacecraft is called in the Jupiter 5 story? Arnold Toynbee. You can see how some people's minds might start making connections here. Yeah, that is more than coincidence. At first glance, these Toynbee tiles might just seem like a random assortment of words, but the message that Tyler appears to be trying to get across is that they believe Toynbee's idea of souls, and therefore dead people being resurrected, is possible if we look to movies like 2001: A Space Odyssey for ideas in which direction to go in our scientific advancement in order to make this a reality. Guys, there's some benefit to looking at science fiction to progress science, like looking at little Captain Kirk's little communicator and being like, that's quite a good idea. Some sort of mobile telephone. And that's good. But like being like, well, in this movie, they resurrect people from dead in space and on Jupiter. Shall we see if we can make that happen? No, it's too out there. That's too much, too far. But yeah, that's not going to happen anytime soon. Agreed, Katie, definitely not. After not being able to make much headway with the main message, Justin started becoming more interested in what he calls the sidebar texts, which were the extra little notes under or sometimes beside the main message. These were ones saying things such as, "And if this idea survives after all, make those Helions pay for what they've done. I'm begging you." These are clearly more personal and either hint at a much larger organization trying to shut this person down and stop them spreading this message, or they are the product of a paranoid mind, or they are just a hoax. Yeah, it's either B or C, isn't it? It's not, CNN's not after this guy for pasting linoleum tiles around cities. They've probably never even heard of this. A much larger installation of 4 white tiles put together with a familiar font also appeared on the streets of Philadelphia in 1997. Dubbed the Manifesto tile, it name-checks newspaper owner John Knight and accuses him of sending the mafia to kill our unknown Tyler in 1991. There were various generations of people called John Knight who owns the Philadelphia Inquirer at some stage, but none of them appeared to have been alive in 1991. The Tyler also called himself a Hellion Jew, but I don't think any of the Knights were Jewish. There are also a couple of other references to Jews on the tile, which don't do the Tyler any favors and cast him in an even more paranoid light. He says that he had to secure his home with blast doors and ran away to Dover in England, but was basically dragged back, and now all these media companies are spying on him and trying to intimidate him. The message ends on a total cliffhanger. When KYW and NBC executives told John Knight, the whole coven gloated on how their Soviet pals had found a way to turn it into ... And that's it. There's no more tile. There's no more message. The Manifesto tile was paved over a few years later. So let's check back in on our Tonby tile fan, Justin. One day he was walking home at around 4 a.m. and saw a black rectangular piece of what he called tar paper lying on the road. As it was a quiet time of day, nothing had driven over it yet, so it was still shiny and fresh. He peeled up a corner and, lo and behold, the familiar text was revealed underneath. He'd stumbled upon the creation of a Toynbee tile and had missed the Tyler by just minutes. This answers part of the question that a lot of people had about these tiles. How are they embedded into the asphalt, and how come no one has ever been seen laying one? It seems that the Tyler placed them down with this tar paper on top. Pressure from passing cars would flatten the layers down and eventually wear away the top surface, revealing the coloured tile underneath, which was now firmly stuck down to the road. It's pretty smart. Why nobody has ever seen anyone putting down one of these tiles, though, remains a mystery. Well, so far. I'll tell you about that later. Is it such a mystery? If I was going to do this, you'd just be like, you'd do it at night or whatever. If you really wanted to be sneaky, you'd go out into the street and you'd be like, you'd take it out from underneath your jacket, you'd plop it down, and then you'd press it gently down with your feet and move on. It would take all of 5 seconds. And hopefully no one would be around, and that's it. It doesn't seem like, or you'd just drop down, pretend to be tying your shoe, and then leave it there, and then move your shoe onto it, and just be like, done. Easy. Boom.
Smart.
As the years go by, the Toynbee tiles become perfect fodder for burgeoning forums and message boards around the internet. Interest really picks up between 2000 and 2005, with people questioning if it's part of a conspiracy theory or if secret societies are involved. People also report having seen Toynbee tiles as far back as the 1980s, but decades after the first tiles were noticed, nobody had gotten any closer to solving the mystery of who was placing them and how exactly it was done. After posting many times on forums and discussion groups, Justin ends up teaming up with fellow tile enthusiasts, photographer Steve Wynick, and a Toynbee Tiles website board moderator called Colin Smith. Together, they really wanted to crack the secret of who was behind the maddening tiles. As Justin later says in the film, "We're not dealing with the supernatural. The tiles are being cut out by some kind of blade. A hand is holding the blade. It's totally real, it's physical, it's tangible. It's not a shadow, it's not a phantom, it's not a ghost. Somewhere there's a human being who's behind all of this." What a shocking revelation, Justin. He also says, slightly more succinctly, it's a person. It's someone somewhere. This feels a little bit repetitive, doesn't it? I'd be like, cut that out. Cut that out. Too much bloat. Speaking of bloat, I'm aware of the irony. I think we'll refer to this group as the Tile Team going forward, which includes director John Foy, as he was there to film much of their progress. Thanks to the reach of the online forums and all the chatter about the tiles, the Tile Team had several clues to go on. However, they seemed a pretty random bunch of things, namely a mailing address in South Philadelphia, a 1983 article from the Philadelphia Inquirer, and a one-act play by David Mamet called 4 a.m. Okay. What is going on? Following the clues. Alright, here we go. As previously mentioned, loads of tiles were found across South America, and on at least one found in Santiago, Chile, was an address on South 7th Street in Philadelphia. An actual house number might have been given, but this and the zip code are blurred out by the filmmaker. Thinking it unlikely that the actual Toynbee Tyler still or ever lived at that address, the Tile Team set to work making flyers asking if anyone recognized the work, and if so, they could help solve a mystery that had been going on for over 20 years. They posted them all over the area and tried to deliver them to all the townhomes on the block. One local resident said that the person currently living at the address given on the Santiago tile is a recluse known as Sebi the Birdman. If anyone's calling you the Birdman, you need to check what's going on in your life. Why are people calling me the Birdman? Is it all the birds? Should I get less birds? As he looks after injured birds and drives a car with rims but no tires, I think. That's not what? No one's doing that. You're getting pulled over by the police. They're like, yo, you up the road. And your rims. What are you doing? The description was a bit confusing. What a character. His full name is Severino Werner, and obviously he jumps straight to the top of the suspect list, which is expected as there's nobody else on the list at the moment. Even if there were, it'd be like, do you think it's John? Just regular ass John? Or do you think it's Severino the Birdman, who collects birds and doesn't have tires on his car? He's just driving around like a maniac. Do you think it's him who's putting linoleum tiles down around the place? You think it's the Birdman? Yes. Yes, we all do. The local man, also known as the previous tenant of that same house, was called Railroad Joe. I guess they're big on nicknames in that area of Philadelphia. Our team, Railroad Joe founds a lot more. It's like, why is he called Railroad Joe? Well, he works on the railroad, doesn't he? Sevi the Birdman is like, oh no. Our team finds out that this real man's name was Julius Paroli, and he becomes suspect number 2. Yeah, Railroad Joe is way less likely than Sevi the Birdman, who drives around without tires. Knocking on the actual door to the address in question produces no response. The team can't really investigate much further. Wait, so they're blurring out the exact number, but then they're like, well, it's this street, and here is the house. Did they not Google Street View? People will find that in about 3 seconds. They do find what Steve calls test tiles or proto-tiles all around the neighborhood, though, with little scraps, familiar lettering and whole words, sometimes in Spanish, that are obviously related to the lettering on the Toynbee tiles, so they're definitely in the right area. Moving on to the next clue, the newspaper article. Someone online gave the tile team a lead on an article from the Philadelphia Inquirer from March the 13th, 1983. It was by Clark DeLeon, and it was titled, Theories. Want to run that one by me again? It starts by saying, call me skeptical, but I had a hard time buying James Marasco's concept that the planet Jupiter would be colonized by bringing all the people on Earth who had ever died back to life. Marasco says he's a social worker in Philadelphia and came across this idea while reading a book by historian Arnold Toynbee, whose theories on bringing dead molecules back to life was depicted in the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. It also went on to say that Marasco had been sending his theory to press and media outlets and had founded something called the Minority Association to try and get his message across. Apparently, according to his conversation with DeLeon, this association consisted of me, Eric's sister who does the typing, and Frank. Seems legit. However, Clark DeLeon was not a believer. Yeah, me neither. How are those dead molecules getting there? Those dead molecules now make up other stuff. Like, where Napoleon, he's dead, and then they bury him in the grounds or whatever, and then he gets eaten by grass and worms and stuff, and then those worms get eaten by birds, and then those birds get eaten by people, and it's like, look, Napoleon's molecules are now a part of everybody else. I like to think I've got some of Napoleon in me right now. And, you can't just extract them all and take them to... Why am I trying to justify this insanity?
Huh? Why not?
Anyway, we have documented proof from 1983 of all the ideas on the Toynbee tiles in one place. James Marasco, consider yourself added to the list. Now, what about this play? In the early 1980s, at around the same time the Toynbee idea was starting to try and make its mark, David Mamet published a one-act play titled 4 a.m., which is about a radio host taking a call from someone who believed dead people could be resurrected on Jupiter thanks to ideas taken from Arnold Toynbee in the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. Sound familiar? Well, yes it does. Mamet has gone on the record saying that he made this conversation up. However, the Toynbee tiler was known to have made multiple calls to radio stations, including the Larry King Show, to try and spread word of his idea. As the tiler used the same language and phrases in many of his communications, we can further insinuate that Mamet did hear this call because he mentions molecules in his play, which we know, thanks to Clark DeLeon's article, the tiler also did. There's no mention of the word molecule in the whole of Toynbee's Experiences book, and people don't usually refer to themselves as being made of molecules. An early leaflet from the tiler states, public notice, Toynbee's idea in movie 2001: A Space Odyssey to bring every dead molecule of every human body in history to life on planet Jupiter. Mamet's play has the caller referring to humans being made out of molecules twice in a very short work. Mamet calls his play an homage to Larry King. It's a conversation between a radio host and a caller, so he's not denying that he listened to the show. He must have heard the tiler call in at some point, forgotten about it, and then used it later for his play. Or he's written the conversation basically verbatim and is just lying about where he got the idea, and now it's too late to backtrack. I mean, maybe. I think it's just, even though it's there's a lot of similarities, it's entirely possible that he just listened to a lot of Larry King and is just like, yeah, okay. He thinks he's making it up and it's just pulling from his subconscious. Either way, this does not seem like a coincidence. It's definitely not a coincidence, though. I think Mamet owes somebody some serious royalties. Wait. It's just an idea. These clues have given our Tile sleuths some more information on the timeline of the Toynbee Tiles, and more importantly, 3 people to start investigating, so let's go through that list. The suspects: Severino Sevi Werner. The Birdman. This guy's number 1 for me. The Birdman sounds like exactly the sort of man to be laying plastic tiles around a city. Consensus around the South Philly neighborhood is that Sevi is very quiet, very intelligent, but all he cares about are his birds. He's auto-described as reclusive and timid, so not likely to be driving all over the country putting weird tiles down in busy areas. After knocking on the door yields no results, the tile team try calling him, but his phone's been disconnected, so they end up ringing his mum. According to Mrs. Werner, her son has never been to South America and can't travel anywhere because of a lung condition. He's also not interested in history at all, so she doesn't see how he could be connected to this whole situation. She also says that the tile team aren't even the first people who have tried to contact Sevi about this, but he apparently had no idea what the previous person was on about and didn't wish to engage with strangers anyway. This seems to be a dead end, so moving on to Railroad Joe. Okay, well, I guess with that, my favourite suspect is now over. Sorry, Birdman.
I'm sorry.
You still sound super weird, though. Railroad Joe, or Julius Paroli. Tile team member Steve was pretty convinced that Railroad Joe was their man. They found out that Paroli had worked for Conrail, and when looking at the map of the Conrail road network, it matched the tile distribution area to a T, going out as far as, but never past, the limit of the Conrail area in any direction. That's a coincidence, isn't it? I mean, I'm saying that sarcastically. It's like, that's a hell of a coincidence, meaning it's him. Although I thought it was Birdman, so you can't trust me. This was limited to the United States, however, and it didn't extend to South America. But wait, an observatory in Chile was building a big new telescope, the world's largest at the time, and big pieces of the telescope were traveling through Paroli's train yard. He's even mentioned in a piece about it, where it says, Julius Paroli, track foreman, had both ends of the track spiked so no other cars could run on it. The switch at the head of the track was blocked with a wooden wedge. Maybe he sent a load of tiles down on trains for someone else to place. There's also a connection to Jupiter here, what with this being a ginormous telescope and all. And there's more. Steve tried doing some research on the Paroli name and found the Paroli brothers monuments. This was a family that had a history of carving tombstones, not a great leap to then create cut-out letters in linoleum tiles. On the surface, Railroad Joe seemed like a great suspect. He lived at the address on the Santiago tile. He had the opportunity and time to place all of the tiles over the areas covered by the Conrail network. He might have been working strange hours in a somewhat lonely profession, meaning that no one would have seen him doing it. There is one problem, though. Julius Paroli died in 1987 before the majority of the tiles were even created, unless he resurrected himself as an adult on Jupiter, of course. Yeah, but then he's going to be on Jupiter. It's really far away. What's he going to do? Just... That's it. He just has to be on Jupiter now. James Marasco. The tile team contacted Clark DeLeon, the columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer, who had spoken to James Marasco on the phone and written the short piece about him. Marasco had said that he was a social worker, and DeLeon remembered him as being intelligent but not confident and quietly spoken with a working-class accent. The team scoured the Philadelphia telephone directories of the 1980s to find any reference to James Marasco, and they did find one, but he lived in Chestnut Hill, which was an upper-class area of the city, not the more southern area they thought he might have been based in. Other people had also followed this lead in the past, leading to Chestnut Hill Marasco's wife publicly denying his involvement in the Toynbee tile mystery. Marasco literally couldn't speak for himself, as he'd had a voice box removed for some reason. Holy okay. Also, he was a very old man by this point, and he would have been laying these tiles while in his 70s and even into his 80s, which seemed to rule him out. After exhausting all other avenues of inquiry, the Time team came to the conclusion that James Marasco, who called Clark DeLeon in 1983, didn't appear to exist. The search continues. I don't know how far I personally would have got into investigating something like this. Probably not very far, as if it takes more than a couple of Google links, I generally just give up. But the Time team was still in the early 2000s here and had to rely on a bit of legwork along with the combined efforts of other internet sleuths, so maybe that kept it more interesting. Yeah, I feel like nowadays you look up a mystery and it'll just be like, yeah, mystery solved. Except for my bloody license plate mystery. Seems insolvable on Google. Should ask ChatGPT. Maybe ChatGPT would know the answer, or it would at least make up an answer that would make me feel, that'd be nice. In 2006, Bill O'Neill, who had hosted the website Toynbee.net, just grew tired of the whole thing and gave all of his information over to the Tile team to go through. This included thousands of emails with people's own theories, ranging from wild Bible conspiracies to links with Pink Floyd, to that the Tyler is just an art dealer trying to get some street cred. They also found out that they are far from the only people to investigated this or even made a documentary about it. Some people had been reporting seeing the Tiles in the 1980s and have been looking for more information ever since. They did manage to eke out a few more clues from the backlog of information on the website, however. There was one man who recalled watching late-night TV sometime in 1985 when a pirate TV signal crashed the news he was watching. This ghostly broadcast quickly gave out the now familiar Toynbee idea 2001 Jupiter message before disappearing again. This kind of thing was very rare in the 80s, so the man had always remembered it happening. He'd even phoned the TV station to see if they could give him more information about it, but they couldn't, and said other people had also called in about it. Another piece of the puzzle was an email from someone who remembered seeing the Toynbee message pasted up around Philadelphia on flyers. He also mentions the TV hack, but referred to it as shortwave, leading the Tile team to realize that the Tyler or someone involved with the Tyler had a knowledge of shortwave radios. Again, I think I would probably be unable to make any further connections here, but our intrepid team go to a local 2006 shortwave listening convention to see if anyone could help them find out more. This is some crazy dedication to find out about these tiles. I kind of like it. Like, it's so nerdy, but I'm like, hell yeah, I'm down. Like, I'd like to, if I had time. I have no time in my life for anything, but I'd be down just to go on an adventure finding about tiles. Yeah, this would be cool. No one seems to have a clue what they're talking about when Justin mentions Toynbee, Jupiter, and resurrecting dead people, and he even raises it as a question after a lecture to be met with dead silence, but eventually they do strike it lucky. First, Justin has an interview with a shortwave broadcaster, spreading his plea to the wider community and asking anyone who knows anything about the Toynbee message or who might have sent it to get in touch. Secondly, they meet a man who has a direct link to the story. The strange wording of the message made him remember that back in the early 80s, he had met someone who had asked him for help in setting up a P.O. box, which was something he did back then. The man never received any mail, but did send out a lot. Why do you need a P.O. box if you send... P.O. box is for receiving mail, isn't it? It's like a little box you have in the post office. I've meant to get one, like, many times, but I never have, because I hate having to go to the bloody post office to collect. So often, it's just the postman comes and it's like, oh yeah, well, I didn't bring your package, but it's in the post office. So you've got to go to the post office and queue, but apparently you can just get a box at the post office, like a big box where they just leave all your shit and you can just go in there and collect it once a week. And I'm like, that sounds amazing. I don't know why I haven't done this. I might do that this afternoon. It would save so much time. He didn't have much interaction with this man, but did say that the name Minority Association definitely rang a bell. He couldn't think of much more information, but said that if the Tile team wanted to throw some names at him, he might be able to see if he remembered any. They started off with Sevi, and then tried Severino, to which the man instantly replies, Werner? Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is what we call a served case, a bingo, a hole-in-one, or as my daughter likes to put it, yes, let's freaking go!
Let's go!
As a side note, what a memory this man has. So yes, with the confirmation that Werner had set up a P.O. box for the Minority Association and had contacted media companies and the press with the P.O. box as the return address, the Tile team are happy that this is proof enough that their original Tyler was number one suspect, Severino Werner, exactly like Simon thought. Yes! The investigation wraps up. Wait, why didn't we think it was Severino, the Tile man? Oh, because he just denied it. He just denied it. That's it. It's him. Taking a trip back to Werner's neighborhood, they find out more and more evidence that the reclusive man is indeed the mystery Tyler. Some neighbors report that he boarded up all of his windows and only goes out to get groceries at 2 or 3 in the morning. Another neighbor says how his car had the passenger seat taken out and was also missing the floorboard on that side. He parks his car and does it. Oh, that's genius. This is a massive break in the case and confirms how the tiles have been laid this whole time. Werner drives around with his tile or tiles and drops them through the hole in his car's floor directly onto the street. No one would see it being done, and he could do it in an instant. This also explains how tiles have popped up in extremely busy places, such as outside the Empire State Building and at the entrance to the Holland Tunnel. He just drives past, plops out a tile, and following traffic does the rest, helping to embed the message into the asphalt, and nobody is any the wiser. Yeah, that's pretty smart, because you can stop, like, anywhere. Just stick your hazard lights on and be like, just pretend you've got an emergency. Like, even outside the Empire State Building or whatever, just for like a minute. And then just put it down and then drive off. Boom. Yet another huge confirming piece of evidence comes to light when another neighbour remembers that Werner used to drive around with a huge antenna on the top of his car. When he drove past the building, everyone's TV shows would be interrupted with a brief pirate signal banging on about resurrecting people. If these neighbours had only remembered these two hugely important things a bit later, they would have saved our tile team a lot of time. Even more backstory is revealed that links Werner with the known Toynbee timeline. He apparently used to play the accordion at 3 a.m, which eventually led to some people breaking into his house and threatening him with a knife. And I just imagine this would be just a regular person. Because it'd be like, can you imagine this going on for years and you're just getting insane and you're just being driven. It's 3 a.m. and he's like, you're like, I'm a normal person, but I have to go over and threaten his life. Stop it. The Birdman. You arsehole! This tied into the time period of messages talking about the Mafia coming to kill him, and also links to the mention of blast doors on the manifesto tile as Werner reinforced his front door with all kinds of barriers after the break-in. The tile team tried knocking on the door again, and while it's clear that he's actually inside, he doesn't come to the door. They then feel bad about how scared he must be feeling and don't want to hound him. It's clear that he doesn't want any attention on himself, so they just leave with the knowledge that while they've worked out their mystery, they'll probably never get to talk with the Toynbee tiler. A few other interesting tidbits popped up. Remember that shortwave interview that Justin gave after the convention? Someone called Euless Fleming heard it and emailed in. He remembered that back in the 1980s, he'd heard the pirate Toynbee broadcast while on a long trip in the car and had written to the P.O. box to ask for more information about this Jupiter idea. That's kind of the thing you do as a kid in the 80s. Yeah, kids these days would be like, nah, I'm busy, I'm on TikTok. Fleming's email also states that he has a handwritten letter from James Marasco, as well as a packet of documents from the Minority Association. So why is this Marasco guy still in the picture? Haven't we already figured out that Severino Werner is the Toynbee tiler? Is he an associate of Werner's? Marasco is listed in the documents as the publicity director for the Minority Association and appears to be the one writing all the documents. According to the documentary, Colin says, the name Julius Paroli never came up. The author of the documents refers to himself repeatedly as James Marasco, except for one time when he refers to himself as Severino Werner. Boom. Mic drop. Case closed. Let's go. Yes, okay, so they're the same person, basically. It's just a pen name, right? Or like an alias. They're using the same P.O. box, they have the same phone number, and Marasco has the same handwriting as Werner. The description Clark de Leon gave of his phone call with James Marasco matches exactly with how Sevi Werner's neighbour describes him. The tile team posit that Sevi is very quiet and timid. He invented this other personality to get a bit of distance from himself and help get his message out. Yeah, he just accidentally one time signed it off wrongly. He's like, yeah, Sevi, god damn it! Here's Justin's theorized timeline of the whole saga. In around 1979, Sevi reads Arnold J. Toynbee's work, which sparks a memory of the movie 2001, which came out several years before. In Arnold Toynbee's autobiography, Experiences, he writes, quote, however, the dust of which a human body is composed, quantitatively trivial though it is an integral part of the inconceivably vast physical universe, and when, after death, the body dissolves into its physical elements, these elements themselves are not annihilated. Death has destroyed the organism that, for a brief time, had succeeded in maintaining itself as a puny counter-universe, but the physical materials of which the dissolved human body was composed at the moment of death have not been destroyed through ceasing to be incorporated temporarily into an organic physical structure. This is difficult to read and just wild. They are continuing to exist as parts of the physical universe, though this no longer in an organic form. Okay. Werner took the idea and tied it in with 2001 and its cruise mission to Jupiter and the potential rebirth or afterlife in space that it shows. The TAR team theorizes that Werner believes that we have the key to heaven and resurrection, but we need to harness and improve our scientific know-how to get there. He thought he had found a way to overcome death and got fixated on this idea. He calls Larry King live in February 1980 to try and spread his theory, and his call is heard by one David Mamet, who apparently subconsciously files it away for future reference. In 1983, Werner tries contacting other media outlets and press officers. Clark de Leon speaks to him on the phone as James Marasco and writes a small article on it, but nothing much else happens. Werner also starts plastering his leaflets around the city and starts using shortwave radio broadcasts from his car. He's nothing if not persistent, but I mean, if you had a massive epiphany that you'll discover the answer to ending death, wouldn't you try and get the word out by any and all means necessary? Sometime between 1983 and 1987, the first TARs start appearing on the streets. Werner then drove his car all over the US and also visited South America, probably laying hundreds of TARs in the process. His mother was presumably just lying to protect him or had no idea what he'd been up to. Just to confirm, Werner is Marasco, Marasco is Werner, and the whole Conrail area connection of Julius Railroad Joe Paroli just seems to have been a total coincidence. Hell of a coincidence, though. Werner continued to place his tiles up to and past the time of the documentary, which was filmed in 2006. Justin writes a letter to Werner, but never gets a reply. A few months later, he believes he randomly saw Werner on a bus, but just didn't think approaching him was the right thing to do. He had his own epiphany about his place in the Toynbee Tiles story, and decided he should leave the tiler in peace, and he would go his own way, having solved it. According to a postscript in the documentary Resurrect Dead, a couple of years later in 2008, people reported a resurgence in Toynbee shortwave broadcasts, and even more tiles started popping up, with more of a variety in design, leading our crew to suspect that more people than Werner are making these now. Yeah, they're copycats, of course they are. They saw the documentary and be like, let's go.
Looks like we found a copycat.
In conclusion, we know who's making them, the original ones at least, we know how he's placing them, and we sort of know why he's doing it. It's probably quite frustrating for Werner to be trying to impart this important information. Everyone's just taking it as some form of guerrilla art project or mystery to be solved, when everything he was saying was in complete earnest. It would be cool to spot some of these tiles in the wild, and it's easy to find maps and locations of existing or surviving tiles online should you be in the vicinity or fancy a bit of a road trip. As for believing in Werner's theory, though, I'm sorry, Sev, I'm afraid I can't do that. Nice 2001 reference there, Katie. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoy it, please leave a review, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get this show. Or if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. I'm your host Simon Wyman's here on this show, podcast and broadcast on YouTube. This is Where is the Tomb of Genghis Khan? Written by Ilza. Thank you, Ilza. Read by me. I've never read this before. Genghis Khan's tomb. Isn't that the one where he's like, no one knows where it is? I mean, obviously, that's kind of the mystery, isn't it? But there's that legend or rumor or maybe truth that he had all these people build him this really amazing tomb and he didn't want anyone to find it, so he had them and their families killed. And then you had anyone who knew about the families being killed. And then, you know, just to keep it a secret, and then no one found it. Well, to tell you what, in today's episode, we're going to find the tomb.
Oh, really?
And then we're not. It's still going to remain a mystery, isn't it? Like, we're not answering that question. If you clicked on this video, be like, yes, finally the answer. You've clicked on you need to click on the Mr. Beast video where he's like, today I'm going to Mongolia to find the tomb of Genghis Khan. That'd be a hell of a video, wouldn't it? The first person to find this gets $100,000. Over a vast plain, the tall grass waving gently in the wind, a golden eagle soars through the open skies, its cry echoing over the peaceful landscape that time seems to have forgotten. It wasn't always sunny. It wasn't always this peaceful, though. In a time long past, a young man marched his army across the plains, trampling the grassland into mud and filling the lonely skies with the clash of steel and the screams of the dying. Clash of steel? When was steel invented? I get the feeling that steel... Hey Siri, when was steel invented? Mid-1850s. No, it's not steel. It's not steel. They're like battling with iron and bronze. An unstoppable force, he conquered tribe after tribe to build an empire the size of which has never been seen before. Another fun fact, I get that this could be one of those ones that turns out to be an urban legend, but I don't think it is. I feel like I've covered it in a video. It's actually the truth. That Genghis Khan was actually brilliant for the environment because he killed so many people that like global warming or whatever was the problem back then slowed down. Like, there were less people burning, and which was good for the planet. Because he just killed so many. No, that'd be a bit like saying, yeah, no, Hitler, he got rid of lots of people, and there were too many people. Don't say that. To some, he was a villain, a monster stalking their lands and subjugating their people. To others, he was a hero, building a glorious empire that led to prosperity for all. Whether you love him or you hate him, there's no denying the fact that Genghis Khan made an impact that history will never forget. Every year, around 600,000 people visit the grave of Elvis Presley. The grave of Oscar Wilde is covered in lipstick kisses from all those die-hard fans. Okay. Wasn't Oscar Wilde gay? So consider it, not that men can't wear lipstick, that's fine if that's your thing, but typically more associated with women. I'm pretty sure Oscar Wilde was gay. Oh god, I should know this. Should definitely know this. I think he went to prison for being gay, because it was the past. So considering that his legacy is still going strong even today, just imagine how many visitors old Genghis sees every year. Well, the answer to that would be none. For much like he appeared, a young boy exploring the expansive steppes of his beloved Mongolia, he vanished into the same vast wilderness without a trace. There's no tomb to visit, only statues honouring the great Khan all over Mongolia. I'd quite like to go to Mongolia. It's like one of those places where it's like, I don't know what's going on there. It seems really big. There's like not a lot going on. It used to be this huge empire. It sounds kind of fun. They had that giant golden statue of Genghis Khan, right? Is it gold or is it like white? I feel like there's a giant-ass gold statue of Genghis Khan, which would be quite cool to see. Perhaps the golden eagle soaring over that plain, reaching over the horizon into eternity, knows the greatest secret of Genghis Khan. Where is his tomb? No, it doesn't, Ilza. It's just a stupid bird. In my experience, though, eagles are much like wizards, good at keeping their secrets, so we might have to figure this one out for ourselves. Tell you what, with much of my experience with birds is they're a bit dumb, and certainly dumber than me, and I'm not even particularly bright. The Great Khan, I know, you know what, I know I'm brighter than birds, that's for sure. Even those birds that manage to like fly all the way to Africa or whatever in their like migration, I'm still smarter than them. I've got a giant brain compared to them. I can do like maths and stuff.
I am too smart. I am too smart. S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-T.
The Great Khan. Unlike other rulers who left behind a written legacy, Genghis Khan was illiterate, having never received any formal education. I once met an illiterate person. I worked in a shop, and like when I was a kid, and someone came in and bought like a birthday card. And I was like ringing them up, and I was like, well, here's your birthday card. And they're like, could you help me out? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Could you write like, Dear Harry, happy birthday in there? And I'm like, there's a pen over there. Like by the lottery machine for marking out the numbers. Well, this isn't what I'm saying, it's what I'm thinking in my head. And I'm like, yeah, okay, no problem, it's not busy, I can do that for you. So I take it out, and she's like, okay, here you go. Dear Harry, Dear Harry, have a very happy birthday. Love, Louise, or whatever. And I'm like, okay, here you go, here's your card. And I get home, and I tell my parents this story, and they're like, yeah, she probably didn't know how to write. And I'm like, you what? That was the first time I considered that this is like... I feel my privilege is showing, but I don't feel like that being literate is that much of a privilege, although obviously it is in large parts of the world, or parts of the world at least, even in some parts of the UK apparently. And I was like, wait, people don't know how to write? My parents were like, no, not everyone knows how to write. And I'm like, I was like 16, 17, and this blew my mind. I was like, how? What we know about how he lived and how he died is based on impressions of those around him and those that came after him. We think Temujin, as he only took the name Genghis Khan much later, was born around 1162, not far from the Onon River on the mountain of Burkan Khaldun in the Khenti province. But the exact date and place have been lost to history. No one knew how important he would one day be, so no one bothered to write down all the details of his early life. Get writing it down now. I was born 1987. People are going to need these details when I have my empire. Genghis Khan started to rise to power by uniting many of the warring Mongolian tribes until he was declared their leader by 1206. From there, he went on to build the Mongol Empire, the largest contingent land empire in history, and second only to the British Empire in overall size. God save the king. Considering conquering land is not that hard, but keeping control of an empire that would eventually span around 12.5 million square miles without the advantages of near instant communication and the ability to reach the outskirts of your empire to put down revolts in a matter of days would have taken considerable skill and an iron will, both of which Genghis Khan had in spades. However, Genghis Khan didn't just go out and conquer the world, he also connected it in a way that it hadn't been connected before. Under Genghis Khan, the Silk Road, an ancient trade route linking China to the west, flourished. Oh, I thought the Silk Road was just a place you bought crack on the internet. And he perfected and expanded the postal system across his empire. Using relay stations, a messenger could carry his missive to its destination quickly by getting a new horse at each station. Isn't that like the Pony Express? Is that what it's called, the Pony Express? Where they built that, or not built, but someone set up like a load of horses, or ponies I guess, across America. And the messenger would pick it up, and he'd ride one horse, and he'd pass it to the next messenger like some sort of relay race to get the message really fast. And so they did this whole thing, they set it all up, and then the next year like the telegram was invented. Like, oh, for sake, we have spent so much money on hay. This was probably a more reliable postal service than what many countries have now. Genghis Khan himself couldn't save the South African postal service if he rose from the dead. God, I hate it all. I recently, one of our sponsors, I won't call them out for their ridiculous error. But they sent me some product of whatever it is. And it's like, obviously it's from abroad. It's got to go through customs, I think. And it arrives. And they're like, okay, so it got stuck at customs. I'm like, oh, why is it stuck at customs? Because they wrote, and I don't know what you're thinking. I see the invoice from them, and it's like, yeah, product 1, product 2, product 3, value $0, value $0, value $0. I'm like, obviously customs are going to look at that and be like, it's not worth $0, is it? And they were like, well, you need to go back to the company and you need to get a correct invoice and you need to do this and then you need to fill out this form. And I'm like, no, send it back. Send it back or destroy it. I don't care. I don't want it. Because it drives me potty. The amount of time. And it's not like I can have someone else do this for me because they're like, oh, we need your signature. And I'm like, but why? Why? It's like, it's literally going to end up being like 50p that I owe you. Can you f*** off? Shouldn't talk too much or they'll start seizing all my packages. And then they'll find all my heroin. Just joking. Obviously, I'm not getting heroin posted to myself. That would be insane.
I'm joking. That's just a joke. We like to have fun here.
I'd obviously just buy it off the Silk Road. Unlike many... And then have it posted, I guess. That's how it arrived, right? They put it in the post. The internet's a wild place. What are we talking about? Unlike many conquerors before him and after him, Khan was quite the people person. He allowed his subjects religious freedom and rewarded loyalty at a time when social advancement was only possible to the lucky few born into the right families. He allowed his men to rise in social standing based on merit. Oh, what a unique concept. Women had the right to divorce and even own property. That's just plain ridiculous though, isn't it? Women owning property. They weren't quite the equals of men, but considering the status of most women at that point in history, Genghis Khan was a feminist. In less than 20 years, Khan conquered lands stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea, ensuring that he went down in history as a ruthless yet brilliant conqueror. However, as interesting as his life was, we're more interested in his death, which occurred around August 1227. This is where one of the biggest mysteries surrounding Genghis Khan begins. The death of Genghis Khan. As little as we know about the Khan's early life, we know even less about his death. We know that he died in August of 1227, but the exact date he died and what killed him is a mystery all by itself. According to Marco Polo, the Venetian explorer who spent some time with Kublai Khan, a descendant of Genghis Khan, the Great Khan died after suffering an injury, an arrow to the knee. That's the famous story, right? Like, that rings bells for me. Although else, didn't he die... Oh, maybe it's Alexander who died after, like... a victory party or something, right? His adventuring days were over. In other versions of the tale, Genghis Khan died after falling off his horse or after sustaining wounds in battle. A particularly imaginative tale, most likely spread by his enemies after his death, states that he was dispatched in a somewhat gruesome yet creative fashion by a wily Shia princess who was taken as part of his war booty. His late-night visit to get better acquainted with the damsel was his last. However, a far less interesting version of events is that Khan died from a disease, possibly typhus or malaria, as he was reported to have been unwell between August the 18th and August the 25th, and soon after, he was dead. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Probably that's the most likely one. Getting shot in the knee and, like, being murdered by some, like, woman that he's stolen in part of, like, some weird battle is like... Yeah, okay, that's like befitting a conqueror, but you know what's more likely? He just got malaria and died, because malaria and typhus and whatever killed way more people than arrows to the knee, didn't they? His real cause of death, whether by arrow or unfriendly mosquito, was probably kept a secret to preserve the Khan's status. The great Khan died while on campaign, reining in some ungrateful locals, and dying is definitely a sign of weakness. Isn't dying in battle, like, glorious, though? Or have I just watched too much Star Trek? Today is a good day to die! Genghis Khan wanted to be buried in secret. Whether this part of his legend is fact or fiction, we don't really know. We do know that Genghis Khan was not an idiot. He was beloved by many, but he was a conqueror and probably hated by a hell of a lot more. And he knew what happened to the graves of conquerors buried with piles of treasure. Eventually, someone is going to come and dig up your bones, and if that someone is a grave robber or someone whose family you killed while conquering, your bones may end up feeding the dogs. From my research, it appears that according to Mongolian belief, graves should not be disturbed, and even today Mongolian people are not very keen to have archaeologists dig up graves. So, Genghis decided that he didn't want people to know his final resting place, and according to legend, those serving him pulled out all the stops to make sure that it'd never be found. One part of the story comes from Marco Polo again. However, this is the guy who saw dragons in China, so perhaps not the most reliable narrator. Sounds like Marco Polo been puffing on that opium pipe, doesn't it, Marco? According to the legend, an army carried the Great Khan's body back home to Mongolia. To make sure that no one knew where they were taking the body, the funeral procession killed every single person it came across. I suppose it's a good thing Mongolia has always had a low population density. After the funeral, the 2,000 slaves that built the tomb and attended to the body were all killed. Afterwards, 1,000 horses were ridden over the grave to make sure that there was no sign of any disturbed earth that could just possibly hint at a grave. Someone's going to go along, he's like, wow, why is the earth so churned up here? What's up with all these horses? Why are there so many horses here just roaming around? I wonder if there's something up with that. In some stories, even this wasn't enough. After the horses had their turn, a river was diverted over the tomb to make sure that no one would accidentally discover it. The soldiers that accompanied the Khan's body to his future tomb were also killed, and the soldiers who killed them then committed suicide. However, sources are beginning to get a bit vague at this point, so whether it's a whole new company of soldiers killing the first lot and then themselves, or just one half killing the other half before committing suicide, seems a little unclear. Well, the second option would be a lot more efficient, wouldn't it? They could just do it until there's one guy left and just one guy has to commit suicide. However, despite all this effort to conceal the grave, the family of the Khan still needed to find their way to the tombs. So instead of drawing a map, a baby camel still feeding on mother's milk was killed and buried with the Khan and his 2,000 slaves and a company of soldiers in front of the mother.
What?
Okay, that sounds like a great alternative to a map. Exactly how? Every spring the mother camel would be released and she would lead the family to the spot where a baby had been buried. However, this plan was apparently not thought through very well since camels aren't immortal, so when the mother camel died, she took the location of Genghis Khan's grave to her grave. Okay, well, all the family that went there, they've been there many times. It's not like you go there, it's not like, oh yeah, no, we can't remember where it is, we have to have the camel with a magical memory. This is a silly story that's obviously not real. Mortal camels weren't the only guardians, though. According to some stories, the Dark Hat, a Urian Kai tribe, still guards the tomb of Genghis Khan. This would be difficult if everyone who knew where he was buried had been killed, but let's not let logic get in the way of a good story. Tales of the slaughter of thousands of people and one baby camel to hide the death of one man aside. According to 17th century Mongolian chronicles, the Great Khan's body was returned to Mongolia and he was buried with 40 girls dressed in their best finery and a sacrificial horse or 6. However, the chronicles fail to mention where exactly this burial took place. A less sensational story, and one I find a little more likely, simply states that the Great Khan's wife prepared his body for burial in the simple way Genghis Khan himself had lived. He was dressed in a white robe, felt boots, and a hat. The body was then wrapped up in a white felt blanket with fragrant sandalwood and bound with 3 golden straps before being buried. Scholars theorize that the Khan was probably buried with a good collection of treasure. Most of the treasure looted by the Mongol army has never been found. This would tell us a lot about the man and the time in which he lived. However, before we can find the tomb and all its secrets, we have to contend a curse. Oh no, that sounds real. Also, even if you came across this tomb today, like Genghis Khan's tomb, and it had all this legendary treasure in it or whatever, what are the odds that it's still there? Because someone probably found it. Even if it is found, someone probably found it before, and then they stole all the treasure from it, and then they didn't tell anyone because you're not allowed to just steal treasure. It's like when they discover a new tomb in Egypt or whatever, and it's empty. They're like, well, we weren't the first to discover it, were we? Because someone else discovered it, and they weren't an archaeologist. They just were after gold and The curse of Genghis Khan's tomb. All writers know that you can't have a lost tomb tale without a curse. According to believers, should the tomb of the great Genghis Khan ever be opened, the world will end. Or if you want to be less dramatic, it'll start the Third World War, but I'm not sure humanity would survive that, so well, the end result is the same. The curse seems to be rooted in the curse of Timur, also known as Tamerlane, a Turkic Mongol ruler who may have shared a common ancestor with Genghis Khan on his father's side. Honestly, the familial link is incredibly tenuous, but it's a good story, so I'm going to tell it anyway. Timur had not just one, but 2 curses. A 17th century text states that who disturbs Tamerlane's tomb will release a spirit of war, and such a bloody and terrible slaughter will commence that the world has not seen in all eternity. A second curse was apparently found inscribed inside the coffin. Whoever opens my tomb shall unleash an invader more terrible than I. Again, none of this sounds real. I'm exactly the sort of person who, in my mind, I'd be like, ooh, better open that tomb. And then someone would be like, we need to open the tomb to see what's inside. I'd be like, okay, crack that bitch open, let's go. If I was a Soviet archaeologist coming across this inscription in June 1941, I would have paused for a moment. However, Stalin had a bee in his bonnet about this excavation, so the grand disturbance of the cursed tomb proceeded. Yeah, me and Stalin, same page. 3 days later, the Nazis launched Operation Barbarossa, invading the Soviet Union. By now, people were paying a little more attention to the curse, and Stalin, apparently a believer, ordered Timur to be reburied on the double. Not long after Timur was again entombed, the Soviets were victorious in the Battle of Stalingrad, one of the bloodiest battles of the Second World War. Some stories suggest that before digging up Timur, Stalin had attempted to find Genghis Khan as well, but since opening his tomb will lead to the end of the world, it's a good thing the Soviets found old Timur instead. No, it's not real. You can I'd open that tomb and they'll be like, Simon, you've caused the end of the world. They're like, no, I haven't. Just relax, everything's fine. And then the aliens come down. You're like, no! However, more recent expeditions have faced their fair share of unfortunate events, suggesting that there may be some truth to the curse after all. Oh no! And by truth, we mean coincidence. At least I mean that. Ill's right, I don't know if you mean that as well. But maybe you do think the curse is real. A 2002 American expedition under the leadership of John Woods and funded by Maury Kravitz had to be called off when a number of party members were bitten by venomous snakes. On top of the snakes, a car rolled off a hillside for no apparent reason. An anthrax scare killed several animals in the area. And finally... doesn't sound like an anthrax scare then, it just sounds like anthrax, doesn't it? And finally, the former Mongolian Prime Minister accused the expedition of desecrating a sacred site, which led to the Mongolian National Security Council revoking their permission to excavate. Can all of this truly be a mere coincidence? Yes. Yes, it can. People got bitten by snakes where there were snakes. A car rolled off a cliff, probably because someone forgot to put the brake on. Where is the not-so-cursed tomb? Genghis Khan was buried in a grave so unmarked and so secret that we still have no idea where this tomb is. Since there's no historical record with a conveniently marked map, we don't even know where to start looking. However, we also have no idea what we're looking for, since there's no description anywhere of what this tomb might look like. On top of that, searching for a tomb in Mongolia is a daunting task. It's a huge country that's still fairly undeveloped. It's about 7 times the size of Great Britain, with only 2% of its roads. Oh my god, there's no roads in Mongolia. Kind of want to go to Mongolia even more now. Some researchers believe the Xiongnu people were the ancestors of the Mongolian people and ultimately Genghis Khan. This means that excavations at a 2,000-year-old Xiongnu burial grounds might just give us an idea of what Genghis Khan's tomb looks like if the Mongolian people followed similar burial practices to their Xiongnu ancestors. The Xiongnu kings were buried in log chambers 20 meters underground. The sites were then marked with a square of stones. The excavated tomb included a wealth of treasures such as a Chinese chariot, Roman glassware, and gold and silver ornaments incorporating leopards and unicorns in their design, imagery also used by Genghis Khan and his descendants. However, finding a 20-meter deep, unmarked tomb in a country the size of Mongolia becomes virtually impossible. If this is what Genghis Khan's tomb looks like, it doesn't really help us at all. Most scholars agree that Genghis Khan came home, since the idea of a homeland is very important in Mongol culture. So if he returned to Mongolia, where is the most likely place that he would have chosen to be buried? Many believe the answer to this question is in Burkhan Khaldun, a sacred mountain peak in the Khenti Mountains in the Khenti province, around 1,600 kilometers or 990 miles northeast of Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia. The secret history of the Mongols was written sometime after the death of Genghis Khan by an unknown author. It's the oldest surviving literary work in the Mongol language and considered to be an incredibly valuable source of information not only about Genghis Khan, but also about the Mongol culture before the influence of Buddhism. However, since we don't know who the author is, and because it was written after the death of Genghis Khan, we can't know for sure just how accurate it is. And in keeping with the mystery of Genghis Khan, the secret history mentions that Khan ascended to heaven in 1227, but once again, there's no description of his grave or maps to his tomb. For future authors in the audience, I can't emphasize the value of maps in literature enough. Yes, well, the whole point was he didn't want any maps. While the text isn't particularly useful in finding the tomb, it does state that Genghis Khan had strong feelings towards Burkhan Khaldun. According to one tale, as a young man, Genghis used the mountain to escape the Murkit, an enemy tribe. He fled to the sacred mountain and found shelter with an old woman. According to the secret history, Khan stated that every morning I will sacrifice to Burkhan Khaldun. Every day I will pray to it, The offspring of my offspring shall be mindful of this and do likewise. Whether the offspring of his offspring honored this or even knew about it, we don't know, but scholars claim that this is a fairly good indication that this mountain was important enough to Khan that it could very well be where he wanted to be buried. The text also mentions that this mountain was the site of the first Mongol settlement, so it's an important place for a number of reasons. Another story, though I'm not sure of the source, claims that Khan was hunting in the mountains and was so overcome with the beauty of the landscape that he decided that he wanted to be buried there. According to the 13th century historian Rashid al-Din, Khan specifically declared, "Our burial site and that of our offspring will be here." For some context, Rashid al-Din was commissioned to write a complete history of the Mongols, which he completed between 1307 and 1316, so once again a second-hand account of the wishes of Khan. Yeah, I mean, it's like you do go back this far in history and everything's like going to be second-hand, especially when they weren't writing about him. It's all just like very unreliable stuff. To give further credence to the belief that Genghis Khan is buried somewhere on the slopes of Burk and Khaldun is the fact that according to Mongol belief, being buried at high altitude is important. Apparently, according to the secret history, one Jamukha, a former friend and eventual arch-enemy of Genghis Khan, it's a plot twist, because we need one of those, pleaded for the Khan's body to be buried high. Considering Khan's status, it would have made sense to bury him in the highest possible spot. There's also the tale that shortly after Khan's death, his soldiers sealed off an area of more than 240 square miles on Burk and Khaldun, which became known as Ichikorig, or the Great Taboo, though other sources call it the Forbidden Precinct. The area was declared sacred, and no one was allowed to enter except family members and the Darkhat, an elite group of warriors and their families who were tasked to ensure that the area remained off limits to everyone else. Entering the forbidden area, if you weren't family or Darkhat, meant death. The Darkhat protected this area long after the Mongol Empire collapsed, and even when foreign armies invaded Mongolia, the Mongols made sure no one entered the sacred precinct of their esteemed ancestor. The Mongolian People's Republic became a satellite state of the USSR in 1924, and the Soviets wisely decided to honor this tradition in order to prevent any pesky Mongolian nationalism, because you know how that's going to go. However, Burk and Khaldun is not exactly a hill, it's a mountain. To make things even more complicated, it's not the only mountain with this name. There were at least 5 mountains called Burk and Khaldun, although there could have been more. There's going to be a point, right, where technology gets really amazing, and they've got that ground penetrating radar or whatever, where it's like they hold it to the ground and it scans underneath. Surely at some point they're going to be able to attach that to drones or satellites or whatever, and they'll just scan the whole planet and be like, yeah, Lost City here, Genghis Khan's tomb here, super secret military spy base there. Easy. Right? Technology's going to get there. Or like some sort of magical gold detector, and it'll just detect the gold in the tomb. We assume that Khan was referring to the mountain close to where he was born, but we don't actually know for sure. The secret history mentions Burk and Khaldun, but it doesn't state where exactly Burk and Khaldun is, so for all we know, we're not even looking at the right mountain. Digging around on the mountain looking for lost Khans is also not an option. The area is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Women still aren't welcome on the sacred mountain, and even though it's open to more visitors due to its protected nature, researchers doing anything other than admiring the scenery will get themselves kicked out real quick. After the Soviets left in the 1980s, but before the area became UNESCO World Heritage Site, a Mongolian-Japanese expedition called Girvan Gol, meaning 3 rivers, researched a number of archaeological sites, among them the restricted area. The Girvan Gol project was focused on Genghis Khan's birthplace in the Khenti province, where the Onan, Kurlan, and Tul rivers flow. Using ultrasonography, the team determined there were as many as 1,380 possible grave sites in the area. However, public protests brought an end to their search before anything definitive could be found. In 2001, an American and Mongolian expedition financed by Maury Kravitz, a retired Chicago commodities trader and led by Professor John Woods of the University of Chicago, tried their luck at finding the tomb of Genghis Khan and searched the area around Burkhan Khaldun, but it was forbidden by authorities to access the actual restricted area on the mountain. However, they discovered a walled burial ground called the Almsgivers Castle, Chinggis Castle, and Red Rock by the locals. The site is near the village of Bat Shirit in the Khenti province and contains around 20 unopened grave sites inside a 10-foot-high, 3-meter wall with a circumference of 2 miles or 3.2 kilometers. At the top of the hill, the team came across an open burial pit about 6 feet or 1.8 meters deep and 10 to 13 feet or 3 to 3.6 meters long. It looked like a tomb that might have never been finished or, at the very least, was probably never used. The burial ground is a few miles from where we believe Genghis Khan was born, as well as close to the spot where he was proclaimed Emperor of the Mongols in 1206, so the area is certainly significant and many believe complex. This is all promising, but along with the curse setting vipers on the research team and rolling cars, the evidence also seems to suggest that this is not the final resting place of the Great Khan. There were no royal graves in the area, and many of the pottery shards found at the tomb possibly predate the era of Genghis Khan. Kravis passed away in 2012 without ever finding the tomb, but many believed that he was on the right track. In 2009, Dr. Albert Lin led a National Geographic-funded expedition to Ich-Korig to survey the area and, if possible, find the lost tomb. The team went in looking for man-made objects in the remote area, and they came across the foundation of a large structure. Field scientists and archaeologists studied the site using high-tech tools like radar, magnetometers, and drones. The finds were exciting. The team identified hundreds of man-made objects such as arrowheads, ceramics, roof tiles, and even bricks scattered around the area. Carbon dating was done on some of the finds, and the age seemed to fit with the time of Genghis Khan's life and death. However, due to the strict government control, the team couldn't go in with spades and start excavating, and so the Valley of the Khans was born. The Valley of the Khans project was a combined effort of the University of California and National Geographic, and managed to identify 55 possible locations for the tomb of Genghis Khan, all from space. Since excavating is impossible, considering the site's protected status and parts of it can't easily be reached anyway, Lin and his team came up with the idea to capture satellite images of the area and search the high-resolution images for any clues to the exact location of the tomb. The team collected 84,000 tiles of images that covered roughly 6,000 square kilometers. A single archaeologist studying an area of that size would probably take years, so instead the team called in the cavalry. In this instance, the cavalry was volunteers with an interest in archaeology and a good internet connection. A group of 10,000 volunteers were instructed to study an image and tag the image with labels for roads, rivers, modern structures, ancient structures, or other. Volunteers were also shown images tagged by other volunteers and asked if they agreed with the tags. The group of volunteers worked through the images in 6 months, clocking around 30,000 hours, which translates to 3 years of work, and generated 2 million tags, which they then culled down to 100 sites accessible to researchers. The field team explored these locations, and out of the 100, identified 55 that could be archaeologically and culturally significant, ranging from the Bronze Age to the Mongol period, including Bronze Age, Kirig-Zur, burial mounds, deer stone megaliths, ancient city fortifications. Sadly, no sign of the tomb was found, but this project opened up a new approach to archaeology, and somehow finding the tomb from space does seem kind of fitting. In 2015, Pierre-Henri Giscard, a French archaeologist, and Raphael Hautefort, an imaging expert, used drones to investigate a suspicious mound around 300 meters long and over 20 meters high on the slopes of Berchtesgaden. This mound, or tumulus, has been... is that just a fancy word for mound? The tumulus culture. Oh, prehistoric. Okay. Seems like that's something else. Has been noted by prior researchers, but so far no one has had the opportunity to really take a good look at it. Some sources claim that according to Alton Tobchi, or Golden Summary, this great oval tumulus is in fact the place Genghis Khan was buried when his body was finally returned to Mongolia. Their investigation revealed a man-made structure possibly modeled on Chinese imperial tombs. 6 symbols appear on the sides of the mounds. These symbols appear to be tamgas, a symbol representing a specific tribe or personal seal or stamp of a specific person. 2 of these tamgas have been found on the coinage of the Mongol Khans Goyuk and Monkey. Or Monkey, or Monk. Not sure the pronunciation on that one. Grandsons of Genghis Khan. Unfortunately, we don't know what Khan's tamga looked like. This would suggest that the mound is a grave for at least 2 individuals, and since it's believed that Genghis Khan's son and other family members were eventually buried with him, it stands to reason that this mound is the burial place of Genghis Khan and other members of the royal family. Unfortunately, without permits from the government, it will be impossible to take a closer look. The researchers doing this investigation were doing it without getting approval from local authorities. Since the data was technically obtained illegally, it appears that Giscard has not published his research yet, or if he did, it's in French because I couldn't find anything in English. Sneaky Giscard. He goes back to France and he's like, I shall publish in French and they will never know. Another popular theory suggests that Genghis Khan was buried near his palace, which was rediscovered in 2004. A Japanese Mongolian team uncovered the palace complex, built around 1200, on a grassy steppe around 150 miles or 250 kilometers east of Ulaanbaatar, near the village of Delgaran. Researchers discovered porcelain in the ruins dating back to the time of Khan, and a description of the scenery around the palace matched the description given by a messenger from China's southern Tang dynasty in 1232, so we're fairly sure this was Genghis Khan's Ordos palace. It's pretty cool that they found that, like, recently. 2004? I mean, it's like 20 years ago, but still, that's like, in the grand scheme of things, that's very recent. So maybe we will find Genghis Khan's tomb. Maybe using drones and people will find it, or satellites. A mausoleum was discovered at the site, which is significant. According to ancient texts, I'm not sure which text exactly, there was a mausoleum close to the Great Khan's burial site, and court officials commuted from the mausoleum to the burial site daily to conduct rituals for the dead. Some of these rituals apparently included sacrificing and burying animals every day for 3 years, and a large amount of burned bones and ash from horses and cattle were found at the site. Researchers are also of the opinion that the building is consistent with that of a mausoleum built for a great ruler. The team didn't set out to find the tomb, they just wanted to find the palace and considered the possibility of finding Khan's tomb to be a bonus. To my knowledge, though, the tomb still remains very much unfound, but it's a good theory. However, not everybody is convinced the Great Khan made it home. In fact, some believe Genghis Khan's body was never returned to Mongolia. According to the Erdenin Tobchi and the Atlan Tobchi, two very important 17th century Mongolian texts, the coffin was already empty when it reached Mongolia. However, we now run into a problem because those paying attention would notice that a mere paragraph ago, the Altan Tobchi was used as a source to prove that Genghis Khan is buried at Birkenkalden. Okay, contradicts itself, it seems. The sources are now contradicting each other, and I fear the only way to know if these what these texts are actually saying about the burial place of Genghis Khan would be to read them in their original Mongolian, which, alas, I cannot. My 17th century Mongolian's a little bit rusty. Oh, is it now? It's weird. My 17th century Mongolian's spot on. So, if we ignore the text and just use common sense, there might be something to the theory that Genghis Khan isn't buried in Mongolia. At the time of his death, Genghis Khan was off subduing Tanguts in what is today northwestern China. That meant he was a long way from home, around 311 miles, or 500 kilometers to be exact. That doesn't seem that far in, like, modern terms, does it? Like, 311 miles? Is it 500 kilometers? It's a relatively long drive, but it's not particularly wild. You could easily do it in a day. As far as I can tell, the Mongols weren't exactly the leaders in the field of embalming, so it would have been very difficult to get the Great Khan back to Mongolia before he started decomposing. Genghis Khan also died at a bit of an inconvenient time, August, so they didn't really have the option of putting him on ice either. It's like, should we take him back? Oh, no, he's already getting a bit ripe, isn't he? This leads some to... Couldn't they just seal him in a box or something? This leads some to believe that Genghis Khan was buried in the Ordos region of northwestern China. However, there are other contenders for the Khan's final resting place in China. According to some tales, when Genghis Khan's forces were fighting with the Western Xia dynasty, Khan had his army pass by in, oh my lord, Yijihuoliwo. Maybe. He was captured by the beautiful grassland with lush grass, flowers of deer. At that moment, the horsewhip dropped from his hands, and apparently this was a sign, so he chanted, "A place where flowers and deer inhabits, a home where hoopos give birth to their babies, a terror where the declined dynasty revives, and a garden where grey-haired man enjoys his life." He looked at his servants and said, "After I die, bury me here." I find it amazing that of all the speeches he probably made in his life, this particular one would be so well remembered. After his death, the hearse carrying his corpse back to Mongolia passed by the place where our ruthless conqueror got so poetic, and the cartwheel sank into the mud, and no matter how hard the horses pulled, the hearse was going nowhere. This just sounds like a legend. So, remembering his lyrical description, the people built a mausoleum palace for him, calling it Yijinhuoliwo, meaning the land of the holy land of the emperor in Mongol. I mean, I guess my Mongolian's a little rustier than I thought. Another possible location in China is the Qinyan Valley, which, according to the Yuan dynasty, the Mongol rulers of China from 1271 to 1368, all the Mongol emperors were buried there. However, once again, no one thought to draw a map or even describe where this valley is supposed to be. Needless to say, the theory that Genghis Khan is not buried in Mongolia but in China isn't very popular at all, so if you believe this and visit Mongolia, best keep it to yourself. But most recently, in August 2022, the team claimed to have found the tomb of Genghis Khan while building a road near the Onon River in the Khenti province of Mongolia when construction workers came upon a massive grave. Forensic experts and archaeologists were called in, and they concluded that it was a Mongolian royal tomb from the 13th century. One set of remains found under a stone slab belonged to a man aged between 60 and 75 who had died between 1215 and 1235. Okay, here we go. I feel like if Genghis Khan's tomb had actually been discovered, though, I would know this, because it would be like big news, right? It's not like you'd miss that. However, our man in the tomb wasn't buried alone. 68 skeletons found on the stone structure were probably the slaves who built the tomb and were then killed for their trouble. Inside the tomb were 16 female skeletons. These were most likely concubines and wives killed to join whoever was buried here in the afterlife. They're so up. The remains of 12 horses suggest that animals were sacrificed to accompany the unknown deceased into death, because we all need at least 12 horses. Gold and silver artifacts as well as thousands of coins were scattered all across the tomb. Apparently the tomb had been buried under the Onon River for centuries. However, the river changed course in the 18th century, so the contents were badly deteriorated. This certainly matches the version of events where an entire river was redirected over the Khan's tomb. But so far, there hasn't been any confirmation about whether or not this find is real, or whether it's the actual tomb of Genghis Khan. If we consider the legends and stories, which often convey truth, Berkhan does seem the most likely spot Genghis Khan would have chosen for his final resting place. However, if we lean more towards common sense, it would seem unlikely that Khan ever returned to Mongolia unless he had some crazy fast horses. The search for the lost tomb is very exciting, but until someone gets the necessary permissions to go dig up the Forbidden Precinct in Berkhan, I doubt that we'll ever learn the truth. Yeah, but we will eventually. When they do, when something happens and people go looking for it, and then they find it with, magical technology from the future. Woo! Woo! Digging through the past to learn how people and events in history shaped our present is one of my secret hobbies. Secret hobbies? Doesn't seem that secret. Possibly the best part of my job, other than finding obscure pop culture references to confuse Simon with, is reading all about the latest archaeological finds and seeing how they change what we thought we knew about the world. Finding the tomb of Genghis Khan would certainly provide us with a whole new understanding of the life and world of this influential figure. However, finding this tomb is also not that straightforward. While some of the other mysteries we cover would, once solved, not really have that big of an impact on the world at large, this doesn't hold true for the tomb Genghis. Many Chinese people believe that Genghis Khan was actually Chinese and that China should claim him as their own. A huge and very popular monument was constructed in China containing what is supposed to be a replica of Khan's empty coffin. There are also some in China who believe that Mongolia, like Tibet, should be a part of China, as it was under the rule of Kublai Khan. However, to the Mongols living on the Mongolian steppe, Genghis Khan is Mongolian, and the dynasty of Genghis Khan belongs to the Mongol people, not China. It would be a bit of a blow to them if it's like, yeah, no, we genetically tested him, it turns out he is Chinese. What do you know? Even Russia and Kazakhstan have claimed that Genghis Khan is buried in their territory, making them the symbolic heirs of the legacy and empire of Genghis Khan. All in all, this is one mystery that actually has potential geopolitical repercussions should it ever be decoded. On top of that, many of the Mongolian people simply don't want Genghis Khan to be found. According to ancient traditions, burial spots are forbidden, and many Mongolians don't like foreigners digging around in the graves of their esteemed ancestors, no matter how good their intentions. Many feel that Genghis Khan didn't want his tomb to be found, and he went through a great deal of effort to hide it. Disturbing it after this time would violate his wishes. This raises an important question regardless of what we could learn about history. Do we have the right to disturb the graves of fallen heroes? It's not a question I'm going to try and answer, but in this case, since Genghis Khan started his life as a little boy in the Mongol steppes, perhaps that is where he should remain, undisturbed in his unmarked grave, according to his wishes. Perhaps we finally come across a mystery, remain a mystery. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. In some ways, I'm like, it's a really long time ago, dig him out, let's find out something interesting about history. But I'm also like, in another mind being like, whatever, just let him be. Do we need to look for it? No, actually, I'm on the side of history. Let's dig him up and see what's in there. I just made up my mind in that second. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the episode. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. Today, the cataclysmic pole shift hypothesis. This is the one where people are like, oh yeah, the magnetic field's gonna shift and everything's gonna end, so get into your bunkers. And it's like, bruh, sometimes it's like, I'm pretty sure, isn't the outcome of this one? It's like all of the Earth's atmosphere is stripped away and then radiation rains down upon us and kills us instantly or makes sure you'll get horrible cancers and die. It's like, bro, being buried under 3 foot of dirt in your back garden for a year or whatever until your food runs out is, I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. I think you're pretty that's it, isn't it? It's all over. Anyway, let's get into it. Thank you, Danny, for writing today's episode. Yeah, let's just go, shall we? Let's go!
Let's go!
The The vacation had been going so well up to this point. You only make Barry onions. You got several exotic cocktails lined up on the bar as you look forward to another fun-packed day of relaxing in the baking heat and fighting over the recliners with a pack of angry Germans. Why would you line up several exotic cocktails? That makes no sense, especially if it's hot. Danny, what are you doing? You're being like, by the time you've finished one, the second one's going to be all melted and weird. Sorry, I didn't mean to nitpick, Danny. Apologies.
I'm sorry.
But then everything goes a bit downhill. Just as you're about to take a first sip of your double truffle martini. Oof. Oh, wait, I was immediately thinking of, like truffles. Like the ones the pigs dig up rather than like chocolate truffle, which I guess would make more sense. Because like a truffle martini with like pig truffles. That'd be weird. Probably exists, doesn't it? Someone like Heston Blumenthal's out there, like, making that shit and feeding it to people like snail ice cream. A sudden chill. I feel like, there's restaurants, like, where it's like, the more Michelin stars it gets, the weirder the food gets. Like, Heston, my parents went there a few years ago. God, it must have been a long time ago now. At least a decade. A few years. It was a long time ago. And they had, like, snail ice cream and stuff. And I'm like, that doesn't sound appealing at all. And when I go to a restaurant, I want to eat something good, not something weird. A sudden chill hits the air and your nose turns a troubling shade of blue. You know what's happening here. There's been another rapid shift of the geographical poles, and you're all now much closer to the North Pole than you had been a few seconds ago. You turn around to vent your strong disapproval about this to Barry Onions, but he's already frozen to death, his lips now locked forever around the straw that he was using to take a final sip of his slippery nipple. I believe that's actually a real cocktail, isn't it? Which is weird. I don't know what's in it. Bloody typical. This would have never happened if you struck the original idea of going to Bognor Regis. It may sound a little far-fetched and overdramatic, but the idea of the geographical North and South Poles just going for a random wander about the Earth has been debated and investigated by some of the world's greatest minds for centuries. Even Albert Einstein was drawn towards the theory for decades, and I wouldn't want to argue the toss with him unless it was a pop music quiz or something. It's speculated that our problem planet has witnessed cataclysmic pole shifts many times before in its ancient history, and we're long overdue for the next big shift, which will result in swift catastrophic consequences for all life on Earth. So is it now a good time to start collecting Frey Bento's pies in preparation for the imminent end of the world? No, because if it's the end of the world, it's the end of the world. It's like if a giant asteroid is coming and it's going to like wipe out all life on Earth, like, oh no, I never built my bunker. It's like, no. All the people who built bunkers just wasted their money. You're all f***ed. You're so fucked. And would cataclysmic pole shifts be the simple answer to some of history's most intriguing puzzles, including the discovery of fresh flows and woolly mammoths, the recovery of old impossible maps, and the true fate of the lost city of Atlantis? I say simple. This is a lot more complicated than it may sound at first, and considering that I already thought it sounded pretty bloody complicated to begin with, we could be in for a bit of a bumpy ride. The paths to the poles. Charles Hutchins Hapgood is one of the names most commonly associated with pushing forth the idea of rapid pole shifts. The American professor and author may not have been a geologist, but he was a pretty clever dude. He received a master's degree from Harvard in 1929, and by the 1940s, he was lecturing world history, economics, and the history of science in various colleges across the United States. He's got a big brain. It's like, when I'm a professor, where do you start? Harvard. It's one of those schools where I feel like Harvard's like Oxford or Cambridge or something, or MIT, where it's like, oh yeah, I went there. It's like, okay. Even to get into there, you've got a big brain. You've got a giant brain. And it was apparently an innocent question, unless like in America, it's a bit weird, isn't it? Because it's like, oh yeah, I went to Harvard. Then why are you so dumb? Oh, I'm just really good at rowing. What? It's like, what the f***, America? Is that really how it works? Is it like you just happen to be like, oh yeah, I'm really good at like football or something, and they need to be on the college football team? And it's like, but Harvard? Really? What did you study? Oh, economics. And it's like, how? How do you get by? Aren't you just like wandering around the whole place being like, wow, everyone's really smart except me and the other rowing dudes? And it was apparently an innocent question from one of his students about the whereabouts of the lost continent or city of Atlantis, which led him onto the rocky path of the cataclysmic pole shift in search of answers. Years later, he detailed his subsequent hypothesis in the 1958 book, The Earth's Shifting Crust, which was followed up by a revised version of his arguments in The Path of the Pole in 1970. I mean, so far this sounds so not conspiracy theory. It sounds like this dude is just investigating science. So that sounds good. And it's like, normally I'm like, when someone's writing a book called like The Path of the Pole, it's some dude who knows nothing. He definitely didn't go to Harvard. He's a little bit weird. He probably lives in his mum's basement. And he's like, yeah, no, I made this book about this because I saw a documentary. And then he's publishing it and he's just trying to sell his book and make a little money. But this doesn't sound like the case at all here.
Nice.
But before we dive into exactly what Hapgood was banging on about, it's important to briefly note the crucial difference between the geographical poles and the magnetic poles. Without getting bogged down in too much detail before I've had my 9th coffee of the morning, speaking of, I'll take a sip of coffee right now, the geographical poles are typically considered to be fixed positions where the planet's axis of rotation intersects the surface. Now, in my mind, that was always, until I saw an episode of Top Gear, that's like what the North Pole was. It's like a place where, if the Earth was like a spinning top, which is weird because they're not like spherical, but it would be in the top, and that's where magnets point towards, or compasses point towards. Magnets in compasses, I'm getting confused. But apparently, different places. The North Pole sits in the middle of the Arctic Ocean, while the South is located in Antarctica, and these are the points around which the planet turns, defining the rotational axis of Earth. The magnetic North and South Poles are a whole different kettle of whale meat and are hundreds of miles away from their geographical counterparts, which causes all kinds of comical mix-ups down at the mail sorting offices. The magnetic poles are the points on the surface of the Earth on which magnetic field lines converge, and these are what your compass uses to point towards north or south when you get lost in the woods and you're being chased by an angry bear. When was the last time you used a compass? I remember as a school I did this Duke Edinburgh Award, which for anyone who's not British, you have no idea what the I'm talking about. It's this really weird thing where you have to go for you do it at school usually, and there are these different levels of award like bronze, silver and gold. And you have to go you have to work somewhere for 6 months, you have to volunteer somewhere for 6 months, just in your off time and some stuff like that. Then you have to do service or whatever for 6 months, which I was doing in the Navy cadets and stuff like this. And then you have to go on these big hikes. And for the gold one, we had to go on this big ass hike for it was a week, and we had to carry all the food we needed. And this was back in the day, and we'd use compasses. But my friend had he had a boat, his parents had a boat, and he had this GPS device. So you could just look on, it was this big old thing with a grey LCD display, but it would tell you your exact GPS coordinates. So while they were all and remember, you've got to do your 3 points of navigation. There's a church over there with a steeple. There's a hill over there with a marker, and you had to calculate where you were, and we're just nah, let's just look up the GPS coordinates on the boat GPS device. It's amazing. It's so much easier. Significantly, the magnetic poles are not quite so fixed and have been known to swap positions in what's known as geomagnetic reversal or magnetic flip, in which north becomes south and hundreds of scouts never return from their latest camping expeditions. Oh, so that's a real thing. They actually do switch. Do you think they'll have to recall all the compasses, or they'll just be yo, big announcement. From now on, S means N and N means S. Boom, done. You might want to get out a permanent marker and just scribble it on there. There'll be an update on the App Store for the Compass app. But let's put magnets down for a second and concentrate on the fixed geographical poles. As fixed as some of us might believe them to be, there are others who believe that the geographical poles were in very different positions many years ago. And Charles Hapgood was one of the major proponents of the theory that the actual surface of the Earth can move pretty rapidly when it's in the mood. His original book, The Earth's Shifting Crust, was largely met with derision by scientists when first published in 1958, although Albert Einstein reckoned that this college teacher might actually be onto something. I mean, shifting stuff though, that's going to be a major change. When it's what happened? Oh, there was a magnitude 9 earthquake and 250,000 people died. Is that what happens? It's the crust just the two plates, they just rubbed up against each other by 6 feet. And it caused all this devastation or whatever. And it's if they were moving around, people would be dying all the time. It'd be what happened? Another week, another huge catastrophe along a fault line. Hapgood speculated that the Earth's surface could move significantly on the back of some kind of major crust displacement bubbling away below. Not just certain patches here and there. He reckoned that the whole of the planet's surface could move as a single piece over layers of liquid rock in the Earth's core, with some of it sliding in the direction of the North Pole, some of it sliding southwards to the South Pole, and some of it sliding toward the halfway point at the equator. Oh, okay, so he's talking about stuff that's going on much deeper in the Earth, which I'm guessing is why there's not horrific earthquakes all the time under his theory. One of the methods which Hapgood uses to describe the event in simple terms is to imagine loose peel moving around an orange. The orange itself remains largely unchanged afterwards, but the thin layer of peel is shifted about all over the place. In fact, oranges are quite useful when it comes to describing a polar shift. Before you start peeling it, get a marker pen and plant a small smiley face on the orange where you imagine the North Pole might currently sit. Now spin the orange around a bit. Again, you've still got pretty much the same orange in your hand, but the North Pole is now in a completely different location. I think this works with watermelons too, not so good with bananas. Thank you for that, Danny.
Thank you.
That makes it much clearer. Before I was confused, because I was like, well, can we do this with any piece of fruit? But it illustrates the point that the results of such a geographical pole shift from a crust displacement could make things pretty bewildering on the surface. At the very least, it could cause a bit of a sudden confusion if you were popping to the shops for a packet of pork scratchings, only to find your local shop has moved to the middle of Antarctica, and yet even put on your good coat for the journey. You'll probably have one of two things to worry about in the long term, though. Hapgood reckoned that the Earth's crust had shifted 3 times over the last 80,000 years, each shift being no bigger than 40 degrees. 40 degrees is quite substantial, isn't it? And but also every 80,000 years is like, cool. Statistically, very unlikely to live through one of those. The North Pole had been making itself comfortable in a nice spot in Yukon, Canada, before it moved to the Atlantic Ocean between Iceland and Norway about 80,000 years ago, then hopped over to the Hudson Bay about 50,000 years ago, before packing up and heading for the middle of the Arctic Ocean about 12,000 years ago. I just got back from Iceland last weekend. It was early November, and me and a mate of mine, we'd booked to go snowmobiling, but apparently they were like, oh yeah, there's not enough snow, and I'm like, wait, aren't you like glaciers? But we'd booked this 2-day big adventure on snowmobiles, and it's just not enough snow. And I'm like, oh, I already booked my flights, and we just end up in Iceland, and we're like, what should we do? Let's just rent a car and see the place. It's so dark, it's so grey, it's so cold. I was excited to get back home to oh, what's the temperature? It's only 4 degrees Celsius, whatever that is in Fahrenheit, close to freezing. And I was like, oh, it feels balmy. And Iceland wasn't that much colder, it's just windy the whole time. It's so windy and so cold. I should stress that we're not talking about plate tectonics here. Back when Charles Hapgood was writing his first book, the theory of plate tectonics was certainly knocking around, but it was largely treated with the same amount of ridicule as the Earth's crust displacement theory. In fact, people were only just beginning to get fully on board with the hypothesis of continental drifts, on which the subsequent hypothesis of plate tectonics was formed. The theory of continental drifts suggests that all of our planet's continents used to be a single Google-style supercontinent, but they have split up and drifted apart across the ocean bed over hundreds of millions of years. The coastlines of these separate continents now appear to fit together like an exploded jigsaw puzzle. Yeah, I do feel like with this one, people were ridiculing it. It's yo, look at those 2 continents, Africa, South America, North America, and Europe. And if you squeezed them together across, if you just photoshopped out the Atlantic Ocean and shoved them together, you'd be fits quite well, doesn't it? Not perfectly, but it fits quite well. Are we sure we want to ridicule this one? Building on this theory, plate tectonics suggests that the Earth's lithosphere, the crust and the upper mantle, is made up of 7 or 8 solid plates which are in constant motion, pushing together and converging to create conveyor belts on which the embedded continents passively drift along with them for the ride. But the conveyor belts aren't in any immediate hurry. We often talk about how plate tectonics are responsible for gradually pushing Hawaii ever closer to Japan, but it's not worth making the effort to learn a new language just yet. Yeah, this isn't it 1 millimeter a year or something crazy. It's quite incredible that we can measure that. Assuming that the plates stick to the rough same trajectory, which often changes every few million years, then it would take another 60 million years before Hawaii finally gets there, during which time the island state may have sunk anyway. Many people would say that the later wide acceptance of plate tectonics stripped away all credibility from Hapgood's hypothesis, although some would suggest there's not necessarily any contradiction in the two concepts. Whilst plate tectonics gently nudges chunks of the Earth over incredibly long periods, Hapgood is suggesting that some other force of nature is also responsible for the entirely separate event of the whole surface of the Earth moving as one loose orange peel over a far more rapid time frame. But what exactly would cause such a thing? Hapgood believed that it may have something to do with the buildup of ice mass at one or both of the poles. Bearing in mind that the rotation of the Earth is defined by geographical poles, things could get problematic if one side of the axis was a bit too heavy. I understand, this is if you think the Earth's pole has shifted and stuff, and this sounds very sciencey. This doesn't sound like a conspiracy theory. I imagine, people, now, because we're back in the day right now, I imagine, how the story's going to go, because we're, a quarter of the way through, or whatever, is, this is thoroughly disproven, and this guy's yeah, it was just a theory, or it was just a hypothesis, and it turns out it was wrong. And then some people, who probably appear on the Joe Rogan podcast, are going to be yeah, actually, there was this scientist, he was from Harvard, and he came up with this idea, and everyone ignores him because of the CIA. And it's no. Simply no. And that's my prediction. I think there's going to be some absurd people in the current times who believe in this nonsense. When too much ice begins to accumulate at one of the poles, the weight of this could destabilize the rotational balance, causing displacement of the Earth's crust, which responds by shoving the polar regions towards the equator in a bid to regain a steady footing. I'm not a scientist. My general feeling about that is yeah, sure, there's a lot of ice up there. But do you have any idea how big the planet is? I don't think that ice is going to make much of a difference to shifting around the core of the Earth. That's real big. It's real big and heavy. If Hapgood was right, the effects of such a comparatively rapid shift could obviously have dire consequences for the inhabitants of Earth. We're talking about floods and earthquakes springing up all over the shop, but we're also talking about whole regions of the Earth experiencing remarkably sudden form of climate change as certain locations get shifted much closer to the Arctic without any warning. And it could provide the answer for so many elusive historical riddles. For example, it could offer a clue to the very subject that got Hapgood thinking about this in the first place in his college classroom. The advanced civilization of the ancient lost city of Atlantis may have fallen victim to a sudden polar shift, which threw them into a brutal climate in which they couldn't possibly survive. Which is a fantastic thought starter. Brilliant. Let that spark your mind. But do know, person who has a degree from Harvard and is a college professor, that the city of Atlantis, and I know it's not your department, but it's not real.
None of this is real.
Was it Plato? It was just a story that Plato made up, or, one of those ancient dudes. It could also dish up the solution to another mammoth mystery. I don't mean a particularly big mystery, just one involving woolly mammoths. We don't know for certain what caused the mass extinction of the cuddly beasts who roamed in great herds across the northern hemisphere for the best part of 500,000 years before the last of their kind died about 4,000 years ago. Oh, we don't? I thought we hunted them to death for their oil. Not their oil. What do animals contain? Fat. I guess, is fat oil? Fat's not oil. Why don't I know that?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know.
Why am I so dumb? But a few startling discoveries were apparently being uncovered at the beginning of the 20th century, which suggests that many of the mammoths didn't exactly have much time to consider their impending doom before they took their last breath. Across the plains of northeastern Siberia, explorers were finding the carcasses of what appear to be flash-frozen woolly mammoths from tens of thousands of years ago. Some of those carcasses were reported to have undigested food in their stomachs, perhaps indicating that they had been happily snacking away on plants and shrubs when they were suddenly struck by an icy doom, which didn't even give their stomachs enough time to begin the digestion process. Well, unless someone dies really slowly, or a long time after a meal, then aren't their stomachs always going to be digesting stuff when they die? It's if I'm eating, and then I have a stroke, and then it gets real outside, and it's freezing, there's going to be undigested food in my tummy. It's not like suddenly I froze to death. It's no, I just died and then got frozen. Doesn't seem that complicated to solve, does it? One of the most famous flash-frozen woolly mammoths was discovered by German entomologist Alfred Otto Herz in 1902 by the Berezovka River in Siberia. It was reported at the time, along with the undigested food in its stomach, this one was also found to have unchewed grasses and beans still in its mouth, along with flash-frozen buttercups, which were proved to be still freshly in bloom after they'd thawed out a bit. That's interesting, though, because then it's wait, all of this stuff beans and stuff, you don't really imagine being around when it's real cold, do you? Buttercups, that's a spring thing. Again, this would seem to indicate that the animal was rudely disturbed from its lunch by some kind of instant deep freeze, which perfectly preserved both woolly mammoth and the food upon which it had been innocently munching. Is that necessarily the case? I'm assuming it's just oh no, it's frozen, so we have the whole mammoth, so it's not rotted. Right? This is very interesting. I'm still betting there's a rational explanation, but let's see what it is. In fact, Alfred was so intrigued by the discovery of this flavor-sealed beast that he was apparently even considering serving the perfectly preserved flesh at a dinner party for his cronies. And who can blame it? It's not every day that you choose to woolly mammoth dippers from the menu. Yeah, I'd definitely eat woolly mammoth. Someone's you want to try that shit? I'll be yes, I want to eat all the weird animals.
Yum.
So Charles Hapgood may have been on the right path with his Earth's crust displacement theory, which caused such a sudden catastrophic climate change that Greta Thunberg wouldn't even have time to growl, "How dare you!" before she was silenced forever by the ice. Albert Einstein certainly thought that Hapgood was onto something. He even provided the foreword to that original 1958 book, The Earth's Shifting Crust. My problem with Greta Thunberg, just to talk about Greta Thunberg as a moment, is she pushes too hard. I'm not saying this doesn't need to be pushed hard, but people like me, yeah, climate change is real, obviously. Yes, we should all not be burning fossil fuels. It's insane. We need to move on from this as quickly as possible. Let's get nuclear, let's get wind, let's just go, because like everything's getting ruined by us burning like old oil and But the problem is, I'm not the person who needs to have my mind changed. It's like people who, they're like, oh, it's not real. I just don't really believe it. And then if you get someone piping off being like, oh, you're stupid. How dare you? That's not changing their minds. You change these people's minds with like slow, subtle undercurrents of change. So I kind of feel that, in a way, it's like when someone starts popping off about this really loudly, I'm like, you're not actually helping things. It's actually kind of making it worse. Is that a bad take? I don't know. It just feels like we're not, you're trying to persuade. Is that a bad take? Let me know.
Let's talk about it, guys.
Einstein admitted he was electrified by Hapgood's idea and strongly urged dismissive scientists to take the matter more seriously. In his own words, his idea is original, of great simplicity, and, if it continues to prove itself, of great importance to everything that is related to the history of the Earth's surface. I think that this rather astonishing, even fascinating idea deserves the serious attention of anyone who concerns himself with the theory of the Earth's development. One can hardly doubt that significant shifts of the crust of the Earth have taken place repeatedly and within a short time. Now, the problem with the hypothesis is that it was still largely a hypothesis with not much in the way of juicy evidence. One of Hapgood's biggest revelations was that he'd been working with Chinese coral expert Tingying Ma, who believed that the warm coastline coral-lined seas used to flow right across the now icy wilderness of Antarctica. Tingying Ma felt that the coral data he had collected could only be explained by a sudden sliding of the solid Earth shell over the liquid core, leading to a sudden and dramatic change in latitudinal positions. But it wasn't until a few years later, when Hapgood was putting together his later works, that he came across something with which he considered to be a game changer. He managed to get his hands on some very old and deeply intriguing maps, and one in particular seemed to do more to advance the polar shift theory than anything his polar shift predecessors had managed to find. You see, Charles Hapgood wasn't the first person in history to come up with the idea of a cataclysmic pole shift, and before we start inspecting his maps for more clues, we should rewind the clock to dig up the earliest roots of the theory that got us this far. Venus as a boy. Way back in the late 18th century, French naturalist Georges Cuvier, often known as the founding father of paleontology, was first proposed the argument that life has often been disturbed on this earth by terrible events, calamities which at their commencement have perhaps moved and overturned to a great depth the entire outer crust of the globe. And that guy was bang on. It's called like asteroids and volcanoes and just like wiping everything out and just like resetting it. This was later expanded upon by Danish writer Frederick Klee in 1847, who proposed the theory of a displacement of the Earth's spin axis as an explanation of how warm weather animals may have lived in the Arctic back in the sun-drenched good old days when it wasn't anywhere near the North Pole. And this idea was expanded upon again in 1866 by Sir John Evans, the president of Britain's Geological Society, who published a paper with the super snappy title, On a Possible Cause of Changes in the Position of the Axis of the Earth's Crust. Yeah, back in the day, people used to have really long... I know, like, academic papers and stuff are still really long, like, titles these days, long and boring. But back in the day, like, Robinson Crusoe, that book, isn't that like one of the first, like, modern books or whatever it's called? Robinson Crusoe. I'm looking it up. Yeah. This is the original title of the Robinson Crusoe, the book Robinson Crusoe. The life and strange, surprising adventures of Robinson Crusoe of York, mariner, who lived 28 years all alone in an uninhabited island on the coast of America near the mouth of the great river Urunqui, having been cast on shore by shipwreck wherein all the men perished but himself. Catchy. That's the original title. Can you imagine doing like YouTube titles like that? People would be like, no, I'm not clicking on that. That's insane. Also, spoiler alert. An interesting point here is that as far as I can make out, Charles Hapgood doesn't appear to have been aware of any of these earlier condiments, as he makes no reference to them in his books. In fact, he proposes that the theory didn't begin to emerge until the early 20th century. Perhaps Hapgood was less interested in the random ramblings of acclaimed naturalists and geologists and far more interested in the incredible supernatural predictions of superstar celebrity psychic Edgar Cayce. This is the first time I've been like, respecting this guy, master's degree from Harvard, seems like a bit of a big brain, Einstein likes him, to being like, oh, wait, what? What's going on? Psychics? No. Born in Kentucky at the back end of the 19th century, Edgar Cayce was quite a peculiar fellow who maybe deserves a Decoding the Unknown of his own. From a very young age, the academically struggling schoolboy claimed to have seen the ghost of his dead grandfather and later had an encounter with an angelic woman with wings who bestowed on him special powers that would enable him to help others, particularly sick children. This came in quite handy for Edgar himself when he was struck by a ball during a game in the schoolyard, which left him reeling in shock from a serious spinal injury. That same night, as his worried parents watched over him in bed, a seemingly asleep young Edgar suddenly began rattling through the ingredients for a remedy that would quickly cure him. Oh my god, this sounds real, doesn't it? After taking this remedy, promptly prepared for him by his parents, Edgar was miraculously healed, but he had no memory of talking in his sleep. Or so the story goes. In his adult life, Edgar Cayce would sit with his parents, suffering from a mystery illness, and enter a trance-like state during which he would diagnose their conditions and recommend the perfect cures. The New York Times reported on his story in 1910 under the captivating headline, "Illiterate man becomes doctor when hypnotized." Now that is catchy. Like, we came a long way from Robinson Crusoe to that, didn't we? And Daddy, you say it's like captivating headline. I'm not sure if that's sarcastic, but that's a hell of a headline. That's very clickable. He also put himself in a trance to deliver psychic readings to thousands of customers, reportedly including such high-profile names as Thomas Edison, Harry Houdini, and Marilyn Monroe. And whilst he was in these trances, the man who became known as the Sleeping Prophet was also known to deliver a whole bunch of quite fascinating predictions for the future. For example, he predicted that 2 US presidents would die in office in the near future. They turned out to be Franklin D. Roosevelt and JFK. Yeah, but wasn't that many decades apart? When did Roosevelt die? Oh no, that's not so. Hey Siri, when did Franklin D. Roosevelt die? Here's what I found from Wikipedia. I'm sorry, Siri, you're absolutely useless. You're being replaced. Siri's still banging on. Yo, ChatGPT, my brother, what's up? Tell me when FDR died.
Hey there.
Hey.
Franklin D. Roosevelt, commonly known as FDR, passed away on April 12th, 1945. Do you have any particular interest in FDR or that period in history?
No, I find it extremely boring, but what I'd like you to tell me, what I want you to do is tell me how many years was it between when FDR died and JFK died? And keep it short. What is this sound you're making? Why are you playing bird sounds?
It was 18 years between when FDR died and JFK died. Anything else you're curious about?
No, nothing. I'm extremely boring. Thank you. There you go. ChatGPT, my co-host, legend. It might have got it completely wrong. It could just be making up, but who knows? In early 1929, he spoke of an imminent great disturbance in financial circles, which appeared to be a prediction of the stock market crash that happened just a few months later. I mean, great. Look at this. Look at this. Hey, what's up, everyone? It's November the 13th. And I predict that at some point in the future, there's going to be great disturbance in financial circles. Great disturbance. There's going to be so much disturbance, and it's coming pretty soon, if I'm honest about it. Be ready.
Fasten your seatbelt.
Short the market now, not financial advice. This is just a joke. But I mean, people will probably, in a few months, point back to this and be like, look, he was right, because something happened. It's just what it is, you know? It's not hard to predict the future when you're just super vague. He talked of key details like, yeah, guess what? President's gonna die. And people would be like, oh my god, Gerald Ford died the next day. Yeah, because he's an old-ass man who was somehow in hospice care, and he's like, he left off, like, Survivor, mate. It's like, you check into hospice care. It's like, you ain't checking out. That's the whole point of hospice care. Gerald Ford is like, nah, I'm good. I think I'm better now. Legend. I'm just going to check BBC, because it would be actually incredible if Ford had died. I mean, not incredible, but it'd be quite interesting, wouldn't it? Nope. No. Nothing here. But maybe. Let's see. He talked of key details found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which wouldn't be discovered for another couple of decades, and in 1935 he predicted an immediate alliance between Germany, Japan, and Austria, which would set the whole world on fire. I haven't checked my history books yet, but I think he might have been on the right lines with that one too. That's better. But the reason we're talking about Edgar Cayce right now is because he also made a quite startling prediction about a shifting of the poles in the not-so-distant future, which is really going to shake up the globe quite a bit. Edgar reckons that there will be upheavals in the Arctic and Antarctic that will cause the eruption of volcanoes in the torrid areas and pole shift. The Earth will be broken up in many places. The early portion will see a change in the physical aspect of the west coast of America. The greater portion of Japan must go into the sea. The upper portion of Europe will be changed as in the twinkling of an eye. Lands will appear off the east coast of America. There will be upheavals in the Antarctic that will make for the eruption of volcanoes in the torrid areas. This is very specific. Very, very specific. Sounds a bit worrying, doesn't it? But when was all of this scheduled to take place? Oh no, it's going to be in the past, isn't it? It's going to be like, yeah, we predicted it was 1983. According to Edgar, it's supposed to happen between 2000 and 2001, and it turns out that not all of his predictions were bang on the money. For every accurate prediction on World War II or the Wall Street crash of 1929, there were slightly less accurate predictions regarding the total destruction of New York in the 20th century, the second coming of Christ in 1998, and the discovery of Atlantis in the 1960s. That's an easy one to avoid. Just look at history and you know it's not real. Atlantis is fictional. I made a whole video about it.
Watch now.
We'd have been better off tuning into Mystic Meg to hear advice on this week's winning lottery numbers. In truth, Charles Hapgood appears to have been much more directly influenced by the hypothesis of cataclysmic pole shifts first put together in 1948 by American electrical engineer Hugh Orchinless. That's a hell of a name. Brown. This was the first to suggest the massive accumulation of ice at one of the poles could be enough to send the Earth into a bit of a dizzy wobble and create an axial polar shift. There's not enough ice. I know there's a lot of ice and I know it weighs a lot, but it's really not a lot compared to the size of the planet. You've seen those diagrams where it's like Earth's crust and it's like this tiny little eggshell on top of a mantle that's off massive. After studying the layers of rock formations, Brown believed that different layers had been formed in different latitudes and that rocks had been shifting in and out of polar zones over the course of relatively frequent polar shifts, an event which he believed happened every 4,000 to 7,000 years. Hugh suggested that the most effective way to avoid the fallout from any future cataclysms was to break up the polar ice caps by blasting them with nuclear weapons. Okay, Hugh. Hey everyone, listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. Who is he? He's just this electrical engineer and he says we should nuke the North Pole, shall we? What are you talking about? How did you get into this meeting? I just hope he's careful when he's doing that. You could have somebody's eye out with one of those. Meanwhile, the Russian-American writer and catastrophist Emmanuel Velikovsky was coming at the matter from a different angle. In his controversial and some might say completely bonkers 1950 book, Words in Collision. Collecting ancient manuscripts and artifacts as part of his entirely not persuasive evidence, Velikovsky proposed that the planet Venus emerged from Jupiter as a comet at some point in the 15th century BC before settling down into a stable orbit and being recognized as a planet. How? What? I don't...
What? I do not understand.
You can't just make it up and be like, this is my theory. You can, but then no one should listen to you. But during its early life as a comet, Venus passed incredibly close to Earth, a near miss which caused an immediate and dramatic pole shift. A pole shift which then reversed itself when the comet Venus made another close call around 50 years later before getting comfy in its new planetary orbit. The Earth was destined to experience a couple of other near misses with the planet Mars later on in 776 and 687 BC, which again caused a giant polar wobble and subsequent reversal. Velikovsky reckons that these sudden unexpected polar shifts were responsible for earthquakes and tsunamis, and even the biblical parting of the Red Sea, although I'm not sure Moses would have agreed with this hypothesis. Velikovsky's book turned out to be a huge hit. Oh god. Really? Topping the New York Times bestseller list for 11 consecutive weeks, despite the fact that most experts at the time dismissed him as raving loony. Again, we'll bring it back to something I often say on this show. It's like, if you're at writing and you can't write a fiction book, just call your fiction book non-fiction, and boom! Sales! Easy! But he did get some degree of support from one pretty respectable name, and would you believe it, that was our old friend Albert Einstein again. Really? Oh, come on. And I know this is the past and stuff, but it's like there wasn't really any good evidence for this. It's just made up. A few years before Einstein became so fascinated with Charles Hapgood's later hypothesis, he appeared to agree with the effects, if not the cause, of Velikovsky's pole shift theories. In his appraisal of Velikovsky's work, he cautiously ventured, "There is much of interest in the book which proves that in fact catastrophes have taken place which must be attributed to extraterrestrial causes. However, it is evident to every sensible physicist that these catastrophes can have nothing to do with the planet Venus. I can say, in short, catastrophes yes, Venus no." Okay, so Albert Einstein's just like, yeah, terrible things happened, and we don't know what they were caused by, but it wasn't Venus. That's not really approval of the book's message. That's just like, he's saying something about the book that could be right. That's like reading Harry Potter and being like, yeah, platform 9 3/4, not real. Platform 9, real. If it is real. I don't know if it was, but like, or King's Cross Station or whatever it is. That's real. So yeah, okay. Doesn't mean platform 9 3/4 and the mysterious world of Harry Potter is real, does it? But so many other proponents of the theory are more attracted to the idea of linking cataclysmic polar shifts to the downfall of the lost continent of Atlantis rather than a parting of the Red Sea. Both of these things are not real and did not happen. It sometimes feels a bit like attempting to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that extraterrestrial visitors have been influencing the path of mankind for centuries by citing the mysterious extinction of dragons as evidence. Yeah, it's just nonsense built upon nonsense, isn't it? One of the earliest scholars to propose a connection between polar shifts and the fate of Atlantis was French writer, historian, archaeologist Charles-Antoine Brasset de Bourbourg. Way back. That's how I pronounce French names. I'm just like how French people speak. I just kind of blur it together. How am I doing, French people? Charles-Antoine Brasset de Bourbourg. Nailed it. Way back in 1872. I bet we won't be using his full name again. No, we'll just call him Charles. Over the course of his lifetime, Charlie... Okay, perfect. Charlie's even easier. See, I was right. Was famous for uncovering a whole stack of ancient manuscripts and documents largely related to the Maya and Aztec civilizations. Although the text and meaning of many of these documents was difficult to grasp at the best of times, Charlie's interpretation is that many of them were detailing the story of an ancient and highly advanced civilization which was lost without a trace following 4 global cataclysms which began around 10,500 BC. While some may dismiss the text as a mere amalgamation of malingering, melodramatic and meaningless Mexican myths, Charlie argued that in his 1872 article, Chronologie, oh god, it's in French again, Chronologie historique des Mexicains, and the documents were talking about the rise and fall of Atlantis, a lost continent which Charlie believed was destroyed by 4 ancient shifts of the geographical poles. Alright, Charles, you're just building nonsense upon nonsense again. Atlantis isn't real, we've discussed this at length. It's certainly not a mysterious continent that's been lost. Of course, much of this can be put down to personal interpretation, as not everyone was convinced that Charlie was talking the right language. But nearly a century later, another Charlie picked up the old threads of this theory and uncovered a few more pieces of evidence which might just point everyone in the right direction. We're of course talking about Charles Hapgood and his treasured collection of incredibly old maps, which included a portion of a map of the world put together by Piri Reis in the year 1513. Yes, the Piri Reis map is the one that thinks Antarctica is connected to South America, right? And I think we've well established that it's just a mapping error. It's just like he just wasn't brilliant at his job and he was a bit and that's why the maps are big. Piri Reis was a Turkish navigator, geographer, and cartographer who is most famous for compiling the Book of Navigation in 1521, a book which would help guide voyages across the Mediterranean Sea for hundreds of years. But a little earlier, in 1513, Piri Reis had also drawn up a naval map which was widely regarded at the time as being one of the most detailed maps the world had ever made. I'm always like, whenever I hear about the 1500s, and like crazy we're up to, it always blows my mind how far in the past that was. Because it's only 500 years ago, right? And let's say people can live to 100 years. That's only 5 lifetimes. And the shit we were up to 500 years ago was nuts. And it's like, I went to a school which was founded in the 1500s. And it's like, there's like buildings and you're like, oh yeah, people were being taught in these like same classrooms all those years ago. And you're like, it wasn't that long ago. But also it clearly was. Because people were insane. According to the text on the map written by Piri Reis himself, it was created by piecing together references from 20 older maps and charts from all over the world, including 8 maps from the second century Greece and one fairly fresh map from Christopher Columbus, who had only recently completed his voyages to discover the New World. And Piri Reis certainly wasn't modest with his own achievements. According to his own inscription on his work, no one now living has seen a map like this. All right, Piri. Steady on. It seems a bit of a shame, then, that this huge historical accomplishment was soon lost and forgotten about for hundreds of years. Well, 2/3 of the map was lost forever, but it turns out the other third had been gathering dust for years among a bundle of unremarkable materials stashed away in a library in the Topkapi Palace Museum in Istanbul. It was only uncovered by chance in 1929. It's so cool that these ancient European museums, right? They're like just hundreds and hundreds of years old. And they just have archives and shit. Wasn't there something that was recently discovered in the British Museum and they were like, oh my god, is this really this thing? And it's just because they've just got these warehouses like full of ancient boxes and shit. And it's like, god damn, that's got to be cool, right? Like that you could be like an archaeologist or whatever. You don't actually have to go and dig everything up. It's like, what's your job? I just look through the warehouse of the British Museum. Just this vast warehouse. I'd love to see that. That'd be so cool. Charles Hapgood later grabbed his copy. I've said some bad about the British Museum in the past though, so I can't imagine them seeing this and being like, yeah, Simon, come check us out. I think I made a video that was literally called The British Museum, a collection of other people's stuff. They're not inviting me anywhere. Oh, I'd love to see it though, British Museum. Come on, that'd be great. I'm sorry about the other people's stuff thing, but everyone knows it's true. Everyone knows it's true. Look at all those memes, British Museum. Charles Hapgood later grabbed his own copy of the fragment of the map, and after several years of intensive consideration, he reached a conclusion that this map was from 1513 and showed the exact location of a lost civilization in the Antarctic. Hapgood felt that the map evidenced a deep understanding of spherical trigonometry, which was not fully grasped in the West until the 18th century, and was most likely not even grasped by Piri Reis himself at the time. So, it was perhaps originally at work in the older source maps that Piri Reis was using as a reference, and perhaps some of these maps were put together by a highly advanced civilization who really knew their shit and who probably invented the selfie toaster several thousands of years before we got around to it. But the question remains over how such a civilization could have been wiped off the map. Hapgood believed that the 1513 map displayed a big lump of southern landmass, which was about the same size and shape as Antarctica, a continent which wasn't officially discovered until the 19th century. It wasn't in exactly the right place, and was much further away from the South Pole than you would usually expect, so there wasn't quite so much nip in the air that you might experience during a holiday there today. In fact, it looked like quite a cozy place to live, but Hapgood was of the opinion that this earlier, sunnier model of Antarctica could originally have been home to the higher brain race of Atlanteans. Oh, Hapgood, you've fallen down a hole of, nonsense, haven't you? And although it suggested that Atlantis sunk to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, Hapgood's theory is that the population may have instead suffered a fate similar to those flash-frozen, flavor-sealed woolly mammoths that we mentioned earlier. A cataclysmic pole shift moved the continent formerly known as Atlantis closer to the South Pole and swiftly buried the city underneath the ice, where it remains undiscovered to this day in the continent we now recognize as Antarctica. It's a chilling thought, and who's to say he's wrong? Whilst we're still chewing over the merits or lack of them on a geographical, sorry Simon, get your words out, pole shift hypothesis, we should pause for a moment to consider another very different type of pole shift which may be of more pressing concern. Magnetic flips and true wonders. Charles Hapgood may have had some unusual ideas, but he was no scaremonger. He was never trying to imply that we're all due to face another cataclysmic pole shift in the very near future, and then we need to be stocking up on emergency woolly hats and mittens. However, you can't say the same for former American TV host turned podcaster and conspiracy theorist Joe Rogan. No way! I was totally joking about this being the sort of thing that would appear on Joe Rogan. And here we are! When fiction becomes reality. On a recent edition of his Joe Rogan Experience podcast, broadcast in January 2023, Joe was chatting to YouTuber Jimmy Corsetti about the possibility of a different kind of polar shift taking place very soon. A shift of the magnetic poles. Corsetti was explaining the theory that the magnetic poles effectively flip right over every 6,500 years before the Earth corrects itself 7 days later. During this period of confusion, everything turns to shit for about a week, and the big concern is that we're already long overdue for the next magnetic flip. Rogan asks his guest, how much of that is agreed upon? That there could be a time where the magnetic poles actually shift. Corsetti's answer is simple. This is science. But is it really science? Just how scared do we need to be? One of the first people to popularize the theory of imminent magnetic pole shift was American writer and former electrical engineer Chan Thomas in his controversial 1963 book, The Adam and Eve Theory, The History of Cataclysms. It's widely reported in modern times that this book was viewed by the CIA as being too hot to handle, and that most of it was banned for 50 years until it was eventually declassified in 2013. I'm not entirely convinced that's true. It's a little confusing, but it seems the CIA did classify other documents which contained pages from Chan Thomas's work as reference material, but it doesn't look as if the book itself was specifically classified at any point. In fact, it looks more like nobody bothered to properly publish it until 2013, after which it developed something of a cult following. Again, let me bring up, publish something as fiction, label it as fact, and bam, book sales, baby! Largely fueled by intrigue over what the CIA was supposed to have banned. Book sales. It's just about book sales, isn't it? But it's difficult to find anything in the book which the CIA would have deemed unfit for public consumption. Chan Thomas argued that the magnetic poles shift every few thousand years, resulting in catastrophic events which come close to wiping out all life on Earth. He believed that the first magnetic shift occurred during the time of Adam and Eve, hence the name of his book and theory. Adam and Eve is some Old Testament, bro. That's not real. That's not history. That's like fable. Whilst the second was responsible for causing the Great Flood that kept Noah and his animal chums so busy in 2350 BC. Bro. No. We know what was happening 5,000 years ago. I mean, roughly. No. He also believed the third magnetic pole shift may be on the way very soon. Before we get too carried away, we should also point out that Chan Thomas claimed to be a psychic, and he also reveals in the book that Jesus Christ was abducted by aliens, so he's kind of talking bollocks. Right. We all know that Jesus Christ would have used his kung fu skills to tackle any attempted alien abduction. Yes, that's why, Danny. That's why. Well, yes, but he may not have been as far from the truth as you may think. Okay. As we mentioned before, the magnetic poles have a very different proposition to the geographic poles. The Earth's magnetic field is generated deep in the bowels of the planet by the convection of liquid iron within the core, helped along its way by planetary rotation. You can imagine the top half of the field poking out at the magnetic North Pole, whilst the bottom half pokes out at the magnetic South Pole. And this magnetic field is pretty important to life on Earth, as it protects us from nasty solar winds and cosmic rays and lethal doses of UV radiation, while also helping all life on Earth, not just humans, navigate their way around the planet. But the magnetic field is in a constant state of flux, and so is it out of the question that over a long period of time the polarity could be completely reversed and the magnetic north and south poles effectively swap places? Well, actually, the answer is yes. It has happened before, and it will happen again. Yeah, I feel like this is science, that the magnetic poles shift. It just doesn't cause like this, sudden doom, and it's not sliding around like an orange. Researchers have been able to reconstruct the history of the Earth's magnetic field over the last 160 million years by sampling rocks and fossils from the ocean floor and using radiometric dating techniques to uncover the historical evidence buried within. How? I know it's like this is real science, and it's like, wait, so they're finding things on the bottom of the floor from like a really long time ago, and that tells them how the poles, like how they knew which way was north and which way was south, like a really long ass time ago. And it's like, I'm sure they do, and it's some incredible science or whatever, but it's like, what? That's amazing. Science is cool. And it's now widely accepted that when the magnetic field weakens before surging in strength in the opposite direction, this eventually creates a magnetic pole reversal, which has actually happened hundreds of times over the last 160 million years. But whereas Thomas Jan and others reckon that these magnetic pole reversals occur every few thousand years, a complete flip of the locations only takes place roughly every 200,000 or 300,000 years. We've experienced a titular breed of reversals or excursions in relatively recent times, during which there is a field reversal in the liquid outer core but not the solid inner core. The last one was known as the La Chance excursion and occurred 42,000 years ago. The whole lazy excursion lasted around 1,000 years, and there's no evidence that it caused any significant upheaval to the planet. Yeah, that's another thing I feel like I know about this. It's like, yeah, if the poles shifted, it'd be like nothing really changed. But here's something that might sound like good reason to panic. Although a full-on pole reversal occurs every roughly 200,000 or 300,000 years, the last one was a whopping 780,000 years ago. So does this mean we're long overdue for the next one? And what will happen when it comes? It sure sounds like we are. Well, the first thing to bear in mind is that while some alarmists reckon that the whole process causes a rapid catastrophe over the course of a week, it actually takes up to 5,000 years to complete. And even if a magnetic pole reversal got underway tomorrow, you'd never know a thing about it in your lifetime, neither would your children or your grandchildren. The whole process would gradually unfold over many, many generations, and there's no reason to believe that it would involve hugely dramatic consequences. I mean, it would prove to be a pain in the arse for humans trying to make sense of their old compass, although I suspect that at least one shrewd company out there will pounce on the gap in the market for backward compasses. It may have more troubling consequences for migrating animals who use their internal compasses to reach their destination and are more likely to end up roaming around in the exact opposite direction than they intended. But we're certainly not talking about earthquakes or giant Noah-style floods or the rapid acceleration of climate change. There's no evidence at all of any historical link between a magnetic pole flip and climate change. According to NASA, who usually know what they're talking about, the evidence collected from geological or fossil records is that there would be no dramatic changes in store for the Earth, except perhaps a little turbulence with the electric grids. Okay, so a little turbulence over 5,000 years, over generations upon generations of humans. It's like exactly what I thought. Nothing's going to happen. It's just slowly going to change. That's it. That's it. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. But that doesn't sell any books, does it? It probably doesn't even get that many YouTube views. As for when the next one is due, it might be that we're long overdue for another geomagnetic reversal, but the truth of the matter is that nobody really knows why there's been such a long gap since the last one, and nobody has a clue when the next one is likely to strike. It might be another 1,000 years. It might be another 200,000 years. It might be another 780,000 years. But either way, despite what you've heard on the Joe Rogan Experience, there is no need for us to start getting especially worried if one got underway tomorrow, as we're unlikely to see the full effect for another few thousand years. So, if magnetic poles are very much capable of shifting about, maybe the geographical poles also fancy a change of scenery from time to time. As recently as 2018, geologists came to the now widely accepted conclusion that the geographical poles have indeed moved about in a phenomenon known as true polar wander. and that the poles really were in different places millions of years ago. It's not quite the same as what Charles Hapgood and his pals were suggesting, as we're talking about the rotation of the Earth with respect to a fixed spin axis, which causes the actual spin axis to lie over the new physical location. Still with me? Daddy, my mind was just like a blah 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 blah. Good. Please remember to tell me what I'm talking about in the comments. Yeah. It's like, I read some scripts sometimes, and it's like, when and it'll be some feedback going to my writer. I'll be like, did you understand this? And the writer will be like, honestly, no. And I'm like, well, how do you expect anyone who's watching it to understand it? And they'll be like, I don't know. And I'll be like, well, revise it. Because otherwise it's no use to anyone, is it? But here, on Decoding the Unknown, we allow a little bit more creative freedom, because that's the point Danny's trying to make, is that this is ununderstandable because it seems to be nonsense. It really just boils down to a planetary balancing act caused by an uneven distribution of weight in the Earth's mantle, which lies between the core and the thin outer crust. If the Earth finds itself battling with an uneven weight, it will tilt and rotate in a bid to push the extra weight somewhere nearer the equator. So, if for example an absolutely mind-bogglingly massive volcano begins to form away from the equator, the force of the rotation of the Earth will try to pull the volcano close towards the equator to try and reorientate the whole planet. Whilst the poles will still be pointing in the same direction, they will have physically moved to a new location on the surface. Researchers have analysed the evidence left behind on the ocean bed by movements of the Earth's tectonic plates and reached the conclusion that the planet has witnessed the effect of true polar wonders in the past. The location of the poles may have shifted as much as 50 degrees. But, yeah, I mean, this happens, but it's not like some thing that is like, oh yeah, big deal, just suddenly happens. It's like, it was millions of years, like plate tectonics. It's like we talked about how, Europe and America once mashed together. It's like you just look at the thing and you're like, yeah, they fit nice. But it takes a really long time. But you have to go back a long way, and you have to be very patient to observe a true polar wander in motion. It's now believed that the rate of true polar wander is less than 1 degree every million years. And you may have to go back several million years to notice any significant difference to the landscape. Exactly. So it's not so much a cataclysmic pole shift, it's more of a very leisurely meandering stroll with no relation to what Hapgood was proposing about a rapid change in location with respect to the underlying surface rather than to the axis. And again, it's not really something to keep us awake at night, as it's hardly going to impact our immediate or even our far distant future. But is it possible to dig up some truth which gets us any closer to the kind of cataclysmic pole shifts that Hapgood and his notable forebears were hypothesizing? And could these rapid pole shifts really have been responsible for the dark myths and legends and fairy tales circling the fate of Atlantis, Noah's Great Flood, and the tragic closure of the final branch of Woolworths? I mean, the only one of those things that's real is that Woolworths closed and no one minds. Woolworths was a weird place. It's this store in the UK which sold everything, but also nothing. It's like you could go in there and buy some sweets. You could buy a lawnmower. Why? Why, Woolworths? Why did you exist? If you're keen to move on to watching a simpler video about how to train a badger to drive a double-decker bus, then I can prematurely reveal that the answer is no. But stick around for more details if you're the kind of person who's patient enough to sit out the entire true polar wander without even needing to nip out and top up the popcorn. A cataclysmic failure. It would seem that even Charles Hapgood and Albert Einstein were destined to have a few changes of heart about the original hypothesis expressed in the 1958 book The Earth's Shifting Crust, specifically to do with the cause of such a rapid geographical shift. Now, that's a really good thing. Danny's kind of said, maybe I'm just reading it wrong, but it's like a few changes of heart sounds like, oh, you had a bit of a change of heart, did you? It sounds negative, but it's like scientists changing their opinion is a good thing, because that's what scientists are supposed to do. It's like new evidence is presented, mind changed, excellent news. You may remember that Hapgood ventured that the shift was caused by the heavy buildup of ice at one of the poles, which would cause imbalance and prompt the panicked planet's crust to try and destabilize the rotation by shoving the polar regions towards the equator. This was an idea that Hapgood appeared to borrow from an earlier hypothesis put forward by Hugh Auchincloss Brown in 1948, the dude from before with that weird middle name, Auchincloss. How is that a name? But Einstein had second thoughts about this after the publication of the book, feeling that the accumulation of ice would not be remotely powerful enough to have any effect on the crust. Yes. Yeah, you see, the crust is so thin. In his own words, without a doubt, the Earth's crust is strong enough to not give way proportionally as the ice is deposited. When Hapgood got around to putting together a revised edition of his work, The Path of the Pole, in 1970, he took Einstein's point and conceded that my own further research confirmed the truth of his observation, which involved technicalities of geophysics. Alright, so what other answer did Hapgood and Einstein boil up between them as an alternative and explanation for the cause? Well, they didn't really have one. Hapgood just reached a vague conclusion that it must be something to do with a mysterious, unidentified causative force beneath the surface of the Earth. I'm willing to bet that there's a giant grumpy hippopotamus asleep within the bowels of the planet who wakes up with a bit of a temper tantrum every 12,000 years or so. But it seems about on the same footing as trying to bring up the lost city of Atlantis into any conversation as evidence for the devastation that these pole shifts have wreaked in the past. We're talking about a fictional island which Plato, I got it right, completely made up in 360 BC to make a point about the dangers of hostile imperialism. We might as well be searching for Narnia. And yet, so much of the evidence that Hapgood puts forward is related to those maps which apparently depict a lost continent. He actually claims to have hundreds of maps in his collection which all point to the same conclusion, although the majority of them have never been offered up for public viewing. The main map that gets spread onto the table as proof is the portion of the Piri Reis map from 1513, a map which also happens to contain images of sea monsters, men with dog faces, and a headless man having a chat with a monkey. Reliable source there, isn't it? But we have to question the credibility of a map which seems to include a mixture of real places and mythical locations which we know for sure have never existed, while strangely excluding locations that were known at the time. Yeah, it just sounds like Piri Reis was a bit... Why is he so famous? Because he had one map where he made a big mistake, and now he's Piri Reis? Like, people know Piri Reis. You've heard the name Piri Reis. Now, what the f***? There is some debate over, name another cartographer. Mercator. And he also had a bit of a map. There is some debate over whether Piri Reis has had quite as much ancient source material as he claims, and just how accurate that source material would have been in the first place. Long before Antarctica was first spotted in 1820, it was speculated as far back as ancient times that there must be some undiscovered continent lying on the south of the Earth, but nobody really had a clue about it, so some of the earliest world maps just planted a misshapen blob there, which were given labels such as the Southern Land, not yet known. Hapgood may have been under the impression that the blob on the 1513 map might have been home to a lost civilization living in a warmer Antarctica. Oh my god, dude, it's a wild-ass speculation. But it has been disputed that Hapgood's blob, great name for a continent, make a note, really resembles Antarctica at all in size and shape. It could have just been one of the many phantom blobs slapped onto an unreliable world map created by people who didn't really know what the world looked like yet. Even Hapgood himself admits that much of the map is completely wrong or mislabeled, yet for some reason he seems to have convinced himself that Piri Reis was clearly firing on all cylinders when it came to depicting a fictional city in a misplaced continent. And having a headless man talk to a dog, because why not? I wouldn't have trusted Piri Reis to point me in the right direction to the Waffle House, but let's sail away from fictional islands and turn our attention to more factual matters, like those flash-frozen woolly mammoths, for example. I'm pretty sure that woolly mammoths once roamed the Earth, unlike the high-brain Atlanteans. So, there must have been something fishy going on with the flash-frozen variety, which were discovered with fresh buttercups in their mouths. Well, it seems there's quite a significant difference between the original press reports from the turn of the 20th century and the more contemporary accounts retold by polar truthers. There was no great flurry of discovery of flash-frozen woolly mammoths. German entomologist Alfred Otto Herz did indeed find a woolly mammoth carcass by the Berezova River in Siberia, and it's true that he found small superficial parts of the cadaver had been quite well preserved in the ice, so much so that he later considered making a snack out of it. But the internal organs of the carcasses uncovered during this period were found to have rotted away long before the ice set in. Bro, can you imagine taking something frozen out of your freezer? And half of it's rotted away, and you're like, yeah, I'll slice off that other bit that looks good and eat it. You maniac. Alfred Otto Herz apparently found traces of food between the animal's teeth, which is not entirely surprising as toothpicks have not yet been invented, but over the years this somehow evolved into a story in which he plucked out fresh buttercups from the beast's mouth. He didn't believe that this particular woolly mammoth had been frozen to death at all. He thought it more likely that it had clumsily wandered off the top of a cliff and plummeted to its grisly demise, an important point which gets forgotten in modern variations of the tale. Yeah, but like my example of just having a stroke or whatever, it's like, yeah, okay, people suddenly die. It's not rocket science, is it? And as for his woolly mammoth banquet, it was reportedly something he did half-jokingly, suggesting he make a meal out of the better-preserved parts of the cadaver, but he quickly went off the idea when he was hit by the smell of decomposed flesh during the kitchen preparation. Yes, exactly. Just like what I said, he's not a maniac, he's just like, oh yeah, gross. Not going to eat that. Not even the most generous dollop of reggae sauce would have been likely to cheer up this meal. He did apparently serve a tiny portion of it to some dogs in the expedition, and they survived the experience, though they weren't able to provide a detailed critique, I suspect it tasted a bit like beef jerky. But it appears that more rational and sensible press reports from the turn of the 20th century were gradually embellished over the years, reaching a point where everyone seemed convinced that hundreds of flash-frozen woolly mammoths had been found with blooming flowers in their mouths and slightly startled expressions on their faces. Whilst we still don't know what exactly caused the mass extinction of the woolly mammoth, we can rest assured that they weren't all instantly frozen by a cataclysmic pole shift. You know why we can be assured that? Because there's no evidence whatsoever. As often is the case with decoding the unknown, things are very easy to decode. So this doesn't really leave us with much else to go on. As we mentioned before, Charles Hapgood was no geologist, and his work seems more rooted in excitable speculation than any real evidence. He openly concedes in his later book that he had no idea what would cause an Earth crustal displacement other than a mysterious unidentified causative force beneath the surface of the Earth. But the force required for such a rapid shift would need to be driven by such impossible power that it would most likely just rip the whole planet apart instead of shuffling things around a bit. He also doesn't seem to be able to make up his mind about the specifics of what exactly he's proposing. On one page of his original book, he might talk about the astonishingly rapid effects of a sudden quick cataclysm, but a few pages later he's suggesting that the displacement happens over centuries or even millennia. Big brains today feel that any cataclysmic pole shifts from history would have left compelling geological evidence in their wake, something a bit more persuasive than a pirate treasure map pointing out where there would be dragons. Meanwhile, the later wider acceptance of plate tectonics has led to further gradually useful and credible discoveries relating to how continents evolve and really do move around a bit during a true polar wander, which is quite different from what Hapgood was hypothesizing. It could be argued that it's not possible to conclusively disprove the Earth crust displacement theory, but that's not really the point. Yeah, anytime people's eye can't not prove it, it's like, no! No, it works! It's also not possible to conclusively disprove my own theory on the giant grumpy hippopotamus asleep within the bowels of the planet, but I'm not expecting a Nobel Prize in the post anytime soon. No, exactly. Well said, Danny. That's like the teapot thing, isn't it? The hippopotamus. In short, Hapgood's work was met largely with scorn within the scientific community when first published, and it's now widely disregarded as an outdated idea based on incomplete data and misunderstanding. But Joe Rogan would have him on his show. Yet it's a theory which shows no signs of freezing over in disinterest. If anything, we seem to be bringing up the perceived dangers and devastation of imminent polar shifts more than any other point during the last 800 million years. And there might just be another hidden agenda at work. You know what's weird? In my mind, the people who don't believe in climate change would believe in this. Does anyone else get that vibe? Like someone's like, oh no, we're not causing climate change. That's not real. Climate change isn't happening. It's a polar shift thing.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's like, what? I don't understand how you get there in your mind. Or maybe that's not true. Maybe the people are just like, no, that's not real. Climate change is real. Because that feels like much more consistent argument, at least, even if it's wrong. But I feel like the people who don't believe in climate change would also believe in this for something. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because they're a bit dumb. Turning up the heat, or more like super impressionable or whatever. Back when Hapgood was waffling on about geopolitical pole shifts and Chad Thomas was waffling on about magnetic pole shifts, it's fair to say that the effects of climate change were not really on the forefront of people's minds. Of course, it's a very different story today, but there are still those who insist that climate change is just a clever hoax perpetrated by tree huggers, China, scientists trying to keep themselves in a job, the Illuminati and David Attenborough, who always seem to be moaning about something. The issue here is that some conspiracy theorists have also latched onto the idea that even if climate change is real, a bit far-fetched, I know, then it's got nothing to do with fossil fuel emissions generated by the human race. It's all Mother Earth's fault, and it's perfectly natural. Climate change is all down to random planetary forces moving the continents around, and there's nothing we can do about it. Oh my god. Yeah, I was right. They do. So instead of piling all the blame and responsibility onto ourselves, we should just shrug and accept it whilst going back to sucking from plastic straws, travelling in private jets, spraying pesticides in each other's faces and burning tars in our backyard without feeling the slightest hint of guilt. Okay, those ones, come on. Can't we just have our private jets? Can't we? Can't we just have one nice... I'm just kidding. But plastic straws? Come on now. We need those. Paper straws are shite. Also, have I ranted about this before? McDonald's, get your together. I don't know how it is in the rest of the world, but here, you go, let's say you get a big Coke from McDonald's. Paper cup? Fine. Paper straw? Fine. Why the is the thing, you know that thing? The water, the holder, the thing that clips onto the top where the straw goes through, whatever the that's called. That's made out of plastic. Make that out of paper and make the straw out of plastic. How hard is it? What? The straw is like just dissolving. Have you ever tried having a milkshake? A McDonald's milkshake with one of their paper straws? It's a joke! Get rid of the plastic thing that you put on top. Make that paper and give us a plastic straw. I'm gonna have to start ordering plastic straws from like AliExpress if they finally ban them here. Which I know they will eventually, but I know someone in China is going to be able to make that for me. And I'll just buy thousands of them, and I will use them. I'll take them with me. And this kind of disinformation can be alarming when you see a whole bunch of new TikTok videos released in 2023, which talk of impending doom from the effects of an overdue polar shift, which is either going to boil or freeze your hometown tomorrow. And they're quickly racking up over 20 million views each. Oh my lord. The conspiracy, I should just start a channel. Decoding the Unknown, just be like The Unknown, and it's just like, yeah, all these just make videos about it. People will be like, oh, he sounds smart. Listen to his accent, he knows everything. And people would watch it and believe it, and that's depressing. The conspiracy theorists have seized the fairly innocent ponderings of misinformed writers and are now using them as ammunition to convince you that reusable shopping bags are just largely a waste of everyone's time. If you're still a little worried about getting instantly frozen to death tomorrow afternoon, let's just recap the main points. Magnetic role reversals are real, and it's been an unusually long time since we last experienced one. But it's impossible to predict when the next one will take place, and even if one swung into action tomorrow, you would notice the relatively minor effects for a good few thousand years. True polar wonders are also very real and have a more significant impact on the Earth over an incredibly long period of time, but bearing in mind that the rate of wander is less than 1 degree every million years, there's no need to think about moving house just yet. As for cataclysmic geographical pole shifts, this is just a hypothesis from a less enlightened period, which is now largely dismissed by experts as nothing more than pseudoscience backed up by zero evidence. So next time you're sipping cocktails while enjoying a sun-baked holiday with Barry onions, don't fret too much about the possibility of suddenly getting shifted closer to the polar regions and instantly being frozen like a fish finger. Save all that mental energy for worrying about getting struck by a random asteroid, a high-energy solar flare, a local gamma-ray burst, or getting vaporized in a nuclear war. And don't forget to send a postcard. Sooner rather than later. And that's where we end today's episode. Thanks so much for being here. If you're listening to this show on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, make sure you give it a rating or a review, whatever you need to do. Thank you so much. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon. Welcome. I'm here, one of my writers, this case Kevin. Thank you, Kevin's written me a script. Who is Dr. Gloves? A true internet horror story. Oh god. Normally the internet horror stories are like, oh yeah, there's this video on the dark where someone getting their head chopped off and it turns out that it was just like a mannequin and some like cornstarch blood or whatever. But this sounds true. And Dr. Gloves is a scary... If there was a serial killer called Dr. Gloves, you'd be like, what the That doesn't sound good at all. That sounds like he's... I don't know, up to stuff. The point of the show is I've never read this. Let's get into it. They say everything has its limits, but I never fully believed that to be true. I saw no limit to the greed of corporate executives, the corruption of politicians, the depravity of 4chan users. The supposed limits that exist in many people appeared to only exist in polite conversation. Thanks to the internet's uncanny ability to put like-minded people together in their own echo chambers where they could speak freely, we learned the extent of people's debaucherous urges and prejudiced ideations, and they seem to know no bounds. Yeah, especially when it's like hidden behind a keyboard, right? It's just like, you don't know. Imagine if you got a room and it was like, oh, what do you call it? Oh, we're all neo-Nazis or whatever in this like forum or whatever. There's like, isn't it like Stormgoers or something? There's that famous one. Like, is that it? Is it full of like Nazis or whatever? And it's like you put them in a room together and be like, oh. Not because they get up to Nazi shit, but probably because they'd be a bit embarrassed. They'd be like, oh no, I was a secret Nazi. But it turns out I was wrong. There really might be a limit to everything. While 4chan always seemed happy to host numerous murderers, QAnon, and pictures of every illegal thing imaginable, they eventually met their match. And that is the subject of today's video. Really, like, this was too much for 4chan? 4chan's like, shit, anything goes. Except for Dr. Gloves, whatever it might be. I'm starting off this episode cheery, but it's going to go horribly wrong, isn't it? It's something so horrific that all of the original posts by the user and subsequent discussions were scrubbed from the internet and its archives. So consider yourselves warned. Oh, Kevin, I got another podcast, dear audience, called The Casual Criminalist, and I sat down to record Decoding the Unknown today because I didn't want to sit down and record an episode of people getting killed. And it seems I've stumbled into fucking Dr. Gloves, whoever he is. Most of what remains are the second-hand retellings of exactly how everything went down originally, which means that some of the details might not be 100% accurate. But today is a good day to be listening as a podcast, because the other things that remain are the pictures. I don't know how much our lovely video editor is going to share with our audience, but don't worry, Simon. I'm only going to show you 2 pictures. 2 pictures will be enough. Oh, I don't like it. I just scrolled down and I saw the 2 pictures, and I don't know what they're of, but it doesn't look good at all in any way, and I'm not happy. There's nothing, like, immediately disturbing about them, but they're the sort of image that you see, and then you're like, oh no, now I see why it's so immediately disturbing, and there's something weird and blacked out. Oh god. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Like so many things, it all started with a post on 4chan. Because the original post had been deleted, I can't find the exact date on which this all began. All of the evidence seems to point to having taken place sometime in 2017, and I can say for certain that it was no earlier than 2014. There was no text added by the user with this or any of his other posts, and users on 4chan are usually all anonymous, so there are no usernames either. The initial post was just a picture, with many more pictures to come. The man in the image was given the nickname Dr. Gloves because he could be seen wearing a pair of surgical gloves that went right up to his elbows in most of the pictures. The initial pictures appeared to be taken in some sort of hospital morgue. Oh god. Yeah, I'm putting together these pictures now. Is this dude like a mortician that's eating people? Oh no. It was dirty and gross looking, but that's actually pretty normal. These are areas off limits to patients and visitors, so they don't get the sparkling renovations that main areas of hospitals often will, because nobody is going to see it anyway. This feels like a very American view. I don't think I've ever been to American hospital, but I've seen American hospitals in the movies and they all look very nice. Like hospitals elsewhere in the world, they're just like, I feel like all of the money is just pumped into the actual healthcare rather than like making the hospitals look nice, because the hospitals look bad. Like if you were an American and you rolled into a European hospital, you'd be like, what? Why doesn't it look like a nice hotel? Why is it weird? For somebody working in such a location, Dr. Gloves' attire mostly made sense. In addition to the gloves, he could be seen wearing either scrubs or a dress shirt and slacks. Occasionally, he would also wear some protective suit thing that would be worn over the clothes to keep them clean. The use of surgical gloves instead of exam gloves was a bit odd, as they are more expensive and probably not necessary for most of what he should be doing, but that wasn't the most questionable part of his outfit. Dr. Gloves wore a gimp mask. Oh! I was looking at this and I'm like, he's wearing a weird balaclava. No, it's a gimp mask. That looks very sweaty, though. That looks very unpleasant. This was obviously to conceal his identity, but it still created a disturbing image. If I needed to conceal my identity, I wouldn't immediately go, I'm going to get a gimp mask. It'd be like, well, I'm going to get a balaclava, aren't I? Because you can buy a balaclava at Decathlon. To get a gimp mask, well, you've got to go to some website that sells gimp masks and then give them my credit card information, which I'm sure is fine, because people are into gimp masks and all that, you know, no shade. You can do what you do you. But I'm buying a balaclava because I can just go to Decathlon and buy one. Gimp mask is more complicated.
No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
Some people still refer to him by the alternative name of Master instead of Dr. Gloves, though that never stuck, which makes sense since it's the sub, not the Master, that would be wearing the gimp mask anyway. Oh, thanks for the clarity. Yeah, that does make sense. That makes sense, but thanks for the clarification. So what exactly could Dr. Gloves have been doing in this morgue that required him to conceal his identity, you ask? What else but playing with the corpses? Specifically, he posed and photographed himself while screwing around with and otherwise disrespecting stillborn and miscarried fetuses. Bruh. Through the power of image editing software, someone had been kind enough to cut the bodies out of the images. The 2 I'm going to show you now are by far the most tame, but I promise you, it got much worse. I don't have to tell you this, Simon, but for any curious viewers, I strongly recommend against searching for the unedited images. I accidentally saw one while researching this, and I'll never sleep again. Anyway, enjoy. Yeah, like, my curiosity is to, like, look them up, because I'm like, oh, I really want to know what's behind that thing. But I also really don't, and I'm not going to. One time I accidentally saw, I don't know, I can't even remember how I saw this, but there was, like, it was after a plane crash, with the bodies, like, spread around the place, and I saw this. And I'm like, ah! Ah! And, yeah, that image haunts my soul. So don't go looking this up on the internet. It's not a good idea. In the first image, we can see Dr. Gloves holding up a small deceased body by pinching its neck. This is a common theme among these images, with about half a dozen of them featuring bodies being held up with his hands around their throats. The second image is hard to determine from the edited version, but the 3 objects on the tray are small human brains. I don't like it! Internet sleuths, who apparently have a lot of experience with brains, compared the ones pictured by Dr. Gloves against various non-human animals, but none were the right size and shape. Dr. Gloves had appeared out of nowhere to begin posting these images, and at first people went nuts. But not in the way they should have. While some users were disgusted, many people absolutely loved these images and wanted more. Weirdos, bro. The pictures got re-uploaded to a now-defunct site called Death Addicts that was dedicated to images of gore and death, where people also loved them. Users posted all sorts of comments in support of Dr. Gloves, many of whom wanted him to do more. To some of these people, genuine pictures of dead bodies and organs were like porn. I'm sure at least some percentage of these comments were from edgy teenagers who wanted to sound cool but were actually vomiting from the graphic pictures, though sadly, at least some of the contents were real. Yeah, I like to think, like, almost all of them, the vast majority, are just from, like, teenage edgelords. The pictures continue to be posted, with some depicting Dr. Gloves tossing organs into the air and cutting into dead fetuses, but for the most part, it was more of the same. Fans had wanted more, but not more of what they'd already seen. They needed him to take things further, and Dr. Gloves obliged, just not in the way that anybody was expecting. After taking the users' feedback into consideration, subsequent images featured him posing not with the corpses, but with live children. The children all appeared to be developmentally challenged, and some may have even been comatose. The new series of pictures showed Dr. Gloves placing his gloved hands over their faces, and in one instance, plugging a child's nose with his fingers and seeming to cover their mouth. Most of the children in the images were hooked up to breathing tubes or other medical devices, save for one. There was a girl in pink that was able to walk freely around, and she was the one that Dr. Gloves took the most pictures with. He covered her face with his hand in one picture and grabbed the back of her head and appeared to press it against the wall in another. In possibly the most frightening one, he seemed to be forcing her head into his crotch with one hand while his other hand was behind his back, holding open a plastic container with a set of X-Acto knives that he'd previously used to cut into deceased body. What? I was not prepared for this, Kevin. I know you warned me in the introduction, but by that point I'd already set up the camera and sat down. I was not prepared for this. This time, people were not thrilled. Showing off and desecrating dead bodies was one thing, but abusing live children? That was far too much. These gore fans may have enjoyed videos of terrorists executing their enemies or graphic footage of people dying in accidents, but they still had their morals. They also had some of the most creative and evocative insults I've seen, one female user replying that she wanted to get a temporary dick transplant so she could skull this sadistic piece of shit to death. Temporary dick transplant. It's pretty good. Thanks to these new photo shoots depicting the abuse of disabled children, playtime was over. The gore community now had one singular goal in mind: dox the shit out of Dr. Gloves. Oh, Dr. Gloves, you've gone too far. Are they... Sure, I feel like they should be able to identify who he is based on the picture here that I'm looking at. It's like American plugs, so immediately we're in America. That fire hydrant, fire extinguisher, I don't know, I feel like people will get some information from there. 37B written on the wall. I feel like this is enough information to, like, someone else has been in that morgue. Someone else has been through that building. And I feel like this is enough to get him doxed. Right? Even that one picture. It doesn't take much. It really doesn't. The hunt for Dr. Gloves. Dr. Gloves vanished from the internet after his child abuse photos upset everyone, but people immediately got to work examining the pictures and trying to find any details they could that might pinpoint his location. One of the first pieces of evidence was the presence of electric outlets in some of the pictures. Internet sleuths were able to easily identify that the building had to be in either the US or Canada based on the shape of the outlets. So what type of facility were they looking for? Yeah, that was the first thing I went to. It's like immediately you narrow it down to US or apparently Canada. They have the weird upset face plugs. The most obvious answer was a hospital, presumably a children's hospital. The images taken in the morgue made this pretty clear. Not only did Dr. Gloves have access to bodies, but markings on the wall indicated that it was a reasonably large facility. In the first photo I showed you, the number 37B appears on the wall above the fire extinguisher. The number 37 is often associated with fire codes and fire extinguishers, and 37B likely would have shown up in the map of the facility as the location of one of the extinguishers. Another image showed the numbers 329 with a biohazard symbol. This label was almost certainly obscured in the photo and actually said 3291, the code for medical waste. It was pretty definitive that the morgue was a part of a hospital. All of the children, except the girl in the pink shirt, had been hooked up to medical equipment, so they had been in a hospital setting as well. The only question was whether or not it was the same building. It was possible that Dr. Gloves could have worked at two different facilities. Yeah, but let's start with the idea that he's not. Let's start with the idea that he's working in a hospital with a morgue, because it seems less likely. It seems like he works in the morgue, and then he's also been, like, wandering around in the rest of the hospital getting up to some dark shit. So that's where I would begin my investigation. That room also used rocker light switches, those really long switches that basically look like buttons rather than a traditional light switch. This was another detail you wouldn't expect to see in a hospital, nor would you expect to see what looked like a cable jack in the wall. What's a cable jack? In the picture, the light switches were visible. It looked like Dr. Gloves was lifting the girl off the ground by the hair. I say that it looks like that in this instance because the floor isn't actually visible. It's possible these pictures may have been taken at his home with his daughter and he was just having her pose with him for pictures. If that was the case, she could have been standing on something for that photo. Given that all of the other pictures are all but confirmed to be authentic, there are only a couple of reasons I would even entertain this as being staged as a possibility. The first is that it seems unlikely Dr. Gloves could have lifted a child off the ground by their hair without her screams alerting anybody. That almost certainly makes it seem like these pictures had to be taken in a private residence rather than the same hospital where the other children were. Seems like a very reasonable assumption. She is also the only child whose face is never visible. Her back is to the camera in every photo except one, and in that one, Dr. Gloves' hand is covering her entire face. It's possible that he didn't want her identity to be seen and traced back to him, and that he had just had her pose for some photos to make it seem like he was even more of a sick than he already was. It's also sadly possible that both things are true and that he was his daughter in his home, but that the images were of him genuinely abusing her. Bro, no, let's just say it's not, because I don't like that. So, we know that Dr. Gloves had access to both the morgue and to living child patients. This seems to highly suggest that he would have been a doctor. A mortician wouldn't have been seeing living patients, and a nurse wouldn't have been spending enough time alone in the morgue to put on a gimp mask and take all those pictures without being seen. But would a doctor? Wouldn't a doctor just go talk to the mortician? Or who's the person? Is the mortician the person who does the autopsy? I recently started watching quite a good TV show from back in the day called 6 Feet Under. I'm just trying to think if that dude's a mortician, the guy who later plays Dexter. Or whether he's like an undertaker or something. I can't remember. Who's the medical person? Like the medical examiner or whatever. He looks at the dead bodies. I feel like that would be his job. And then he'd also sneak out into the rest of the hospital wearing his doctor's coat or whatever. And people wouldn't question him because he's a doctor. He'd just be like going into the children's room and they'd be like, "Oh, what are you doing in here, Bert?" The mortician. Don't know where the name Bert came from. It seemed appropriate for a mortician somehow. And he'd be like, "Oh, nothing. Just nothing." And they'd be like, "Okay, Bert. Have a good weekend." There was also some speculation that Dr. Gloves wasn't medical staff at all, but rather that he was a janitor. Janitors would have access to nearly the entire hospital, including the morgue, and they're generally viewed as being invisible. Yeah, I mean, they're viewed as being invisible unless they're wearing a gimp mask. In that case, you're like, they're bloody visible because they're wearing a gimp mask. It would explain the use of surgical gloves in nearly all the images. It doesn't make sense to wear surgical gloves when just checking in on a patient who's hooked up to a ventilator or something. But that may also have just been an aesthetic choice. He had worn them in the original pictures and was given the nickname Dr. Gloves, so maybe he felt that the gore addicts wouldn't like him anymore if he switched to more subdued exam gloves. There's a lot more evidence that he was actually a doctor or physician instead of anything else. Aside from his access to both patients and the morgue, there was also his clothing. In some pictures, he was wearing scrubs, but in others, he was wearing a dress shirt and fancy shoes. Wearing dress shirts is common for doctors, but not for pretty much any other members of hospital staff that would have that level of access. People working in billing and stuff would certainly wear dress shirts, but they shouldn't be able to go down to the morgue. So, Dr. Gloves was most likely an actual doctor somewhere in the US or Canada, but where? It seems like it would be difficult to further narrow it down. The gloves worn were very common brands used by hospital. The hospital linens that appeared in some of the images were manufactured by Medline, which serves over 10,000 hospitals in the United States. So it seemed like it was going to be a dead end as well. Yes, but this is all very useful information. Like, from one photo, essentially, we've narrowed it down to 10,000 hospitals. Which is a lot of hospitals, obviously, but it's not, like, an unsurmountable thing. We'll narrow it down further. It's got to be a hospital that's large enough for this, or I suppose small enough, for this to be gotten away with. It's got to have a children's ward. It's got to have a morgue that deals with children. Is that a different thing? A pediatric morgue? Oh god, that's a grim saying, isn't it? There's ways to narrow it down. Like, even if we got down to 5,000 hospitals, then from that's still pretty good. However, when looking carefully at the linens used, somebody noticed a rather unusual pattern containing little orange elephants. They decided to search eBay and other resellers for people selling used linens with that pattern, and all the sellers were either in California or Arizona. Boom! We've just got it down to 2 states. Further investigation revealed that Medline's orange elephant blankets were used exclusively by Dignity Health hospitals in California and Arizona. The search had just been narrowed down from most of North America to only 39 hospitals. Boom! Just go look in the morgue in all of those hospitals and see if that fire extinguisher is 37B or whatever it was. Just go check all of that out. People began focusing more on the details to try and narrow down the exact hospital and Dr. Gloves' true identity. He had particularly hairy arms over which he pulled his size size 6.5 gloves. This was particularly noteworthy because that's pretty small for a man wearing surgical gloves. Different sources claim different averages, but it seems that either 7 or 7.5 is pretty standard for men. A size 6.5 would either rip when most tried to put them on, or they would cut off their circulation. In addition to the hand size, they used the size of the door frame and other equipment in the morgue to estimate Dr. Gloves' height at between 5'8 and 5'11, but probably on the smaller end of that. Yeah, if he's got small hands, he's probably a smaller man. And 5'11 is a very tall man. As a man of 5'11 myself. It wasn't a lot to go on, but it was something. With only 39 hospitals now, maybe they could make some headway on that front. Yeah, this is 4chan, and they're keen on doxing this guy. There's gonna be lots of people. There's only 40 hospitals, basically. So just find people near to each of those hospitals. You could easily knock 20 off, right? Surely there's gonna be 20 people who just like, yeah, I'll just go down to the local hospital and wander into the morgue. Do you think you could do that? Or like, mate, how many people are on 4chan? It's big! Maybe there's even people who work at the hospitals to go check it out. I guess there's like swipe cards and stuff. You can't just go wander into a morgue. But you could look through the window or something, couldn't you? I guess morgues maybe don't have windows because that'd be creepy. Who knows? Research was done into what facilities each of the hospitals had. Not all of them would have had long-term care facilities for disabled children, which narrows it down quite a bit. Allegedly, internet investigators even tracked down the blueprints of the hospitals to see what would match what little of the building's layout was available in the images. This may or may not be possible, as most blueprints are considered public record, but not all of them, and it varies by jurisdiction. Well, we just need the jurisdiction of California and Arizona. What do they have? They may have just been using a simple floor plan or directory of the hospitals that people could use as a map, a you are here sort of thing to find where you need to go. Unfortunately, since all the original discourse is gone, there's no way to know which it was. In either case, they were able to use these maps to narrow the hospital down to Glendale Memorial Health Foundation, a hospital run by Dignity Health in Glendale, California. They were certain they'd found the right hospital. Now all those meddling kids needed to do was pull the gimp mask off their villain. That's incredible. Are they really going to be able to do that? I know I said I was only going to show you 2 images, but here's one more that we need to discuss. Don't worry, I edited it so that not even the outline of a body will be visible, because that's not what I need you to look at. I want to draw your attention to the computer in the background of this picture. Okay, it's very blue. The laptop is an HP Stream Professional laptop. It was released in 2014, which tells us that these were definitely new photos being taken and uploaded at the time, rather than old horror photos from the 80s or something. While it was a fairly common laptop, that didn't do anything to narrow down exactly what hospital this was. But it was still strong evidence that, well, wait a minute, was Dr. Gloves wearing a fucking photo ID? Dude, he is. What? Yes, he was. The man that had gone through the trouble of wearing a gimp mask to conceal his identity uploaded a photo of himself wearing his ID badge from the hospital. The layout on the badge matched up with the style of those used at the hospital they suspected. The name on the ID read Edwin Balyans, which people felt also makes sense. Balyans is an Armenian name, and Glendale has a large Armenian community. Based on Dr. Gloves' skin tone and extreme hairiness, they believed it was quite likely that he was in fact Armenian. As for the S at the end of Balyans, we can probably chalk that up to Ellis Island doing Ellis Island things. It didn't take long for internet investigators to find out that there was in fact an Edwin Balyans living in Glendale, and they posted his name, address and phone number online. People began staking out the hospital and believed they'd identified his car. While it seemed like everything was coming to a head, everyone recognized that they shouldn't jump the gun. Wow, good for you, because it seems like you've locked this down. He wore an ID. What if the name tag appearing in the photo was deliberate? None of the pictures had shown Dr. Gloves' face, so who was to say that it was really him on the ID badge? There had already been some speculation that Dr. Gloves was in fact 2 people rather than 1, and the idea was put out there that this photo was posted as a way for one of the people involved to turn on the other one. Alternatively, it could have been that somebody at the hospital setting up a hated co-worker in the most vile and despicable way possible. Of course, it really could have been his actual name tag as well. Even the most cautious criminals have a tendency to get caught by making really stupid mistakes. Nobody could agree on whether or not that was really Dr. Gloves' name, and there was no way to be sure. But at the same time, all of the people that have been investigating this case knew that they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. This is fine. As much as everybody wanted to jump Edwin and beat the shit out of him, or worse, cooler heads were able to prevail. That may have been the name on the hospital ID, but that didn't mean he was actually their guy. Instead of taking the law into their own hands, it was decided to put the law into the law's hands. Well, that may have been a mistake. Numerous people across 4chan and Death Addict claim to have reported the incident along with all of the collected evidence to the FBI. Allegedly, many of these people showed proof of their reports, but again, this is all lost to time, so I can't be sure. Of course, I find it hard to believe that so many people would claim to report something like this to the authorities, but that not a single one would have actually done anything. Unfortunately, it seems that the FBI decided to not do anything. According to all of the accounts, the FBI's response was that posting the photos was immoral, but nothing included was actually illegal. There was nothing they could do. Everyone was understandably outraged, of course, as there were crimes being committed. Right? At the very least, people believe Dr. Gloves to have been guilty of abuse of a corpse under California law. The law states that no person shall treat a human corpse in a way that would outrage reasonable community sensibilities. That's a state law, so the FBI couldn't handle it anyway, but surely they'd pass it on to the state police. Or they would have, if it weren't for the words that everyone seemed to ignore and I previously concealed with an ellipsis. The full text actually reads, no person except as authorized by law. Because he's allowed to do this, because he's a mortician. If Dr. Gloves was in fact a doctor who had every right to be in the morgue with the bodies, then sadly, he had the right to treat a corpse in a way that would outrage your sensibilities. Well, no, he doesn't, because he's a mortician. It's like doing an autopsy and taking someone's heart out. Like, removing someone's heart is like against my sensibilities if your name is John and you run the corner shop. If your name is, Peter and you're a mortician, then it's like, no, it's not against my sensibilities because you're weighing the heart or whatever to find out what killed someone. That's not against sensibilities. But then if you're playing with the heart, yes, it is against sensibilities. I already touched upon some of the details with the pictures of the girl in the pink shirt and the possibility that they could have just been staged photos that his daughter took with him. Still weird, still highly inappropriate, and still disgusting, but it also wouldn't have been illegal. Really? That just leaves the other pictures of the disabled and comatose children, and I can't see another side to these ones. Dr. Gloves appeared to very clearly be depriving those children of air. They may not have died, but there's no way that wouldn't be abuse. Either this man was an absolute god of forced perspective, or something in those pictures had to constitute a crime. But allegedly, the FBI disagreed. What the fuck, FBI? You're the ones who always come to the rescue. It's like, oh, state police did nothing, and they're just incompetent. The FBI roll around, and it's like, oh, shit's gonna get real. And not today, which is disappointing. Wrap up. So, who is Dr. Gloves? Was it really Edwin Barlians? Sadly, the answer to both of those questions is we have absolutely no idea. After people claimed that everything had been sent to the FBI and the answer came back that there was no crime being committed, all investigation seemed to dissipate. Even though it is believed that the hospital was identified, nothing has come from it. No arrest was ever made involving anyone that took place in the story. Of course, there is one minor caveat. Allegedly, the FBI said that there was nothing illegal in the images, but the FBI says a lot of things. If they really did tell the people who reported the details of the case that there was nothing they could do, they could very well have been lying. The police are known to do that. If the FBI felt that there could be a crime but they needed more evidence, they wouldn't do anything to compromise their investigation. Like telling a bunch of loudmouths on the internet that they were investigating this person. The internet sleuths had already scared Dr. Gloves into hiding by vocally attempting to dox him, and the last thing the FBI would need is for those people to reveal the existence of a criminal investigation into his activities. Maybe that's wishful thinking on my part, but it does sort of make sense. Well, it would make sense if this story ends with, a year later, after gathering evidence, they raided the shit out of his morgue, and now he's in prison. But I get the feeling, because we only got 3 paragraphs left, that that's not the case. The original discussions on both 4chan and Death Addict are gone. There were new threads made on both sites, but in both cases it appears to have been a year later at least. The Discord server to discuss the case is also long gone. Same thing with the Google Doc containing all the combined research and evidence. I could barely find links to any of these things in the first place, but everything they lead to has been deleted. And it's not like Google Docs expire or anything, someone actively took it down. All that exists now is second-hand accounts and screenshots of screenshots. It's possible that the FBI instructed all of those sites to remove everything about Dr. Gloves so they could investigate him without everyone else making so much noise. And yes, technically that's possible, though I'm hesitant to say it's likely. It's been over 5 years since all of this happened, and it's not like they were trying to bring down a giant criminal conspiracy. This investigation realistically shouldn't have taken that long. Unfortunately, we may never know the truth. We have no idea if Barlians is Dr. Gloves. If he is, we have no information on what happened to him. Even if it wasn't illegal, did he at least lose his job? It's hard to imagine any hospital would continue to employ the person that uploaded those pictures. And if the name tag was a red herring, we may never know the culprit's real identity. As far as I can tell, nobody ever faced any repercussions over this and likely never will. The leads have all been taken as far as they can be, and if authorities are unwilling or unable to do anything about it, then there's not really anything that the rest of us can do. At least not anything that wouldn't land us in jail. Yeah, okay, well that's a disappointing ending, isn't it? Thanks for being here. Leave a review if you enjoy the show. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case Kevin. Thanks, Kevin has written me a script. Nostradamus, did he actually predict anything? I mean, I feel like anyone who watches this show or listens to this show regularly will know that you probably think my media will be like, no, absolutely not. What nonsense. And it's like, yeah, of course not. Of course it's nonsense. But also I feel like Nostradamus probably predicted a lot. And it's like, you know, the more you predict, the more likely you are for something to be right. Like, if I just sat down and came up with like 1,000 predictions for the future today, some of them are going to come true. And then in 10 years, people can't look back and just cherry pick the ones that I got right, which I feel is exactly what happens with Nostradamus. But look, obviously precognition and telling the future is obviously nonsense. So thanks for watching.
Wow, that was quick.
No, let's go. Thanks, Kevin. I've heard a lot about many predictions of Nostradamus throughout my life. He wrote thousands of prophecies, which people continue to pore over. And one of my grandfathers was even a big believer of Nostradamus. Because of all this, I, like most people, believe that Nostradamus spent his entire life working as a charlatan. Respect, Grandad. But he was never portrayed as some sort of starving artist like many others often are, so I always assumed that he was born independently wealthy and just frittered his life away as a seer. It turns out that I could not have been more wrong, and I was shocked to discover that while researching Nostradamus that he had a regular 9-to-5 job which he was quite good at, and it wasn't until his retirement that he began spouting nonsense. Oh, I just assumed that he was spouting the nonsense. Like, I did think that he was like independently wealthy. I just assumed that he'd be like, yeah, it's my latest Nostro book. And it's like, what's this? Predictions for like 2160? Yeah, the world's going to end. Buy it. It's like 7 shillings or whatever. Based on the posts your crazy relatives are always making on Facebook, this actually seems like a pretty normal life trajectory. I suppose I also shouldn't call Nostradamus' prophecies nonsense yet, since we haven't examined whether or not he successfully predicted anything, though if you're holding out hope that a closer look at his work will reveal that Nostradamus really was a genuine psychic, then I welcome you to your first video on this channel. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Everyone knows. It's like, this channel's called Decoding the Unknown. It's like, Nostradamus' predictions, and then immediately there's a sarcastic British man telling you that it's all rubbish. I like that people watch this channel because I love like all over this stuff, but it does surprise me because it does seem like the channel doesn't deliver what you might expect. It should just be called like Skeptical Head. Regardless, Nostradamus is still a surprisingly interesting historical figure. People who claim to possess otherworldly powers are a dime a dozen, and it's extremely rare for any of them to become famous during their lifetimes. It's even more rare for someone to become famous for their success in these endeavors, rather than just as a well-publicized liar. If you think about any famous modern-day medium or psychic, they are almost always reviled and regarded as con men who prey on the desperate and stupid. I won't name any names, since they've managed to avoid conviction despite perpetrating obvious frauds, but you know exactly the type of person I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, the famous dude who bends spoons might be one of these. Just that's my opinion, and I'm not referring to any particular famous spoon-bending litigious dude right now. No one in particular at all.
Definitely not.
Conversely, by the time Nostradamus had died, he was personally employed by the Queen of France. Even if people were more superstitious back in the 1500s, that's still a remarkable level of success. There has to be some sort of justification for Nostradamus' prestige and notoriety as a seer, so let's examine the life of Michel de Notre Dame, one of the world's most famous plague doctors. Oh, okay, so that was his day job. I was like, as soon as Kevin said like he was employed by the Queen of France, I'm like, yeah, not as like Nostradamus, the dude who predicts the future. It's going to be like Nostradamus, whatever his 9-to-5 day job was that he was apparently good at. And being like the Queen's doctor or whatever. You're like, that means you're a good doctor, right? Early life. There are a lot of apocryphal tales about Nostradamus' life which make it difficult to sort the facts from the fiction, but I'll try my best to stick with the things that are verifiable rather than just rumors and legends. It all began in the 1400s with Nostradamus' grandfather, Guy Gassonet. These guys are all French, I assume. Not like this guy, but I mean like these dudes. They're all French, and I'm just guessing at their pronunciations, which I always do. Like, it's spelled Gassonet, and I'm always just like, I don't know, throw like a bit of a French accent on there. Imagine that you're saying like, saucisson, and just throw that on a name and take off the last consonant. Guy Gassonet! Sounds vaguely racist, doesn't it? It's okay with the French, right? Because they rib the British, we rib the French. It's all in good fun. I'm sure there's French people listening to this, but like, oh, Simon, you roast beef. Guy was from a Jewish family and is reported as having been from a long line of rabbinical scholars. Various accounts report him as either being a grain dealer, a moneylender, or a physician and a Kabbalist, a type of Jewish mystic. It's often said that Nostradamus was educated by both of his grandfathers, but this is almost certainly false. Guy appears to have been born in 1430, which would have made him 73 by the time Nostradamus was even born. Sometimes I'm like, I have such an incredibly small brain. I don't know how this thought entered my brain, but I'm like, wait, grandfather? Wouldn't he have 4 grandfathers? And then I'm thinking, how many grandfathers do you have, Simon? Hold on, I've got a package. Oh God, I'll be right back.
Special delivery!
Sorry, I'm back every day. It's the FedEx man. I was quite excited about this one. I'm not sure who this video is sponsored by, but I just got a new pair of Vessies in the mail, which are a regular sponsor. Pretty excited about that. As soon as this is done, I'm going to go try those on. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, my granddads. I'm not sure why I thought for a moment that I had 4 granddads. I'm in a step family, so it's a little bit more confusing. Because I had like 3 granddads, although 2 of them were dead before I was even born, which perhaps even adds to the confusion. But look, why are we talking about this? No reason. Let's carry on. Guy appears to have been born in 1430, which would have made him 73 by the time Nostradamus was even born. Okay, so he'd be like 93 when he was being educated or whatever. Although it was the past, so people would get educated younger. But then people also lived for a much shorter time, right? 1430s. He was 73, but still alive. The past. But what he definitely did get from his grandfather was his famous name. Obviously not Gassenet, but de Notre Dame. You see, Guy had been born into a Jewish family, and the plague wasn't the only dangerous threat for Europe during this time. There was also this nasty thing you might have heard of called the Inquisition. So in 1455, Guy decided to convert to Catholicism to avoid persecution. Whether he actually converted or just got baptized for show is a matter of debate, but his new Christian life meant that he needed a new Christian name. I mean, if someone was like, yeah, we're persecuting your religion, fact boy. I don't have any religion, but they'd be like, so you need to be like Pastafarian or whatever. It's like, yes, all hail the pasta monster. That's me. Love him. Carry on. Where do I have to go? It's definitely not for show. Love that. Yeah, love that. And there was no possible name that he could have chosen better that says, I'm a Catholic living in France, better than Pierre de Notre Dame. Pierre had a son named Jaume. Sorry, French people. Jaume, maybe, who grew up to be a notary and had a son named Michel with his wife, Renier de Saint-Remy. The couple also had at least 8 other children, but they're not important. Yeah, those 7 children, that's the historical footnote that you have. Nostradamus' brother, we don't know your name, we don't care. You're like, there's 7 children, not important. That's it. That's the historical reference for your entire life. 7 people. And honestly, listener, that's probably going to be your place in history. Probably even less, because you don't have a super famous brother. Or maybe you do. God, it's depressing, isn't it? We're all going to be forgotten. I mean, it's not really depressing. It's kind of nice in a way. It's kind of freeing, no matter what you do. That's depressing. Oh, God. It's like, yeah, eventually Hitler will be forgotten. You'll be like, oh, and he was a right knob. Michel was born December of 1503, though the exact day is not known. It was clear early on that Michel was a bright child and he studied maths, astronomy, and astrology. Oh, by the way, there was like, yeah, what are you studying today? Well, we're doing mathematics. We're going to be looking at the planets, and then we're going to learn about Taurus. Okay. In addition to learning to read Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. Again, it is said that both of his grandfathers tutored him, but this does seem unlikely. His paternal grandfather was 73 when he was born, and his maternal grandfather disappeared from the historical record when he was only 1 year old. That doesn't mean it's impossible, just that it's really unlikely. The only reason the question of who was educating Michel matters is because it is believed he was taught about Kabbalah and mysticism from his grandparents. If it was just about who taught him maths and science, no one would really care. When Michel was 14 years old, he began attending the University of Avignon to earn his bachelor's degree. Unfortunately, he was kicked out after less than a year. It was nothing personal. There had just been an outbreak of the plague, so the school kicked everyone out and shuttered their doors for a while. There's no indication what he did for the next 4 years, but when Michel was 18, he began traveling the countryside to research herbal remedies. This continued for 8 years, with Michel researching and working as an apothecary. Just so there's no confusion, an apothecary is just the old-timey word for a pharmacist or a chemist, and lots of actual medicine does include plants. Yeah, like my family. That was like the family business for a long time. Apothecaryism, or whatever it's called. I don't know much about it, because my family don't really talk much about that stuff, but I do know that they were apothecaries, and they had like apothecary shops, and would like deal people herbs and...
Alleged drug dealers with rights.
By any estimation, Michelle is still largely dealing with science at this point, though astrology was also a part of medical science back then because it was believed that the celestial bodies had an influence on the body's humours. They don't, and the body's humours weren't even real. And that is why I'm glad I was not born before germ theory or antibiotics. Yeah, can you imagine, born between germ theory and antibiotics? It's like, yeah, we know there are these tiny things killing you, but we can't do about it. Oh, rubbish. Before it was just like, oh, what's killing you? Spirits. Can you do anything else? We can pray. Brilliant. Carry on with the prayers. And then germ theory comes around. You're like, oh no, the spirits weren't doing anything. Anyway, in 1529, at the age of 26, Michel enrolled at the University of Montpellier to earn his doctorate in medicine. Unfortunately, he was again kicked out of school, and this time it was personal. The school had a strict policy against doctoral students having performed a manual trade. That's very snobby, isn't it? Which would have disqualified Michel because of his work as an apothecary. He was also allegedly talking about the doctors there, which wasn't going over so well. That's fascinating. The past is fascinating. That's also like my family. That they went from apothecaries to doctors, like when doctoring became a thing. And I didn't. I think my grandma, she's dead now, was a little bit disappointed. I wasn't a good enough student to go to medical school anyway, so it was ever an option, Nan. But I think she was probably a little bit disappointed that I didn't become a doctor. I'm not sure, but probably. Of course. But my dad was also like, don't do it. And I'm like, why not? And he's like, it's really hard work. I'm like, okay. Well noted. Won't do that. Of course, this is also debated a bit as well, with many sources claiming that Michel did in fact graduate from Montpellier, but allegedly the original expulsion document still exists in the school's faculty library. I can't find an image of it, and I don't think Simon is going to pay me to fly to France to go look over it myself. You're goddamn right, Kevin. But it would be a very bold claim to make if it were not the case, so I'm inclined to believe it. And if anyone watching or listening to this happens to live in France and wants to go to the Montpellier faculty library, please feel free to check out Register as 2 Folio 87 and let me know in the comments if the expulsion slip is really there. If someone actually does this, you f***ing legend. The good There's a lot of people who listen to this show. It's entirely possible that someone is listening in Montpellier, in which case, bonjour, Pierre. The good doctor. After leaving school, Michel went back to travelling as an apothecary and a plague doctor. He quickly gained a reputation due to the success of the rather unusual methods he employed to combat outbreaks of the plague. For example, he advised citizens to remove the dead, diseased corpses from the streets, to practice basic hygiene on a regular basis, to only drink water that was known to be clean, and to get some fresh air once in a while. Pfft, Nostradamus, what are you talking about? Pierre de Nostradamus, whatever the name was. Michel de Nostradamus. It's like, obviously, none of that's all bullshit. You just gotta pray harder, Michel. Come on. He also explicitly forbid the practice of bloodletting on his back. What nonsense! That's how you let the spirits out! Even though this was the standard method for treating the plague, it was the standard method for treating pretty much anything, and Michel's strong stance against it made him a bit of a renegade. Even though all of this stuff is obvious to us now, and it's shocking that they wouldn't have figured it out by the 1500s, all of these practices really were seen as strange back then. It's like, what are you doing drinking that clean water, you idiot? Just pray harder and bleed everywhere. What the fuck? They understood ideas like social distancing and quarantining to combat an outbreak, but that wouldn't be enough by itself, as everybody had horrible hygiene and left dead bodies around all willy-nilly. Oh my god, I'm so glad I don't live in the past. Just in general, like, everything was worse. And it's like, for me, I'm like a white British dude. The past was not, I mean, it was, and for me, it would have been like not the worst ever, but it would still be shit. And can you imagine being a woman? Like, oh my god, the past. Even the recent past. It's like, holy shit. Like, when did women get the right to vote? It's like sometime in the 20th century. And I know it sounds like, it's like, yeah, Simon, of course the past was different. But it's not that long. The older I get, the more I realize that it wasn't that long ago. Because when you're like 12 or whatever, you're like, 100 years sounds like forever. And now I'm like in my 30s, I'm like, 100 years is only 3 times the amount of time I've lived ago. And you're like, it doesn't seem that long. At this point, it's also important to note how difficult it was to gain a positive reputation as a plague doctor. Michel was expelled from Montpellier without earning his medical degree, but plague doctors were volunteers who didn't actually need to be licensed physicians. In fact, most of them probably weren't, and those that were actual doctors were either terrible at their job or young doctors that were just starting out. When a plague doctor rolled into town, dressed from the head to the toe in the iconic and somewhat terrifying costume for which they're famous, not somewhat terrifying, Kevin, just terrifying, it was the last thing people wanted to see. Plague doctors were seen as harbingers of death. Their job wasn't really to cure people, it was just to count how many people were dead and infected. They would be contracted by towns who were facing infection, with those contracts forbidding them from seeing non-plague patients and forcing them to essentially live in quarantine at all times, except when visiting a sick patient. The fact that these plague doctors didn't all die off immediately was really an accident more than anything else. The iconic costume provided a lot of protection from the disease, as they wore gloves, boots, long cloaks, and a mask that made it impossible to get too close to a patient. But these masks weren't actually designed to do that. Yeah, with the weird, long, beaky mask thing, that was just... I know this, and I don't know why I'm saying this, because Kevin's about to mention it. I'm just probably saying it to show what a big brain I am. But they stuffed it full of herbs and because they were like, oh yeah, miasma theory, the smells make people sick, so if we just stuff it with lavender, everything will be fine. And obviously that has nothing to do with it, but having the big beak thing just meant they weren't basically getting right up in people's faces and getting their diseases. So that's nice. But these masks weren't actually designed for that. They were designed to store lovely smelling herbs and spices that would counteract the bad smells that caused disease, because that's how doctors thought the world worked. With all these doctors that only showed up when people were dying and had little to offer beyond bloodletting services that would make things worse, it's not shocking that people would have a poor opinion of them. It's also not shocking that Michel's recommendations of effective preventative measures would have helped him quickly gain a solid reputation. But what made him most famous as a plague doctor were his rose pills. Not only were Michel's recommendations on hygiene and drinking clean water able to help prevent outbreaks from spreading, but when combined with his rose pill, he was reported to have a very high rate of success in actually curing sick patients. Of course, this was again done by accident. The rose pills contained a variety of herbs and spices that were pulverized along with rose petals, then sprinkled with rose juice. I didn't know you could juice a rose. So they could be formed into lozenges. Patients were instructed to keep these lozenges under their tongues and let them dissolve, as they were designed a very strong, sweet odor that would ward away the evil sense of disease. What could this possibly be doing? Surely this is just like a placebo effect. Of course, we now understand that that's not how science or medicine work. These pills were successful because they were essentially just a large dose of vitamin C, an important vitamin for the function of your immune system, which doesn't mean that if you take lots of it, you're not going to get a cold. Which was the crazy scientist who was banging on about this forever, even though it's been massively disproven? I remember my mother-in-law once for one Christmas or whatever. It was a weird gift. She bought me and my wife just a big bag of pure vitamin C. And I looked at it, it's half a kilo of vitamin C or whatever. And I'm looked it up on Google, and I'm you're supposed to have less than a thimbleful, or a pin, head of a pin amount per day. And it's yeah, but drinking lots of vitamin C means you never get sick. And I'm that's not real. But my mother-in-law also believes in crystal healing and stuff. So to say we have a difference of opinion on that sort of thing would be putting it rather mildly. She once bought her dog got what the word for ball cancer? Testicular cancer. Got ball cancer, and he didn't have an operation scheduled for a few weeks or whatever. And in the meantime, she went onto the internet and bought some really expensive cancer CDs. And you might be thinking, what's a cancer CD? And because I realize that's not a great way of describing it. It's basically some person online selling for, I'm sure what was a ton of money, CDs which contain music which cures cancer. And that's not real. And it's a scam. And my mother-in-law wastes a lot of money on this stuff. It's what are you doing? Stop. Please stop buying crystals. In 1531, he was invited by Jules César Scalier, a leading scholar and physician, to come to Asian France to work. Once there, he married a woman with whom he had a son and daughter, though sadly her name has been lost to time. Eventually, everything was going great, with Michel continuing to travel and work as a doctor, curing people with his combination of vitamin C and common sense. But back then it wasn't so common, was it? But then in 1534, tragedy struck. While the Great Plague Doctor was out traveling to treat patients, back home, his family had died of the plague. Oh, the past is horrible. It's no, you're oh no, his wife dies or something. It's no, his whole family die of the thing he's out there treating. Take note, Alanis Morissette, because that is actual irony. Unfortunately, this severely damaged Michel's reputation. How could anybody trust a doctor that couldn't even save his own family? Sure, he was probably 100 miles away at the time, but that's hardly an excuse. A few years later, Michel found himself accused of heresy by the Church of Agen due to some offhand remark he made about a religious statue. He was ordered to go to Toulouse to appear before the Inquisition. Not particularly wanting to walk into his own execution, he instead fled to Italy, where he continued to study and practice medicine. He remained there for about last 6 years until his travels brought him back to France. Hopefully the Inquisition's chilled out a bit by then. When he returned in 1545, Michel aided the prominent physician Louis Serre in combating a major outbreak of the plague in Marseille. He then continued onward, tackling a couple more major outbreaks on his own. One of these was in Provence, the capital of the Provence region. A popular story is that he was so successful in fighting the plague there that he was given a pension for life as thanks afterwards, though that's probably not the case. Allegedly, Michel received multiple pensions for life thanks to his work as a plague doctor, though there doesn't appear to be any evidence to support this. There are surviving documents detailing the negotiations and final contracts between towns and other plague doctors, and these doctors were not well paid for their services. Negotiations usually consisted of trying to secure a doctor while offering them as little money as possible, with some contracts even being amended after they'd been signed in order to cut the salary and benefits of the doctors. Yeah, that's it. When you're always bidding for when you're the person who's bidding for a contract and it's just going to be awarded to the cheapest person, I don't know, that's a kind of sucky business to be in. Granted, most plague doctors were pretty whereas Michel was accidentally very competent, so it's possible he was receiving much better pay and benefits. Personally, I could go either way on that one, but I do find it unlikely that he would receive such exceptional contracts without any evidence of them surviving. It ultimately isn't that important because he had a much better way to secure his financial future. You see, the plague wasn't all bad news. Salon-de-Provence was the site of one of the other major outbreaks that Michel had combated on his own after returning to France, so it seemed like the perfect place to settle down. This is the thing, while the plague killed half the people or something ridiculous like that, it also meant that there was a ton more resources for everyone who survived, which is super dark. But it's that whole family died, and then their farm came on the market, and it was real cheap because loads of farms were coming on the market. So the survivors were like, yes! Cheap property, the rental. All we need now to solve the housing crisis is for loads of people to die. It feels like a James Bond villain's plan, doesn't it? It's like, how are we going to solve this problem? It's for the good of humanity. We must kill half of humanity. It was there in 1547 they met a wealthy 21-year-old widow named Anna Ponsard. Michel got a good reputation, a new rich wife, and at the advanced age of 43, he was ready to retire from the grind and get down to some lovemaking. He and Anna had 3 sons and 3 daughters, and Michel had nothing but time. He could have used that to raise his children and be a good father, but instead he decided to dive headfirst into the occult. And he definitely did it because he was a magical psychic, not because he was in it for the money. I feel like I've been saying that sarcastically, but isn't he rich now? He just married a rich 21-year-old. It's like he's done well. He's like, I'm sorted. The rise of Nostradamus. Michel's literary career began in 1550 with the publication of his first almanac. It was a common practice for authors to Latinize their names, especially those engaging in intellectual pursuits rather than fiction. Latin was also the language both of scholars and of the church, and using a Latinized version of one's name would immediately give them more credibility as a man of intellect. And so it was that with the publication of his first almanac that Michel de Notre Dame became Nostradamus. Almanacs were very popular at the time for a few reasons. From a practical standpoint, they were closer to pamphlets than books, which made them much cheaper and easier to produce. This meant that you could reach a wider audience who might then be inclined to purchase your future works. However, magazines are really expensive these days. I haven't bought a magazine in forever because I subscribe to this, either I subscribe to the magazine, which makes it super cheap or free. Not free, but it's online, so you don't get a paper copy. Or I use an app called Readly, and this is not a sponsorship, but it's incredible. It's just an app you pay. I can't even remember how much. It's really cheap. It's a few pounds or it's less than $10 a month or something. And you get all of these magazines. It's crazy how many magazines you get every month just in this app. And I read it on my iPad. And I'm like, all the free time I have to read magazines. But I do read some and I'm like, it's amazing. But I was saying, sorry, my whole point was that magazines, you go into the shops now, it'd be I swear it's £6, £7, £8 for a magazine. I'm like, how much is a book? £12, £13 for a paperback? Am I out of touch with that? That seems about right. And it's when did books become the same price as magazines? This meant that you could reach a wider audience who might then be inclined to purchase your future works. They were a really good way to disseminate important and useful information, the sort of things that we take for granted today. If you want to know when the next full moon is, you can just look over at the calendar that your bank gave you for free last January. Kevin, what year are you living in? Your bank sent you a calendar? What? This is the sort of shit that I'd see in my as a child. I'd be in my nan's house and it'd be like, Nan, why have you got a calendar from NatWest on the wall? She'd be like, well, they gave it to me for free. And I'm like, it's just advertising. It's just talking about NatWest. She's like, well, I needed a calendar, didn't I? But it's like, it's 2023. Banks aren't... Is this like an American thing? Because I know you guys still do checkbooks, which blows my mind. Like, the last time I saw a check was 20 years ago, maybe? I don't know. It was a long time. I was a kid and I had a checkbook. Like, you know, when you get your first bank account, it's like a checkbook. And I had a check guarantee card, which would guarantee a check up to £50. And I was like, ooh, feeling fancy. If for some reason you care when high tide is, you can either look it up on your phone or in the newspaper. But this sort of convenience didn't exist in the 1500s. Almanacs provided all sorts of useful information, particularly for farmers, related to moon cycles, the tides, weather predictions, planting dates, sunrise and sunset times, and other stuff that would have been nice to have in one place. While the weather predictions were obviously going to be very hit on miss, most of the information was useful and reliable. But when almanacs were first created hundreds of years earlier, people didn't really understand how you could predict things like the tides without some sort of divination or magic. Is that, I don't know, how do you predict the tides? Because they follow a repeatable pattern! Like, what the It's like, Isaac, tonight will be a full... Is that because last night it was almost a full moon? Is that what you're thinking? How do you do that? Magic. Since people already thought these almanacs were the result of occult divination, authors decided they might as well add horoscopes to their almanacs as well. Give the people what they want, right? Nostradamus' almanac was no different, with his earliest prophecies appearing in his 1550 work. Much to his delight, his first almanac was a critical and commercial success, so he decided to publish at least one almanac every year, sometimes more. His almanacs alone are known to contain 6,338 prophecies, though it's possible this isn't a complete list. These are not the prophecies for which he's most well known today, but Nostradamus made quite the name for himself in the day thanks to his almanacs. His work was exceptionally popular with the nobility, while the peasants weren't all big fans. The upper class found his prophecies to be fun and requested he do their own psychic readings, while the lower class thought he was the tool of the devil. The rationale usually given for this is that the poorer people were usually more superstitious, but this doesn't really make a lot of sense. Both sides were superstitious enough to believe that Nostradamus could see the future, it's just that half of them found it to be cute, and half of them thought it was evil. Prominent people far away, relatively speaking, began writing to him, requesting horoscopes and advice, which he was more than happy to oblige. However, he requested that they provide their own birth charts that he could use for his astrological mumbo-jumbo. Typically, a professional astrologers would do this work themselves, and in the rare instances Nostradamus attempted to do it for someone, he would usually do it incorrectly, often forgetting to adjust for their time and location of birth. It's almost as if he didn't know what he was doing and was just in it for the money. He's just making this up. In addition to his almanacs, Nostradamus wrote at least 2 medical books during this time. Sort of, anyway. He definitely had at least 2 medical books published, but we could definitely debate whether or not he actually wrote either of them. The first book was a very loose translation of a book written in the 1st century AD. His second book, Trait de Fardement, contained recipes for medicine, cosmetics, preservatives, and a love potion. Sounds very medical, doesn't it? What's in his medical text? It's something like love potions and such. This book was almost entirely plagiarized as well, though he did include his recipe for rose pills, as well as his other plague treatments. That recipe book was published in 1555, the same year as Nostradamus' most famous work, Les Prophéties, or The Prophecies. This book delivers exactly what the title promises, as it contains 1,000 prophecies broken up into 10 centuries with 100 prophecies each. Each prophecy was written as a quatrain, a 4-line poem that is usually written with alternating lines of text rhyming. Of the quatrains contained within the prophecies, all but one rhymed. They did in French anyway, don't expect them to still rhyme when we start talking about the English translations of specific quatrains later. Also, don't let that central organizational system fool you. These prophecies were in no way written in chronological order. Oh, okay. I was like, if he did 100 prophecies for each century and specify the century when they were going to happen, I'd be more impressed. I mean, I still would think it's utter nonsense, but I'd be slightly more impressed than my level of impress now, which is 0. The book is mostly written in French, though it also includes Greek, Latin, and Occitan, a language spoken by the people in the region of Provence. Oh, is that why what's that fancy, Occitanial or something? Occitan? My wife loves it. And it is very nice. Occitanial or something? Is that why it's called that? It's from Provence, I know. There's fancy French soaps and shit. It's not ordered chronologically, and it is believed to contain anagrams and other secret codes to further obscure the meaning. It is believed that this was done by Nostradamus in an attempt to avoid running afoul of the Inquisition again. Even this is a matter of debate, as most likely neither prophecy nor astrology would have been considered heresy at the time. Either way, this book wasn't nearly as well received at first as his almanacs had been. It did well enough, but like his previous work, it mainly seemed to appeal to the upper class. I mean, isn't that fine? They're the ones with all the money. Although I suppose it's an almanac, how much can he charge for it? Although I feel like charge a little for the almanac, Just charge like 50p for the almanac or whatever, and then be like, yeah, it's good, right? You want me to come and read your future? £1,000. Boom! Business. But that's fine because they're the ones with the money anyway. Yes, Kevin and I, same page. It's also important to note that because of how publications worked at the time, every printing of the prophecies is slightly different. Essentially, one person would read the original manuscript while another would typeset the printing press. When you're taking dictation like this, mistakes or inconsistencies are bound to pop up, and that's what happened. But because people like to search for meaning or secret messages where none exist, just remember that any differences between printings was not some grand plan by Nostradamus to conceal information. It was just a pair of minimum wage employees who couldn't be fucked to double-check their work. And due to some other issues with publishers, not all of Nostradamus' prophecies have survived to this day. The prophecies was published in installments, and it seems that he kind of just released whatever he had finished by that point. The second installment finished with the first 42 quatrains of his 7th century, but the new publisher for the third installment refused to start the book in the middle of a century. It's unclear if or how those remaining 58 quatrains from the 7th century were ever published, but no copies have survived to this day. While his almanacs were a big success, the prophecies received much more mixed reviews. There were still superstitious peasants that thought Nostradamus was an evil sorcerer, and there was still the nobility that found it all absolutely delightful. However, there was a growing population that believed he was a fraud peddling a load of bullshit. Really? He was he? Ironically, the vocal group calling him a fraud were professional astrologists. Oh God, the past. The most vocal was Lawrence Vidal, who in 1558 published a pamphlet entitled Declaration of the Abuses, Ignorances, and Seditions of Michel Nostradamus. In the book, Vidal accused Nostradamus of using a faulty method of predicting the future. Well, he's like, well, using that way of predicting the future, you idiot. This is the only way to predict the future. He also noted that he wasn't even using the fake method properly. Vidal wrote, I can say with complete confidence that of true astrology you understand less than nothing, as is evident not merely to the learned, but to learners in astrology too, as your works amply demonstrate, you who cannot calculate the least movement of any heavenly body whatsoever. The bull is calling out another bullshit. It's brilliant. That's pretty scathing, especially since Nostradamus claimed that his predictions were based on judicial astrology. Judicial astrology uses the locations of planets and stars to make predictions, though it isn't intended to predict specific events. When used properly, a term I use very loosely when discussing astrology, this method is designed to only determine the quality or potential of a specific day. Ah yes, all of this stuff sounds so real. For example, they may use the planetary alignment to determine May the 27th of that year was the best date to hold a coronation. They would reason that good things happened when the planets had been in a specific configuration before, so it would be the ideal day to try again. It was still only meant as a probability, though, and things could go horribly. Of course, I'm sure they'd argue it would have gone even worse if a different day had been chosen. Regardless, this all would rely on someone's ability to calculate where celestial bodies will be at a given point in the future, something that Nostradamus' contemporaries felt he was completely incapable of doing. And even if he had been able to do so, they took objection to his use of comparative horoscopy. This is similar to judicial astrology, except instead of determining how good a day will be, it assumes that you can make specific predictions based on the past. For example, if Caesar was assassinated when Mercury was in retrograde, is that really a thing? Like Mercury being in retrograde? I thought that's the sarcastic thing when people talk about when they talk about astrology. Like, oh, yeah. It's going to be a good day for me. Mercury's in retrograde. It's the sort of thing I'd say being sarcastic. But apparently it's a real thing. And Neptune was dawning in the age of Aquarius or whatever. Wait, is Kevin? It's like Kevin's making this up, isn't he? Comparative horoscopy would say that the next time the celestial bodies were in the same configuration, that some important emperor or monarch would be assassinated again. I understand the history repeats, or at the very least rhymes, but I'm 100% confident it has nothing to do with the motion of celestial bodies and everything to do with humans being greedy and stupid. Unfortunately, by the time Vidal's pamphlet was published, it was entirely too late. That didn't happen until 1558, but in 1556, Nostradamus was summoned to Paris by Queen Catherine de Medici. She wanted to ask him about one of the quatrains from his first century, as it appeared to be predicting the death of her husband, King Henry II. She also asked him to do horoscopes for her children. Money, 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 Nostradamus, he's done this pamphlet, and now he's gonna go milk the Queen for all his money, yes! Nostradamus was understandably worried that this was all going to lead to his execution. Yes, but Nostro, high risk, high reward, baby, it's the Queen. Catherine was actually just a big fan of his work. He was appointed to the role of counsellor and physician in ordinary, meaning that he was a permanent physician working for the royal court. He was even able to maintain this position and remain the beneficiary of Catherine's generosity after his prediction came true, and Henry II was killed in 1559. Uh-oh. I'll be like, did you kill him, Nostro? With his newfound position working directly for the royal family, he was now untouchable by both the Inquisition and the scathing words of Adele and other professional astrologists. They must be super pissed. It's like, how did Nostradamus? He doesn't even know how to retrograde Mercury, and now he's the Queen's retrograder. But Nostradamus was running out of time by this point. He suffered from severe gout throughout his later life, the pain of which made movement difficult. The gout eventually developed into edema, and it's possible that this may have been the cause of his death. Other reports indicate that he likely died of congestive heart failure. We've already seen this episode, how terrible medical science was at the time, so there's really no way to get a definitive answer. But he just died. I don't know, he's slightly old. Just hurty chest. And so that ends the life of Nostradamus. He made a name for himself as a successful plague doctor, thanks to his combination of doing the obvious and accidentally creating vitamin C lozenges, and he went on to become even more famous as a prophet despite the objections that he knew less than nothing about the astrology that he claimed to be using. And this brings us to the main question of today's episode. Did Nostradamus successfully predict anything? He wrote 1,000 quatrains for the prophecies and over 6,000 more prophecies for his almanacs. Even a broken clock finds acorn once in a while. And with a sheer volume of predictions by simple statistics, he should have at least gotten something right, yes? Yeah, I mean, that's my theory. He's like going to get something right. I mean, or is it just, it's just such nonsense. It's going to be like super vague. You'd be like, yeah, I guess, okay. The prophecies. Nostradamus' prophecies deal heavily with doom and catastrophe. There's lots of talk about wars, natural disasters, a handful of antichrists according to some interpretations, and the end of the world. But even if everything he wrote was correct, there's some good news. In the preface to the prophecies, Nostradamus said that his predictions extended from now, 1555, until 3797, so if anybody tries to tell you that he predicted the world will end in 2024 or something, you can rest assured. But no, he did not. In fact, Nostradamus very rarely included dates in his quatrains. It's often reported that he would enter a trance-like state and use water gazing as a means to divine the future. This is almost certainly untrue for reasons we'll get into later. He's just like, yeah, what are you going to do? I'm going to go look at the water and divine the future, whereas really he just goes into a back room and he writes out whatever bullshit enters his mind to be like, yeah, at some point between now and the next, few millennia. But whatever method he used to write his prophecies, there are many who believe he predicted a startling number of events. His single most important prediction was the death of King Henry II. This was the prophecy that caught the eye of Catherine de Medici, and the first that was believed to have come true. The quatrain read, "The young lion will overcome the older one. On the battlefield, in single combat, he will pierce his eyes through a golden cage. 2 wounds become 1, and he dies a cruel death." Oh my god, it's so broad. It's so broad. On June the 30th, 1559, King Henry was celebrating the marriage of his daughter to King Philip II of Spain. The festivities included a jousting tournament which Henry took part in. What was it? Pierce the eyes through a golden cage. Okay. During his joust against the younger Count of Montgomery, the Count's lance struck the king's helmet and shattered. A fragment of the splintered lance passed through the helmet and pierced through Henry's eye, passing into his brain. He died of sepsis 11 days later. It's not like he didn't die from getting his brain pierced. He just died because they didn't have antibiotics. Holy I mean, although you could still die from something like that, so that seems pretty intense. But also, you're jousting, my dude. What do you expect? What's going on? Why would you do that? To readers of the prophecies, this seemed extremely straightforward. Henry and the Count both had lions adorning their shields, and Henry was the older of the two. They engaged in a joust and Henry was pierced through the eye. He was also pierced through the brain, which I don't think they were aware of at the time, but whether they knew of the second wound or not, it was definitely a cruel death. With those events transpiring just 4 years after the prophecies was published, it certainly gave a lot of credibility to Nostradamus' work for people that want to believe in him. But now things will get a little bit more abstract. More abstract is already abstract. It's like, okay, so they had lions on their shields. A young lion will overcome an older one. It's just like, on the battlefield, they're not on a battlefield, they're jousting, it's a game. He will pierce his eyes through a golden cage. There was no golden cage, he was just wearing a helmet. 2 wounds become 1. Well, he didn't get 2 wounds. That's like saying, oh yeah, I got shot and he went through my skin and into my lung. And it's like, I got 2 wounds, skin and lung, maybe a bone as well, 3 wounds. It's just you're trying to shove something to make it fit.
And it fits perfectly. A little tight in the crotch, to be honest.
Okay, so here's another one. Paul Nay Leron will be more of fire than blood to swim in praise, the great one to flee to the confluence. He will refuse entry to the piouses, the depraved ones, and the durance will keep them imprisoned. The reason that was hard to read is because it was just like, what the f***? Polnay and Lauren are towns in France, but together they form an anagram for Napoleon Roy, which I guess is supposed to be King Napoleon spelt wrong. Oh, please. Or perhaps I just don't understand how Nostradamus constructed his anagrams, as he seems to have a specific method for doing it just so that I can't figure it out. That makes much more sense than this just being a case of man searches for something and he finds what he's looking for. Anyway, this is one of multiple quatrains believed to be about Napoleon. This is ridiculous. Oh yeah, it's an anagram. These three towns, if you match them together, they sort of spell Napoleon. That's like you're doing a crossword. You're like, there's my word! But it's not in a straight line. It's like, yeah. Because you get the second letter in the line below. No! The reference to being more fire than of the blood is because Napoleon rose to power out of the French Revolution rather than having been of royal lineage. The second half is believed to be references to Popes Pius the Sixth and Pius the Seventh. Trying to read Roman numerals on the fly there. It's like, here's a 5 + 1 VI. Oh, we're imprisoned by Napoleon. Next, let's look at a much more literal quatrain. The lost thing is discovered, hidden for many centuries. Pasteur will be celebrated almost as a godlike figure. This is when the moon completes her great cycle, but by other rumors, he shall be dishonored. Okay, so I assume we're talking about Louis Pasteur, who... antibiotics, right? Pasteurization. Fleming was antibiotics. Louis Pasteur, pasteurization. So celebrating as a godlike figure. So this could... anyone who was called Pasteur and did something slightly impressive, not that realizing pasteurization that was very impressive. It was hidden for centuries, sure, but that's the case with any discovery. Like, oh, there's a coffee on my desk right now, so I'm thinking of coffee. It's like it wasn't the story about the goats eating the coffee beans, and it's like, coffee was hidden for centuries. Yeah, of course it was, because that's how everything is until it's discovered. This is when the moon completes a great cycle. I don't understand what that could possibly be about. But by other rumors, he shall be dishonored. Okay, so that's basically saying like Louis Pasteur did something which was a bit spicy, or something. Could be anything. People could say that about me. It's like Simon once said he wanted a dog genocide. It's like, I didn't. For one, I don't know why I keep bringing this up. I have to keep defending myself about like one time I said that I'd prefer a dog genocide over a human genocide. And people are like, dogs are so pure. And I'm like, yeah, but people are people, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I'm just not sure about that right now.
Anyway, let's move on from that and see how people try and find meaning which is not there. Okay, this one seems a bit more precise since it gives a name and a time frame. Starting with the third line, the moon great cycle refers to some sort of cycle that began in 1536 and ended in 1889. Whether this is some real astronomical thing they're talking about or some astrological malarkey, I couldn't tell you, but for the sake of argument, I'll take it at face value that this is a real cycle that exists. Pasteur is, of course, Louis Pasteur, who was indeed famous by the end of that cycle. Was he celebrated as a godlike figure? That probably is a matter of opinion, but he was certainly celebrated. He patented the process of pasteurization to save everybody's wine from spoiling and then applied it to beer and milk as well. For those who don't know, pasteurization is basically just boiling shit to kill any bacteria in it. Yeah, but then being in while in a sealed environment, right? So no new bacteria can get in. Because we knew that we did know that if we boiled stuff before, it would kill all the bugs in it, right? We just didn't realize that we could keep the bugs out if it was in a sealed I don't know. Look, I feel like... Anyway, let's just move on, before I seem even more ignorant than I am. This is indeed something that had previously been done, but it never really caught on because they had no idea the bacteria existed or why it might even help. He also created the first rabies vaccine that was tested in 1885. I did not know that! Which is basically the end of that moon cycle. The ability to save the life of someone who has been attacked by a rabid dog certainly made Pasteur a hero, and it saved him from prosecution for having treated the boy's rabies despite not actually being a licensed physician. I know the story of this. I had just completely forgotten that it was the same Louis Pasteur who devised this, which is crazy. And as I often say, rabies is crazy. Like, you get bitten by a rabid dog, you get one symptom, of that rabies, you're dead. You have to get vaccinated before. Like, you get bitten by that dog, you got to go to the hospital right away to get that rabies vaccine. Like, immediately. Otherwise, you just die. You will die. As the rumours, those came much later. In 1995, a book was published that portrayed Pasteur as a liar and a thief stealing the work of others. This was largely reviewed as revisionist history, but it could technically count as dishonouring Pasteur. Yeah, okay, we're really looking for stuff here, aren't we? Moving on! The blood of the just will commit a fault at London, burnt through lightning of 23's the 6th. The ancient lady will fall from a high place. Several of the same sect will be killed. Oh, please. What are we going to read into this generic mumbo-jumbo? And do bear in mind, these are just the well-known ones. There were like 6,000 something of these, weren't there? So here's a great example of what makes examining Nostradamus' work so vexing. Reading this, it doesn't seem like a clear prediction of any historical event, and yet is widely regarded as prophesizing the Great Fire of London. How, you ask? Well, 23's is 60, and 6 more is 66. So what if we're just to translate these first two lines differently? An alternative, much more generous translation reads, "The blood of the just will be lacking in London, burnt up in the fire of 66. The Great Fire of London took place in 1666, so suddenly this seems a lot more obvious. But as for this new translation, the first line then seems to indicate that the just will no longer be dying in London because the fire killed off all the rats whose fleas had been spreading the plague. Once the fire was finally extinguished, so too was London's fear of the plague. The part mentioning several of the same sect being killed could refer to the 8 or so deaths that were believed to be caused by the fire, though the part about the ancient lady is still anybody's guess." There's a lot of stuff like this, and I mean a lot. But let's fast forward to some more modern examples. Among Nostradamus' most famous predictions is the rise of Adolf Hitler. He wrote, "From the depths of west of Europe, a young child will be born of poor people. He who by his tongue will seduce a great troop. His fame will increase towards the realm of the East." Okay, well, first of all, Austria, Western Europe. I mean, if you want to divide West and Eastern Europe by the Iron Curtain, yes, but that's a very modern post-Hitler definition, and Austria is definitely in Central Europe geographically, so no. A young child will be born of poor people. Well, a young child, yes, is born of poor people. No, Hitler's parents, his father was, he worked in the customs office or something like that, and made quite decent money. Hitler was poor later, but he wasn't born poor. He was born with money. He didn't work for ages. He was like a layabout, like man of leisure. He who by his tongue will seduce a great troop. Sure, that's true. His fame will increase towards the realm of the East. Well, his fame increased everywhere because he was famous or infamous. So it's just like, yeah, of course it's accurate for Hitler, but it could be accurate for like any person, any leader from Western Europe. Or Europe at all, because we just suddenly said Austria is in Western Europe. That sounds like a pretty accurate description of Hitler, and really, how could Nostradamus have possibly known that at some point between 1555 and 3797, somebody in Europe would be born poor and then ascend to power because of his abilities as a public speaker? That is some really compelling stuff. Yeah, not to mention the part about it not being Western Europe, him not being poor, and it not just being the East. Sorry, I shouldn't be so snarky. I'm not supposed to be trying to debunk these prophecies until the next section, but I mean, what the come on now. That is the most broadly generic prediction you could possibly make. Does it accurately describe Hitler? Sure. Yeah, sort of, Kevin, not so much. By 3797, are there going to be lots of other people it describes? Yes. But the reason that people latch onto this passage specifically with regards to Hitler is because of all the times that Nostradamus mentions Hitler by name in his prophecies. For example, the reign of the eagle will be much longer upon those seated in the realm of the East. Hitler, who with Austria makes an understanding, he will cause them to reign over the Aquilanes. I mean, okay. There's definitely more to that one because he's specifically mentioned him by name, but I get the feeling we're gonna... let's see where this goes. I have no idea who the Aquilanes are, but this one certainly sounds more compelling. When Hitler is literally name-dropped, it's hard to argue with that. There's a chance that Simon remembers how this passage is going to turn out thanks to a biographics video from 3 years ago. But if so, try not to spoil it yet. No chance, Kevin. I don't remember that at all. We can let the people who believe in psychics hold on to hope for a little longer before pulling back the curtain. But if Nostradamus was going to predict the rise of Hitler, surely he had to have predicted World War II as well, right? Well, don't worry, we've got that covered. Beasts ferocious with hunger will cross the rivers. The greater part of the battlefield will be against Hitler. Into a cage of iron will the Great One be drawn when the child of Germany observes nothing. One, he's a child of Austria. He was born in Graz. Where was Hitler born? No, it was like Immenund something, or like, where the was Hitler born? Why don't I know that? This is one of multiple passages that are regarded as predictions for the Second World War, but it's among the most blatant. There's also another one that mentions de Gaulle by name, but this one is particularly interesting because Germany wouldn't even exist until 300 years after Nostradamus died. At the time, the area was the Holy Roman Empire of the Germanic nations, so he had to predict not only the rise of Hitler, but that the people referred to as German would form their own nation and would choose to, in fact, call it Germany. They didn't, though. They call it Deutschland. The rest of the world calls it Germany because of Germanic language roots. Something like that? Is that right? I don't remember. But they don't call it Germany. We call it Germany. They call it Deutschland. If Nostradamus knew this much about World War II, you best believe he was able to predict the stunning conclusion. Near the gates and within 2 cities, there will be scourges, the like of which was never seen. Famine within plague, people put out by steel, crying to the great immortal God for relief. The 2 cities are, of course, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Of course they are. With the atomic bombings being the scourges, the like of which were never seen. Put out by steel could be a reference to planes that dropped the bombs, please. With the remainder referring to both nuclear fallout and radiation sickness. Even if we're giving these prophecies the benefit of the doubt, that one does feel like a bit of a stretch. Maybe this one will be more clear. The ancient task will be completed. From on high, evil will fall on the great man. A dead innocent will be accused of the deed. The guilty one must remain in the mist. What? I have no idea. The ancient task will be complete. Some sort of assassination? A dead innocent will be accused of the deed? Oh, who the f*** knows? It should go without saying that this quatrain is, of course, a reference to John F. Of course it is! JFK being assassinated by shots fired from above, and the subsequent conspiracy to pin the blame on Lee Harvey Oswald. Oswald was unable to defend himself on being accounted murdered while he was in custody, and the truth behind the assassination has remained a mystery. The only unclear part is why this would be considered an ancient task. I don't remember any biblical scenes where God said to Moses, the Kennedys. That seems to be a much newer sentiment, mostly localized to the area where we had the same Kennedy as senator for 50 years. The final prophecy we're going to look at is another one, which should be mostly obvious to which it refers. The sky will burn at 45 degrees latitude. Fire approaches the great new city. Immediately, a huge scattered flame leaps up when they want to have verification from the Norman. I feel like I know this one, referring to like 9/11 or something, but reading it now, I have no idea how. That could possibly be interpreted like this. 45 degrees latitude passes through New York. Okay, so naturally, the great new city is New York City. The flames leaping up are obviously references to 9/11 and the attack on the Twin Towers. Okay. The reference to the Norman is a little less clear, as this could be somebody from Normandy, the region of northern France, or it could be a reference to someone descended from the Scandinavian Vikings. I don't believe Osama bin Laden ever signed up for 23andMe, so perhaps he was either part French or part Scandinavian, and we just don't know about it. Does seem unlikely. While there are a lot of other examples, these are some of Nostradamus' most famous predictions. Even the famous ones are Some are more contested than others, and true believers don't agree on everything because of the subjective nature of a lot of these quatrains. I'm guessing that Simon is thoroughly unimpressed by the prognostic abilities of Nostradamus thus far. You're goddamn right, Kevin. But for any of you watching that are, it is now time to thoroughly debunk all of this. Fake it till you make it. If I recall, I said that the prophecies was not nearly as popular during Nostradamus' time as his almanacs were. It has since become his most famous work, but the delay in recognition is in no small part the result of the various translations that have been produced. Because of the nature of the printing process at the time, early versions of the prophecies were slightly different. It doesn't help that, as time goes on, fewer and fewer people properly understand Middle French, and this has all led to a breadth of wildly different translations of Nostradamus' work. Yeah, the Hitler thing must have been a mistranslation, right? I don't remember that from the biographics episode I made about him, but that just feels right. These translations have been adjusted and adapted over time, and English translations have become increasingly liberal in how they are interpreted. This is generally done after an important event has taken place and people have decided they want to attribute to one of Nostradamus' quatrains. For example, talking about World War II, I mentioned that Nostradamus makes explicit reference to Hitler multiple times. That's actually a lie, and he never once wrote Hitler's name. Shocking. What he actually wrote was Hister, which sounds a lot like Hitler. It's close enough that many translations, like the one used earlier, simply replaced Hister with Hitler on the assumption that Nostradamus just spelled the name wrong. Oh my god, it's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. However, at the time he was still alive, Hister was just a name for the lower Danube region, and that is always certainly what Nostradamus was referring to. The line mentioning Hitler and Austria is actually Hister and Oster. Given the context of Middle French, the supposed portent of the Austrian Hitler's rise to power is actually stating that the lower Danube region and its host will get along and laugh. But, well, that's not nearly as exciting, is it? In fact, Nostradamus never actually referenced anybody by name in his prophecies. Doing something like that would be far too specific and make it easier to disprove his psychic abilities, which is why he also makes no reference to specific years. The earlier reference to Louis Pasteur is a deliberate misinterpretation of the writing. While he did write Pasteur in the aforementioned quatrain, it was not a name. It's just the French word for pastor. Because of course it is. Even when we give them the generous interpretation and the mistranslations, they're still rubbish. And when you look at the original ones, it's, how is this a thing? How is this a thing? The supposed reference to the Great Fire of London is also fairly ridiculous. The original text states that the fire was started by lightning, but the Great Fire was caused by an accidental fire in a bakery. The more generous translation I included both removed that inconvenient comment about lightning and interpreted the numbers as equating 66, and thus meaning 1666. There's no reason to make either of these changes to the text, other than to make it more closely fit what had already happened. Then there's the supposed 9/11 prediction. There's a more popular one circulating that specifically references steel birds crashing down on the metropolis, but that is entirely fictional, so I didn't include it. It was created as a hoax to prove a point, and was cited as being from Nostradamus in 1644, nearly 100 years after his death. I like whoever came up with that hoax. I like it. Because it's just like a slam dunk. You can imagine just having a conversation with someone, like, there's a member of my family who believes in all this nonsense. Or like, not nonsense. They don't really believe in this. They just believe in conspiracy theories. But I could imagine them saying like, oh yeah, well, Nostradamus said about the steel birds. And I'd be like, well, actually, someone on the internet made that up. And they even wrote the wrong date on the quote on purpose so that they could come back later and be like, no, I made it up. He was dead. And you know that person would just be like, yeah, actually, I think that's wrong. And you'll be like, okay. Because that's the end of the conversation, isn't it? It's like, you can think that. And I'm not going to change your mind, am I? Because you're insane. Unfortunately, people couldn't be bothered to read the entire story and quickly circulated the alleged prophecy as a fact. The passage I did include is equally useless. Looking at the original French, it doesn't seem to mention 45 degrees latitude at all. There's nothing there that I could even fathom how it had been mistranslated as such. But even if it had, it is only technically true that 45 degrees passes through New York. It goes through the very northernmost tip, nowhere near New York City. It would be more likely to assume that the city in question would be Milan, Belgrade, or Belfast, rather than anything in North America. Oh my god, that is a broad... Like, oh yeah, it could be New York City, or Belfast, or Belgrade. That's pretty far east, like compared to New York. In fact, a lot of the supposed prophecies seem to do with America. The JFK assassination and 9/11 are both American events, and the atomic bombings were a combination of America and Japan. On the other hand, this makes a lot of sense. The United States is the greatest and most important country in the world. I mean, I know Kevin's like maybe writing that with a little bit of sarcasm, but like as an impartial observer, like it or not, currently, the United States is the greatest and most important country in the world, I think. Maybe China's coming for you, America, but right now, it's true. The greatest economic power, certainly. Political power. Cultural power. I think so. English is the most common spoken language around the world and is the source of many of these translations. And of course, English was invented in the United States, whereas steady on, where it was then made our national language. We also invented democracy, the photograph, and the taco. With this great land being the center of the world, obviously lots of important events would be worthy of foretelling that would take place in America. The only problem with all of that, other than blatant sarcasm dripping off all of those factual inaccuracies, is that Nostradamus explicitly said his predictions weren't about us. He wrote a letter to Henry II that included a foreword in the prophecies and stated that these predictions corresponded to towns and cities of all Europe, including Africa and part of Asia, where most of all these coming events are to transpire. Not America! There are a couple of different ways to read the phrase, most of all, and seeing as I'm not an expert on Middle French, I'll let you take your pick. It's possible that he was saying that the vast majority of his prophecies were going to take place in Europe, Africa, and part of Asia, in which case we could maybe let the vast quantity of American predictions slide. It's worth noting as well that Nostradamus is unlikely to have known Japan existed, so it would not be a part of Asia to which he referred, and would likely be another outlier. Another way to read this phrase is that most of all means of most importance, and is possibly a somewhat awkward-sounding sentence due to the translation. While this would be a smoking gun that nothing involving US events could ever have been predicted by Nostradamus, sadly, I think this reading is less likely. He used the phrase most of to describe his quatrains at least half a dozen times in this letter, so it seems like a clear sign that he was trying to hedge his bets and leave everything open to as much interpretation as possible. Of course he was. Although speaking of Henry II, you may still be wondering about that quatrain that predicted his death. It was by far the most accurate sounding of any of these. The lions, the battle, the 2 wounds, the slow, painful death. Of course, a lot of this is just surely coincidence. Lions were the most common animal to appear in medieval coats of arms, and it's not really close. Injuries to the eye were likely relatively common in battle, as full plate mail would have protected a person's body, with the slits in the helmet's visor being the only somewhat exposed area. Henry II also didn't die in the field of battle. He died in a playful joust being performed to celebrate his daughter's wedding and a newfound peace, which is sort of the opposite of battle. But most notably, there is again the letter written by Nostradamus to Henry. The quatrain predicting Henry's death was part of the first publication in 1555, but this letter was written in 1558. The letter was addressed to the most invincible, most powerful, and most Christian Henry, King of France II. There's no evidence that Henry was ever referred to by the title Invincible outside of this letter, which just means it was Nostradamus' own personal appraisal of the man. Obviously, I'm not suggesting that he actually thought Henry was immortal, but he was only 39 years old at the time and should have had a long life ahead of him. Why on earth would Nostradamus refer to someone as invincible if he already knew that the person would be dead within the year? Okay, so maybe these prophecies aren't quite what they've cracked up to be. They're heavily open to interpretation, and the well has been poisoned by mistranslations, both deliberate and accidental. Even without being mistranslated, I have to emphasize how ridiculous the quatrain that allegedly predicted the rise of Hitler was. All Nostradamus said was that somewhere in Europe in the next 2,000 years, a poor person will rise to power. And Hitler wasn't even poor! That's pretty much it. That is so absurdly vague that of course eventually something is going to happen. But wait a minute. I did mention a few more specific predictions. While they are exceedingly rare, I believe, occurring less than a dozen times in the total of 1,000 prophecies, Nostradamus did occasionally include a date. Let's have a look at one of those. The year 1999. 7th month, July of 1999. Okay. From the sky will come a great king of terror. Shall be revived the king of Angulmoy. Before and after Mars to reign as chance will have it. Okay. Look, I'm pretty sure, don't remember much about July 1999. I was but 12 years old. Like, what? Nothing. I don't remember some king of terror coming down from the sky. Feel like that would be notable. Weird, but I don't seem to remember any terrifying world leaders coming back from the dead in 1999. In fact, just suddenly, Stalin just rises from the grave, or maybe it's Hister. In fact, nobody has been able to figure out what the hell happened in 1999 that this could have possibly been referring to. And it's not for lack of trying, and this quatrain has been retranslated and reinterpreted everywhere imaginable, but any possible meaning continues to elude us. Fine, so maybe Nostradamus wasn't really a psychic, but neither is anybody else. At least he meant well and was trying his best. It's not like he could possibly have been in this for the money, right? What about all those long nights he spent water gazing and placing himself into a mystical trance? As it turns out, that almost certainly never happens. If you recall the 2 medical books that I mentioned Nostradamus publishing, one was just a paraphrasing of an ancient text, and the other was almost entirely plagiarized. Is there any reason to think that the prophecies would be any different? How could he possibly have written this book while in a meditative trance if he needed to pay attention to the copy of Mirabilis Liber that he was copying word for word? No, he didn't! Mirabilis Liber was a massive compilation of predictions made by various Christian saints over the course of nearly 1,000 years. It was very popular when it was first published in 1522, but it quickly fell out of favor. Not because people didn't find it interesting, but because it was mostly written in Latin and lots of confusing abbreviations that made it difficult to read. Nostradamus plagiarized his prophecies from the Mirabilis Liber, the 12 Caesars, Livre de l'Essat Mutations, blah blah blah, something in French, which had been published by Richard Rissart only 6 years earlier, and countless other sources. If ChatGPT had existed in the 1500s, I've no doubt that it would have published 1,000 prophecies per week. Yeah, and then people would look back at it as some sort of god. Basically, all Nostradamus did was copy a bunch of other people's doomsday prophecies and sprinkle in vague references to historical events using comparative horoscopy. Is that a real word? And since experts of the day felt he was incapable incapable of accurately calculating the motion of celestial bodies, he probably did the last part wrong anyway. To be fair to Nostradamus, even though I don't think that's necessary at this point, yeah, fuck Nostradamus. This blatant plagiarism wouldn't have been scandalous at the time. The idea of plagiarism didn't really exist, and it was common for authors to copy or paraphrase the works of others without giving them credit, especially when it came to classical works. Ah, what a better time. This was the present day. I'd be like, yeah, fuck hiring writers. I'm just going to find a video on YouTube and just read it in my own voice. Boom! Money printing. But on the other hand, Nostradamus was also probably deliberately being a dick. Richard Rissart had proposed 2242 as a possible date for the end of the world. While copying Rissart's work, Nostradamus would have realized that he needed to make a different prediction for the eventual apocalypse if he expected his book to sell, so he just added 2242 to the current year of 1555, and that's why Nostradamus' predictions ran through 3797. Jesus Christ, Nostradamus. How do people still remember you today, you con artist? Wrap up. Nostradamus was a highly successful plague doctor, and that's really what he should be remembered as. Despite the complete misunderstanding of disease and medicine that existed at the time, he was able to come up with actionable plans that genuinely saved lives. Even his rose pills almost certainly helped decrease the mortality rate of his patients, even if he was completely wrong about why they were helping. And before any pedants get me in the comments and mention that his rose pills contained sweet calamus, which is banned in the US for being toxic, I promise it was fine. It's true that the ingredient is banned, but it's toxic in high doses after long periods of time, which is not how patients were taking it. Yes, it is also a carcinogen, but if the options are die from the plague tomorrow, or maybe get cancer in 20 years, there's a pretty easy choice. The vitamin C lozenges may not have been as effective as antibiotics would have been, but they still provided a very real benefit, and I think he deserves credit for that. Yes, agreed, the whole plague doctor thing was legit. Beyond that, I'll just be like, the drinking clean water thing. That is great. But what Nostradamus does not deserve credit for is predicting anything. Literally anything. All of the prophecies are so extremely vague that they could be interpreted to fit whatever the reader wants them to. It's also important to note that the prophecies has never been used to accurately predict a future event. His quatrains have only ever been perceived as making accurate predictions of an event after that event has already happened. Which is so useful, and can then be applied retroactively. There has never been a reading of his work that produced a meaningful and specific prediction that came to pass. Even if that had helped, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Nostradamus still wouldn't have successfully predicted anything. He would have just plagiarized the work of somebody else. But hey, would you rather be able to say you died with integrity, or would you rather be able to leave $2 million behind for your family? I have to say, I think I'd rather die with... Oh, I don't know, no! F*** integrity. If I'm dead, who gives a... My family are gonna need some money. Because... I'm the breadwinner, baby. Let's Nostradamus this shit. Thanks for being here. That's where we end today's show. Leave a review on Spotify or a rating. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. That I can predict for sure. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. This one, a Vatican conspiracy. Was Pope John Paul I poisoned? Is he the recent one, or was he John Paul II? I think that was John Paul II, right? The guy, was he in the 90s? That Pope? I don't know. No, I have no idea. If someone asked me who's the Pope now, I'd be like, isn't it that Brazilian dude? Is he Brazilian or is he Polish? Was John Paul II Polish? I didn't remember. Look, well, I don't keep up with popes. I'm not a Catholic. But I guess we're going to find out if one of these dudes was poisoned. And they burn the black. And then the smoke and stuff, right? Look, I know most about popes from Dan Brown movies. So let's crack on, shall we? Pronunciation note about the name of today's protagonist. Please resist the ungodly temptation to pronounce his name as albino. Yeah, as an English speaker would. In Italian, his name sounds more like Albino. You may pronounce all other names as you see fit. Honestly, Arnaldo, I'll pronounce all the names as I see fit. Thank you very much. Okay, look, I'll do my best. But his name is spelt albino. So even though, is he an albino? Maybe he is an albino, but that's how I'm going to imagine him throughout this entire episode. Albino Luciani was found dead in his bed in the early hours of September the 29th, 1978, after yet another night of restless sleep following a hard day at work. The official cause of death was established to be myocardial infarction, better known as a heart attack. In normal circumstances, that sentence should have been followed by a hard full stop, but in the case of Mr. Luciani, I'm afraid we'll have to replace that full stop with a hefty dose of howevers, followed by a good serving of allegedly. Why do popes have different names? This dude's name is Albino Luciani, and he's like, yeah, no, just call me John. Like, what's that about? Yeah, no, my name's Simon, but you can call me Peter. Like, okay. You see, Albino Luciani had a very peculiar job. He was the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church. He had been elected by the conclave of cardinals only 33 days prior, choosing to be called John Paul. Why? Yo, ChatGPT, what's up, my brother? I want to know, like, why do popes choose different names? Make the answer really short, because I don't want to bore the poor people at home, and I know you have a tendency to ramble on. So let's keep it tight. Maybe like one sentence. Why do popes have different names than their actual names?
Hey, popes choose different names to honor past saints or popes, and to symbolize a new spiritual identity as they begin their papacy.
Thank you. That was really short. I'm sorry I was rude.
No worries at all. I'm here to help, and I'm glad you found the answer useful. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask.
God damn, it's terrifying, isn't it? Holy... However, it already started to leave his distinctive mark on the Holy See, hinting at institutional reforms which were bound to leave many a powerful prelate deeply unhappy. What the is a prelate? I don't care enough to ask ChatGPT, but I will click on the word and click look up. Prelate, a high-ranking member of the Christian clergy. I could have guessed that, couldn't I? Or is it prelate? Moreover, no autopsy was performed after his death, and Vatican authorities had bungled official communications about his demise, releasing statements which proved to be complete and unjustified lies. If that wasn't enough, revelations about the Pope's long list of enemies started swirling in the dimly lit corridors of the Vatican palaces, spilling unchecked onto the pages of newspapers and allegedly non-fiction books. Crooked financial institutions, the mafia, secret Masonic lodges, among others, all appeared to have a strong motive to get rid of that smiling, caring, unassuming, yet tenacious Pope. Okay, honestly, Arnaldo, I don't want to be mean, but I started this episode being like, oh god, religion, popes, bleh. And now I'm in, man. Like, mafia Pope? Yes! So, the questions lingered on for decades about the ultimate fate of Pope John Paul II, also known as Pope Luciano, or the Smiling Pope. He's smiling because he's got in with the mafia. The mafia's being like, yo, Popey, what can we hook you up with? You just gotta, like, why would the mafia want him with a Pope? What advantages does the Pope have that the mafia could use? I don't know. I know nothing about popes. Had he died of natural causes, or had he been poisoned? Was there an intricate, murderous conspiracy slithering inside the Vatican, fueled by shady financial interests and organized crime? All kneel now, and let's decode. I remember, I've mentioned this many times, but sometimes just memories from my past come to the fore, and it's, I've said this many times, I went to a religious school. It wasn't a Catholic school, so I don't know the specifics of Catholicism, that's the word. But I do remember, like, we'd have prayers, right? And you could either choose to kneel, or you could just lean over, and no one ever would kneel. But for whatever reason, the church, the chapel as we called it was a big chapel though. You could see like hundreds of people. Was filled, like every row had these pillows, like that you could kneel down on. And all those pillows were ever used for was throwing at each other before the teachers arrived in chapel. That's the only purpose those pillows served. A confession. My dearest and most reverend Father Simon, forgive me for I have sinned, not once, but twice. Oh, don't worry, Arnaldo. It just makes you more interesting. My first sin is that I pitched this topic for mere personal reasons. You see, Albino, got it right, yes, Luciano died about 2 months after my conception, which I gather was not immaculate. Okay. Thanks for those details, Arnaldo. I don't think I've ever calculated my conception, because I don't like to think about my conception. In his 33 days as pontiff, the Smiling Pope had left a profound and positive impression on many Catholics worldwide who perceived his warmly intelligent demeanour as a promise for a more open and simpler approach to the Christian faith. My parents were among those who looked at him in hope and thus decided to honour his memory through their yet unborn child. Wait, how? That's why my middle name is Albino. Arnaldo Albino. Teodorani? Arnaldo, I realise I don't know how to pronounce your surname. Let me have a crack at that. Teodorani? Teodorani! I'm sorry, I'm just being offensive. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's just carry on, shall we? We're really not making much progress today. We've got a whole episode to get through. Oh my god. And that's why I've always been fascinated by his person. Pitching this topic was a way for me to dig deep into his story and clear the mists around his untimely death. My second sin is that for all my adult life, I've been a staunch proponent of the conspiracy theory. Yes, I admit it. To me, it made absolute sense that a pope cannot die naturally after only 33 days on Peter's throne. What is the thing about popes? Aren't they all like old as like, you're a pope because they're like, oh, you're old and wise and you've, I don't know, touched the requisite number of children. Now you may become pope. God, that's just offended so many people, hasn't it?
Yep.
That's okay, though. That's okay. It's what the Catholic Church is up to. And when we get into the dealings of those who surrounded Albino Luciani, you may understand why one may entertain that notion. At the time of writing these lines, I'm yet to dive deep into the research material I've collected, so let's see where this is going. For the moment, however, I consider myself to be part of team poisoning. Therefore, I'm happy to acknowledge my most grievous guilt. I'll wait for thy absolution and will eagerly kneel in a corner to recite my Our Fathers and Hail Marys. I've got a friend of mine who's Spanish, and so he's like vaguely Catholic, and he was telling me like one of there's like some unforgivable sins that you can do that mean it's like, because like Catholicism, right, it's like you do some bad, like you out there, you murder some, you like do a genocide or whatever, and you're like, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. And the Father's like, yo, Hail Marys, genocide, you say, well, you're gonna need to do hundreds of those, and then you do, and then it's like, good, off to heaven we go. But apparently there's some like unforgivable sins, and one of those unforgivable sins is murdering the Pope. I think there's only like 3 or something, right? Right, ChatGPT, right? Yo, ChatGPT. So a mate of mine is Spanish, and he's like Catholic, and he was telling me that in Catholicism there are some unforgivable sins, which mean like no matter what, the church or the dude in the box isn't going to come back and he's going to be like, yo, it's all cool, you can go to heaven. And he said like one of those was killing the Pope. Like if you murder the Pope, that's it, game over. There were a couple of others, if I remember right. And again, don't write a really long answer, just like write a list of like the other sins that, if they exist, that you can't go to heaven for, okay? Crack on.
Actually, in Catholicism, there's a concept of sins against the Holy Spirit, which are considered unforgivable. These include despair, presumption, envy of another's spiritual good, obstinacy in sin, final impenitence, and deliberate resistance to the known truth. The idea is not that these sins can't be forgiven, but rather that they involve a state of heart that resists God's mercy. The specific act of killing a pope isn't listed as an unforgivable sin in Catholic teachings. Remember, forgiveness in Catholicism is always available if a person truly repents and seeks it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was wrong, and I had to cut you off because I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
Bye.
The Smiling Bishop. Before we analyse the death of the Pope, it's only fair that we address his life. Albino Luciano was born in Belluno, northern Italy on October the 17th, 1912. The son of a devout Catholic mother and a socialist anti-clerical father, he grew up to admire both the church and Christ's commitment to helping the poor. In 1935, Albino was ordained as a priest, and slowly but surely started to rise through the ranks of the clergy. In December of 1958, he was appointed bishop by Pope John the 23rd, and in December 1969, Pope Paul VI appointed him patriarch or Archbishop of Venice. This was quite the appointment. As Patriarch of Venice, Luciano oversaw the spiritual needs of the inhabitants of a vast region in northeastern Italy, as well as the day-to-day administrative duties of the clergy reporting to him. That's a clerical double whammy for you. Luciano soon consolidated his reputation as a man of simple, humble tastes and demeanour. Yet the perennial smile which lighted his features concealed a steely determination. The Patriarch was a workhorse, a steamroller, who toiled away at his duties up to 15 hours a day, answering every letter and listening to everybody who wanted to speak to him. Failure was a rare occurrence for this smiling bishop, but he did fail. And it was on those occasions that he first clashed his will and his wits with a trio of characters which will take centre stage when we get to the conspiracy theories. Whenever these three gentlemen are mentioned by English-speaking reporters, the adjective shady is consistently used. They were shady businessmen who performed shady financial deals. Accordingly, I'll keep them partially in the shade for now. Allow me to introduce them quickly. I shall provide some more details later on. The first character was a fellow Archbishop, American Paul Marcinkus, head of the Institute for Religious Works. Known by the Italian acronym IOR, this institute is often referred to as the Vatican Bank. This is a misnomer, as it gives the impression that the IOR is the national bank of the Vatican. The IOR is just a Vatican bank, mostly concerned with financial investments. Wait, there's more than one bank in the... Don't like 6 people live in the Vatican? And like one of them's the Pope? How many banks do you need? But from now on, I will use the terms IOR and the Vatican Bank for the sake of simplicity. Marcinkus was closely associated with one Roberto Calvi, Director General of another bank, Banco Ambrosiano, and those two were close friends with yet another banker and investor, Michele Sindona, himself allegedly involved in money laundering on behalf of the mafia. But back to Luciano now. One of the institutions he could rely on in his duties was the Catholic Bank of Venetia, a small bank which loaned money on very favourable terms to parishes and dioceses. At the time, the IOR owned 37% of the shares in the Catholic Bank, i.e. a relative majority. In 1972, Marcinkus decided to sell the stock to Calvi's Banco Ambrosiano, an operation that was facilitated through Michele Sindona's intermediation. I'm like, okay, banks are selling to other banks and there's stuff going on. Banky, banky, bank! Marcinkus Vatican Bank pocketed $45 million in the sale, a much-needed injection of cash for the institution. The Catholic Bank of Venetia was now controlled by a private institution which had little interest in financing the charitable works of local churches at advantageous conditions. Okay, so there's a bank that was basically controlled by the Catholic Church and it's been bought out by another bank that is privately controlled. I am following the banky bank stuff. It's like trying to follow an episode of Billions. What's going on? And what's with all the random cultural references that I don't get? Obviously, Patriarch Luciani could not tolerate such callous application of unbridled capitalism. Had he known about it, he would have certainly opposed the sale, but that was the problem. Despite him being the most senior clergyman in the Venetia region, Marcinkus had acted behind Luciani's back. In late 1972, Luciani had another banking-related disappointment. This time it was the collapse of the Bank of San Marco in Venice itself, another small financial institution inspired by Catholic ideals. Also, in this case, Albino Luciani may have had a grudge against Marcinkus. The IOR could have saved the San Marco from bankruptcy, but he didn't lift a finger. So, in February 1973, Luciani visited Rome to meet with Pope Paul VI and with Giulio Andreotto, a senior Christian Democrat politician. During both encounters, Luciano complained about the unscrupulous conduct of Marcinkus and his Vatican Bank, advocating for a restructuring of such an institution. Why had Marcinkus associated himself with businessmen already rumoured to be money launderers for organised crime? Why had he so prominently sacrificed the good old Catholic Bank of Venetia? Why had he not reinvested the cash to save the Bank of San Marco? Luciano's short stay in Rome made an impression on Father Ettore Malnati, who later stated that Luciani had a personal meeting also with Paul Marcinkus. It sounds like very, very allegedly that old Paul Marcinkus here is a little bit more interested in his own pockets than he is with the religious-y stuff. The two archbishops clashed in the latter's office, but the American clergyman refused to yield to Luciani's continued demands to save the San Marco. Again, according to Malnati, Luciani confided to a friend that Marcinkus had unceremoniously shown him the door. He said, "I have been treated by Marcinkus like a school janitor." It seems as though a rivalry had been born that day. Wait, isn't this one dude like a clergyman or whatever? And this other, and yeah, he seems a bit powerful, like in his banking dealings behind the back. But the other dude's archbishop. That's important. That's like a turbo bishop. In one corner, the pragmatist and ruthless businessman clad in religious garb, who was once quoted as saying, "You cannot run a church on Hail Marys alone." In the other, the idealist, hard-working prelate with a reformer's heart who had criticised religious financial institutions. A rivalry had been born, one which, according to certain authors, may have sparked a murderous act some 5 years later. But had it, though? To continue my earlier confession, up to now I always had considered the 1973 Marcinius Luciani bout to be gospel, but it took a little amount of research to realise that this story features only in the memories of Father Malnati, and it was picked up by other authors. This is so often the case, like when you dig a little bit deeper, it's like, oh yeah, this happened. And it's like, well no, according to this guy, years later that happened, and he could have his own agenda. It's like, I don't know, so little of what you read is that perfectly correct. And Father Malnati may have been influenced by rumours circulating after the death of Pope Luciani. While I would not discount 100% Malnati's account, let's at least consider other differing versions. First of all, while there are official records of Luciani's other important Roman meetings in February 1973, there are no written records about his encounter with Marcinkus. The American Archbishop himself admitted to refusing to save the Bank of San Marco, despite having the power and opportunity to do so. In an interview released to journalist John Cornwell, Marcinkus declared that he did not know the San Marco was so important to the church in Venice. But in any case, he would never have acquired it because it was a bad investment. Yeah, it's like, please, save my bank. We're doing so much good work. And the other guy's like, bro, I'm a businessman. Yeah, I might be like wearing this like religious collar thing, but bro, P&Ls, baby. He realised that such a move may have angered the Patriarch of Venice, Albino Luciani, but the two had neither met nor otherwise discussed the matter. The Smiling Pope. Let us now skip to the next big event in Albino Luciani's life. Following the death of Pope Paul VI, Luciani, who had become a cardinal in March 1973, was invited to join the conclave, the assembly in charge of electing the next pope. And he was like, it shall be me. Yo, ChatGPT, what's the youngest pope? Like, who is the youngest pope to ever be made pope?
The youngest pope in history is generally believed to be Pope Benedict IX. He became pope around the age of 20, but his exact age at the time of his papacy is not precisely known. Benedict IX served...
Shh, that's enough. 20. You always thought the popes were like old as Maybe that young pope TV show is onto something. Sorry, I was just curious about that. It took the conclave only 2 days to agree that the new pontiff should be Cardinal Luciani. On August the 26th, 1978, he became Pope John Paul I. Oh, I was just joking. I assumed that he'd join this conclave, then he'd sit in there voting for other people to be the Pope for ages, and then, boom, he was there for like 2 days. And then they're like, yeah, dude, it's you. Skip ahead one base. I can still remember my first month on the job, one which I will not mention, but suffice to say that it took me 2 weeks to understand how to use Outlook and Excel, another week for basic training, and a fourth week to sort out how the canteen's payment system worked. People use Outlook and Excel? People still use this? Like, I just use Gmail, like, literally for, I don't know, forever. When did Gmail launch? That's when I started using Gmail. Actually, it probably wasn't, because I remember at first you had to be invited to use Gmail. And Excel, that's what Google Sheets is for. By contrast, my almost namesake, Pope, was a paragon of productivity, churning out reform projects so early and so quickly that he was bound to ruffle a few feathers. 2 days after his election, he clearly signalled that a new Catholic Church under his direction should not concern itself with material concerns nor temporal power. John Paul I did so by cancelling the traditional, lavish and pompous coronation ceremony, which was replaced by a simple inaugural mass. If the message was not clear enough, the new pope spelled it out in a speech to foreign diplomats. The Catholic Church, the Holy See, the Vatican would not concern themselves with political and economic matters, but simply with a spiritual agenda and the, quote, humane causes that the temporal power is intended to advance. At another point in his speech, he announced that we have no public goods to exchange. Some days later, on September the 10th, he delivered another landmark speech, this time in front of a packed St. Peter's Square. The Vatican elite was shocked to hear the Pope uttering some almost blasphemous concepts. God is our Father. Even more, He is our Mother. What was this gender-bending heresy? How dare this plucky newcomer upset so radically the word of the Lord? Guess what, guys? He's a Pope, and you chose him. Whoops. If you don't like it, whose fault is that exactly? It turns out that Pope Luciani had been quoting directly from the Gospel of the Lord, more precisely from the Old Testament, even more precisely from the prophet Isaiah. Surely the people in the audience would know that. They'd be like, oh yeah, that was Isaiah. Yeah, sure, Isaiah, that dude. Yeah. Do people really know the Bible? Like, you see it in movies, right? Where someone will say something, you know, they'll be talking, and then in church, or like the clergyman's there or whatever, and it'll be some obscure reference, like, oh yeah, I lost my wallet. And, you know, the priest will be like, well, as, you know, Peter, chapter 4, verse 16, what goes away from man cometh back in other forms. And you're like, how? Did you memorize the whole Bible? Like, what the f***? You just make this up like I just did.
How do you do this stuff?
Paradoxically, the same establishment who had elected Luciani as Pope appeared to be constantly on edge about what he might say or do in his first days on the job, and yet his criticism of the Vatican's business interests and unorthodox views on Catholic doctrine were well known. Just to give you an example, back in 1968, when he was still Bishop Luciani, our protagonist had penned a confidential report addressed to his superior, arguing that the church should allow Catholics to use the contraceptive pill, a radical departure from the Vatican's position on the matter. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but the Catholic Church is just wrong on this one. Obviously, contraception would be useful. Isn't like... Okay, let's ask ChatGPT again. Why is it so hard to click on that little button that does the voice? Yo, ChatGPT, I always heard that one of the reasons the AIDS pandemic in Africa was so bad was because the Catholic Church, you know, they made everyone Catholics, and then they were like, no condoms! None at all! And that's the reason why there's lots of AIDS and stuff in Africa. Is that true? Have I got that right, or is that just one of those rumors that floats around?
You're touching on a complex issue. The spread of HIV/AIDS in Africa has been influenced by a variety of factors, not just one single cause. It's true that the Catholic Church has historically opposed the use of condoms, advocating for abstinence and fidelity instead. This stance, particularly in heavily Catholic regions, might have influenced attitudes towards condom use. However, attributing the AIDS pandemic in Africa solely to the Catholic Church's stance
I wasn't doing that.
Condoms oversimplifies the situation. There are other significant factors contributing to the spread of HIV.
I wasn't saying it was exclusively that. I'm just saying that, was a factor. And you agree with me. Okay, we're in agreement. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. And I mean we, not me as, a Catholic. I'm not a Catholic. We as humanity. Seems like a really bad idea. After his death, there was some speculation that he intended to make his own stance the official one. But the truth is that Pope Luciani never spoke in public about his positive views on birth control. The Conservative faction, which was likely to oppose a new Pope, was particularly strong amongst Roman Curia, the administrative central body of the Church. And the Curia itself was torn by internal rivalries and bickering, which absorbed much of John Paul's time and energy. The Pope was 66 years old by this time, still maintained his 15-hour-a-day regime, and probably the accounts where he kept his was heavily overdrawn when it came to handling this time. Mum, if you're watching or listening, I apologise for using this language in the same paragraph that mentions the Pope, but I'm sure Albino would agree. Apparently he confided to a friend, I have noticed two things that appear to be in very short supply in the Vatican. Honesty and a good cup of coffee. Ayy! Dead shall come like a thief in the night. On the last day of his life, September the 28th, 1978, Pope John Paul conducted his daily grind, hard at work, reading and writing tons of documents, especially reading. He once joked that he did not need a typewriter but a type reader so that he could process the reams of incoming letters and memos faster. Well, you've got a type reader. It's called your eyes. Those who were close to him, like his personal secretaries, noted how John Paul appeared constantly overworked, overstressed and fatigued by the sheer volume of workload in the weeks after the conclave. At 6:30 p.m, the Pope held the last meeting of the day with Vatican Secretary of State Cardinal Jean Villot. After the meeting, John Paul dined with his personal secretaries, Father Diego Lorenzi and Father John McGee. During dinner, the Pope experienced pain and a sense of oppression on his chest for about 5 minutes, at one point clutching the area with his hand. Bro, that's when you call an ambulance. There's an old dude, literally, this is what it looks like in movies when someone has a heart attack. And then, call an ambulance. What the hell? Father McGee suggested they call the doctor on call at the Vatican, but John Paul refused any help. The pain was easing. Besides, he had experienced it on a number of occasions before, and he attributed it to mild rheumatic pain. How about you don't attribute it to rheumatic pain, but you go to the hospital and see what's up with you? You're the Pope! After dinner, the Pope placed 2 phone calls, one at 9 p.m. with the Archbishop of Milan and one at 9:30 with his personal doctor back in Venice. There we go. Pope Luciano then retired to his bedroom. Father Lorenzi, worried about the Pope's health, helped him to his bed. He then pointed to the emergency button next to the bedstead and advised him to push it should he need help. As the personal secretary left the room, John Paul was sitting upright on his bed holding some typewritten pages, the last memos of the day. The next morning, September the 29th at 7:30, Italian public radio news agency ANSA broadcast the most unexpected news. Only 33 days after his election, Albino Luciani, Pope John Paul II, had been found dead. In the morning, in his bedroom. The Newswire mentioned the official cause and time of death, acute myocardial infarction, which had happened at 11 p.m. It also included a description of how his body had been found. Quote, "This morning around 5:50, the Pope's secretary did not see the Holy Father praying in his chapel, as was his custom. The secretary entered his bedroom and found him dead in an upright reading position." The ensuing news reports identified the secretary found the Pope's lifeless body as either Father Lorenzi or Father McGee. The truth is that neither secretary found him. For some reason, the Vatican press room decided to hide from ANSA, the Italian press agency, that John Paul had been found first by 2 nuns. Sister Vincenza Taffarel had been an assistant to Pope Luciani since he was the Bishop of Venice. Every morning at 5:15 a.m, Sister Vincenza prepared a cup of espresso and left it on a table just outside the papal bedroom. She would then return shortly afterwards to collect the empty cup. That morning, the nun noticed that the cup was still full. Sister Vincenza addressed another nun working with her, Sister Margherita Marin. "He hasn't walked out yet. How come?" Sister Margherita witnessed Sister Vincenza knocking on the door of the papal bedroom. When no response came, she walked in. Sister Margherita heard the other nun saying, "Your Holiness, you shouldn't be playing these pranks on me." Sister Vincenza then called for Margherita. The second nun entered the room and noticed how the Pope appeared to be sleeping with a faint smile on his face, hands still clutching his memos. Sister Margherita touched his hands and felt they were cold. The fingernails had started to darken. The 2 sisters went to fetch the Pope's personal secretaries. Father McGee was the first to appear on the scene. McGee then alerted Secretary of State Cardinal Villot, who in turn summoned the doctor on duty, Renato Bazzanetti. Bazzanetti's a great name. Bazzanetti. As the secretaries, the cardinal and the doctor filed into the bedroom, the 2 sisters walked out. Some minutes later, McGee joined them and informed them of the doctor's diagnosis. The Pope had succumbed to myocardial infarction at 11 p.m. The death was sudden, and John Paul had likely suffered no pain. Sister Margherita later reported that Father McGee had asked the 2 nuns not to mention it was them who had first discovered the body of the plaintiff, quote, because they had decided to report that it had been the personal secretaries who first found him. Okay. Why? That's not a reason. The reasons for this decision are not clear. It has been speculated the Vatican officials simply found it inconvenient that the Pope had been found by 2 women. Whatever the motive, this clumsy handling of the event generated initial confusion on the circumstances of Luciani's death, fueling suspicion and conspiracy theories. In the early hours of September the 29th, Vatican officials took another more controversial decision, which was also poorly handled and communicated. They decided that the body should not be subject to an autopsy and arranged for the Vatican's funeral directors to immediately embalm the deceased Pope. Behindologists. Immediately after Pope Luciani's death, rumours began to swirl around the corridors of the Vatican and in newsrooms across Italy, fueled by the poor handling of the early newswires and the decision not to perform a post-mortem on the body. It did not help that according to some early bungled statements, the Vatican's funeral directors of choice had been summoned 1 hour before the body was discovered. So for the moment, let's put ourselves in the shoes of an ordinary Joe, trying to make sense of the news in Rome in the late 1970s. The entire country was, and partially still is, steeped in a mindset which Italians refer to as behindology. The conviction that someone, somewhere, is always conspiring behind the scenes, and there were some good reasons to look for dark conspiratorial cabals lurking around every corner. Let me give you just a couple of examples. In 1964, General Di Lorenzo of the military police had plotted a coup d'etat, a conspiracy known as the Solo Plan. The coup was eventually halted in its inception and revealed only years later. It emerged that General Di Lorenzo enjoyed the support of high-ranking politicians as well as one archbishop. Ooh, spicy. I didn't even know there was supposed to be a coup in the Vatican. That's crazy. In December 1970, a second coup was attempted, this time by a former fascist naval officer, Junio Valerio Borghese. Armed insurgents were ready to take over key public institutions when the coup was silently aborted. Again, the plan only came to light in March of 1971, and in later years, a broad conspiracy fresco was unveiled. Borghese had found allies among far-right terrorists, members of the Secret Service, and even tacit support from the US Embassy in Rome, as attested by CIA declassified files. Investigative journalists had already started writing about the alleged unholy alliances between the mafia, terrorism, secret Masonic lodges, certain political parties, and deviated members of the armed forces and secret services. And I'll stop there, but if our listeners and viewers have the time and patience, I would invite them to look into that terrifyingly complex rabbit hole by searching for Italy, Years of Lead, and Italy, Strategy of Tension. The point I'm trying to make is that complex plots did take place in my fair homeland, some of which have been proven to be true, others are still alleged. So a conspiracy theory behind the sudden death of a pope would be the natural go-to explanation in the world capital of behindology. Suspect number 1, the French cardinal. The lead conspiracist in this case, however, is not an Italian author, but a British one, David Yallop, who laid out his theories in his 1984 bestseller In God's Name. Yallop speculated that Albino Luciani, Pope John Paul I, had been murdered with a lethal overdose of a cardiology drug, digitalis, also known as digoxin. The author confidently claims that a fatal dose of digitalis, half a teaspoonful, would be undetectable. If it was added to the other medicines which the Pope took regularly, a treatment called Efortil indicated for low blood pressure. Yallop did not single out one single culprit, but several suspects, all of which had something to gain from the Pope's death. These alleged poisoners may have acted independently, or may have conspired together to eliminate their powerful enemy from the Vatican. So let's start with Cardinal Jean Villot, the Secretary of State. Villot may have had the occasion to administer the lethal dose of digoxin, as he had met with the Pope on the afternoon of his death at 6:30 p.m. According to several testimonies, Villot was one of the first to rush to the Pope's bedside on the following morning. He may have had the occasion to remove any incriminating evidence. And what about the motive? Cardinal Villot had been in the post since the previous pontificate, serving under Pope Paul VI. The recently elected Pope Luciano had inherited Villot from his predecessor and disliked Villot's policies. Sensing his dismissal, the cardinal had therefore decided to eliminate his new boss. That seems a bit extreme. It's like, I don't like his policies very much. It's like, it doesn't seem like a reason to murder your boss, especially when you're like super religious and your boss is literally the Pope. The claim was debunked by Paul Hoffman at the New York Times as early as the book was published. It appears the Pope John Paul I actually valued the overall performance and advice of Cardinal Villot, and one of his first acts as pontiff had been to confirm Villot's appointment as Secretary of State. There is a second possible motive. According to several Italian journalists such as Eric Frattini and Federico Bertuzzi, some days before his death, Pope Luciano received a copy of Political Observer, a magazine edited and directed by investigative journalist Mino Pecorelli. This Pecorelli had an uncanny ability to recruit confidential sources within the secret services, which allowed him to expose political and criminal scandals ahead of his peers. In the mid-1970s, Pecorelli had either willingly joined or infiltrated a secret Masonic lodge, Propaganda 2 or P2 for short, which in the early 1980s would be exposed as a massive conspiracy aimed at installing an authoritarian regime in Italy. This experience made Pecorelli something of an expert on secret Masonic lodges, and his September 1978 issue of Political Observer featured an expose about a secret lodge replete with senior clergymen. This was quite the scandal, as the Catholic Church did not see eye to eye with Freemasons, striking them with excommunication, i.e. exclusion from participation in the sacraments and religious services. In other words, one could not be a member of the clergy and a Freemason at the same time. Pecorelli's magazine published a list which included several high-ranking players within the Curia, including Cardinal Villot. So the speculation here is that the Pope may have been enraged by the expose and may have considered purging the Vatican of the Masonic Lodge, but he was stopped before he could take action. Now, there are several problems with this theory, in itself rather flimsy. In his original, this feels like it's just some pretty wild speculation. In his original article, Pecorelli himself seems to take the list with a pinch of salt, not citing the source and warning that it may be a fabrication. Okay. Even he thinks it's not real. Furthermore, there is no direct evidence that Pope Luciani actually received the issue of Political Observer with the list, nor that he decided to act upon it. In fact, there are differing versions on how the Pope got hold of the documents listing the Vatican Masons. According to Pecorelli's sister, it was the journalist himself who handed the list into the hands of the Pope the very day of his death. This is unlikely, as we know exactly how Luciano spent his last hours of life, and there are no records of Pecorelli visiting the Vatican. So I would exclude the Masonic conspiracy from the realm of possibility and proceed to the next big hitter in Yallop's roster of culprits, a character we already introduced, none other than American Archbishop Paul C. Marcinkus, head of the IOR or Vatican Bank. Yeah, I'm totally willing to dismiss this Masonic theory. It's just like guesswork and a dude who sold a book. Suspect number 2, the American Bishop. According to Yallop, Luciani was concerned about the IOR's shady financial deals championed by the pragmatic and morally ambiguous Marcinkus. The American Archbishop had in fact conducted business with questionable partners such as bankers Roberto Calvi and Michelle Sindona. Now, let me give you some details about these financial deals. Please note that this matter is incredibly complicated, so I'll only scratch the surface. Honestly, probably for the best start out, because otherwise I'll be like, I'm lost. If anything gets incredibly complicated, I'm like, I'm out. I don't understand incredibly complicated things.
What? I do not understand.
In the late 1950s throughout the 1960s, the IOR, or Vatican Bank, was booming. According to author Eric Frattini, in those years the IOR controlled up to 5% of the Italian stock market, thanks to a law promulgated by Mussolini in 1942 and never abrogated. Oh my god, I didn't even know the opposite of promulgated was abrogated. The Vatican was exempt from paying taxes on capital gains, but in 1968 the law was changed and suddenly the Vatican faced a tax bill of an estimated 1.2 billion euros. In today's value, that's almost $1.3 billion. Back then, the Pope was Paul VI. Wait, I thought, isn't the Vatican like its own country? I thought it was the smallest country. Can't they decide on their own, taxes? Like capital gains and stuff like that? Or are they just like, yeah, okay, Italy, you're kind of really in charge. Back then, the Pope was Paul VI, who decided to move all of the Vatican investments abroad to dodge that bill. The man in charge of this complex operation was Michel Sindona. In the late 1950s, the financier had forged personal and professional relationships with three very powerful individuals: Paul Marcinkus, mafia boss Joe Adonis, and David Kennedy, no relation to the Kennedys, future Secretary of the Treasury for the Nixon administration. In 1971, Marcinkus was appointed head of the IOR, and his cooperation with Sindona intensified. Thus, the bank, who enjoyed the protection of organized crime, the Nixon administration, and the church, was able to freely move capital across tax havens and shell companies, laundering money on behalf of the mafia and the Vatican. Holy Vatican. If you're doing something the same as the mafia, it's probably not the best thing in the world, is it? In the same year, Sindona found another ally, fellow banker Roberto Calvi. This is the director of Banco Ambrosiano, the guy who had acquired Luciano's beloved Catholic bank. The trio, Marcinkus, Sindona, Calvi, were on a money-making, tax-evading roll until 1974. Nixon's resignation removed a powerful ally from the scene, Secretary David Kennedy. At the same time, both Italian and American authorities had begun investigating Sindona for his involvement in money laundering as well as drug trafficking. Again, Vatican, if you're in bed or doing things the way the mafia are, or if you're in bed with someone who's a drug trafficker, maybe be like, is this the best guy to be running our finances? I know we owe the Italians like $1 billion, but should we be doing this with the drug guy? The answer's no. Thus far, the partnership between Sindona had been encouraged by the Vatican's office of the Secretary of State, but when he became an embarrassment, they were quick to dump him and appointed Roberto Calvi as their sole financial advisor. This didn't sit well with Sindona, yeah, no shit, who shopped his old pal to the financial authorities. Italy's central bank ordered an inspection into Banco Ambrosiano, uncovering a can of worms of enormous debt, fraud, tax evasion, and political corruption. This constituted another huge embarrassment for the Vatican Bank and its head, Marcinkus. Luckily, the banker bishop could still count on the protection of Pope John Paul VI, but on August 6, 1978, the pontiff died and was replaced by John Paul I. In Yallop's reconstruction of events, Marcinkus and some mafia-friendly associates feared that the new pope might enact an overhaul of the Vatican Bank, an overhaul which would have kicked off with the dismissal of Marcinkus. Okay, Arnaldo said this would be complicated, and it does seem pretty complicated. So basically, the Vatican was like, they didn't want to pay the Italians, so they were like, we're gonna be dodgy about this and do some tax evading with a drug smuggler or a drug trafficker. Is that the same thing? And basically it's all protected because the Pope was like, hey, it's all good. And Nixon was like, hey, it's all good. And then Nixon resigns and the Pope leaves. And so now these other dudes who were organizing this are like, right? The plotters may have been joined by another American prelate, Cardinal John Patrick Cody, later under investigation for financial misconduct in the Archdiocese of Chicago. However, in his book, Yallop was unable to produce little more than rumors and conjecture when it came to this alleged conspiracy perpetrated by the IOR. This theory rests on two pillars. First, that Luciani and Marcinkus bore a grudging rivalry against each other since the events of 1973. Second, that Luciani had already announced either an investigation or a dramatic shake-up of the IOR. Well, that makes perfect sense. This Luciani dude came in and he's like, I don't like money. We're just going to run this place on prayers. And people are surprised, or like, oh no, he's going to shake up the bank. Of course he's going to shake up the bank. He's like, just give them the money. I don't want to be involved with drug smugglers. Because he's the f***ing Pope. As we have learned earlier, the rivalry between the two men may have been exaggerated, if not entirely made up. And while Pope John Paul I realistically disapproved of the IOR's banking practices, there is no certainty that he had already laid out plans to dismantle it, nor that he had publicly announced them. There is another fallacy, not strictly related to the Marcinkus theory, which pertains to the method of the alleged murder. Yallop speculated that Luciani had been poisoned with a lethal overdose of digitalis or digoxin, which is claimed to have amounted to half a spoon. Now, if I can add my own 2 cents here, I did some research on the effects of the overdose of this drug. According to the journal Australian Prescriber, sounds like a thrilling read, the drug can in fact cause fatal cardiac arrhythmias if administered in large doses. Death can sometimes occur asymptomatically, but it is more commonly associated with other adverse events such as anorexia, nausea, vomiting, and neurological symptoms. On the night of his death, Luciani did not display any of these side effects. Moreover, according to the Heart.org and Medscape, a single dose of digoxin has to exceed 10 milligrams in order to be fatal. The most common formulation of the digoxin oral solution has a concentration of 0.05 milligrams per milliliter. Oh my god, that's going to be a lot of whatever this juice is. In other words, to achieve an amount of 10 milligrams, one should administer a dose of 200 mils of digoxin solution. That's one of those mini cans of Coke that you get on an airplane. For context, 200 mils is equivalent to 40 teaspoons or 4,000 drops. Old Popey's gonna notice if he's being poisoned with this shit. Therefore, this is not some lethally potent and concentrated venom which some devious bishop could carry concealed in his ring like some pantomime villain. It would be pretty difficult to mix it surreptitiously into someone's drink or medicine. A similarly fatal concentration of digoxin into the human body could be achieved gradually over a long period of time, but it would almost appear inevitably carry the side effects that I described earlier, which again did not afflict the Pope in his last days of life. Marcinkus appears to be the chief culprit also in another much more recent book, When the Bullet Hits the Bone, published in October 2019. These are the memoirs of Anthony Luciano Raimondi, a former Italo-American enforcer with the Colombo Mafia Syndicate. Yeah, this is way more likely than the other one, which I've already forgotten about because it just didn't seem that likely. It seems very likely that this seems to be... This is it, in my opinion, unless... I mean, maybe on Aldo in a minute will be like, except no, because it was all just rumour, or maybe there's going to be a much more compelling one. But this seems to be the one. Raimondi is related to the legendary mafia don Lucky Luciano. More importantly for our case, his cousin happened to be Archbishop Marcinkus, who, by the way, died in February 2006. The enforcer revealed that when he was 28 years old, cousin Marcinkus summoned him to Rome to help eliminate the Pope. Hey, come over here. Come over to Italy, to the Vatican, and we're gonna off the Pope. You're like, okay, I'm on my way. Get me one of those little cans of Coke. According to his account, John Paul I had uncovered a massive financial fraud within the Vatican, masterminded by the bishop banker. The fraudsters had been counterfeiting shares of large American companies such as IBM, Coca-Cola and Sunoco to then sell at a huge profit. That is taking things to a different level. It's like, oh, no, yeah, no, we're just doing fraud. We're just making stuff and selling it. Aren't you the Catholic Church? Aren't you the same people who are like, yeah, do you believe in God? Do you want to be forgiven? Give me 10% of your money. That's Catholicism, right? The tithing. They want like a percentage of the money. It's why, they're so rich. They are rich, right? So why do you need to do this? You've got loads of money. You can just run the place on prayers. I guess that this was possible back in the days when shares were actually printed as individual pieces of paper and kept safe inside security boxes. Pope Luciani had collected evidence on the scam and was about to report the counterfeiters, so naturally he had to go. Raimondi's job was to travel to Rome and then shadow the pontiff to study his movements and habits. On the night between September the 28th and 29th, Raimondi had infiltrated the Vatican palaces and was standing outside the papal bedroom. The murder, however, had been perpetrated by Marcinkus himself. The archbishop had spiked the Pope's tea with Valium to knock him out. Later he crept into his room and administered a lethal dose of cyanide with a dropper. On the morning after, when the dead body of Luciani was found, Marcinkus rushed into the bedroom acting surprised and dismayed. Raimondi's memoir was rejected by the Vatican as complete and utter rubbish. One may argue that they are not an impartial actor in this case, but I tend to agree with their 1-star review. The first question that springs to mind is, why would Marcinkus seek help from a younger, fitter, more violent cousin with ties to the mafia and then commit the murder himself? Logically, it would have made more sense to delegate the act to the mafia enforcer for the sake of plausible deniability. Wait. The mafia enforcer is the one writing the book, right? So you'd just be like, yeah, no, I did this. Maybe there's like a statute of limitations on like stalking the Pope. But I definitely didn't murder him, and it was actually this other dude. Alright? I just stepped back and was like, and now you do your thing. Raimondi states that his job was to shadow Luciani and take notes of his habits. But in those 33 days as Pope, he barely left the Vatican palaces, and he adhered to a strict routine, very well known to all those around him. If that was the extent of Raimondi's involvement, Marcinkus could have spared himself the airfare from New York to Rome. Finally, Raimondi states that Marcinkus was one of the first to rush to John Paul's bedside once his motionless body had been discovered. This contradicts several verified and published accounts which claim the contrary. The first to rush into the papal bedchamber were the two nuns who assisted the Pope, followed by one of his personal secretaries, and then by the Secretary of State and a doctor on duty. My humble opinion is that Mr. Raimondi has included this nice tale in his memoirs to drum up some press coverage. Well, Mr. Raimondi, appears you've succeeded, seeing as we're covering it right here. Vatican, allegedly, I mean, all of this is in Arnaldo's opinion, and shared by me, but it is just that, an opinion. Vatican conspiracies sell books after all, and I hope they also attract views and listens. Me too, Arnaldo. Again, in my opinion, the former mafia hitman cleverly painted himself as a secondary and rather inconsequential character in the scenario of Luciani's murder, casting blame instead on the long-dead Marcinkus. Well played, Raimondi. Please don't try and whack me. Yeah, I mean, that's what I see as most likely. But also, I can see the title for the next entry is No Suspects at All. And that's just what is probably most likely, right? He's an old man who was Pope for 33 days. It was really stressful, and he had a heart attack and died from being old and stressed. That just seems like, what's up? Yeah, he's just an old dead man. Why did they not do an autopsy? Because he's old. Why did they do something else to his body quickly afterwards, or bury it or something? Because he's old, and he's the Pope. He doesn't have to wait for like a funeral parlour to be ready. He's the Pope. No suspects at all. So far, we have covered publications which espouse the murder theory, so let's now look at two books which support the official cause of death originally communicated by the Vatican. The first one is Like a Thief in the Night by John Cornwell, published in 1989. Cornwell conducted an inquiry similar to the one pursued by Yallop, but he reached a completely different conclusion. According to Cornwell, Pope Luciani died of natural causes, but his death could have been prevented if the Vatican administration had given him more support during the first weeks of his pontificate. Instead, the new Pope was left to his own devices, stressed and overworked. Cornwell argued that John Paul's already fragile cardiovascular health deteriorated progressively, culminating with a heart attack. The second book, Pope Luciani, Chronicle of Death, was published in 2017 and written by the journalist Stefania Falasca, who is part of the commission in charge of John Paul's beatification, a key stage in the process to eventual sainthood. Wait, isn't beatification when you get made a saint? I thought that was that. Falasca acknowledges that the Vatican took the perhaps too hasty decision to embalm. Ah yes, they embalmed it. That was it. No autopsy, and then they embalmed him. Luciani's body without performing an autopsy, a decision which fueled conspiracy theories. She explains, however, that the same procedure had been applied to the previous Pope, Paul VI, to prevent the decomposition of the body in the heat of the Roman summer. You've got fridges, right? Just pop them in the fridge or the freezer or whatever, those trays that you get in like movies where the bodies are kept. Just pop them in one of those. As per the autopsy or lack thereof, Falasca's book debunks the myth that it was the cardinals who decided not to perform it. This decision was actually taken by the Vatican doctor Bazzanetti and two other cardiologists, as they were quite certain about the cause of death and believed it was not necessary. Yeah, they just go in there and be like, oh, look, the Pope's dead. Yeah, he's old. What's he dead from? Heart attack? Okay. What kills lots of old people? Heart attack. Boom! Done! Falasca then went on to include the integral medical record compiled by Bazzanetti, who certified the death as caused by cardiovascular disease, ischemic heart disease due to coronary atherosclerosis. Bazzanetti's records also clarify how this type of ailment ran in the late Pope's family. And Luciani himself, back in 1975, had been hospitalized due to a thromboembolism of the central artery of the left eye's retina. This cause of hospitalization was compatible with Luciani's atherosclerosis, which would later have a much more severe effect, and to me, that seals the deal. I'd approached this script with a preconceived notion that Pope John Paul I, Albino Luciani, may have been indeed murdered by an obscure cabal of Freemasons and or corrupt financiers. I'm just going to go ahead now and say, he died of natural causes. And second theory would be it's the corrupt financiers, and no, it's not the Masons. Clear ranking for me. 70% likelihood he's just an old man who had a heart attack. 25% likelihood that it was the financiers, and 5% likelihood that it has something to do with the Freemasons. That's my shake. Let me know, if you're watching on YouTube, let me know what you think in the comments below.
Let's talk about it, guys.
And one would be excused for holding this notion. The conspiracy theories revolving around the Pope's death gravitate around the IOR, Calvi, Sindona banking scandals, or the secret Masonic lodges with frequent overlaps. And all the major characters involved have been assassinated. Allegedly. Do you remember Roberto Calvi, the director of Banco Ambrosiano? He was found dead, hanging from the Blackfriars Bridge in London on June the 17th, 1982. His death was initially ruled as a suicide, but in 2005, the case was reopened as a murder trial. Oh my god, that's sometime later. Why? The roster of suspects included several members of the Sicilian Mafia, as well as a character worthy of his own episode, one Licio Gelli, head of the subversive P2 Masonic Lodge. All were acquitted, but the Italian magistrature acknowledged that Calvi's death was not a suicide. Wait, this was in London. Why is the Italian magistrature looking at it? What is the Italian magistrature? I assume that's just like Italian courts? Like with magistrates and shit? And then there is Michele Sindona, the other banker. On July the 11th, 1979, Giorgio Ambrosoli, a lawyer investigating Sindona's deals, was gunned down by the mafia. On March the 18th, 1986, Sindona was convicted for instigating this murder. 2 days later, he died from cyanide poisoning while in prison. That's pretty suspicious. As per Mino Pecorelli, the investigative journalist, we have already discussed his unsolved shooting. However, all these deaths were unequivocally violent. The identity of the culprits may still be a mystery, but the fact that these people were killed is not up for discussion. In the case of the Smiling Pope, his death was apparently and mercifully peaceful. There may have been some initial ambiguity on whether the causes were natural or not, but the proponents of the poisoning have never been able to materialize convincing evidence. Despite my initial propensity to err on the conspiracy side, I can confidently say that Pope Albino Luciano died of natural causes. As sad and unfair as it sounds, a man who had shown great promise to modernize a stale institution died 33 years into his mandate. He definitely had a sharp brain, a vast intellect, and a big heart. Unfortunately, the same heart proved too weak to cope with the pressures of his job. Yeah, Arnaldo and I exactly the same page. And thanks for being here. If you enjoyed this episode, please do leave us a review wherever you get your podcast. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, like I say, leave a comment below, subscribe, like the video, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. I, as always, am your host, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, Kevin. Thanks, Kevin, has written me a script, Mystery Murder of Room 1046. Never heard of this. And if you're new here, I've never read this before, so let's just jump in, shall we? I thought I'd start today's episode off on a cheery note by reminding you, our lovely viewers, that you're all going to die someday. Oh god, memento mori. Wasn't it like back in the Roman days? And they'd have, like, the people who return from battle, and they'd just have a dude behind them being like, remember you will die, just to, like, keep their egos in check. And it's like, holy I mean, are we all gonna die someday? Like, I was having a chat with one of my writers, and we were talking about this, and whether we might be like the last generation to die. Because technology is beginning to move really, really quickly. And how far are we away really from like long-term, like significant life extension? I feel like this isn't just some like wizard thing that people in the past were like, oh yeah, drink some mercury and you'll live forever. But some like actual science, like CRISPR and gene engineering and all of that stuff. And then like, if we can live for like a couple hundred years, just with some gene engineering, then surely in like 200 years we're going to be like uploading our brains into computers. Like 200 years is a long time. Like that's like before the industrial 200 years ago, like we didn't really have that many machines. In fact, statistically, about a dozen of you who are watching this video are going to be murdered. Me, that's kind of terrifying.
Baby, I'm scared.
Unfortunately, for those of you whom that's going to happen, most of the world isn't going to notice. It's nothing personal, I'm sure you'll be missed, but over 1,300 people are murdered worldwide every day, so they can't all make international headlines. Considering, like, 12 viewers watching, like, statistically going to get murdered, is that over lifetime or just within the next year? I think that's probably within the next year, right? Then 1,300 people a day, considering the world's population is like 7 billion. I know that's a lot of people being murdered. But it's also like, not? Besides, your killer will probably be your spouse or some other family member, or at least somebody close to you. In all likelihood, it will be an open and shut case without any particularly interesting details that would catch the public's attention. That's right, not only am I going to be saying that a dozen of you are going to be murdered, but your murders are going to be too boring to be newsworthy. Way to win the audience over with the introduction, Kevin. So what's it take for the public to be captivated by the murder of a non-celebrity? Being a pretty white girl helps, but beyond that, there needs to be something mysterious about the death. Something like a person with no name and odd behaviour being murdered in a vaguely public place. A case with virtually zero evidence, an anonymous benefactor saving the victim from a pauper's grave. It's a case that has never been solved, and yet it has been revealed that there is someone alive today who knows the true identity of the killer. Ooh, this is very spicy. This is kind of like halfway between a Decoding the Unknown and a Casual Criminalist, isn't it? If you're new, Casual Criminalist is another podcast that I do that you should definitely check out. So now, submitted for your approval, The Mystery of Room 1046. Dawn of the first day, 72 hours remain. Wait, isn't that the format of some show? I feel like there's a show where this happens, like Law and Order or something. And it's like 72 hours before something. Or like, maybe it is even literally remain. It could be. I think I saw one episode of Law and Order once and I was like, it's not for me. Roland T. Owen departed from the Muhlerbach Hotel. Maybe. I've got no idea how to pronounce that. In Kansas City, Missouri. He had been staying there for the past few nights, but now he had a new destination in mind, a cheaper hotel. On the afternoon of January the 2nd, 1935, Roland checked into the Hotel President instead. Doesn't sound very cheap, but often you'll see like a hotel and you'll be like, wow, that's got a fancy name. And then you look at pictures and you're like, oh my God. The name is the only thing that is fancy. But despite no longer wanting to splurge on the nicer hotel, he still had some specific requests. The hotel formed a square perimeter with an open spot in the centre for a courtyard, and Roland requested a room multiple stories up on the interior of the building so he would have a view of the hotel's courtyard. That's a simple request and not a particularly odd one, so the staff were very happy to oblige. Roland finished checking in, paying up front for one night's stay, giving them his name and listing his address simply as Los Angeles. Yeah. When I fill out those forms and check into hotels, I'm always like, it's like always such a hassle that I'm always like, I'll just do half my address. It's like, yeah, do you need a house number really? Do you need my email address? No. And I'll just put like blank. I'll just leave it blank, like put a line through it. And no one ever questions that. It's like liquids at an airport. Do I have liquids in my bag? Yes. Am I telling the security person? Absolutely not. Because like 9 out of 10 times it's going to be fine. He was then escorted to the elevator and up to his room by the bellboy Randolph Probst. This wasn't entirely necessary, as Roland didn't have any bags with him that he needed help with, but it may have just been a courtesy to help show people where their rooms were. It's also possible that Randolph suspected Roland would be a good tipper, as the staff noticed how well dressed he was. And yes, American workers surviving on tips rather than being paid by employers had already been the cultural norm for decades at this point. Yeah, I find this so awkward when someone like goes with you to your room. Like out in America, you know you have to tip, but other countries, it's like, I don't know. What am I supposed to do? And then it's like, it's weird if the person's like, oh, no, thank you. And then you're like, oh, no, that was super awkward. And it's like, you know when you're on a bus or whatever, and you stand up for someone who's old, and they're like, oh, I'm not that old. And then you feel like worried about getting up for old people in the future because you're going to get told off. And you're like, that's insane. But still. And now I'm like, I think someone must have refused my tip at some point because I'm like, I don't know what to do. I don't like this situation. Just pay everyone fairly. We shouldn't have to live like this. However, it was more than Roland's fancy clothes and dark overcoat that the staff noticed about him. They estimated he was a very young man, or maybe he was about Simon's age. Well, thank you very much, Kevin. I'm not calling you old, Simon. Wait, it sounded like you were just calling me young. But witnesses put Roland's age as somewhere between 20 and 35, which is a very large and not particularly helpful range. It's also astonishing that they managed to pick up such a wide range of ages and were still wrong, but we'll come back to that later because that's not the most important thing they noticed. I remember, like, I don't really get it myself because you have no idea how you look. Like, you don't know what you look like anymore because you look at yourself so often in the mirror and shit. But there was, like, one of the most upvoted comments on a video once was, like, Simon's the kind of guy who he could tell you he's 24 or 44 and you'd believe him. And I'm like, I don't look that young and I don't look that old. I look somewhere in the middle, which I am. But a lot of people apparently thought that. So I'll be great at committing crimes. It's like, I don't know, he was young or maybe he was old. Maybe he was old, I don't know. Roland had a large scar on his temple that extended above his ear. The scar was partially concealed by hair, but it was still visible. He also had a cauliflower ear. If you're unfamiliar with that condition, it's basically a deformity of the ear resulting from blood clots that's caused by physical trauma. Isn't this what rugby players get from, scrums? It's common among professional fighters, of course, because what the hell else is going to routinely hit the ear, so the staff assumed that Roland was likely either a professional boxer or a wrestler. And if he's, rich, he's a pretty good one at that. Although then he's gonna look super old for his age, isn't he? Because he's, putting his body through a lot. The only particularly notable thing about him was the lack of baggage, but that would hardly be suspicious at first. After all, he'd only paid for one night. Plus, if he was a professional fighter, maybe everything else he needed was being stored at a local gym or was being brought to him later by his manager. It wasn't until the elevator ride that this particular detail became a bit more unusual. Yeah, no, if I'm staying in a hotel, I'll at least have a small backpack. At least there'll be a change of clothes in there. Randolph and Roland made small talk as they rode the elevator to the 10th floor, and it was at this point that Roland revealed that he'd previously been staying at the Muehlebach Hotel for the previous night. After staying for a few days, he'd finally decided that the price of $5 per night for a room was absolutely outrageous, and he chose to come to the much more affordable Hotel President. When is this happening? I totally forgot when this was set. 1935. Okay, that makes sense, because obviously that's not $5 for a hotel is expensive. You'd be like, what? With inflation, that $5 comes out to $110 today. Wait, that's the expensive place? That seems like kind of a bargain. If it's halfway nice. $110 doesn't even get you anywhere that nice anymore. Which is honestly still really good for a hotel. Last time I stayed at an actual hotel, I'm pretty sure I paid well over double that per night. Yeah, America's hotels, your hotels are also a rip-off. They're kind of crappy, and I'm sure there are nice ones. But even I don't know, I've stayed in places that are a few $100s a night. And I feel like in Europe, that gets you $300 a night, you're getting somewhere that's going to be pretty nice. But in America, it's $300 a night gets you some, in a city, gets you something that's just a bit. It's America, what's going on? And then I remember going down, I was like, so where's breakfast? And they're like, oh, there isn't any, you can order room service. And I'm like, there's no breakfast. This was hundreds of dollars, where's pancakes? Where's the man squeezing juice? Where's the omelette bar? At only $2 a night, or about $45 today, Roland decided that the Hotel President was a much better place to spend the night. You'd be lucky to get a room at a Motel 6 for that price today, but the amenities of this hotel were definitely a few steps up from that. Randolph guided his guest through a series of branching hallways before finally unlocking the door to room 1046. The whole room was 9 feet by 12 feet, just under 3 by 4 meters. Ooh, so very small. What is that, 12 square feet? 12 square meters? That's pretty small. That's very small. And it opens into a small entryway with a closet to the right and a bathroom on the left. Inside the main room, against the left wall, was a small stand holding up a telephone, a writing table, a chair, and a dresser. I'm pretty sure writing table was a fancy way of saying desk, rather than the room having a full-size table. The bed was against the right wall, and beyond that in the corner was an easy chair with a beautiful view of the courtyard that Roland had requested. After they entered, Randolph turned on the light to the room and watched as Roland went into the bathroom to organize his personal belongings. Out of his long black overcoat, Roland produced a hairbrush, a comb, and some toothpaste, but not a toothbrush. Okay? He neatly placed the items on the bathroom sink, and with that he had completed his unpacking. This guy's Jack Reacher. The mysterious man only brought with him 3 personal possessions, and 2 of them were basically the same thing. Once the unpacking was complete, they both walked out of the room and headed back towards the elevator. Randolph asked if he could have the key to go back to lock the room, as Roland hadn't bothered, so he ran back, turned the lights off, locked the door, and returned the key to Roland before the 2 headed back down to the lobby. Once they were in the lobby, he watched as Roland walked out of the hotel. But at this point, I want to quickly talk about how the doors worked at this hotel, because it's a little weird. Okay? Hotel keycards, as we think of them today, didn't really exist until the 1970s, but there were a type of analog passkey that existed. They had 32 positions that were either holes or not holes, creating billions of possible combinations. Really? Does that create No, that's not. No. That's 64 different possible combinations. 32 positions with either holes or non-holes is 32. Is that 32 multiplied by... Sorry, it's not 32... It's 32 multiplied by... It's 32 multiplied by 32, right? So 940 combinations? I have a tiny brain, but I don't think it's billions. It seems like the staff had access to these keys, though the guests may have been using regular ordinary keys. That part's not super important, but there are a lot of different and vague descriptions by different sources, so it's all a bit confusing. I'm already very confused. However, the most important part is that the doors had two separate locking mechanisms. One for if it was locked from the outside, and one for if it was locked from the inside. Think of the outside lock as just a standard lock, the kind that makes it so the knob won't turn. Guests could only activate this lock from the outside, and the staff would use their passkeys to unlock the doors if they were locked in this way. Then there was the inside lock, which was essentially a deadbolt. The deadbolt could only be locked from the inside, which would not have required a key, but the staff's regular passkeys wouldn't be able to unlock the deadbolt. Instead, they would need to get the hotel's master key to open the door if it was locked from the inside. Okay, that makes sense. I was thinking for a minute that they would have no way to get in, and I'm like, yo, people definitely kill themselves in hotel rooms, so what are they, every time that happens, they have to bust down a door? In short, if the staff were able to get into the room without getting the special master key, it meant one of two things. Either the door wasn't locked in the first place, or the door had been locked from the outside. In case the implication wasn't obvious, that means that anybody who was inside the room at the time could not have been the one that locked the door. But hey, maybe that's not actually going to be important later. I'm just into super 1930s era doors. No, Kevin, I get the feeling it's important. So what we're saying is deadbolt from the inside, but you can't do the outside locking thing from the inside. Okay, cool. I'm following. I don't think I agree with you about that billions of combination things, though. Because if it was billion, just to go back to it, to have billions of combinations, you'd have to have 32 rows, each with 32 different possible combinations. And then you'd get to, like, a lot. Like, that's 32 to the power of 32, right? Oh god, I wish I was big brain. Let's ask ChatGPT. I'm not going to be able to leave this alone. Yo, ChatGPT, my dude. Let's say that I have a key and it has 32 different positions, and each position can either be in a 1 or a 0. How many overall combinations do I therefore have?
Hey. With a key that has 32 positions, and each position can be either a 1 or a 0, you're dealing with binary combinations.
Well, yes, but how many combinations are possible?
There are 4,294,967,296 possible combinations for your key. That's a lot of options.
Oh my god, how does that work? Wow. Okay, I completely underestimated that, and Kevin was right. That just doesn't seem that's one of those stats where you're like, surely not. But apparently so. Shortly after Roland left the hotel, the maid, Mary Soptic, went to clean room 1046. It's not known exactly what time this occurred, but her shift started at noon, and Roland had checked into the hotel at about 1:20 p.m, so it couldn't have been much later than that. Wait, the past was weird, so he's checking into a room that's not made up yet? That never happens. Mary found that the door to room 1046 was locked from the inside, so she knocked on the door and was surprised when Roland opened the door to let her in. What? Was she surprised because Roland had been seen leaving the hotel not long before and none of the staff had seen him return? While both of these things were true, Mary was surprised for a much less sensible reason. The day before this was a day off, but the day before there had been a woman staying in room 1046. She had been surprised that Roland was not the woman that answered the door, almost as if she didn't understand how hotels work and that it could be a different person in the same room every single day. Yeah, like what? It's like it's a hotel. That's literally how it works, Mary. Was her name Mary? Yes. Mary apologized for the intrusion and offered to come back later, but Roland told her it was fine and that she could go ahead and clean. When she came in, she noticed the peculiar state of the room. Despite specifically requesting a courtyard view, Roland had tightly drawn the shades, letting in no light from the outside. The dim lamp on the desk provided the only source of light for the room. Roland told Mary to leave the door unlocked because he was expecting a friend. He then put on his coat, went to the bathroom to brush his hair, and reminded Mary not to lock the door because he was expecting his friend to arrive in a few minutes. He then left the room while she finished cleaning. No friend arrived while Mary was there, and she later described Roland as seeming like he was worried about something or afraid. They're in like a tiny ass room, just like dancing around each other? Why wouldn't you just go down to the lobby or something? Obviously, hotels are big places with lots of rooms to clean, so when I said before that it couldn't have been long between Roland leaving the room and Mary coming to clean it, you may have thought, or Simon may have said, that it could have been hours depending on how many rooms she'd taken care of. No, but yes, suppose so. While that theoretically would be true, she returned to the room at about 4 p.m. to deliver some fresh towels because the laundry wasn't ready earlier. This means that whatever Roland had left the hotel to do initially, he had returned to the room less than 2 hours later and without being noticed before Mary came to clean for the first time. When she came to room 1046 for the second time that afternoon, the door was unlocked just as Mary had left it. The room was still dark, being lit only by a single dim lamp with the blinds fully drawn. This would be the case any time anybody entered the room. However, it was no longer empty. Wherever Roland had gone to while Mary was cleaning initially, he had returned and was simply lying across the bed, fully clothed. To be fair, for the maid walking in, I'm sure that situation is preferable to finding a man lying across the bed fully naked, but it was still weird. Mary also continued, but working in hotels, you must see some weird shit, right? Because people are weird. And it's like there's so many people coming in and out. There's got to be some weird going down in hotels. Mary also noticed a note on the bedside table that she was only able to read thanks to the light from the hallway coming through the open door. It read, "Don, I'll be back in 15 minutes. Wait." Did Roland write this note while Mary was cleaning before and she hadn't noticed it? And if so, had Don already come and gone? Even if the note was written later, had Don already been there and left, or was Roland still awaiting his friend's arrival? And for that matter, who the fuck was Don? And why had this dude specifically requested a room several floors above with a courtyard view if he's just going to be hanging around in the dark lying on the bed with his clothes on? It was all very strange, but it wasn't immediately concerning, and at least he wasn't trashing the room. Mary had a lot more rooms to deliver towels to, so she just left this weirdo to hang out in the darkness alone, or possibly with Don if he hadn't shown up yet, but was still planning to. Okay, I'm very curious about what's going on in today's episode. Dawn of the second day. 48 hours remain. It was around 10:30 when Mary went to clean room 1046 for the day. She arrived and discovered that the door was locked, but a passkey worked, which, if you recall from before, means that the door had been locked from the outside. While she expected to find the room empty, instead she discovered that Roland was still in the bedroom. He was sitting alone in the dark as he always was. When Mary began cleaning, the phone rang. Wait, so someone has locked him in his room? Which is odd. Roland answered the phone, and she heard him say to whoever's on the other end, "No, Don, I don't want to eat. I am not hungry. I just had breakfast." There was a short pause on Roland's end of the conversation, after which he repeated, "No, I am not hungry." He hung up the phone, and for the first time, he decided to engage Mary in small talk. She said he was very nice and mostly asked questions about her job, if she was responsible for the entire floor, if it was a residential hotel, things like that. And it was not a residential hotel, so I'm still confused why she was surprised to find that the guest in room 1046 had changed, but whatever. Roland also began to complain about the Muehlebach Hotel's prices again, at which point Mary was probably happy that she'd finished cleaning and could leave. She returned at around 4 p.m. with fresh towels, just like the previous day, but this time she didn't check to see if the door was unlocked because she could hear two voices talking inside. She knocked on the door, and a deep, loud voice that she did not recognize as Roland's asked her who it was. When Mary said that it was the maid and she bought fresh towels, the voice told her, "We don't need any." This was a lie, and Mary knew it because she had removed the towels from the room that morning. Was this voice that told her to leave the elusive Don from the previous day's note? Probably, but who knows? It was noteworthy enough for her to remember, but it certainly wasn't worth telling anybody about at the time. That same day, 30-year-old Jean Owen had driven into Kansas City from Lee's Summit. She planned to spend the day shopping before meeting up with her boyfriend, Joe Raynert. After a few hours of shopping, Jean began to feel sick, so she went to a flower shop where Joe worked to call off their date. Rather than driving all the way back to Lee's Summit, she decided to get a room at the hotel president's rest, but she told Joe she'd call him and tell him her room number, because apparently she was too sick to drive 30 minutes home, but not too sick for hotel sex. Oh, and Jean Owen had no relation to Roland Owen. That's just a happy coincidence. Oh, okay. Okay. What's this guy's name? Is the main guy called Rudolph or Roland? Oh, the main guy's called Roland. Rudolph must have been the porter. She checked in at around 6:30 p.m, and just before 7, she gave Joe a call to tell him what room she was in. He arrived at about 9:20, and the couple spent 2 hours together, visiting, as 1930s reporting put it, before he left. I'm sure visiting definitely meant he just came over to bring her some chicken soup. That's exactly right. That's all he did. Once Joe had left, Jean was distracted by a lot of loud noises outside her room. She heard both male and female voices talking loudly and swearing, although she decided not to call the hotel desk about the disruption. This is one of the few events from that evening that may or may not actually be related to what happened inside room 1046. No one can really decide. Many people believe that the voices were coming from Roland's room, indicating that whatever happened involved not only Roland and Don, but at least one woman. Regardless of who was in 1046 that night, I'm personally not convinced that's what she heard. Jean's official statement said that she heard a lot of noise which sounded like it was on the same floor. Now, there's a big difference between loud noise on the same floor as you as loud noise directly on the other side of your wall. Seeing as Mary was able to hear Roland and presumably Don speaking through the door, I guess the walls at the hotel president were thin enough that if the loud swearing was coming from 1046, Jean would have been able to say so with absolute certainty. I could be wrong though, and maybe she was sick enough that day that she really couldn't tell if it was the next room over. But, no matter, if you're sick or whatever, she's not that sick because she was out and about. So, it wasn't next door. But the police discounted Jean's statement about the noise thanks to the elevator operator Charles Blocker, who mentioned that there was a loud party in room 1055. And that's not all that old Charlie had to say that evening. His shift began at around midnight, and early on in his shift, a woman requested to be taken to the 10th floor. Charlie recognized her and described her as a commercial woman, which has led to some fantastic descriptions of this aspect of the case. What is a commercial woman? Is he meaning like a sex worker? Is that what he's talking about? Some modern accounts saw that phrase combined with Charlie's statements that she would frequently go to different rooms in the hotel with different men and assume that she was some sort of door-to-door saleswoman. Oh, okay. Although in a manner of speaking she was. Aside from the fact that unsolicited door-to-door sales were not a suitable occupation for a woman in the 1930s, I don't think that was the peak time for vacuum sales. It wasn't a manner of speaking. Oh, Kevin, no. So I was right. And in case my comments somehow appear just as subtle to you as Charlie's did, saying she was a commercial woman was his polite way of saying that she was a sex worker. Yes, we got it. Thank you. Anyway, Charlie took the woman to her destination, and she asked which way to room 1026. But 5 minutes later, he was paged back to the 10th floor. She explained that nobody had answered the door, and she was wondering if maybe she was supposed to go to room 1024 because she could see that the light was on. She was surprised that nobody had answered at room 1026, as this client was always on time and never stood her up, so she was a bit confused. After paging the elevator, just to deliver this helpful exposition to Charlie, which allowed him to include it in his statement to the police, she decided to remain on the 10th floor for another 30 minutes. Still unable to find her client, she called the elevator again, and Charlie took her to the lobby. The woman left the hotel, but she returned with a man about an hour later. Charlie took them to the 9th floor, and the two went to his room for a vacuum demonstration. She wound up leaving at about 4:15, and 15 minutes later the elevator was paged again to the 9th floor, this time by the man she had previously accompanied. He said that he couldn't sleep and was going for a walk. Okay, so what the fuck does any of that have to do with Roland? Well, maybe nothing, or maybe everything. Nobody's sure, but it's possible that either the sex worker took the number down wrong and was actually looking for room 1046 rather than 1026, or maybe Roland gave her the wrong room number by mistake. Or maybe it had nothing at all to do with him other than to add one more potential witness to any wrongdoings that could be transpiring on the abnormally raucous 10th floor that evening. Or maybe, just maybe, the 9th floor wasn't the final destination for the woman and her second client. But in between Jean's hotel rendezvous and the sex worker's missing client, something happened a few miles away from the hotel. Robert Lane was a regular employee of the Kansas City Water Department. We are all over the show today. Just minding his own business and driving down 13th Street at about 11 p.m. He noticed a strange man running along the side of the road wearing only shoes, slacks, and an undershirt. Admittedly, from this distance, it would only have seemed strange because it was late at night in the dead of winter, so the guy was clearly underdressed, but it was also a relatively mild night as far as winter goes. The stranger began waving and shouting for Robert to stop, but as he slowed down to pull over, he could see the man squinting through the headlights and furrowing his brow as he examined the car. Once Robert stopped, the man apologized for flagging him down and said that he thought it was a taxi. After looking up and down the empty street, he then asked Robert if he could take him somewhere to get a cab. That is very nice of you. I'll be like, okay, mate, have a good night. You know what I'm not doing today? Getting murdered by you. Good night.
Good night.
Robert, who was undeterred by the fact that a stranger he could now see was covered in blood, had just made sure they were alone before asking to get into his car, gave the man a nod of approval and said, "You look as if you've been in it bad." The man got in Robert's backseat and said, "I'll kill that expletive deleted tomorrow." Okay. I mean, we normally swear in these episodes. We filtering that out? Was it that bad? Sadly, thanks to decency standards of the time, that expletive has been deleted from all records of recorded history, so you'll have to fill in the blank yourself with your favourite swear word. Okay. So it wasn't Kevin, it's just like historical record has been removed. Anyway, Robert drove the stranger to the intersection of 12th and Troost, where cabbies would often wait for late night fares. That dude's gonna struggle to get a cab if he's covered in blood. Also, dude, Robert's a good guy. He's like, yeah, sure, I give you. Is that blood? Yeah, that's no worries. Sure, have a seat, that's fine. No, it's a cloth interior. It won't wipe off. No, it's good. It's fine.
It's okay, baby. I'm good.
During the drive, he kept an eye on the man in his backseat through the rearview mirror. There was a deep scratch visible on his left arm, but Robert also noted that the man kept his hands cupped as if he were trying to catch blood from a deeper wound. Once they reached their destination, the man got out of Robert's car, opened the driver's door of a parked taxi, and laid into the horn. The cab's owner came running out of the diner, and Robert drove away, telling him that this arsehole was that guy's problem now. That part's not a direct quote, but I imagine he was thinking something like that. But once again, we're unsure whether or not this is related related to the case. Could this man have been Roland? Was it someone Roland had injured and who was now vowing revenge? Robert thought he knew the answer, but police disagreed. I'll let you decide when we get to the investigation. Dawn of the final day. 24 hours of pain. It was January the 4th, 1935. 2 days after Roland initially checked into the hotel president at 7 a.m. that morning, there was a shift change for the telephone operators and Della Ferguson took over. There was a number of wake-up calls requested for 7, including one for room 1046. Della noticed that the phone was off the hook, but nobody was using it. About 10 minutes later, when the phone was still off the hook, she asked for a bellboy to be sent to the room to deal with the situation. Randolph was working again that morning, so he had the lucky task of going to wake up the idiot that forgot to hang up his phone. The room had a do not disturb sign hanging off the doorknob, but he tried the door anyway. The door was locked, but he didn't have his passkey. Randolph banged on the door and Roland called for him to come in. That wasn't possible. So again, Randolph knocked, and this time Roland asked him to turn on the lights. They were getting nowhere, so after knocking over half a dozen more times, Randolph just yelled through the door, "Put the phone back on the hook!" And after briefly waiting to see if there was a response, walked away. When he returned downstairs, Randolph informed Della that the guy in room 1046 was probably drunk and just to send somebody back up in an hour if the phone was still off the hook. I don't think we can really fault him for that, as I'm sure this sort of stuff happens all the time. Yeah, like hotels be wild. Over an hour later, at 8:30, Della noticed that Drunky Magoo hadn't been able to put the phone back on the receiver yet, so this time she sent a different bellboy, Harold Pike, to go and handle it. When Harold got to the door, it was still locked, but unlike Randolph, he'd actually thought about bringing a passkey with him. It worked, again indicating that the door had been locked from the outside, so he let himself in. Why would they think that the door had been... Why would they even think this? Like, if someone's in the room, unless someone's locked them in, why would they think that it's been like this? Harold didn't get as lucky as Mary had, because this time Roland was actually lying naked on the bed. Harold also noticed that there were dark shadows on the bedsheets around Roland, though in the dimly lit room he didn't recognize what it was. In all likelihood, he just assumed it was a combination of piss and shit and absolutely did not want that to be his problem, so he focused on the phone instead. The stand had been knocked over, so Harold put it back upright, placed the phone on top, and then hung up the receiver. He went back downstairs and told his boss that Roland was naked and drunk in bed. But 2 hours later, at around 10:30, something happened. Another phone operator noticed that the phone for 1046 was off the hook yet again. Randolph was sent back up to the room at 11 to investigate, this time having the foresight to bring his key with him. Harold had locked the door when he left, and the do not disturb sign was still hanging outside, so Randolph repeatedly banged on the door. When nobody answered, he let himself inside. Roland was no longer in bed at this point, but I'll let Randolph describe the scene for me. To quote, "When I entered the room, this man was within 2 feet of the door, on his knees and elbows, holding his head in his hands. I noticed blood on his head. I then turned the light on, placed the telephone receiver on the hook, and I looked around and saw blood on the walls, on the bed, and in the bathroom. This frightened me, and I immediately left the room and went downstairs." Now, if that sounds a little stiff to you, just remember that this was Randolph's statement to the police, not some interview he was giving to a reporter after the fact. But the scene was much worse than how Randolph described. He likely just didn't notice. He ran out to get help in such a hurry that he probably didn't have time to see what was not just the walls, but the ceiling being painted in blood. The blood of a man who had been in the state since at least 7 a.m. when they first noticed the phone, and who was somehow still alive 4 hours later. That's crazy. His blood's everywhere, and he's just like, yeah, no, I'm okay, I'll knock over the phone again. The assistant manager rushed to room 1046 alongside a guy named Percy, whose job at the hotel is unclear. But they couldn't get in the door. Roland had collapsed in front of it, and the door would only open about 6 inches before colliding with the injured man. Eventually, Roland was able to get himself back up, and when Percy and the manager came in, Roland went to the bathroom and sat on the edge of the bathtub, resting his head atop the sink. Finally, it was time for somebody to call the police. Yeah, why you did this immediately? And not the police. An ambulance. This guy's terribly injured. 2 detectives arrived. They're like, oh no, he's done for. He's just dead. We might as well call the police to investigate your death. And he's like, but I'm not dead yet. And they're like, yeah, but you will be, won't you, mate? What the fuck? And the detectives are coming. Shortly followed by Dr. Harold Flanders and a third detective. I choose to believe that Flanders showed up mere seconds after the detectives because I can't find any indication that they were doing anything to help Roland before the doctor arrived. And again, I don't know what they could have realistically done. To say Roland looked like he'd been in it bad would be a severe understatement. Yeah, when there's blood on the ceiling, you know it's been messy. He looked like he had been tortured. There were cords around his wrists, ankles, and neck that had been used as restraints, though clearly his neck was no longer being bound to anything. That said, bruising on his neck indicated that he had been strangled. His skull had been struck repeatedly on the right side, causing it to fracture, and the coup de grace with several stab wounds to the chest. Oh, okay, so he is dead now. Wait, is he dead? No, he's not dead. The stab wounds were all in close proximity to the heart, although the attacker had failed to puncture it. He had, however, punctured Roland's left lung. Flanders cut the cord that was restraining Roland's wrists, and Roland's first instinct was to turn the spigot on and start running himself a bath. Flanders turned the water off and tried to get some answers out of the man that was miraculously still alive after having bled out for all this time while functioning with a single lung and also a fractured skull. Who did this to you? Who else was in the room with you? Nobody. How'd you get hurt? I fell against the bathtub. Did you try to commit suicide? No. I fell against the bathtub many times near my heart with a knife. With that, Roland lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital. He fell into a coma on the way, but managed to cling to life for the next 12 hours. Police had long since ruled out suicide as an option by that point, so shortly after midnight on January the 5th, Roland T. Owen died a murder victim. Or at least he would have, if he had ever existed. The investigation. Once Roland was being taken to the hospital, detectives got to work searching the room for clues. Flanders stayed behind as well, because forensic science kinda sucked back then, so doctors would often play the role of forensic investigators, as they had the most applicable skills. Based on the extent to which the blood both on Roland's body and on the walls and bedding had solidified, Flanders put the time of the attack at roughly 7 hours earlier, sometime between 4 and 5 a.m. Is it just a coincidence that this was the time that the sex worker and her client were seen leaving the hotel separately? Well, yes, it probably was. But much more interesting than the time of death were the clues left behind at the scene, as well as the clues that weren't left behind. To say that Roland had been travelling light would be a bit of an understatement, but at this point, there was virtually no evidence that he had stayed in the room at all. Everything Roland had brought with him had vanished. His clothes, including his overcoat, his shoes, his comb, even his toothpaste, had all disappeared. The only things in room 1046 that belonged to Roland were the tag that was torn off his necktie and about 4 pints of blood. Jesus Christ, isn't that like half a person's blood? Don't you have like 8 pints rolling around inside you? Jeez. The tag showed that his tie was from Botany Worsted Mills Company of Passaic, in New Jersey. That wasn't helpful. It's just the only thing of his they had. However, there were several personal effects that were in the room that had clearly not belonged to the murdered man. There was a hairpin, a safety pin, an unlit cigarette, and most perplexingly, an unopened bottle of diluted sulfuric acid. Perhaps whoever had killed Roland may have had even more torture in mind but never got around to it. Yeah, I mean, this does seem like it, right? Because he's been tortured. Not only were Roland's clothes and few possessions missing, but some of the typical hotel items had been stolen as well. It's mentioned that the soap, shampoo and towels were all missing from the room. I am going there for a murder, but I might as well steal the shampoo. However, I don't believe that they were actually stolen. The last known interaction between the staff and room 1046 before the events of the final days was when Mary tried to bring towels and was told to go away. The killer still swiped the hotel soap and shampoo, but can you blame them? You've probably stolen those same things from hotels yourself. And when the killer did this, it was the middle of the Great Depression, so what's your excuse, you damn thief? Yeah. No, I definitely have stolen. Or, like, not stolen. I paid for them! I paid for the room! I'm taking those with me. Especially if they're super nice. Anyway, there was one thing that was missing from the hotel room. A murder weapon. There were no knives anywhere in the rooms. The police were quickly able to rule out suicide. I think the fractured skull, wrist bindings, and blood on the ceiling would have been enough to rule that out. Yes, like, how did he kill himself? In the most insanely brutal way possible. It's like, yeah, how did he die? Oh, he killed himself. Shot himself in the head. Twice. But I'm not a detective. Even though the murder weapon wasn't present, the detectives were pretty sure they'd identified it. Each hotel room had 2 water glasses in it. One was still on the shelf above the sink, and the other had been broken in the sink with a giant shard missing. That shard is believed to be what was used to repeatedly stab Roland. The final piece of forensic evidence that was found in the room was a set of 4 fingerprints on the glass top of a telephone stand. According to the detectives, those fingerprints belonged to a woman. Yes, it may be possible to deduce the gender of a person from their fingerprints with 99% accuracy, thanks to extensive research and data analysis. Really? Of course, the initial report about this new analytical technique was published by the University of Alabama in 2015, so that's not what detectives were going on. They believed that the fingerprints must have belonged to a woman because they were small. Great work, boys. The fingerprints did not match any of the hotel staff or anybody that was known to enter the hotel, though I can't say for sure whether or not they tracked down the previous guest from that room that Mary expected to find when she first met Roland. But even before Roland had died, police already began to suspect that this wasn't his real name. They called the Los Angeles Police Department, and there was no record of anybody with that name living in the city. Since he had complained to multiple staff members about the price at the Muehlbach Hotel, they checked there as well. Again, there was no Roland Owen that had escaped, but there was a man that looked like the photograph police had shown of the victim. This man had also requested an interior room and listed Los Angeles as his address, but he had checked in under the name Eugene K. Scott. The LAPD had no record of anyone with that name living in the city either. The case was getting stranger and stranger, and their murder victim was now officially a John Doe. When Roland died on the morning of the 5th of January, doctors performed an autopsy before his body was shipped to Melody McGilly Funeral Home for viewings. According to the autopsy, Roland died as the direct result of injuries that he sustained. Again, excellent work, boys. The day after his death was Sunday, and dozens or possibly even hundreds of people came to see if they could identify the mysterious victim of room 1046. Some reports say there were 50 people who came to view the body that day, and others say there were 300. Regardless of which number was accurate, there are two things that we can say for certain. The first is that a whole lot more people were going to view Roland's body over the course of the next 2 months, possibly thousands of them. And the second one is that one of the people who went to the funeral home on the first day was Robert Lane. Robert saw the same deep scratch on Roland's arm that he'd seen on the mystery passenger the other night, and he was sure it was the same person. However, police discounted his story entirely. They believed it would have been impossible for Roland to enter the hotel in the state Robert described and make it back to his room without being seen. Yeah, he was a right mess. It's like dripping blood. They'd be like, "Evening, you all right?" But with an American accent. Wearing just an undershirt with no shirt or jacket may not have drawn attention. I mean, it was cold out. It was winter still. It probably would have. But add in the bloody arm and surely somebody would have taken notice. After all, the elevator operator and desk clerk both remembered all the times the sex worker entered and exited the hotel, so they were at least vaguely aware of their surroundings. It certainly seems unlikely that Roland could have gotten back to his room unnoticed, but I'd suggest that it's not impossible. Yeah, he could have sneaked in. Like, if he's trying not to be detected, he'd just look in the window and be like, okay, cool, person's on reception, they've gone to take a whiz, let's go! And he runs in, he's like, gets to the elevator, and then he's just leaving like a dripping of blood. And that's it, undetected. When Robert picked up the strange man on the side of the road, he said it was about 11 p.m. But how exact was he with that estimate? Was it give or take 20 minutes? Also, was 11 when he left wherever he had been so he could drive home? Or did his clock say 11 when he encountered the stranger? And if he was relying on the clock in his car for this estimate, how accurate was the clock? Cars were still equipped with mechanical clocks back then, which were prone to losing time. Once Robert had picked up his surprise guest, he then drove him about 5 miles to the intersection where taxis congregated at night. And since he drove away after his passenger began honking the taxi's horn, we don't know exactly how long it was until they departed. It was only another 1.5 miles or so from that intersection to the hotel, so it wouldn't have taken too long, but there may have been some argument beforehand between the cabbie and the stranger over the invasion of his cab. Okay, Kevin, so what's the point of all this temporal manipulation? Why are you trying to push the time back from 11? It's a great question, Simon. I'm so glad you asked. Kevin's doing my tangents now as well. Okay, it makes my life easier. I'll just sit here. Kevin in the future just be like, Kevin, ... colon, and Kevin's line, and then my line. And I'll just pretend that I'm coming up with it on the fly. In fact, maybe that's what I'm doing. There was a shift change at the hotel at midnight. Charlie, the elevator operator's night shift, didn't start until then, and the same was probably true for whoever was at the front desk as well. If Robert really had picked up Roland that night, it's possible he could have returned to the hotel president just before midnight when the shift change was going on. And if you've ever seen a movie involving a high-story prison break, that's the perfect time to make your move. Roland could potentially have entered the hotel and ducked unseen into the stairwell to avoid drawing unwanted attention to himself and his injury. I didn't bother explaining the entire layout of the 10th floor earlier, but room 1046 was just a couple of doors away from the stairs, which would allow Roland to go undetected by the partygoers. Is this scenario possible? Definitely. Is it likely? No, but it's no less likely than several of the things in this case that absolutely did happen. I don't think it's that unlikely to for him to sneak past a receptionist to the stairwell. It seems entirely possible. Unfortunately, even if the police had taken this potential lead seriously, it likely would have just been an exercise in futility. Robert didn't know anything about the man other than that he was planning to kill the expletive deleted tomorrow, but that isn't a lot to go on. Then again, the location where Robert picked up the stranger could have been a clue itself that led to bigger and better discoveries. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Aside from the strange behavior the hotel staff had witnessed, the only thing the police could determine about Roland was that he had been seen at some local bars on 12th Street in the company of 2 women. With little to go on, police turned their attention to Don. Who the was Don? Was he the man Robert picked up that swore to murder somebody the next day? Was he the one in the room that told Mary to go away rather than to deliver fresh towels? They couldn't come to any useful conclusions. Because the murder had made national news, tips and inquiries were coming in from all over the country. There had been only a description rather than a photo in most of the nationwide stories, so people from all around were calling in to see if their friend or relative that had shown up dead. Police followed up on all of these leads, but in every case, it was not the right person. However, while the body remained on display, there were two possible breakthroughs in the case. One man came and positively identified the body as belonging to his cousin. It seemed like the case was closed until that man's sister came forward and informed the police that their cousin had died 5 years earlier, though he and Roland did bear a striking resemblance. It's like, no, it's my cousin. It's like, oh, he looks like him, but he died 5 years ago, mate. Were you not aware? Like, what? The other potential break came a week into the case when Tony Bernardi, a wrestling promoter out of Little Rock, Arkansas, saw Roland's body. The previous month, Roland had visited him and inquired about booking some matches, claiming that his name was Cecil Warner. During the conversation, Cecil said that he wrestled for Charles Locke out of Omaha, Nebraska in the past. Tony hadn't actually followed up on this reference, which is why 100 years later people are still lying on their resumes, but the police did follow up. When Charles was shown a picture of Roland, he said that he'd never seen the man before, and Roland definitely hadn't wrestled with him. It was another dead end, and the trail was going colder with every passing day. Not only that, but there were two more murders in Kansas City shortly following the death of Roland, murders which had much more concrete evidence, and these drew police attention away from the case. The body continued to linger at the funeral home for viewings until it was finally announced in the March 3rd edition of the Journal-Post that Roland would be buried the next day in the Potter's Field. For anyone unfamiliar, a Potter's Field is essentially a mass pauper's grave, a field where the bodies of John Does and people who can't afford proper burials all get unceremoniously dumped together without grave markers. I have conflicting feelings about this, because I believe once you're dead, it's just you're just bones and meat, and that's it. Your consciousness, the only valuable thing, is gone. But it's also I'd rather not just be thrown in a mass grave, thank you very much. That's just it's a bit grim, isn't it? Just, I don't know what I want. I guess, I'd like to be frozen. So that I can wake up in a glorious utopian future where they heal all my diseases. But I don't know, realistically, I guess cremation. I don't really want to be buried and be, eaten by worms. That's a bit grim. Or, maybe I'd like to be turned into a tree. Not in a crazy way. You know, people, they bury you with, a seed or something, and then the tree uses you. This sounds really grim now I'm thinking about it, but I always thought it was pretty cool how the tree will, grow around you. Or whatever. Or your bones. That's kind of creepy now. He turned into a tree. It appeared that the story of the mysterious man from room 1046 was going to have a fitting but unsatisfying end. But then, inside Melody McGilly Funeral Home, something unbelievable happens. Roland opened his eyes. What the No, he's been embalmed and body's on display. He's like, oh my god, where am I? That would be an insane twist, but what happened is still pretty bizarre. Inside, Kevin, I love that you put that in there. Inside the funeral home, the phone rang, and on the other end was an unidentified stranger with a list of demands. 2 new names. When the funeral director picked up the phone, the voice on the other end demanded that Roland's funeral be postponed. The caller didn't want the body buried in a pauper's grave, so he was going to send a package to the funeral home with enough money to cover the costs of a proper burial. Despite the fact that it was now well known that Roland was not his real name and he was currently a John Doe, the caller still wanted a gravestone to bear that fake name. He also requested the body be buried at Memorial Park Cemetery in Kansas City, Kansas, so that he would be near his sister's grave. For the benefit of Simon and any international viewers who are unaware of some of the oddities of American geography, a quick explanation. The 2 Kansas cities. Oh, okay, there are 2 Kansas cities. I didn't even know that. They're separated by the Missouri River, but otherwise would share a border. So wait, there's 2 Kansas cities right next to each other? So even though their caller was requesting that Roland be buried in a different state, it wasn't actually that far away. Okay, it's what are those 2 cities? Is it Bratislava and Vienna? Are they the 2 cities that are super close to each other? It's 100 miles separating them or something. 2 capital cities. The detail about a potential sister wasn't the only bit of information the caller had regarding Roland's death. He straight up told the funeral director the motive. According to the man, Roland had been engaged to a woman, but he was having an affair with another. He and the 2 women had arranged a meeting at the hotel president to confront Roland about his infidelity and to exact revenge. Well, who the is the random bloke who's coming along then? Ron, or whatever his name was. Don? That's right, the guy calling from the funeral home to offer to pay for Roland to have a proper burial was effectively also confessing to being his murderer. The funeral director informed the caller that, of course, he was going to have to relay this information to the police, but the caller wasn't concerned. When the funeral director asked exactly what the caller's relationship with Roland was, other than his murderer, of course, the man replied, Roland hadn't played the game fair. The cheaters usually gets what's coming to them. He then hung up the phone. Naturally, the funeral director informed the police that this had happened, but the caller didn't identify himself, and there was no way to trace the call. The director postponed the funeral as instructed, and on March the 23rd, he received a special delivery from an anonymous sender. Inside the package, wrapped in the newspaper, was $25 in cash, enough to cover the funeral expenses, which is insane. Funerals today cost several $1,000s, at least in America, and the $25 is only $550 after inflation. I don't even think I could get my cat cremated for that amount of money. It would also be a really mean thing to do. My cat's still alive, Kevin, no! In addition to it's definitely going to cost you more than that. You go to the vet, it's like, can you cremate my cat? And it's like, wait, it's still alive, it's going to cost you a bit more, mate. In addition to this delivery, 2 letters were delivered to the nearby Rock Flower Company. Each envelope contained $5 cash, along with the instructions to make an arrangement of 13 American Beauty roses to be placed on Roland's grave. Oh my god, I just understood why American Beauty is called American Beauty. I can't believe I didn't know that. Because of the rose petals. I had never really given the movie title much thought. And that's why. Oh. A handwritten card was included to be left with the flowers as well, and it read, Love Forever, Louise. From that moment on, media outlets began referring to Roland's case as the Love Forever killing, because every murder needs a catchy nickname. The funeral went smoothly, though the only attendees were the funeral home staff and police detectives. Other detectives that didn't attend the funeral went undercover as grave diggers to stake out the grave for a few days, but nobody came to visit. Over at the Journal Post, a phone call came in following the funeral. A woman was calling to inform them that their previous story about Roland being buried in a pauper's grave was incorrect, and that he had been given a proper burial. It seems like she wanted them to print a retraction, and she informed the paper that both funeral home and flower shop could verify her claim. While the funeral hadn't been deliberately kept secret, it wasn't publicized either. Outside of the police, funeral home and florist, the only people who would have known about this were the ones who paid for the funeral. The newspaper asked the woman who she was, and she replied, Never mind that, I know what I'm talking about. When pressed for details, she said, He got in a jam and hung up the phone. Roland's may have got a proper burial, but there were so many bizarre details and so much that was still unknown. The real identity of this victim remained a mystery, as did the identity of the mysterious Don that he had spoken with. However, there was one potential lead. In another hotel where Roland had stayed, he had a companion who signed in as Donald Kelso. It was assumed that this was an alias, but searching for an alias was better than searching for nothing. Of course, nothing was still what they found. Wait, so... It's like, yeah, it's definitely better to search for the alias, except no. Because if I went to a hotel and signed in as John Brown, then people are going to search for John Brown. It's going to get them absolutely nowhere, because I just pulled the name John Brown out of my arse. In May of that year, the case was featured in magazines American Weekly and official detective stories billed as America's strangest and perfect murder crime. As soon as this happened, the letters started pouring in. Unfortunately, they were all useless. The story itself is fairly ridiculous and sounds more like fiction than reality, and the letters reflected that same level of detachment from the plausible. Half of the responses to the articles read like somebody's spec script for a TV pilot, and the other half were filled with insane theories based on little to no evidence. Because always remember, there's loads of crazy people out there often sending me emails. It'd be like, what's up, bro? What the fuck you saying? For example, one man stated with absolute certainty that the killer was a civil engineer based on the shape of the letter R in something believed to have been signed by the killer. Just speaking of insane emails, literally just before recording this, let me see if I can find it. I always just archive my emails, at least for a few years. So if we look in here, oh yeah, this is great. This was a crazy one I received like literally an hour ago. Where the you think you can get off insulting incels while looking like a disgusting, weak, liberal, balded, beard pedophile looking pathetic excuse for a man with the body of a child? I would rupture your skull and smash your teeth down your throat. You'll suffer for what you said. Incels be angry. Also, like, what were you talking about? Like, I don't understand. Psycho, and I'd beat the shit out of you, you virgin. Carrying on. But that's the sort of insanity that hits my inbox. Like, that was literally just before I started recording. Just like one that I thought of. Most email I get is very nice. I don't reply to it because I'm really busy. But most email I get is really nice. And then you just get insane incels. Or just insane people. And to have an extremely manly body. Police were getting nowhere, and the case of Roland Owen, whoever he really was officially cold. And that's where it remained for the next 16 months, until Ruby Ogletree's friend handed her an old issue of American Weekly and said, "Isn't this picture your son?" Ruby had suspected for nearly 2 years that her son was dead, but she had no idea what really happened. Now, as she looked at the article and the photograph of her son's distinctive scar caused by a childhood grease fire, she finally had confirmation. The boy in the photo wasn't named Roland or Eugene or Cecil. It was Artemis Ogletree, which is a badass name, like first name and second name. Artemis Ogletree. You sound like a supervillain, Artemis. And Artemis wasn't between 20 and 35 when he was murdered. He was only 17. Oh my lord, he's got some hard living. But the story doesn't end there. That would be far too simple. In 1934, Artemis had left his home in Birmingham, Alabama to hitchhike his way to California. He wrote letters to his mother frequently, and she would wire him money through Western Union or whatever other cash service. However, despite Artemis dying within the first week of 1935, she continued to receive letters through May of that year. Like I said, though, she had already grown suspicious. I'm going to spare Simon from having to read actual quotes from Artemis's letters, but suffice to say, they were extremely banal and barely intelligible. Following his death, however, Ruby noticed a distinct change in the letters. Yeah, he's dead. They're being written by somebody else. They were still barely intelligible, likely done to emulate Artemis's writing style, but they were much less banal. Not only were the stories contained within the letters outrageous to the point of bordering on the unbelievable, but they displayed a much larger vocabulary than Artemis appeared to possess. In the letters that were sent following his death, the person writing on behalf of Artemis claimed that he was travelling to New York, and then wrote the last letter before allegedly boarding a boat to sail to France. He's not in France, he's dead. The letters have been postmarked from Chicago and then New York. There was something peculiar about the last couple of letters, though. Artemis had always handwritten his letters, and the first that followed his death were also handwritten, but following that, they were typed. Is that so unusual? It'd be like, well, he got a typewriter then, didn't he, at some point? Obviously. As far as Ruby knew, Artemis had no idea how to use a typewriter. Well, I'll tell you what, Artemis, what you do is you look at the letters, and then you press the button for which letter you want. Boom! Admittedly, that's not really a smoking gun. A typewriter isn't exactly a complicated piece of machinery, and even if he types slowly, I'm sure he could have struggled his way through it one key at a time. Exactly, Kevin and I, same page. The only difference between typing on your computer's keyboard and typing on a typewriter is that there's no text wrap, so you'd have to hit the return key, and automatic carriage returns had long since been invented, so that's most of the work done for you already. What is an automatic carriage return? That is some historical right there, Kevin. Of course, Artemis would still have needed to use his own typewriter in order to do this, and I'm sure Ruby realized how unlikely he was to buy one. In August, 8 months after Artemis was murdered, Ruby received a phone call from Memphis, Tennessee. The caller said that he was a man named Godfrey Jordan and that Artemis had saved his life. He said the two had met in Cairo, Egypt, where Artemis had rescued him from a band of thugs. Artemis's life after death is more interesting than his life. Unfortunately, Artemis lost one or both of his thumbs during the fight, so he was unable to write to her. And because he was now in Africa, he couldn't call her on the telephone. But it was okay. Despite losing a thumb or two, Artemis was totally fine. He'd married a wealthy woman in Cairo and was living his best thumbless life. Ruby and Godfrey talked on the phone for about 45 minutes, and she didn't believe this story for a second. To start, this is America. Most Americans don't even have a valid passport, though we're getting really close to 50% now. But, needlessly to say, a 17-year-old who is trying to hitchhike from Alabama to California is unlikely to both have a valid passport and suddenly decide he's going to travel to Europe and Africa instead. But despite how fantastical and insane Godfrey's story was, it was clear to Ruby that the person she was talking to did know her son on a personal basis. To her credit, Ruby was neither going to take the letters and phone call at face value, nor was she going to sit idly by and hope for the best. She immediately began speaking to the police, telling them about the correspondence she had received. To investigate whether or not her son had actually obtained a passport or sailed to Cairo without one, she began writing letters to the State Department, the Customs Authority, the FBI, and the American Consulate in Cairo. By January of 1936, a year after her son's murder, she was writing letters directly to President Roosevelt and FBI Director Hoover. I don't believe FDR answered the letters, but she seems to have received at least one reply from Hoover personally. Oh my god, people must write so many letters. I guess it's like emails. I write a lot of emails. I guess that's the same thing. Like, I write a lot of emails and I guess I do the modern equivalent of sign them in an S. As far as anybody can tell, Artemis had not travelled to Cairo with or without a passport, but nobody knew where he was. Until, of course, Ruby's friend showed her the magazine featuring the picture of a murdered son. That was only half the mystery solved, though. The victim, formerly known as Roland, now known as more badass Artemis, may have had his real name bagged, with the identity of his killer still eluded authorities. And of course, that led to countless theories. The theories. Since this case is nearly 100 years old and has a lot of strange details, there are innumerable theories as to what really happens. Most of what I'm going to call the fan theories are either variations of two main theories or are so entirely outlandish that they're not worth mentioning. The first fan theory is that Artemis was involved in a secret homosexual relationship with Don, whoever the hell Don was. It stands to reason that whoever killed Artemis was somebody close to him, because every time the hotel staff visited his room, the door was locked from the outside. There obviously had to be somebody that he trusted enough to give the key to for this to be the case, and many believe that the person was his lover turned murderer. Why would they lock him in the room though? Even if it's someone he trusts, that's really weird. Just leave it unlocked. Just take the key so you can get back in later. Or I guess it wasn't a latch system. But whatever, it's still weird. There's not really any motive given for why that relationship would have turned to murder, though. A lot of people like to mix in ideas that Artemis and his secret lover were engaged in a lot of kinky stuff, and that Artemis was the obedient little sub waiting motionless on the bed in a locked room for Don to return and do as he pleased. This is definitely a theory that exists, but hopefully you don't need an expert to tell you that fractured skulls are not a normal part of BDSM. Neither is blood on the ceiling. Honestly, I think this theory hyperfixates on a few details of the story and ignores the myriad of other bizarre yet important details to produce the most salacious narrative possible. The other popular fan theory involves the mafia. Of course it does. What would a good 1930s story without them? What would it be? It wouldn't be good without the mafia, would it? Because what would a good unsolved murder be without mafia involvement? Yes, there's more to this theory than just the association between the name Don and the title Don, but that's definitely part of it. Really? Yeah, but that'd be like, yeah, okay, Mr. It's like, what? Some people believe that Artemis fell in love with the daughter of a mafia don, or at least the daughter or sister of somebody tied up with the mafia. Aside from people believing that Don was a title and not the name of his friend, there are a couple of other pieces of evidence that somewhat support this theory. First, the murder was clearly personal. It was horrifically brutal in nature, to the point of going beyond anger or revenge and more towards sending a message. But despite the seemingly impassioned killing, it was at least somewhat professional. There was virtually no evidence left in the room save for the couple of pins, the cigarette, and the sulfuric acid. Those could easily have been left as red herrings because they're a bizarre assortment of items. Being able to murder somebody so brutally and escape the hotel without being seen, especially while soaked in that person's blood, would almost certainly require the skills of a professional. Of course, they may not have been soaked in blood when they left. There weren't any towels in Artemis's room, but maybe they washed up in a different room. Some people suggest that the sex worker and her client were actually the mysterious Don and accomplice. Perhaps what the man who called the funeral home said was true, and that the couple arranged to meet with Artemis in his room that night. If the way he had been cheating on his fiancée was by hiring this sex worker, the situation becomes even more plausible. Picture this. The woman took the elevator to the 10th floor and then called the elevator back to explain her situation to Charlie, the operator. It seems weird that she delivered such a detailed exposition without actually taking the elevator back downstairs. So she may have been using this opportunity to establish that the hotel staff knew her and her occupation. They already did before, but for the sake of the plan, she had to be sure. After waiting a little longer, she left and met up with Don, returning to the hotel and then taking the elevator to a room on the 9th floor where Artemis's fiancée was waiting. Yeah, maybe. It's like, sure, it fits, but there's not really any evidence to support it, is there? From there, the three took the stairwell to the next floor, where it opens up right by Artemis's room, and they entered to confront him, like the person who called the funeral homes claimed. This was the loud conversation with lots of swears that Jean heard next door, though I still find it hard to believe that she couldn't tell if the sound was coming from next door or just somewhere on the same floor as her. After the argument, the women left the room while Don took care of the murdering. Once the deed was done, he took the stairwell back to the 9th floor so he could clean up, and he and the sex worker could leave the hotel separately. All of Artemis's belongings, as well as the murder weapon, were placed inside his fiancée's bag, and she carried them out of the hotel the next day when she checked out as normal. While I'm not completely sold on this story, it isn't that outlandish. It doesn't require that much planning or coordination, and it didn't leave anything to luck. The Mafia was a powerful organization, so for all we know, they could have been responsible for the raucous party on the 10th floor to ensure that Artemis's screams of pain would go unnoticed. His refusal to give up his killer when the doctor asked also makes people think it was the Mafia, because God forbid he ratted them out and actually survived his wounds. Yeah, or he rats them out and then they just decide to kill people he knows. and his family. But the other piece of evidence in support of this was the funeral. While it wasn't standard practice for every body that disappeared mysteriously, the mafia would sometimes pay for the funerals of their victims under the right circumstances. If Artemis's fiancée, who we'll call Louise, really did love him, she may have insisted that he have a proper burial, even though he had to be punished for his indiscretions. This does sound like it does fit well, but it's all very, very circumstantial. I like it though. It's the perfect mix of tantalizing and just plausible enough that this theory has endured and remained the most popular theory since the 1930s. However, Kansas City police had another theory, and their theory was that the murderer was a man named Joseph Martin, alias Joseph Marshall, alias Joseph Ogden, alias W.B. Smith, alias Donald Kelso. Holy shit. In 1937, Joseph murdered his roommate in New York, stuffed the body in a trunk, and took it to the Railway Express Agency to ship it to Memphis. The body was discovered before it shipped, and Joseph was arrested. There is no dispute that he murdered Oliver Seinkel in New York, but the Kansas City detectives were sure that he had killed Artemis as well. Not only did he use the alias Donald Kelso, the name of Artemis's travel companion, at one of the hotels, but detectives matched his handwriting to one of the handwritten letters Ruby received after Artemis was murdered. This is it. The police have it, don't they? The police were 100% certain this was their killer, and the story was published in the New Yorker in January 1938. Okay, I get the feeling it's not though, is it? Like Kevin. But for some reason, they never charged Joseph with the murder. Instead, the case was officially left open. I don't know why that happens, but in the 1950s, the files were sent to the FBI. There, FBI analysts determined that the handwriting samples did not match. Of course, I mentioned this in another episode, possibly over on Casual Criminalist, but handwriting analysis is viewed as junk science by many, and may soon go the way of lie detector tests anyway. With the FBI dismantling the police's theory, all that remained was Ruby's theory. You see, she didn't let her broke 17-year-old son try to hitchhike over 2,000 miles to California by himself. That would have been crazy. Instead, he took his similarly aged friend, Joe Simpson. Joe hasn't been mentioned anywhere else in this story, which is odd since they were supposed to be traveling together. That could be because they had a fight and had gone their separate ways before all of this happened, or it could be because he was using the fake name Don. But Ruby still believed Joe was the one behind it. She even managed to track down and confront Joe in Memphis in December 1939. It took several attempts to meet, as Joe had kept standing Ruby up. Suspiciously, he also claimed to have a letter for her that Artemis had poorly typed. It was suspicious because no such letter was ever produced, and because he claimed that the letter was typed, which he still believed Artemis couldn't do. According to Ruby's account of their conversation, Joe seemed to joke around a bit about the fact that the police and the feds would never be able to catch whoever committed the murder, and there were no clues left behind for the G-men to work on. Yeah, nobody will be able to ever figure out the murder, not my murder. At some point during the conversation, Ruby looked Joe dead in the eyes and said, "I would know the voice that talked to me from Memphis." According to her, he then turned bright red, looked down, and started acting really nervous. All of this was detailed in a letter she wrote to the Kansas City detectives, including her assertion that she was reasonably convinced Joe is the person who called her 8 months after the murder with the story about Cairo. Holy if that's true. All of these sort of vaguely fit, and it's a bit of not eyewitness testimony, but unreliable, circumstantial, so they all kind of fit a little bit nicely. But how are you supposed to know which one it is? You don't. The police don't know. No one knows. As far as I can tell, the police never followed up on Ruby's theory, or if they did, they determined it was a dead end and never made any statements about it. Whoever killed Artemis had committed the perfect murder, and the infamous tale lived on for decades without a conclusion. But there are certain patterns of behavior that killers, particularly serial killers, tend to follow. One final twist. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner of the Kansas City Public Library, or maybe preferred to go by John, it's not important. The year was either 2003 or 2004, and Jack was a local historian who worked at the library. He received an out-of-state phone call from somebody inquiring about the murder of Artemis Ogletree, which probably wasn't that uncommon. However, this caller wasn't actually interested in asking questions about the case, they wanted to share information. The caller had a friend who had been itemizing the belongings of an elderly person that had just passed away. Itemizing feels like a weird word choice because, based on what followed, the caller was more likely just a relative of the deceased rather than somebody organizing the belongings for an estate sale or finding something like that, but it's the word that they went with. Among the belongings was a box filled with newspaper clippings about the murder room of 1046. That definitely sounds like serial killer behavior, but it sounds like obsessed retired detective behavior as well. However, the caller then revealed that the box also contained an item that was mentioned in multiple articles as being related to the case but was never found. Uh-oh, this is happening. What was the item, you ask? Well, that's a fantastic question, but according to Jack, the caller never said. They didn't say who they were, whose belongings they were, or what the newly discovered piece of evidence was. They basically just called to say, "What's up, Jack? Just wanted you to be aware that I know who killed Artemis Ogleby. Okay, bye!" Some people have speculated that the missing item may have been the shard of glass that was used as a murder weapon. That seems pretty unlikely. Holding onto the murder weapon as a trophy is a stupid idea, and the killer seemed smarter than that. Yeah, that glass you should smash into 1,000,000 pieces and then throw in a river. Or better off, the sea. Throw it in the sea. Besides, it's like the easiest murder weapon to dispose of. Just toss it in the dumpster behind the restaurant where a bloody piece of broken glass wouldn't be that suspicious. No. Like, I understand that's a reasonable way, and you'd think that's quite a safe way of getting rid of a murder weapon. But no. No. Smash it into 1,000,000 pieces until it is like glass sand with a hammer, and then heat it, put it in a fire, and then take those fiery ashes and then put them in a box, and then go and empty that box in the sea, and then burn the box, and then take those ashes and put them in a river. Because you should always dispose of your murder weapons very, very thoroughly. Come on, don't be an amateur. There's also the chance that the caller was talking out of their arse and just thought that it would be fun to troll the local historian. It's certainly possible, but I'm not fully convinced. If anybody was lying, I wouldn't think it would be Jack himself. I'm not saying that he is lying, but the revelation is a little bit suspicious. He said that the call came from out of state, but not what state. Caller ID wasn't amazing back then, so maybe all he had to go on was an unknown area code. But it would be nice to know whether out of state meant Kansas City, but just on the other side of the river, or if it meant something like upstate New York. Jack also only referred to the person he was speaking to as either the caller or this person, concealing whether or not it was a man or woman's voice that he heard. But most suspiciously, this information wasn't revealed until he wrote a blog post on the Kansas City Public Library's website about the case in 2012, long after any records of the phone call would have been deleted. Or at least this information was not revealed publicly. Maybe he told the police that they weren't able to find out anything useful after following up, or maybe he actually just wanted to sit on this groundbreaking revelation that had the potential to blow the case wide open just for the hell of it. Again, I'm not calling Jack a liar, and I can't say for certain whether he contacted the police quietly or chose to sit on this bombshell for a decade without telling anyone. It's just another weird twist in a story that didn't make a lot of sense to begin with. Of course, if everything that Jack wrote in his blog post about this case is accurate, it means that this wasn't the perfect murder after all, and the truth of the killer's identity is still out there somewhere. There are currently 2 men and or women who live in one of the 49 states that aren't Missouri who know the identity of Artemis Ogilvy's killer. If that isn't a lead, I don't know what is. Oh yeah, the phone call was almost 10 years ago, so maybe they do live in Missouri now. Good luck, detectives. Yeah, this case is also 100 years old. Everyone's dead, for sure. Anyway, that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoy the show, please do leave a rating on Spotify. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown with me, your host Simon. I'm here, what am I right? In this case, Danny. Thank you, Danny. He's written me a script, The Dark Secret of Identical Twin Town. I think I might have suggested this to Danny. Possibly. Isn't it about... I have no idea what it's about, but I remember seeing this somewhere and being like, that's good for DTU. Let's go. Decoding the Unknown. DTU. It's my internal lingo for this channel. The format of the show, if you're new here, I've never read this before, we're going to read it together. Let's go. I always assumed that everyone must have at least one friend who is an identical twin. What? No. Statistically, no. That's really unlikely. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't think I have known ever any identical twins. I've known twins, and I've known twins that look a lot like each other, but they're not identical, technically. And because it's incredibly rare. No? Chances are that you're likely to have at least 2 friends who are identical twins because their friendship often comes packaged as a matching set. I speak of a personal experience here, as I attended primary school with 3 different pairs of identical twins, although they were all in different classes, and each pair of twins always used to hang around together in exactly the same... I'm mistaken! Were they identical? I don't think they... No, they weren't. I'm just trying to think. Like, my sister had a couple of friends, and I don't think they were identical. I think they just looked a lot alike. They went to different schools, and I remember one time they got in trouble because they just went to each other's schools for the day because they could, because they looked so similar. But I think they technically weren't identical. But maybe I'm wrong. They didn't look quite the same. And each pair of twins always used to hang around together in exactly the same social circles. But after immersing myself in some intense original research, well, actually just a quick post on Twitter, I discovered that my school was perhaps a little unusual and not everyone has an identical twin in their life. Definitely not. I suppose that the unexpected sight of a pair of identical twins out in the wild still has the capacity to take you by surprise. If you were wandering down the street and randomly bumped into a pair of identical twins, you might do a double take before resuming your business. Wouldn't you just be like, they're probably not wearing identical clothes because they're not being dressed by their parents anymore. So, would you do a double take, or would you be like, oh, okay, twins? That's it. Moving on. Also, as people get older, they start to look different because of environmental factors. And also, they probably don't have exactly the same haircut. For some reason, I always imagined identical twins as women. I just realized it's always been just women in my mind with like haircuts and stuff. But then I'm like, beard? Yeah, but then there'd be men. And I'm like, oh yeah, men can be identical twins too. Of course they can. What's wrong with me? But what if you bumped into another pair of identical twins about 5 minutes later, and then another pair, and then another? Well, you'd be like, okay, there's some sort of weird convention or modeling gig going on, or there's an audition for like something somewhere. Unless you're suffering from double vision after indulging in too much baby shamps, this has got to make you feel like something weird is going on. And yet that's exactly the situation you may well experience if you ever happen to visit the small town of Candido Godoy in Brazil, which boasts quite a staggeringly high proportion of twin births in comparison to the rest of the world. Not only is the birth rate of fraternal non-identical twins quizzically high within this modest population, but about half of these are the rarer breed of identical twins, which is itself a deeply curious anomaly. And if that wasn't strange enough, it's reported that the majority of identical twins in this town have blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, which makes it sound like this is the place of a breeding ground for identical batches of identical twins. So, what exactly is going on in Candido Godoy, and what do all these twins want with us? Probably nothing. They're probably just twins. This is one of those ones which it's one of those ones where I'm like, does this actually exist? Is this actually a real thing, or is this just something that you read around the internet like I probably did before I suggested this topic to Danny, and then it turns out it's like not actually a thing? Is there something in the water or in the yams? Are we witnessing the birth of a new civilization of super twins who are destined to take over the world? Or is it all down to the secret and ultimately successful continuation of the horrifying experiments originally conducted in Auschwitz concentration camp, which we all foolishly believed had been abandoned at the end of the Second World War? So let's take a visit to the self-proclaimed world twin capital for this special double feature episode to see if we... It's not a double feature episode, it's just a regular episode, but it's a good joke, isn't it? To see if we can finally put two and two together without the whole thing going pear-shaped, P-A-I-R shaped. Back to the egg. The locals don't exactly try to hide their thriving twin population. As you wander into the town of Candido Godoy, one of the first things that you see is a welcome sign that displays the town's official crest bearing two identical profiles, accompanied with the words Garden City and Land of Twins. This small, remote agricultural town sits in the state of Rio Grande do Sul in the southern region of Brazil, right next to the Argentine border. Only around 6,500 residents live there, the vast majority of whom are German immigrants who were first tempted to make it their home after the First World War on the promise of dead cheap farming land and a stack of financial incentives from the Brazilian government. What? Is that really what happens? It's like, yeah. What? I just don't understand the logic there. A country being like, yeah, come live here, we'll give you some land for cheap. Specifically Germans! There's some reason, right? There's a deeper political reason or something. Most of residents today still speak in German rather than Portuguese, the official language of Brazil, and many of the quaint shopfronts bear distinctly German names. Whilst this strange twin phenomena is evident throughout the whole town, it's particularly notable in the tiny district of Linha São Pedro, home to about 80 families, which includes over 40 pairs of twins within just a 4-kilometer radius. That is statistically insane. Before we start crunching the numbers on the town as a whole, it's first worth considering the general statistical differences between the global birth rates of identical and non-identical twins. Yeah, it's like way more likely to just be twins. Like, I know plenty of twins, don't know any identical twins. The latter breed, known as dizygotic or fraternal twins, take shape when two separate fertilized eggs or zygotes stake their place in the womb during the same pregnancy. There's not really a whole world of difference between fraternal twins and regular siblings. They could be of mixed gender, they all share about 50% of the other's genes, and they may bear a passing resemblance, although that's not always the case. The only real difference is that fraternal twins just happen to share living quarters in the womb at the same time, whereas regular siblings get their own private pad in which they can kick back and relax, or kick forward and relax if the mood takes them. I didn't know this until today, but it's actually possible for fraternal twins to have two different fathers if two separate eggs are fertilized by sperm from two different blokes during the same menstrual cycle. Okay, thanks for that info, Danny. Good to know. I'm sure we've all at least one friend who has a different father to their own. No, Danny, again, no. Or maybe not, as I gather this type of fertilization, known as heteropaternal superfecundation, is incredibly rare. Meanwhile, monozygotic, or identical twins, are formed when a single zygote splits up into two separate embryos to create a couple of clones harvested from the same fertilized egg. And this is an entirely different thing. Unlike fraternal twins, identical twins share 100% of each other's genes, which goes some way to explaining why they tend to look a bit similar. It's a much rarer form of pregnancy, although I'm sure we all have at least one friend who has a different mother to their own identical twin. No, Danny! Whilst the stats can vary from region to region, all types of twin births account for about 1.2% of pregnancies around the world, or about 12 in every 1,000 births. But if we split up these stats into separate embryos, we see that identical twins account for just 0.4% of all global births, or about 4 in every 1,000. Okay, so it's only 3 times less likely. I have to say, I thought it was much less likely. If we compare those numbers to twin birth rates in Candido Godoy, we didn't see why this modest farm town has earned its reputation as the twin capital of the world. Here you'll find that twins account for no less than 10% of all births, whilst approximately half of those are of the identical variety. Now, the state of Rio Grande do Sul has a pretty high twinning rate in general, about 1.8% of all pregnancies, compared to, what was the global one? 1.2. Okay, it's not a giant jump. But even taking that into account, the town of Candido Godoy still enjoys twin birth rates which are well over 5 times the state average and nearly 10 times the global average. There's surely something fishy going on. So, the first question we have to ask is, how on earth can twinning rates vary significantly across the globe? I'm going to bet that it's a genetic thing. It's got to be a genetic thing, right? I don't think it's environmental. Like, those are the two things we're talking about here, like genetics or environmental. And if you I don't know this, but I would imagine, based on what we've got going on here, that if you are a twin, there's some statistical likelihood, increased statistical likelihood that you are going to have twins. And then if the father was also a twin, then they're also more statistically likely. And then if those two people have, the statistics get combined and it's more likely to happen, which explains why it's only a slight bump. I'd say it's mildly indicative. And by combining them together, we get that slight bump. That seems to make sense. Episode over! No, just kidding. We've got 12 more pages. I hope it's not just that simple. And then the episode's just hey, done! But over 12 pages. This must surely point to predisposing factors specific to each region, which can be found in abundance in Candido Godoy. Yeah, it's just the people, though. I don't think it's something specific in that region other than the people. While the variance in rates only really applies to fraternal twins. Interestingly, the birth rates of fraternal twins witnessed a sharp rise across the board in relatively recent years. In contrast, the birth rates of identical twins appears to be permanently stuck at 0.4% in most places, and as yet there are no known factors that contribute to the zygote splitting into 2 embryos. Despite plenty of scientific research into the matter, we're still pretty clueless today. Just because we don't understand the genetics behind it doesn't mean that it's not a factor. But let's see if we can pick up any clues from the fluctuating fraternals by examining the variation in global twinning rates as a whole. The lowest rates can be found in South America and South Asia, where as few as 5 per 1,000 births are twins. This complicates the case of Candido Godoy just a little bit, as the town is located in a state which has a higher than average multiple birth rate, which is situated in a continent which has one of the lowest multiple birth rates in the world. Well, that's pretty easily explainable, isn't it? By the fact that it's largely people of German descent, rather than people of Portuguese native descent from, the country as a whole. At the other end, and the continent as a whole, at the other end of the spectrum, some Central African countries see as many as 20 twin births per 1,000, whilst Western countries tend to hover somewhere in the middle. And this points again towards genetics. Because at first, what entered my mind was I would guess, the richer the country, the more twins, because the people are leading healthier, or not leading healthier lifestyles, we eat plenty of crap, but generally have better access to healthcare, better nutrition, they're not lacking any vitamins and minerals and such things like that, and that better health might lead to more twins for whatever reason, more eggs happening, something like that. Maybe wild speculation here, but then the fact that the West is somewhere in the middle, Africa's somewhere at the top, where there's just generally poorer people with less good healthcare, that would suggest that it, again, is a genetic thing. It's a genetic thing, right? This is all pushing towards genetics. There are several theories as to what might actually increase the chances of multiple birth. One study published in the Journal of Reproductive Medicine in 2006 suggests that a lot of it is down to diet. Okay, then maybe it is environmental. Gary Steinman, MD, PhD, claims in the study that women who consume plenty of milk, cheese, and yogurt are more likely to have twins, which may be bad news for any vegans who are hoping to squeeze out a bumper bundle of joy. According to Steinman's figures, vegans are 5 times less likely to have twins. Wow, okay. Still, if you don't have any qualms with dairy products and you're hoping for twins, it might be time to go mad with the squirty cheese in a can. I can only assume this is exactly what the people of Central Africa are doing. Incidentally, if we move along a little to West Africa, many people in Nigeria put their particularly high twinning rates down to excessive consumption of yams. A point which we'll return to later in the video, but I think I'd rather stick with the squirty cheese, thank you. The age of the mother may also have a role to play when increasing the chances of a multiple birth, as it's been suggested that older mothers between 30 to 40 are more likely to give birth to twins. But again, I would think that the richer the country, the later the women typically give birth. I'm not sure if that is a correct stat, but it feels like a stat that would be correct. This may also help explain the recent surge in twin births from the 1970s onwards, as it ties in with a significant increase in maternal age over this period. In fact, the number of twin births in the US alone rose by a staggering 50% between 1980 and 1997. God damn, that's a jump. Another reason for this spike in twins may be down to the rise of fertility treatments that involve the planting of several embryos into the womb. When you're planting multiple embryos in there, this naturally increases the chances of giving birth to multiple babies. It also apparently helps to be quite tall, as one report suggests that mothers of twins are approximately 1 inch taller than other mothers, but I'm not sure if we're just clutching at straws here. Yeah. IVF dramatically increases the chances of twins, right? It's like, I heard someone saying that generally if like twins are born today, the chances of it being IVF is like way higher. Like someone having IVF treatment. So it'd be like, yeah, IVF, generally. Right? Well, mate, that does seem like a bit much, doesn't it? From what we have to work with so far, it seems that African mothers eating plenty of yogurt and working hard on increasing their age and height, whilst mothers in South America and South Asia are too short and need to eat much more custard. I don't think much of this helps to explain what is going on in Candido Godoy unless the residents really go to town with their cheese boards. Boil and bubble. So here's a quick question. How many prospective parents are actually hoping for twins? And what would be the reason? It's not something of which I've ever given any thought before. I suppose that some parents may be of the opinion that there's just something incredibly special about raising a pair of twins. Some might feel that having twins is exactly twice as much fun as having one child at a time. Those people are wrong. Like, I don't have twins. And I know that one is enough. Like, dealing with one at a time. I have two, but they're not twins. But dealing with one at a time is enough. It's enough. I promise you it's enough. Don't hope for twins. Whilst others might just like the idea of dressing them up in cute matching outfits until they hit the age of 18. It's very cringe. Attitudes towards twins have changed dramatically over the course of history, and it wasn't always entirely safe to be born two of a kind. Nigeria had some seriously conflicting stances on twins in the 19th and 20th centuries, depending on which region and within which ethnic group you happened to be born. The Yoruba people often viewed twins as some kind of sacred gift from God. They were often believed to have their own supernatural connection with the spirit world and could vastly improve the wealth and fortune of the blessed parents. When such twins threw a 7, they would be honored with special memorial statues, which could be cared for almost as if they were living children. It's a bit weird. However, twins born into the Ethic group didn't always have it quite so cushy. They were often viewed as a bad omen, which was destined to bring disaster to the community. Well, just send them all off to the other group. Done. Easy. The mother of twins would be considered guilty of a terrible sin, such as sleeping with 2 different men, whilst the father would be condemned as an evil spirit. I'm not an evil spirit. I just had twins. No, I'm not. I'm a real person. There's no spirit. New parents would often just abandon their taboo twins in the bushes to avoid any consequences for giving birth to inhuman monsters. What the f***? That seems a bit harsh. If they had their wits about them, they would have surely realized that they only needed to abandon one of the twins to avoid suspicion. I assume that's what they were doing, but apparently not. On a very disturbing note, we can't even say that this kind of thing has been entirely consigned to the history books. A report from The Guardian in 2018 suggests that the vast majority of Nigerians are completely unaware that in remote parts of the country, twin babies are still offered up to the gods as a sacrifice to ensure a bumper harvest. No fucking shot. That's crazy. That's some like, what was those like, the Olmecs or Aztecs or whatever, when they're just like sacrificing their enemies' children? That's some like properly past Nigeria. What the fuck? However, unless you're incredibly unfortunate to be born in such a place, the chances are that twins today aren't facing such a gloomy prospect from day one. But that's not to say that being a twin doesn't come packaged with its own peculiar set of challenges. Life as a twin can be very much a double-edged sword. I mentioned at the beginning that I grew up enjoying friendships with 3 different pairs of identical twins who all attended the same small primary school. Now that I think about it, I wonder if they were putting something funny in the ginger beer in my village. One of my teachers at the same school made the front page of the local Rotherham Witchfinder paper after she gave birth to quintuplets. That's 5. That's nuts. Funnily enough, I don't think she ever returned to school, but I imagine she was kept pretty busy. You can't have, identical quintuplets, right? It's not going to split into 5 different things. That's just where you have, 5 eggs at the same time or something. That's a lot of kids. The twins from my youth didn't always get along with their identical siblings. I can vividly remember one pair of twins having a particularly nasty argument on the school bus, which culminated in one of them screaming in the face of the other, "You ugly wanker." I don't think it really thought that one through. I sadly drifted apart from all the twins later in life, but I did very occasionally bump into them during my later pilgrimages to the north of England. The slight problem here is that you forget which is which. When you're regularly hanging out with identical twins, it's very easy to tell the difference between the two, but this becomes harder when you haven't seen them for years and their facial features have changed over the cruel passage of time. I can remember bumping into one of the twins in the gents' toilets of a pub a couple of years back, and he seemed incredibly happy to see me, but straight away I was battling to work out whether he was Romulus or Remus. Names might have been changed to protect their identities. Romulus and Remus, though, are badass names. I decided to take a massive punt by confidently declaring his name early on, along with the reassurance that I'd recognize the cheeky face anywhere. And of course I got it wrong, and he looked crestfallen. Bro, you gotta be used to this shit, no? But that's not quite so bad as a very strange encounter with one of the other pairs of identical twins, which left me scratching my head for days. I found myself working very briefly in a radiator production factory. For those who are new to the show, we often get little insights into Danny's life. And I think I got an invoice from Danny today, and it was invoice 230 or something. I'm like, God, and it's multiple scripts per invoice. And I'm like, holy shit, mate, we've been doing this for a while, haven't we? And it's we all learn little things about Danny's life whenever he writes a script. And I had no idea, after 230, however many scripts that is, episodes, that Danny worked in a radiator factory is new information to me. Fascinating. On the very first day, I was surprised to cross paths with one of the twins in the canteen area, but again, I was unsure at first whether it was Pinky or Perky, as I hadn't seen them for years. Again, fake names might be used, but the incident is completely true. Yeah, Pinky and Perky are not the sort of badass names that Romulus and Remus are. I wish I'd called my kids Romulus and Remus. One's a girl, one's a boy, but the girl could have been Remus. Son, Romulus. Badass! I played it differently on this occasion. Rather than blurt out a name in blind hope, I bided my time to see if he wouldn't give me any clues. And he didn't. But never mind, we still had a really pleasant conversation, and I hope to bump into him again later in the week so I might finally figure out his identity. When I did see him again in the canteen a few days later, I waved hello, but this time he just glared at me before wandering off without saying a word. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out what I'd done to upset him since our last cordial meeting. When I met him for the third time, he was nice and chatty again, so I put the previous encounter down to him just having an off day or something, not down to the fact that it's not him. Be like, he's got an identical twin. If you didn't, I'd feel like this would be, it's okay, you found out later he's an identical twin. But if you know he's got an identical twin, you're like, oh yeah, it's the other brother who's a dick. But then on the fourth occasion, I got the hostile stare again. It was just getting a bit weird. By the second week, I'd finally worked out what was going on. I'd kind of forgotten that whilst I'd parted with Perky on good terms back when I was a kid, I'd had a bit of a minor fallout with the other twin Perky, and he clearly still held a grudge after all of these years. This is years. Someone's still holding a grudge from you from school? A minor incident? It's you living in that man's brain rent-free, bro. It turns out that both of the twins were working in the radiator production factory. Shocking news! And whilst Perky was always happy to see me, Pinky felt quite the opposite. At least I managed to figure out which one was which, albeit largely by the scowling. And of course, this is the first of many problems of being a twin. There must be so many times that you get mistaken for the other, and I expect half the time you're wondering if the person you're talking to even knows exactly who you are. Just dye your hair or something if you're that concerned about it. Just be like, okay, my brother, we both have brown hair, and I've just decided that I'm going to have, blonde hair. Or whatever. Boom! Done! Easy! Or grow a beard! Or wear glasses! Something like that. I mean, I know genetically you're identical, so you both need glasses. Wear a different pair of glasses, or if you don't need glasses, just wear glasses anyway. Why not? I'm sure there are plenty of advantages too, such as that deep connecting bond, which must feel like no other relationship that you can imagine. I suspect there are loads of twins out there who wouldn't have wanted it any other way. You might well be one of them. If not, you might be the other one of them. But there's also the risk of having an identity crisis when people continually get your name wrong and they don't even seem to care when you correct them, almost as if the two of you are just completely interchangeable human beings. Wait, what's going on? Are we talking about South America, or is Danny just like contemplating all of his relationships with twins? I realize I'm very much enjoying this. I'm like completely lost in Danny's stories. But I'm like, when are we talking about the town? When are we talking about South America? Okay, let's just carry on. We'll get there eventually. This is brilliant for my retention on YouTube, by the way. You're quite likely to be packaged together as the twins rather than two separate people, and there are times when the best that you can hope for is some kind of distinguishing label, such as the nice one or the sulky one who's still got the face on after all of these years. You may find that people regularly bring up memories or conversations which are actually relevant to the other twin. You'll never be able to celebrate your own special birthday party, as you'll always have to share it with the other. And you'll often have to put up with some very silly questions which run along the lines of, if I stab you in the eye with a fork, would your twin feel the pain? Do people really ask that? Do they? It's one of those things where it's like, yeah. I can imagine this being asked as a joke by people I know, but I could also see it as being asked as a serious question by stupid people, right? Life in general may generally just get a little odd. I was talking to this with fellow writer Emma. Emma revealed that two of her cousins are fraternal twins who are now pushing 40. Fraternal's not identical, right? One of them got married, and now the three of them live together in the same house. What? It's not some kind of kinky arrangement, but they do share the same house, car, kitchen, and everything else. I couldn't help feeling that life must be a bit strange for the non-married twin. They do get to share everything except the bedroom juice. They must feel as if they became the runner-up. Still, the residents of Candido Godoy don't appear to have too many hang-ups about living in Twin Town. In fact, they seem to quite like the attention. They hold a biennial? That's every year? They hold a biennial party. Is that like once a year or twice a year? Or once every 2 years or twice a year? How's that work? Around a large fertility statue of a woman holding two babies. They rush indoors to grab the twins and pose for photographs whenever yet another news crew rolls into town to try and get to the bottom of the mystery. They flog bottles of local fertility water to tourists who are hoping for twins, and they've even recently opened a museum called the House of Twins, although I suspect it might get repetitive very quickly. The locals have their own theories about why the town produces so many twins within such a small space. Some of them reckon it's a message from God. Others reckon that it's got something to do with aliens. No. Remember at the beginning we said environmental or genetic. Those are the two things that we should be considering. It's not aliens. One local farmer pointed out to journalists that everything here is twinned, included pieces of sugarcane, the corn, and the cows. In fact, the twin bug may have been caught by the cows long before it started spreading to humans. One popular theory is that it's all down to special minerals that can be found exclusively in the local water supply. This is extracted from the Roosevelt River, formerly known as the Rio de Vida, which translates as River of Doubt. Despite the strong element of doubt in this theory, it might still be the best that we have to work with so far. I mean, so far, because the other things we've considered are aliens and what was it? God. So no, and maybe. After all, there's something seriously kooky happening here. It's perhaps understandable that there might be some broad differences in twinging rates from continent to continent, which could potentially be down to diet or environment or cultural factors. But here we have a single small town in which the figures are dramatically higher than anywhere else in the same state. Yet, much like a twin, this situation is not entirely unique. I think it's just genetics, because they're not traveling. It's like they're all getting inbred. Twins are inbreeding with each other. Whilst the town of Candido Godoy probably has a higher twin birth rate than anywhere else in the world, there are a couple of other places on the map which are seeing double without attracting quite so much publicity. The village of Kadinhi in the Malappuram district of Kerala in India has a small population of around 2,000, with no less than 408 of those residents originating from multiple births. That's pretty wild. Or to put it another way, the village contains over 200 sets of twins if we're lumping them together as packages, which of course is an insensitive thing to do, so let's just stick with the idea of 408 well-rounded individuals. Well, they're not identicals, right? They're mostly going to be fraternals. This was apparently first noted back in the 1940s, and as yet, scientists have been unable to reach a definitive cause for the high proportion of twins, ruling out pollutants and dietary or chemical factors. It's particularly odd that the village is located in India, which has one of the lowest twinning rates in the world. Another curious example takes us back to Nigeria, but in this case, many of the locals feel fairly confident that they understand the very specific reason behind the surprising stats. As we mentioned earlier, Nigeria has one of the highest twinning rates in the world, which is perhaps a little unfortunate considering how some of them have been treated over the course of history. The twin capital of Nigeria is probably the city of Igboora in the southwest, which boasts a population of around 280,000. And although the exact figures are hard to come by, it's blatantly obvious to anyone wandering through the city that twins make up a significant portion of the locals. But it's believed by many that this is all simply down to the heavy consumption of yams. The Yoruba people seem to be particularly fond of the bountiful yams found in the region, and bearing in mind that the Yoruba treat twins as a blessed gift from God with supernatural powers, it's understandable why so many women purposefully binge on yams in the hopes of conceiving twins. Research carried out at Lagos University Teaching Hospital concluded that it was the actual peels of the yams which contained chemical substances that seemed to encourage the release of more than one egg during a single pregnancy. Okay, really? The study also suggested that there may be some kind of environmental factor which promotes the high level of these chemicals found in Nigerian yam peels. However, not everyone is convinced by these findings. Robert Asiadu is a yam specialist, not many of those about, who explained to the Science in Africa magazine, nobody has provided any scientific explanation or evidence that could prove that yam consumption can cause multiple births. All of this talk of yams is making me hungry for yams. I'm just hungry in general. It's 1:30 p.m. on a Wednesday after I haven't eaten anything today, and I won't eat anything today. I'm doing 2 days of fasting per week as part of this year I was I'm going to get fit and healthy. So I go to the gym a lot, and I've just been trying to lose some of my excess little fat around the edges, and I've been doing fasting to help with that, and it's working, but it's really hard. I'm so hungry. I'll have a small snack for dinner. I'm already looking forward to it. I'm like, oh, the dinner snack's going to be awesome. I'm just drinking black coffee, water the whole day.
I mean, I know it keeps you healthy, but God, at what cost?
Maybe a pickle. Pickles contain no calories, and they're super delicious. It's you could eat I looked it up, I've got this giant bottle of pickles, and if you ate all of the pickles, it's 100 calories. That's madness. So I occasionally have a little pickle. And it has to be said that although we keep hearing theories about yams and dairy products and, pickled pork pies, we still haven't had any definitive proof that multiple births are linked in any way to dietary intake. That even applies to the consumption of magic water. Heading back in the direction of Candido Godoy, a team of researchers analyzed the water supply of Candido Godoy in the 1990s and found no abnormalities of any kind. So there definitely isn't something in the water, but that doesn't stop some of the locals from trying to shift their special local fertility water onto tourists anyway. Oh, well, look, that's not anything new, is it? You could wander to any shop in your You could wander to a shop in your town that sells water with magical memories, because that's what homeopathy is, and it's nonsense. So, it would seem that the parents of Candido Godoy aren't doing anything significantly different to anyone else in the state of Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil. They aren't gorging themselves on dairy products or yams, which are unlikely to make a real difference anyway. They aren't having babies much later in life than other parents in the state. They're not taking any kind of exclusive local treatment, and they don't tend to be about an inch taller than anyone else in the vicinity. So perhaps all of this moves us away from theories involving human habits and points us towards a very specific event which took place in Candido Godoy many years ago. The most popular theory of all involves dark secrets and human experimentation, which began when a new eccentric doctor arrived in town in the 1960s, after which life would never be the same again. The return of Dr. Mysterio. The German doctor's name was Rudolf Weiss, and by all accounts, he was a likable, genteel soul who earned the respect of the locals. At around 50 years old, Rudolf wasn't just a doctor, he was also a vet who was happy to travel around the town making house calls to help heal every breed of creature in one handy visit, regardless of whether the patient was human or horse. I feel like I don't want my doctor also being a vet, and I don't want my vet also being a doctor. Because it's these are things where I'd really like you to be specialized in one or the other. It's someone might be yes, but I'm brilliant. It's the same thing as when the waiter comes to your table and you make a complicated order and he doesn't write anything down. Just pretend to write something down, or pretend just to not be a vet. Because it doesn't make me think you're amazing. It just makes me worry that you're going to screw up my order. And the reality is, you probably might. He seemed to take particular interest in pregnant women, pulling out all kinds of new and weird and wonderful treatments and drugs from his medical bag to help expectant mothers through their pregnancies. It was said that the surge in twin births only began to gather momentum about a year after Dr. Rudolf Weiss had arrived on the scene. But then one day, he just seemed to vanish into thin air and was never heard from again, leaving behind a town now bustling with twins. I think that the old doctor here is a little bit apocryphal. It wasn't until over 40 years later that Argentinian historian Jorge Camarasa began to put together the pieces and came to a shocking conclusion. Rudolf Weiss never existed. Of course he didn't. The name was just an alias. What? To protect the German physician's true identity. His real name was Joseph Mengele, or you might know him better as the Angel of Death. Yeah, the Auschwitz monster. During the Second World War, the Nazi doctor Joseph Mengele had taken the position of resident physician at the Auschwitz concentration camp, a diverse role which involved a wide range of challenging duties, including selecting which victims were to be sent to the gas chambers and administering the gas, selecting which victims were meant to be guinea pigs for horrifying experiments, drawing up a weekly rota, and developing a new master Aryan race of blonde-haired and blue-eyed citizens for the Third Reich. We'll never know for certain just how many victims died directly at the hands of Joseph Mengele, as he wasn't great at paperwork. Sounds like he's learned a lesson. Don't write down your crimes. But grim estimates stretch as high as 400,000. And he was destined to evade any justice for his barbaric role in the concentration camp, as he somehow managed to remain hidden in the shadows for the rest of his life, until his eventual death from natural causes in 1979. Well, fuck that. Who was that one that, was it Mossad? The Israelis went and they got him and they took him back to Israel and they executed him? Can't you do that for Joseph Mengele as well? Like, I can't remember the other dude's name, but this one's he's worse. This Mengele dude, right? He's the Angel of Death. Mengele was particularly interested in sourcing twins for his abhorrent eugenical experiments, and they were often diverted from the gas chambers or even just plucked from the streets. It was said that he was interested in quickly increasing the population of the Aryan race by unlocking the secret to breeding twins, which could potentially compensate for all the millions of German soldiers who were going out and getting killed in the war. He wanted to speed up the process of Aryan replenishments. There was another practical point to his twin hunts, and a reason why he favoured the sourcing of identical twins in particular. If he was working with, or rather working on, a pair of subjects who were almost identical in every biological respect, he could use one as the control and one as the test. Even if one of the twins became sick after his twisted experiments, he still had a perfectly healthy specimen, which could be used to observe and compare. And becoming sick was a tragically likely outcome for the subjects, as very few are believed to have survived the experiments, which included purposefully infecting a lethal disease into the body and amputating healthy limbs. Miklos Niezli, a Hungarian prisoner of Jewish heritage who was forced against his will to work with Mengele in the laboratory, later recalled one particular session in which the Nazi doctor killed 14 twins on the same day by injecting all of their hearts with chloroform. Even the twins who were fortunate enough to survive the actual procedures were only likely to be sent back to the gas chambers. The experiments finally came to an end when Soviet forces advanced on Auschwitz in 1945, and Mengele fled the country, having failed in his monstrous mission to create a new master race. Or had he? According to the 2010 book Mengele, the Angel of Death in South America, the physician hadn't quite been ready to give up on his work just yet. He eventually resumed his experiments in secret in the little town of Candido Godoy under the alias of Dr. Rudolf Weiss. And considering the reported huge spike in twin births after his prolonged stay in the 1960s, it might even be suggested that the Angel of Death quietly triumphed in his assignment of creating a master race of blonde-haired, blue-eyed citizens who were destined to duplicate at double the usual rate. The Argentinian historian Jorge Camarasa claims in his book that after spending the best part of 2 decades in hiding around Europe and South America, Mengele eventually settled down in the German settlement of Colinas Unadas in Paraguay in 1963. It was whilst he was living there that he first began to make regular trips across the Brazilian border to another German settlement, Candido Godoy, where he secretly set up his new laboratory to continue the work that had been interrupted by the unconditional surrender of Germany. A recent mayor and town doctor of Candido Godoy, Dr. Anacia Flores de Silva, claims to have interviewed hundreds of older residents in order to get the full story. Apparently, many of them do indeed remember a slightly odd German doctor and vet called Rudolf Weiss who used to roam around the town in the 1960s, taking a particular interest in pregnant women. Apparently, he was a cultured and dignified man with excellent bedside manners, and he always seemed to have strange new drugs and potions on hand to treat his pregnant patients, with some witnesses saying that he had regularly collected samples from the women after performing unusual tests. One witness claims that in his veterinary role, he was strangely obsessed with the concept of getting the cows to produce twins. Maybe this did all start with twin cows, after all. The former mayor also believed that a number of people he tried to speak with were holding back information on the mysterious Dr. Weiss. He said, "In a region full of Nazis, there are some that remain silent, who are scared. It is important that we discover the truth." It has to be said that whilst the population of Candido Godoy embraced their association with twins, quite a few of them aren't happy to be associated with Joseph Mengele. Paolo Sophia is the curator of the town's House of Twins Museum, and he feels strongly that the joyful population of this German community doesn't deserve to be connected with a murderous criminal. He raged the press, "There are no Nazi sympathizers in this region. People who are speculating about Mengele are doing so to sell books. He studied the twins phenomena in Germany, not here." So, who's right? The Argentinian historian and writer backed by the former mayor and town doctor, or the local museum curator? Well, Joseph Mengele made a pretty efficient job of covering his tracks back in the day, although he had a few remarkably close shaves in which his capture was thwarted by careless mistakes and clerical errors. But we've since been able to fairly accurately retrace his steps after he fled Germany in fear of facing trial over war crimes. I wonder why I'd have that fear. Maybe because he was a horrible war criminal. He initially fled to Czechoslovakia in 1945, where he was briefly captured by the Americans and held as a prisoner of war. The only problem was that the Americans didn't realize who exactly they were holding, largely because the Allied forces hadn't yet got round to identifying him as a wanted criminal, so he was swiftly released. He made his way to South America in 1949, briefly working under a false name as a carpenter in Argentina before moving to Paraguay in the 1950s. By the very early 1960s, he'd settled down on a cattle farm in the municipality of Serra Negra in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Mengele had bought half the farm while the other half belonged to Jeza and Gita Starmer, a nice Hungarian couple who believed that Mengele was a gentleman by the name of Peter Hochbichler. They initially had no idea that they'd just thrown their life savings into a cattle farm collaboration with the Angel of Death. The Stammers eventually figured out the true identity of their business associate after coming across a photo of Mengele in the newspapers. Although they were now keen to rid themselves of this wretched creature, they were also worried that they could get themselves in trouble for harboring a fugitive. It's reported that Mengele bought their continued loyalty for the next few years for the princely sum of $2,000. Oh, that's such a shame. Wasn't there like a large bounty on his head? Like, Israel, you should have been like, $1 million. Because that's not a lot of money to a government, but it's a hell of a lot of money to some random farmer in Brazil. So just be like, $1 million. Just give them money and get Mengele and take him back to Israel and chop his fucking head off. During this period, he began work on his autobiography, which contained no less than 74 pages, dedicated to his own birth, including a page and a half in which he described his own placenta. I'm really surprised that nobody has bothered to snap up the movie rights to this astonishing piece of work. It's believed that these memoirs were intended to somehow justify his experiments in the concentration camp while passing on his wisdom to his son, Rolf. If so, it failed spectacularly on both counts. Rolf did secretly meet up with a father he never really knew towards the end of Mengele's life and was hoping to talk to a man consumed with regret and shame over his actions. Rolf later reported that he was greatly saddened to instead talk with an unrepentant Nazi who claimed to have been only following orders and carrying out his duty. The pair never met again. Good, I hope that ate at Mengele. It's like his son hates him. It's like, yes. Like, I've mentioned it already in this episode, haven't I? I've got kids. And if, like, one of them actually hated me, like, properly, I mean, they'll be like, "I hate you, Dad." I mean, they're not yet because they're too young and sweet. But they get upset with me sometimes. And even that feels sad. But they don't hate me. If one of them genuinely hated me, I'd be so sad. I'd be like, what have I done? And you know it's your fault. It's my fault. They're half me. And I raised them. With my wife, obviously. In fact, she probably does. She definitely does my work in that regard. But it'd be so sad, and it's your fault. Fortunately, and hopefully they won't, because I love them. Bloody children, so annoying. Mengele eventually fell out with the Stammers for good in 1974, after which he spent his final years living in a small rented bungalow in Sao Paulo in Brazil. He died in 1979 after suffering a stroke during a swim Beretoga Beach. A passing doctor tried in vain to save his life, although it may have been more fitting just to amputate some of his limbs and inject him with chloroform. Although he was originally buried under the false name of Wolfgang Gerhard, his remains were exhumed in 1985 and officially identified for the first time as Joseph Mengele. His family members have since repeatedly refused requests by the Brazilian government to send the remains back to Germany, whilst his skeleton is now quite bizarrely used as an educational tool at the Sao Paulo Institute for Forensic Medicine. Just throw him in a box and throw him off a boat. So whilst the Nazi doctor may have evaded justice for his war crimes, he instead lived out his final 30 years as a frightened, bitter and lonely fugitive who could never return home. Yeah, I'd still rather he was just executed. And whilst he certainly spent the latter half of his life in Brazil, there's certainly no evidence to support that he ever got within about 800 miles of the town of Candido Godoy. Even if he had made his way to the town, I can't see how he could possibly have been responsible for a rapid spurt in twin growth, as he would have lacked the technology, the facilities, the equipment, and the knowledge. Maybe there really was a Dr. Rudolph Weiss knocking around the town who in no way was connected to Mengele aside from shared fascination with twins. And let's just imagine for a moment those experiments were successful. As most accounts seem to indicate that he just vanished without a trace at some point in the 1960s, you would have expected the twin rate to have dropped sharply after his sudden disappearance, but that's not the case. I still think if Rudolph Weiss ever existed, he was only ever interested in twinning the cows. But if you dig deeper into the stats, you'll find that the Argentinian writer and historian Jorge Camarasa was clearly talking out of his arse when he made a claim in his book that the twinning rate in Candido Godoy only began to surge when a mysterious doctor rolled into town in the 1960s. It hasn't been possible for anyone to track down old birth certificates or hospital records relating to the town, but the records relating to baptism registries stretch right back to 1927, and a recent study of 6,615 of these baptism registries revealed that the town was already bursting with twins when the first German immigrants landed shortly after the First World War, and the rate has gradually risen over subsequent years with no noticeable surge in the 1960s. One more time. Was already bursting with twins when the first German immigrants landed. Okay, so there we go. The German immigrants come, twins increase. It's genetic. There's something, it just happens to be that those people were predisposed to having twins, statistically. Just shake it, roll of the dice. That's what happens. And then, obviously, they're all staying in this small little German community in Brazil, and they're all, like, again, all incestuous. I mean, not really, because there's, like, lots of them. But you know what I mean? It's like there's a group. There's a smaller group. And they're all just genetically more likely to have more twins with each other because they got twins. Like I said earlier in the episode when I said there's like 12 pages left. Right? This is the answer. It has to be the answer. So, there's clearly no way this has anything whatsoever to do with the mysterious vanishing doctor or Mengele's much later arrival in Brazil. It seems more likely that some people just became fascinated with the concept of so many blonde-haired, blue-eyed twins squeezed together in one place and assumed that it must have something to do with Mengele's infamous experiments with twins during his efforts to create an Aryan master race. Perhaps the museum curator Paolo Celcio was right all along when he suggested that the proponents of this theory were just trying to shift books. Could be said. Money's that motivator there, isn't it? Twin Peaks. We might be better off listening instead to the conclusions reached by Dr. Ursula Mater in the 1990s, which noticeably don't involve Nazi doctors or magic fertility water or stuffing yourself silly on yams. A researcher at the Medical Genetics Unit at Porto Alegre Hospital in Brazil, Dr. Mater and her colleagues were invited to Candido Godoy in 1994 to conduct their own research into the puzzle. This was the same team who analysed the local water supply and found nothing strange bubbling away down there, and the very same team who dug up all those baptism registries dating back to 1927. And Dr. Mater's final verdict is based on the concept that having twins can be slightly addictive. Okay? Although we're still not entirely sure why, it's widely accepted that fraternal twins stand more of a chance of running in the family on the mother's side at least. Boom. There appears to be some kind of genetic link which is passed down the generations and increases the chances of a fraternal birth by up to 29%, which is massive. So if the family tree on the mother's side has a history of fraternal twins, the expectant mother may have inherited the genes which increase the chance of releasing more than one egg during the same pregnancy. The chances of fraternal twin birth increase even more if the mother is a fraternal twin herself, although looking at the bigger picture, the odds are still heavily stacked against it. Oh, and whilst people often talk about twins skipping a generation in twin-friendly families, that's just a complete myth. None of this has any bearing on identical twin births, where the same zygote is split into two embryos, as we have no real clue as to what exactly causes the split. And of course, none of this explains, in itself, why the twinning rates are so extraordinarily high in the small town of Candido Godoy, but it does give us a starting point. And if we go right back to the real starting point of Candido Godoy, the first small group of German settlers already had 17 pairs of twins amongst their number. Boom! Roll of the dice, they had more twins. Many of them hailed from the Hunsrück region of Germany, which is a pretty high twinning rate in comparison to global figures, and many of them had blonde hair and blue eyes, which are typically seen as Aryan features. This whole thing about the blonde hair and blue eyes thing has possibly been greatly exaggerated anyway. It's often suggested that every twin in the town bears these characteristics, which makes it sound as if every twin looks spookily identical. There are certainly quite a lot of twins sporting blonde hair and blue eyes of their forefathers, but this doesn't apply to all of them by any stretch of the fevered imagination. Now, this small and pretty isolated community grew in size over the subsequent years, but it's not like they had many outsiders joining their circle to help increase the population. So, what did they do? And I begin to see where this is going now. Yes, without too many other options for the local procreation menu, they had to make do with what they had. So, in a small community descended from a region with a high twinning rate, the already high proportion of twins began mating with other twins within the same families. That level of inbreeding and genetic isolation has got to help increase the odds of producing yet more twins quite a bit. It's an unusual principle known as the founder effect, in which a small group of migrants effectively begin founding their own distinct population from a limited gene pool. And Dr. Mate even reckons that her team may have identified the specific gene at work in this case. After conducting DNA tests on dozens of mothers of twins in the town, the team found that the gene TP53 appeared to be the common shared factor, or if we're being specific, the P72 allele of the TP53 appeared to be the connection with multiple births. That's not to say that Dr. Matter's team had discovered the universal twin gene. As Dr. Matter explained to New Scientist magazine, the results may have been very different if the study had been conducted on mothers of twins living in different areas of the world. A more recent study on gene variants reported by the American Journal of Human Genetics in 2022 has indicated that the genes FSHB and SMAD3 may play specific roles in stimulating the ovaries to produce more eggs, but it may be a while before more definitive answers are hatched. That's okay, it's a genetic thing. Boom, 12 pages. It's genetic, but I'm glad we debunked the other stuff. And we're still none the wiser as to why the number of identical twin births in Candido Godoy are so disproportionately high. But from what we can gather today, it does seem as if the real answer to the mystery of Candido Godoy can be found lurking somewhere in genetic traits rather than dairy food or Hitler's mates. Incidentally, getting a bit too intimate with your own family members may also go some way to explaining the twin epidemic in the Indian village of Kadini, in which marriages between family members is practiced. None of this may be surprising to the actual locals of Candido Godoy. You'd think that they might not be so keen on discussing the theory that their famous twin population is all down to inbreeding, although I suppose it's several steps up from the theory of it all being down to the experiments of a Nazi war criminal. One local 22-year-old twin spotted by the New York Times in 2009 took time in between posing for yet more photographs to give her take on the matter. Fabienne Grimm, who is part of a family with 5 different sets of twins, gave a casual shrug and told the reporter, "It's not much of a mystery to me. My brother married his third cousin. There are lots of cases like that, people marrying their cousins or other close family members. Still, maybe this third cousin, that's very distant, isn't it?" Maybe there's some more than one possible answer to this riddle. I'm sure we all have at least one friend who's an identical twin born from incest, Nazi experimentation, and yam addiction. Chances are you have at least 2. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much, Danny, for writing it. Thank you, dear listener. Or viewer, if you're on YouTube, for watching this. If you are listening, why not leave us a rating on Spotify? That would be amazing. It helps get this show in front of more people, which, well, that's just a benefit for me, isn't it, really? There's no benefit to you, except you get to feel good inside about helping me out, which is nice. Isn't it? Isn't it? Thanks for watching.